Chapter 1 The Opening Gambi Trobing's Chosen One. Giggle, giggle, giggle. You naughty boy, soccer Javen at such a tender age, just don't a glance make son art flutter. The seductive woman licked her red lips, revealing an expression of delight upon seeing her pre. At this moment, a powerful aura approached the dark cell, causing the seductive woman's face to darken. You truly are resistant like a haunting spirit. A hint of murderous intent flashing her eyes. Shes Naradan quickly lettle the majoricu puncture points in Xiaoyan's body, saying, You naughty boy, stay her quietly, sister needs to handle some obscenes first, I'll come back to play games with you. Oh no, Thesis bod. Watching the seductive woman leave, Xiaoyan felt like crying bothad no tears, cursed the cruel fate thought levied to toy with him. Half a year ago, he had made a date with his crush Dodo homework at a hotel. The original plan was to lither dos arithmetic problems first, and then he would tackle the fill in the blanks. However, a sudden car accident sent them soaring into the heavens. When he woke, his beloved crush was gone, and he had been transported to the fantastical world of the Inawan continent, where Egmont Sandmonsters reigned supreme. Fortunately, these two forest no life was promising. The original owner of his body was the master of Zaya family from heavenly pride realm of the upper world. His innate divine bones were restil and be a prince of heavenly realm, and this family was slaughtered. He managed to escape to lower world to live in hiding. As a seasoned novel reader for 9 years, Xiaoyan was well aware thought this constitute was the perfect beginning for a protagonist. From no one, he possessed the passive skill of attracting beautiful ladies, had teammate to stoten damage and secret trium, had relatives and friends to sacrifice for him in times of crisis. As long as he didn't cackle heavily, he was destined to reach the pinnacle of life. However, just as he was happily preparing to go out and have some fun, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding detecting that the host is perfectly integrated with the current body, the system is no activating. Upon hearing about the system, Xiaoyan's mouth stretched from ear to ear. This was delightful. I'll read a starting guess a protagonistico had this bonus stolen and no with addition of a system, wasn't this forcing him to further and further down hepathoth becoming gaster? As a super creator, he could not unlike Akali Evely Bootle so Korea brick and scribe with word virtueta convinciothers with his virtue whenever Simeona disobeyed him. However, his joy lasted only a short while. Ding detecting that the host possesses the Destiny great villain. The heavenly great villain system is binding. Oh no, a heavenly great villain? The number on a to protagonist, someone who jives to protagonist beautiful lady asandalite equipment buten subdianch horribly? Xiaoyan directly transformed into a master of vulgar curses, delivering 100 classic curses without repetition. Asumiono ho like it to kek for small cards as lepegender the door when staying in a hotel and walled stand date attention upon seeing gan exceptionally being a great villain would definitely no talo him to survive past 3 episodes. So he had been hiding gan developing cautiously in the village for half a year. How fair, what no show had endured it? To survive, whenever Simeon did in the village, he will play Thejuan a horn, scatter paper money, and diligently provide a nestop funeral service. After finishing, he would never forget to take some leftovers from the dinner table. To become a stronger, he will steal chickens, sneak dogs, and hell neighboring girls collect fire undergarments, earning meager villain points to sustain his cultivation. Despite his cunning development, he still fell in the hands of this demoness from joyous union sect. This woman was named Yuji, known in the martial world as the Widowmaker. She specifically targeted mean with abundant tangent to cultivate her powers, and after finishing, she wouldn't forget a cute off their penises to soak in wine. Thinking about the fat of being a10 be an old bitch and having a speeny skewed off, Xiaoyan had the urge to commit suicide. But now he couldn't even move, let alone commit suicide. Ding detecting the appearance of faint chosen one, the newbie GIF pack meets the unlocking conditions on just no being pinhead for the host. Ding congratulations to the host for obtaining Ancient Temperor's imprint. Upon activation, you can summon Ancient Temperor to descend and sweep through all worlds, suppressing Gulinemius Synth world. Upon hearing the system prompt, Xiaoyan instantly straightened up. Alt of Ancient Temperor couldn't lie exist for a day after being summoned and hey day to year cooldown period after Iakus, Ike was definitely an invincible trump card for survival. Ding congratulations to the host for obtaining Sword and Tent card. Upon activation, ya will permanent lepos a Sword and Tent. Ding considering the host's current weakness, the system will upgrade home and creation fairy decreeteth a fierce total of perfection for free and activate fold spirit gathering for the hostons. Xiaoyan was of it the Thuasama stinters, he didn't expect the system to willing to help him upgrade it for free. Rumbling. Suddenly, the heaven lion earth like a formidane energetide like funnel, centering in Xiaoyan, quickly pouring into his body, rapidly enhancing his cultivation. Qi absorption realm, 9th level. Qi condensation realm, 1st level. Qi condensation realm, 9th level. Is this the feeling of Keating? Too amazing. Xiaoyan grinned, feeling his body filled with power. The original owner of his body was originally of Qi condensation realm's 9th level, butte after resonate divine bones for restelen, hefel to thepikoff body tempering realm. Now that his cultivation had recovered, he didn't have to worry about his foundation being unstable. Feeling that his realm was becoming loose, Xiaoyan didn't trust to brain I through butte instead mobilize others linkito impact all the majora acupuncture points in his body. Finally, free. Thinking of Yuji, the pervert, Xiaoyan pondered whether to activate Ancient Temperor's imprint and teach her to be good person. Budden he thought, unleashing Ancient Temperor against their would belay oozing of 40 meter long sword to slice a 5-inch toothpick. Afterwards, he would have it to hide and develop a cautious life for another 9 years. Absolutely not worth it. In this situation, it was natural to seek help from chosen one to uphold justice and, by that way, cling to her legs for protection. Wouldn't that be wonderful? As Xiaoyun was pondering, Ataclish sensation suddenly camouflaged, and a formidable energy was rapidly gathering devolving. This was there a bird hath the innate divine bones. He didn't expect that breaking fruit of the first of a loft home and creation fairy decree would bring an unexpected surprise. It was truly a suprema technica produced by the system. This was another trump card. Sensing that the rebirth hath the innate divine bones would take a time, and the perverted woman could return at an imminent, it was to Medofin chosen one. Xiaoyun punched through to dark cell and quickly left. Not long after, Yuji rushed back. Seeing the dark cell, she closed Hiraya-san sensed for a moment, then headed in the direction Xiaoyun had left, licking harried lips. You naughty boy, fortunately you left a mark on you, sister is just coming to catch the little chick in the shadows. Xiaoyun arrived at the small village street and was quickly captivated by a stunning figure. The teenage girl, around 50 or 69 years old, wore a pale apricot dress that shimmered like a soft moonlight. Especially her facial features, which could be described as perfect, and her eyes, which were a bright and enchanting, like a galaxy filled with brilliance. What made Xiaoyun see would waste the fact that this girl's development far exceeded the norm, her bust was truly impressive. If placed in his previous life, it called easily revolution sure. At this moment, Xiaoyun, who had stolen the village bells and their garments for half a year, was moved to tears, secretly cursing Fateh for finally allowing him to encounter such an exceptional lady. Just then, Xiaoyun sensed Yuji Sora quickly approaching him. The sudden chill in his groin made him instant Lilo's high appreciation for beauty. Quick-witted, Harashed Cathedral's front, hands in his pockets, head held high. Chapter 2 Because I am awesome. With a thunderous shout, Xiaoyun instantly captured the attention of the nearby villagers. Upon recognizing him, the young maidens and wives quickly dispersed, scurrying off towards their homes. Ah! Everyone, quickly hide your aprons, the little rascal is out again to steal them. Witnessing the villagers' reaction, the girl was left utterly dumbfounded, her worldview nearly shattered. She then fixed her gaze on Xiaoyun, infuriated to the point of nearly losing her composure. She, Lin Yuron, the esteemed saintess of the Xianyu Valley, a prodigy of the sea-opening realm, was actually being robbed of her apron by a mere child, whose mischievous offspring was this? Instead of learning proper conduct, he had taken to thievery, and to make matters worse, he was robbing aprons. This was simply outrageous. Who was the scoundrel that had led this child astray? Noticing the girl staring at him in a daze, Xiaoyun, with an air of impatience, exclaimed, "Hey, what are you staring at? Hand over your apron right now." Seeing Xiaoyun's brazen demeanor, Lin Yurong couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and amusement. She reached out to touzle his hair, laughing, "You little rascal, why are you mimicking others in thievery?" Xiaoyun brushed her hand away, speaking with unyielding arrogance. "Because I am awesome." Lin Yurong was momentarily taken aback, a surge of impulse rising within her to swat this little brat into oblivion. Sensing her irritation, Xiaoyun continued with audacity, "If you have any sense, hand over your apron quickly, or when my boss arrives, no one will be able to save you." Indeed. Lin Yurong thought to herself, how could such a young child harbor ill intentions? There must be someone behind him pulling the strings. In that case, she was even more determined to await the puppet master's arrival, for not only had they corrupted the child, but they also dared to target her. This was utterly unforgivable. As the saintess of Xianyu Valley, a successor of a prestigious lineage, it was her duty to root out this villain and eliminate the threat to her people. At that moment, Yuji sauntered into the scene, her waist swaying gracefully, and immediately laid eyes on Xiaoyun. Struggling to suppress her emotions, her gaze shifted to Lin Yurong, who stood with her back to her. Instinctively, she sensed that this girl was exceptional. Despite only being at the 7th stage of the sea-opening realm, she emanated an aura that felt formidable, especially after having just emerged from a fierce battle. Her reserves were likely depleted, and a misstep could lead to her downfall. With that thought in mind, Yuji considered a tactical retreat. After all, she held the mark, and Xiaoyun couldn't escape her grasp. However, upon seeing Yuji attempt to withdraw, Xiaoyun's displeasure grew. The stage had been set, and she was not going to back down. Moreover, he was not one to harbor grudges. He preferred to settle scores on the spot. "Did you see that? She is my boss. Hand over your apron quickly, or my boss will drag you to the Hehuan sect and sell you for profit." Xiaoyun pointed at Yuji, boasting to Lin Yurong with an air of superiority. "The Hehuan sect?" Lin Yurong spun around, her cold gaze scrutinizing Yuji, and then she spoke in a low voice, "Inciting children to steal aprons while maintaining such a ghastly appearance. Could it be that you are the infamous Yuji, the traitor of the Hehuan sect?" Upon hearing this, Yuji's demeanor shifted dramatically, her expression transforming into one of fury akin to a cornered beast. Boom! The overwhelming spiritual energy of the Transcendence realm surged forth, and Yuji licked her lips, coldly laughing, "To dare insult me so, once I catch you, I shall make you the most blissful woman." Nevertheless, despite her fierce facade, Yuji stealthily began to retreat. "Thinking of escaping?" Lin Yurong snorted coldly, brandishing a beautiful longsword that appeared in her hand. The sword's hilt resembled a peach blossom branch, adorned with vibrant peach flowers, while the blade shimmered with a mesmerizing yet chilling pink light. The peach blossom's sacred sword. "You are Lin Yurong, the saintess of Xianyu Valley?" With her escape plan thwarted, a glint of ferocity flashed in Yuji's eyes. Although it was difficult to overpower a girl of such noble birth, possessing that treasure might just level the playing field. If she could seize Lin Yurong at the right moment, she could present her as a gift to the Tian Mo sect, securing their protection and escaping the Hehuan sect's pursuit. Fortune favors the bold. With a lick of her lips, Yuji's figure flickered, transforming into a blood-red claw aimed fiercely at Lin Yurong. As the demonic claw closed in, Lin Yurong hurled the peach blossom sacred sword, which sliced through the blood-red claw with stunning brilliance. Yet, the sword's momentum did not cease, it continued to cleave towards Yuji with relentless force. Tian Mo step. Yuji flashed a wicked smile, her form vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind Lin Yurong. Boundless Spirit Bind. As Yuji struck with her palm, releasing a toxic mist, a golden rope radiating divine brilliance extended forth, ensnaring Lin Yurong, suppressing even her surging spiritual energy. What, is this how it ends? Xia Yun was left dumbfounded, he seriously doubted Lin Yurong was the true chosen one, how could she have been subdued in mere moments by a little scoundrel? She clearly lacked the aura of a protagonist. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have set a trap to ensnare an epic level chosen one, plunging her into despair. Rewards include a portable space and one opportunity for a lottery draw. Nonsense. I did not set a trap for her. Initially, he had contemplated letting the two of them weaken each other, then swooping in to reap the benefits and gain some villain points from the chosen one. But who would have thought that she was all show and no substance? Forcing him to act himself, Xia Yun decisively opened the lottery wheel, coveting the prizes that had caught his eye for quite some time. Divine Battle Physique, Innate Dao Body, Kuanping Divine Technique, Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger, Mother Chi Cauldron, Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, Ancestor Dragon's Blood, Ancient Heavy Idol were unparalleled treasures of immense worth. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have drawn the divine level sword technique, Soul Piercing Stab. Soul Piercing Stab, one thrust of the sword, and it can capture souls and extinguish lives. The system had activated, allowing him to directly comprehend the sword technique to a minor level, though advancing to perfection would require sufficient villain points. Noticing that Yuji had yet to detect his presence, Xia Yun began to comprehend the sword technique. Giggle. As expected of the lofty saintess, your struggles are truly enchanting. However, having been poisoned by the spirit binding toxin and ensnared by the boundless spirit bind, you might as well resign yourself to your fate. Yuji wore an extraordinarily wicked smile, her fingers playfully lifting Lin Yurong's delicate chin as she taunted, Tisk tsk tsk. Such a pretty face, such a stunning figure, it makes me envious. If I were to train you well and send you to the Tian Mo sect, perhaps I could rise to prominence. Having descended the mountain for the first time and not yet experienced the dangers of the martial world, Lin Yurong was genuinely alarmed. The spirit-binding toxin could seal her spiritual power for half an hour, while the boundless spirit bind was a legendary weapon said to be able to ensnare even celestial beings. It had earned a fearsome reputation in the Tianhuan continent, leaving her at a loss for how to escape. It was all her fault for being too careless, otherwise, with Yuji's strength, she would not have been able to subdue her. Just as she pondered how to break free from her predicament, she suddenly noticed Xia Yun silently approaching Yuji from behind, sword in hand. A mixture of astonishment and delight surged within Lin Yurong. This little brat was indeed full of surprises. To prevent Xia Yun from being exposed, she deliberately provoked Yuji, saying, "You perverted monster, do you really think you can exchange me for wealth and power? Do you think you are worthy? If you truly deliver me to the Tian Mo sect, with my beauty and status, do you think they would treat me as merely a toy? You've reminded me." Yuji licked her lips, producing 2 pills, and grinned, "These are the mother and child soul control pills I stumbled upon. With them, you can comfortably become a plaything, and perhaps I can use you as a stepping stone to achieve even greater heights." Giggle. At the sight of the pills, panic flashed across Lin Yurong's face as she resolutely declared, "I would rather die than be under your control." "That's not for you to decide." Yuji grasped Lin Yurong's chin, preparing to feed her the pills, when suddenly, a terrifying aura locked onto her with unyielding precision. The tremors from her very soul compelled her to instinctively turn around, and she was met with Xia Yun's smug grin. Although Xia Yun wore a smile, his hand was not idle. The long sword was thrusting towards her heart. Chapter 3. If it feels good, then touch more. Soul-piercing strike. A terrifying aura erupted in an instant. The moment Xia Yun thrust his sword, Yuji's soul trembled, rendering her completely immobile. What kind of sword technique is this? Yuji stared at the long sword that pierced her heart, unable to comprehend until her dying breath that she would perish at the hands of her prey, without even a chance to utilize her heavenly demon steps to evade. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for slaying one person, earning 100 villain points. Killing also earns villain points. Xia Yun gleefully collected Yuji's storage ring along with the mother-child soul-controlling pill, and didn't forget to stab her corpse a few more times, confirming that Yuji was beyond saving. Xia Yun took out a swana, playing a tune while scattering paper money, his expertise leaving onlookers utterly astounded. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for completing a full funeral service. Reward 10 villain points. Lin Yurong was utterly dumbfounded by Xia Yun's actions, a decisive and ruthless backstabber, followed by a skilled post-mortem execution, a complete funeral service. Is this truly a mere child? With the villain points confirmed, Xia Yun put away the swana and turned his gaze to the bound Lin Yurong. Indeed, she was a figure of great stature. The ancients do not deceive me. Yet, that damned scene reminded him of the 500 gigabytes of educational videos on his old computer in his previous life. Shaking his head, Xia Yun leaned closer to Lin Yurong, expressing concern. "Sister, are you alright?" Lin Yurong shook her head with a smile. "You need to find a way to untie me from this binding." Xia Yun nodded and began to explore with his small hands, attempting to release her from the binding. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the epic chosen daughter while the chosen one is away, rewarded with 50,000 villain points. What? How much? Xia Yun suspected a system error and quickly opened the system panel, confirming the addition of 50,000 villain points. This revelation left him with an overwhelming sensation of disbelief, as if he were dreaming. He had toiled away in the village, stealing a belly band for just 10 villain points, and after 6 months of early mornings and late nights, he had only amassed 810 villain points. Who would have thought that merely touching the so-called epic chosen daughter would yield a whopping 50,000? Happiness came too suddenly, like a lecherous scholar unlocking a new technique. Xiaoyun did everything he could to pull down the binding. He sensed that some of his actions were somewhat unacceptable. Lin Yurong forced herself to rationalize. He is still a child, how could he have any ill intentions? Perhaps I am overthinking. Wait a moment. What is he doing? Lin Yurong suddenly froze, and after a few moments, she let out a slight breath of relief. It mustn't be intentional, a child just over 10 years old could not possibly understand. Lin Yurong could hardly bear it, especially as the number of villagers nearby watching the spectacle grew, filling her with an increasing sense of urgency. Wait, you need to take me to your home first. Xiaoyun, who was continuously hearing the villain points being credited, was momentarily taken aback by this statement. Ah. Is this really appropriate? Xiaoyun wondered if Lin Yurong had misunderstood something. He was genuinely searching for a way to untie her binding, with no intention of bringing her home to bully her. Let's leave this place first. Feeling the peculiar gazes of the villagers upon her, Lin Yurong was on the verge of panic. Her entire reputation was at stake, and if she delayed any longer, it might truly be ruined. To maintain his image as a Confucian gentleman, Xiaoyun, emulating the legendary emperor of the ancient heavens, resolutely hoisted Lin Yurong onto his shoulder and hurried back to his humble abode. While Xiaoyun sought ways to release the binding, he lamented his grim fate, expressing his grievances against the heavens for burdening a 13-year-old with responsibilities beyond his years. Moments later, Lin Yurong's face flushed crimson, her exquisite beauty seemingly on the verge of tears, as she realized that this little rascal was indeed taking advantage of the situation. With her spiritual power sealed, she felt both anxious and furious, yet utterly powerless. Xiaoyun, if you continue to act recklessly, I will truly be angry. Look at that, this clearly demonstrated a lack of trust in his identity as a Confucian gentleman. Confucius said, reviewing the past helps one learn anew. This means that continuous exploration is necessary to discover new joys. Breathing heavily, Xiaoyun retorted, Sister Yurong, this is a divine artifact, do you think I can easily untie it with my abilities? Though he voiced his discontent, internally he was exclaiming that he had struck gold. In the brief span of just half a quarter of an hour, his system panel had accumulated an astonishing 1 million villain points. Such rapid growth was a pleasure he had never experienced before. Forget it, a wise man knows when to stop. As a dignified Confucian gentleman, I cannot engage in underhanded tactics. With the system's assistance, Xiaoyun managed to take control of the binding, ostentatiously forming a hand seal, causing the binding to transform into a golden light that vanished into his palm. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for seizing the opportunity of the epic chosen one, rewarded with a single lottery chance. Another chosen one. This was completely unexpected. Regardless of who this chosen one might be, Xiaoyun could confidently assert that they had no knowledge of the proper usage of the binding. Only he, as a Confucian gentleman, could truly develop its potential. As Xiaoyun pondered how to expand upon the 100 applications of the binding, Lin Yurong, now free, suddenly fixed him with a gaze that could pierce through a person, betraying her intent. Oh no! She can't possibly want to take my kidney, and without anesthesia at that? Xiaoyun's nerves were on edge, readying himself for a potential rebinding, yet, based on his decade of experience as a bookworm, he knew that such a fateful villain, when faced with an epic chosen daughter, would have nearly zero chances of victory, even with the binding in hand. And that unseen chosen one must be Lin Yurong's destined counterpart, who knows when they might descend from the heavens, resulting in a chaotic mix of genders, leading to his own undoing. Sister, you wouldn't be ungrateful, would you? Xiaoyun donned a harmless smile. Humph. Lin Yurong was tempted to slap this opportunistic little rascal, but then reconsidered. He had saved her, and indeed, she could not repay kindness with malice. However, it could not end there. She needed to teach him a lesson, lest he grow up to be insufferable. Resolutely, Lin Yurong swiftly twisted Xiaoyun's ear, giving it a sharp tug. Ouch, that hurts. Xiaoyun grimaced in pain, preparing to act cute and plead for mercy when the system's prompt suddenly rang out. Ding ding, epic chosen one detected outside, arriving for a childhood rendezvous. The host has triggered an epic system task. Prevent the chosen one from suffering the bitter fruit of love. Successful completion of the task rewards an epic treasure chest. Holy cow, this fellow really has arrived. Xiaoyun instantly perked up, asserting that even without the epic treasure chest, as a master of eloquence and a Confucian gentleman, he could not stoop to the level of begging for mercy. Revenge must be swift. Thus, he reached out and pinched Lin Yurong's thigh with considerable force, though this pinch carried a hint of personal vendetta. Ah, you, be gentler, it hurts. Chapter 4. As Lin Yurong was undergoing detoxification, she found herself unable to summon her spiritual energy, writhing in pain with tears brimming in her eyes. Sister Yurong, it will undoubtedly hurt a bit at first. Please endure it, Xiaoyun declared resolutely, unwilling to release his grip. Ah, you scoundrel! Lin Yurong exclaimed, her delicate face flushed with anger. She had intended to teach this brat a lesson, only to find herself at his mercy instead. Sister Yurong, I do not wish for this either. It was you who initiated the physical contact. I, the holy maiden, refuse to believe that you can endure longer than I. It turned out that her stubborn and competitive nature was at play, much to Xiaoyun's delight, prompting him to tighten his hold once more. Ah! You little rascal, do not apply so much force. Lin Yurong felt an overwhelming urge to bite Xiao Yun, determined not to lose to this mere child. Outside the humble cottage stood a youth of around 14 or 15 years, quietly observing. His name was Sui, clad in white robes, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, an ancient sword slung across his back, exuding an ethereal grace. He had stood there for a while, raising his hand to knock on the door but hesitating each time upon hearing the commotion within, his expression rife with turmoil. Yurong, it has been years since we last met. Sui was engulfed in melancholy. As a disciple of the Qingqing sword immortal, he was renowned as the finest prodigy of the Tianhuang sword path, possessing extraordinary talent, strength, and lineage, the quintessential prince charming in the hearts of countless maidens. Over the past 5 years, he had rejected numerous beautiful suitors, his thoughts solely occupied by the stubborn and competitive girl from his youth. Reflecting on their childhood days spent together, Sui felt that his yearning over the past 5 years had ultimately been misplaced. Glancing at the jade pendant gifted to him by the girl when they parted, he chuckled self-deprecatingly before turning to leave. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for causing the epic chosen one to develop misunderstandings with his childhood sweetheart and deciding to depart without meeting. Task completion at 10. What a scoundrel, my interactions with Sister Yurong were merely playful banter, how could he misconstrue it? Moreover, now that he had left, how could I assist him in focusing on his swordsmanship? This effort would be in vain. Sister Yurong, I concede. Xiao Yun declared, promptly releasing his grip. Humph, at least you are sensible. Lin Yurong finally felt she had gained the upper hand, and with this first victory, she was certain there would be many more to follow, as this little brat would now know his place. Creak. Xiao Yun, grasping Lin Yurong's hand, swung the door of the cottage open. Hearing the noise, Sui turned around. Sui. Upon recognizing him, Lin Yurong's face lit up with surprise as she called out. Witnessing her exuberance, Xiao Yun gossiped eagerly, Sister Yurong, is he your destined partner? Do not speak nonsense. Lin Yurong blushed, shooting him a glare. It is not as you think, we have not seen each other for 5 years. I see, so you are not well acquainted. Xiao Yun remarked, his expression one of understanding. 5 years had indeed altered their relationship. Observing Lin Yurong's embarrassed demeanor, Sui's expression darkened at the thought of what he had just overheard. Xiao Yun, ever the opportunist, approached Sui with warmth, saying, Brother Su, you seem rather displeased. After 5 years apart, you should not wear such a countenance upon reuniting with Sister Yurong. At this, Lin Yurong frowned slightly. This was indeed not how she had envisioned their reunion. Sui was not only indifferent to her greeting but also wore a sullen expression, as if he were owed a debt, entirely unlike the warm and gentle youth she remembered. As the previous events replayed in her mind, Lin Yurong suddenly had a realization. Could it be that Sui had arrived earlier and misconstrued her playful exchange with Xiao Yun? But Xiao Yun was merely a child. Could he truly be so affected? Sui, meanwhile, regarded Xiao Yun, internally berating himself for being so presumptuous. How could a mere child engage in anything with Yurong? Did he possess such capabilities? At that moment, Xiao Yun, still holding Sui's hand, cheerfully clarified, Brother Su, Sister Yurong unfortunately fell victim to poison, and I was just assisting her in detoxification. To prevent any further misunderstanding, Lin Yurong promptly added, Indeed, Sui, we were merely engaged in detoxification. Please do not misconstrue the situation. Yurong, how did you come to be poisoned? Are you alright? Sui, realizing his misunderstanding, quickly inquired with concern. Xiao Yun reassured him, Do not worry, Sister Yurong merely suffered from the poison of a demoness from the Hahuan sect, and I have already assisted her in remedying it. The Hahuan sect demoness. So it was the poison from the Hahuan sect? How could a child have dealt with it? With his gaze flitting between the two, Sui's heart raced with alarm. You both, ding ding, congratulations, host, for fostering a rift between the epic chosen one and his childhood sweetheart. Task completion at 50. What the heck, they are all indeed scoundrels. Drawing from his decade of experience as a seasoned reader, Xiao Yun understood these protagonists all too well. Those negligent authors, fearful of inciting reader backlash, ensure that the female companions of the protagonists remain utterly pure. Any woman who has been touched by another man ultimately fails to capture the protagonist's heart. Sui, after 5 years, you have become this kind of person. Lin Yurong's eyes filled with disappointment as her hopes for her beloved childhood companion began to fade. The once sunny and warm boy had transformed into someone so base, it was unbearable that he would grow jealous of a child and misconstrue her relationship with Xiao Yun. Yurong, Sui struggled to find the right words, the image of the two of them engaged in detoxification flashing uncomfortably in his mind. Do not call me Yurong. Since you are here, as per our previous agreement, let us proceed directly to Qiuming Mountain. Casting a glance at Xiao Yun, Lin Yurong felt it necessary to keep this little troublemaker close to educate him, lest he cause further mischief. With that, she grasped Xiao Yun's hand and departed. Sui, his expression conflicted, followed at a measured pace. Xiao Yun, intrigued by their relationship, pieced together the circumstances through subtle inquiries. Lin Yurong and Sui had been born in the same year in the border town of Lianshui, where both families were prominent. Initially, the two families had maintained a close relationship and were preparing to arrange their marriage. However, 5 years prior, an unforeseen calamity struck Lianshui, irrevocably altering their fates. At that time, a band of bandits had surged forth from Qiuming Mountain, slaughtering indiscriminately and transforming the town into a veritable hellscape. Lin Yurong and Sui had narrowly escaped by hiding in a cellar, and afterward, they were discovered by the wandering Qingqing sword immortal and the Xianyu master, both of whom took them under their wings. Ultimately, they agreed to reunite 5 years later to seek vengeance for their families. Having grasped the unfolding drama, Xiao Yun could not help but exclaim how melodramatic it all was. Truly, these two were epic protagonists. At such a young age, they had already accumulated a wealth of tragic backstory, enhancing their formidable powers in ways that defied reason. Now he follows these two individuals on a quest for vengeance, with a staggering 999 chance of becoming mere cannon fodder. Were it not for the unfinished system task, Xiao Yun would be overwhelmed by an urge to flee. However, the mere thought of the protagonist embarking on a dungeon excursion fills him with uncontainable excitement. It is well known that whenever the protagonist initiates a dungeon, immense opportunities inevitably arise. As long as he plays it safe and adopts a low-profile approach, he stands a genuine chance of seizing those opportunities, compelling the two chosen ones to toil on his behalf. Casting a glance back at Sui, Xiao Yun felt it imperative to bolster his abilities once more, lest he inadvertently transform from a shadowy figure into the protagonist's experience fodder. Thus, he resolutely summoned the system to commence a lottery. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have won. Chapter 5, Assisting Brother Su in Romance. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, you have drawn the Taoist celestial technique, the Three Pure Ones incarnation. Goodness! This is extraordinary. To think it is an ultra-godly celestial art. Upon reaching mastery, this technique allows for the division of 3 incarnations, each possessing all the abilities of the original body. Furthermore, the incarnations and the original can swap places at will, disregarding distance, and share a personal space. In addition, the original can summon back the incarnations regardless of distance, or transfer any damage it receives entirely to the incarnations. Most astonishingly, the incarnations can change their forms at will, making them perfectly suited for stealth and subterfuge. As the destined great villain, he understands that confronting the protagonist head-on is akin to courting death. Thus, lurking in the shadows as the cunning sixth is the safest approach. The celestial art seems tailor-made for him. Xiao Yun exclaims that the system's lottery is incredibly generous, unlike certain unscrupulous entities that offer consolation prizes for 328 or encourage you to try again for 648. With the Three Pure Ones incarnation in hand, he can now engage in his subterfuge without any reservations. The immediate priority, however, is to find a secluded place to condense his incarnations. Sister Yurong, I urgently need to go. Xiao Yun suddenly clutches his abdomen and, before Lin Yurong and Sui can react, dashes into the nearby woods. Confirming that no one is following, Xiao Yun sits cross-legged and draws forth the pure qi from his dantian. Swift. He continuously gestures, intricate and complex spiritual patterns swirling around him. As the patterns multiply and reach a critical mass, they converge and fuse into the pure qi, transforming into a humanoid form. Form condensation. As Xiao Yun completes the final gesture, an identical incarnation of himself takes shape. He is quite pleased. The incarnation indeed possesses all the original's abilities, including the innate divine bone's ethereal presence. With a thought, the incarnation morphs into Suyi's likeness, even mirroring his demeanor perfectly. It is capable of passing for the real thing. Once the cultivation is complete, Xiao Yun's original self returns to Lin Yorong's side, while the incarnation stealthily follows behind. As they proceed without incident, the incarnation retrieves the storage ring of the ghostly princess from the personal space and begins to tally the spoils. Before long, he becomes captivated by a fragmentary ancient scroll. Upon unrolling it, Xiao Yun is instantly transfixed. The scroll is richly illustrated and far more captivating than the 500 gigabytes of educational videos from his previous life. The scroll contains everything from the 72 paths of ascending heaven staff technique to the 36 positions of flying immortals, greatly broadening Xiao Yun's horizons. Ding ding, detected incomplete technique. The system will automatically complete it for the host. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have acquired the auxiliary technique, the sacred canon of harmonious affection. After committing the technique to memory, Xiao Yun continues to assess the storage ring, discovering a wealth of 1,000 exquisite spirit stones and several exclusive formulas. Just as Xiao Yun revels in his good fortune, he suddenly senses a powerful aura approaching swiftly. This aura belongs to someone from the Harmonious Affection sect. Could it be that the ancient scroll bears a tracking mark, and a lady from the Harmonious Affection sect is following its trail? The thought sparks a smirk on Xiao Yun's lips as he decisively transforms into Sui, adorned with an ancient sword, and continues on his path. Shortly thereafter, a breathtaking woman arrives at the scene, blocking Xiao Yun's way. Clad in flowing colorful garments, her ethereal beauty is unparalleled, her skin glows like spring snow, and her alluring figure is perfectly proportioned. Those long, jade-white legs could easily be deemed a masterpiece of the heavens. Seeing such a captivating maiden, Xiao Yun feels a rush of excitement. He has yet to encounter anyone so scantily clad in this world. At that moment, the stunning woman chuckles softly, I am Xiaohe from the Harmonious Affection sect, and I have the honor of meeting young Master Sui. Might I inquire if you still remember me? To his astonishment, Xiao Yun realizes that this is indeed the renowned first beauty of the Tianhuan continent. Because of her, countless talented disciples from powerful factions have nearly trampled the threshold of the Harmonious Affection sect. Her standards are exceedingly high, rendering her indifferent to ordinary talents. Xiao Yun exclaims internally, goodness, the destined son truly has an enviable romantic fortune. From Xiaohe's demeanor, it is clear that she and Sui have at least crossed paths before, and she harbors an elusive fondness for him that stirs her heart. What a stroke of luck. Initially, he had intended to exploit Suyi's identity for personal gain, but now, this unexpected turn of events allows him to pursue a romance with Xiaohe under Suyi's name, share a portion of the sacred canon of harmonious affection, and accrue villain points in the process. Afterward, he plans to lead her to Qiuming Mountain to meet Sui, allowing them to reminisce in front of Lin Yurong, a tale of love and conflict waiting to unfold. Brother Su, do not blame me. I genuinely wish to assist you in finding love. Xiao Yun gazes deeply at Xiaohe. One glance captivates a city, another captivates a nation. I have been unable to forget your unparalleled beauty, Xiao He, and my thoughts of you are like a fever. Upon hearing such forthright words, Xiao He is momentarily taken aback, doubting whether she has awoken from a dream. The Sui before her is nothing like the dullard she remembers. Could it be that with no one else around, his true nature has been unleashed? However, Xiaoyun has no intention of granting her time to ponder. Seeing her astonished expression, he instantly comprehends that Sui had previously spurned her kindness. He seizes Xiaoyi's delicate hand, declaring passionately, Xiaoyi, I can no longer pretend, I am smitten with you at first sight, yet I am burdened by a deep-seated vendetta, and dare not indulge in romantic entanglements. However, this will soon come to an end. I shall seek vengeance at Xiaoming Mountain and, from henceforth, wish to cherish you eternally, never to part. Eternally cherish you, never to part. Xiao He's fair face flushes crimson, overwhelmed by emotion. The young man in white with the ancient sword is already a captivating figure, and coupled with such a heartfelt confession, her previously restless heart ignites with fervor. Sui, the disciple of the Qingqing sword immortal, is the foremost swordsman of the Tianhuan continent, destined to stand atop the pinnacle of this realm. What girl wouldn't harbor feelings for such a man? Moreover, an alliance with the esteemed Qingqing Mountain would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for the harmonious affection sect. She had long wished to deepen her connection with Sui, but he had always kept her at arm's length. Now that this once dull swordsman has finally awakened, she must seize this opportunity. Young Master Su, I have always admired you, yet you were only ever focused on your sword. Now, hearing this from you, I must be dreaming. As Xiao He utters these words, her cheeks flush so deeply it seems they might spill over with water. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for deceiving the epic-level chosen son and establishing a romantic connection. Reward 100,000 villain points. What a revelation, it turns out there truly is an affair between her and Sui. Xiaoyun cannot help but criticize Sui for his lack of sense. Having the first beauty of Tianhuang as a confidant, he still harbors feelings for Sister Yurong. How shameless. Well, as a gentleman of Confucian virtue, I shall not stoop to his level. Given that the system has bestowed so much upon me, I must endeavor further to assist her. Since our feelings are mutual, why not make this place our bed and the heavens our canopy, and consummate our union here? Xiaoyun pulls Xiao He close, gazing deeply into her eyes. Consummate? Here? Even Xiao He, hailing from the harmonious affection sect, is taken aback by his words. She realizes that Sui has truly cast aside all pretense. Unlike others who at least feign decorum, he boldly discards all restraint. Truly, a simpleton of the sword, he prefers to be direct. Young Master Su, I am not one to take such matters lightly. For something so significant, we must consult the sect and make proper arrangements. We, as cultivators, need not concern ourselves with such formalities. Xiaoyun, unflinching, declares, I am not one of those hypocrites. It is entirely acceptable to consummate our union before marriage. Xiao He is utterly flummoxed, increasingly convinced that this is indeed Sui's true nature. The boy who once only had eyes for his sword is far from a serious person. This is far too brazen, yet, she finds it exhilarating and thrilling. Rest assured, Xiao He. Xiaoyun assures her, as sword cultivators, we prioritize the cultivation of the heart. Furthermore, as a disciple of the esteemed Qingqing sword immortal, how could I ever be so dishonorable as to become unrecognizable after the fact? Otherwise, my path of cultivation would be irrevocably ruined. With a flushed face and lowered gaze, Xiao He is acutely aware that sword cultivators indeed cultivate the heart, and upon hearing these words, she is thoroughly captivated. Seeing her reaction, Xiaoyun takes the opportunity to embrace her, letting his hands wander in a manner that is far from innocent. Young master, promise me one condition first. Chapter 6. Lovers and wealth. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have successfully won the favor of the enchanting confidant of the epic chosen one, and as a reward, you receive 5,000 villain points. Xiaoyun was reveling in the euphoria of villain points continuously arriving when he suddenly overheard Xiao He negotiating terms, which instantly dampened his spirits. Xiao He, what I desire is not conditional affection. I crave the thrill of shared tremors. Cough cough. Xiao He, who understood the implication instantly, found herself unable to tolerate such shamelessness, feeling that Sui was somewhat disrespectful to her. Master Su, would you promise me that after avenging your great enmity, you will propose to me at the Hahuan sect? Why wait until the vendetta is settled? I shall propose now. In the midst of Xiao He's bewildered gaze, Xiaoyun produced a peculiar stone from the spoils he had acquired from Yu Ji. Is that a shadow stone? Xiao He exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. Xiaoyun declared passionately, I wish to capture the moment of my proposal with this shadow stone, proclaiming to the world that Sui, disciple of the Qingqing sword immortal, is utterly devoted to the saintess of the Hahuan sect, loving you alone for all eternity. Ah! How moving. Witnessing Xiaoyun genuinely activating the shadow stone and fervently vowing to be with her, Xiao He's last shred of resistance evaporated entirely. Meanwhile, Lin Yurong was seething with frustration. This fellow Sui not only made baseless assumptions that angered her, but after traversing such a long distance, he had yet to make any effort to placate her. Could it be that their childhood bond meant so little to him? What a big blockhead, a complete fool. Lin Yurong muttered, glancing back at the distant Sui, who was trailing behind. Yurong Jia, I suspect you are overthinking it. What do you know, you little brat? Lin Yurong rolled her eyes at Xiaoyun. If it weren't for his nonsensical chatter, Sui would not have easily misunderstood her. Yurong Jia, I suspect that Su Xiong already has someone special in his heart, which explains his attitude towards you, his childhood friend. You're talking nonsense. Yet after uttering those words, Lin Yorong felt utterly devoid of confidence. With Sui's talent, background, and looks, it was likely that nearly every woman would find him alluring after a decade apart. Who could guarantee that he hadn't found a confidant? Observing Lin Yorong's expression, Xiaoyun realized his words had sown seeds of doubt in her heart, though this was not his ultimate goal. He intended to persuade Lin Yorong to give Sui a chance, allowing them to reconcile, then have Xiaohe emerge to help Yorong see the reality. This way, Sui could embark on his solitary path, forever devoted to the sword. Su Xiong, it is not my intention to scheme against you, rather, the system has bestowed too many rewards. No, that is not right, I genuinely wish to aid your cultivation. Yorong Jia, my previous remarks were mere speculation. It is evident that your feelings for Su Xiong run deep, but if you grant him the opportunity to resolve the misunderstanding, would that not lead to mutual happiness? Seeing Lin Yorong waver, yet still unwilling to take the initiative due to her stubborn pride, Xiaoyun sighed, Yorong Jia, some people may turn away for a lifetime, and some opportunities, once missed, cannot be reclaimed. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yorong's delicate form trembled. She glanced back at Sui, yet still wished for him to lower his head first, otherwise, how would she know how much he truly cared for her? Ah, women, so incredibly petty. Recalling the behavior of his former girlfriend, Xiaoyun sighed in exasperation and turned towards Sui. Su Xiong, this is where you have erred. As a man, how can you possess such a narrow mind, doubting your childhood friend? And I am but a child, is it necessary for you to harbor such suspicions? I am anxious on your behalf. Sui was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, what do you mean I? Can you be a bit more proactive? Must Yorong Jia be the one to admit fault? Where is your magnanimity? Moreover, I just spoke with Yorong Jia, and she indicated that she would forgive you, but only if you learn to humble yourself. I can assist you only to this extent. The rest is up to your performance. Faced with Xiaoyun's barrage of questioning and encouragement, Sui fell silent, a hue of shame washing over his face. Initially, he had nursed grievances over the misunderstanding, even harboring resentment towards Xiaoyun. Now, he realized how ridiculous he had been. Xiaoyun not only helped Lin Yorong but also saved his childhood friend, and now he was aiding him as well, such a young age yet already a paragon of virtue. In comparison, he felt like a petty individual, truly unworthy. Brother Xiao, this kindness and affection, Sui, shall remember. Awakening from his stupor, Sui vowed not to squander Xiaoyun's earnest efforts and strode purposefully towards Lin Yorong. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully manipulated the emotions of the epic chosen one, gaining initial trust, and earned 50,000 villain points. What, this is possible? Xiaoyun resolved to cultivate a good relationship with Su Xiong, ensuring he would not lose this victim, the trust of the chosen one. Opening the system panel, Xiaoyun gazed at the impressive total of 1,751,920 villain points, his fondness for Su Xiong only increasing. In just a brief span of time, Su Xiong's confidant had contributed a staggering 600,000 villain points, and the total continued to rise. Time to enhance my skills. Accessing the system panel, Xiaoyun spent 1,000,000 villain points to elevate his soul-piercing stab to perfection. He then spent another 500,000 villain points to advance the primordial creation immortal art to the second level, significantly increasing his absorption rate of spiritual energy by fivefold, doubling his Qi, and granting him formidable self-healing capabilities. What delighted Xiaoyun most was that with the breakthrough of the primordial creation immortal art, his innate divine bone underwent complete rebirth, allowing him to wield his first divine ability. Is this the feeling of having an advantage? Glancing at the remaining 271,920 villain points, of which 20,000 had just been received from Xiaohe, Xiaoyun resolved to strive even harder. At that moment, Xiaohe adamantly refused to breach the final barrier. Master Su, it is not that I do not wish to grant you this, it is simply that my Xianin sacred body will lose its primordialine before reaching the age of 20, rendering me a waste. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiaoyun expressed his discontent. Having reached the threshold, she suddenly informed him that he could not proceed. Nevertheless, the Xianin sacred body was indeed extraordinary, being the most superior cultivation furnace in existence. Even if it were destroyed in the future, it would not be a boon for those chosen ones. Master Su, I shall belong to you regardless. Does it truly matter if I wait a few more years? Seeing her beloved Su Xiong slightly irritated, Xiaohe hurriedly reassured him. Very well, Xiaohe, you are destined to be mine for life. I am willing to wait a few years. Xiaoyun adjusted his trousers, preparing to take his leave. Master Su, where are you going? Xiaohe's expression changed, secretly lamenting that she had nearly given everything, yet he was ready to depart just like that? I am eager to release my pent-up frustrations. Release frustrations? To be precise, it is to seek vengeance, so I may promptly propose to you at the Hahuan sect. Upon hearing this, Xiaohe beamed, her heart thoroughly satisfied. Casting a final glance back at Xiaohe, Xiaoyun inwardly chided himself for being foolish enough to consider leaving. He was indeed an incompetent villain. A gentleman loves not only his beloved but also riches. Having deceived her, why should he care for trivial possessions? After all, she was the saintess of the Hahuan sect, surely, she must possess some treasures. Chapter 7 His sister Yorong steals the spotlight. By the way, Xiaohe, although I am confident about avenging this time, I am concerned about unforeseen circumstances. Do you possess any formidable treasures? If so, I would appreciate it if you could lend them to me for the time being. Xiaohe shot him a bewitching glance. Master Su, my very being is yours. What belongs to you is also mine, and what is mine is yours, hence, the notion of lending is utterly inconceivable. Xiao Yun could barely contain himself. Xiao He's feigned indignation was that of a charming sprite. Nevertheless, her assertion was flawed. Indeed, she was his, and her possessions were his as well, but the error lay in the fact that what belonged to him was not hers. At that moment, Xiao He handed over a piece of soft armor she had originally worn. Master Su, this is the exquisite celestial silkworm armor, a top-tier sacred weapon bestowed upon me by my master. With your prowess, it can withstand the full force of a soul refinement realm expert strike below the Dao realm. Barring a few prodigies, few can inflict harm upon you. Furthermore, it can change size at will, making it suitable for you to wear. Indeed, it was a splendid treasure, imbued with the unique essence of the mystic Yi's sacred body. Xiao Yun accepted it without reservation and added, I intend to set up a grand formation to bolster my defenses. However, I only possess 10,000 premium spirit stones, which is insufficient. Do you have any spirit stones on hand? Xiao He promptly presented him with a storage ring. Here, this contains 500,000 premium spirit stones, awarded by the sect for capturing the Phantom Lady. Since you have slain her, it rightfully belongs to you. Xiao Yun accepted the storage ring, his expression far from joyful. It was rather humiliating to receive what should have been his in the first place. Had he known, he would not have so readily entrusted her with the Sacred Heart Manual. He had been too benevolent. Xiao He, keep the Shadow Stone safe. Should I fail to return, it will serve as a memento. With reluctance, Xiao Yun turned away, leaving behind a figure reminiscent of the cold winds of the Yi River. Upon hearing this, Xiao He shuddered, her face betraying concern. Master Su, I shall immediately contact the sect for assistance. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have successfully deceived the epic level chosen one, gaining the most sincere affections of the beauty, rewarding you with 100,000 villain points. Another 100,000 points had been credited. Without looking back, Xiao Yun departed. Xiao He was simply too considerate. If he lingered any longer, he would inevitably succumb to the temptation of accumulating more villain points. At that moment, Xiao Yun and his companions had arrived at the summit of Qiuming Mountain. Currently, the area near the peak was heavily guarded, with sentries posted every 5 steps and watchmen every 10. Not even a fly could infiltrate. The lowest cultivation level among these guards was that of a 5th-tier Qi-gathering realm warrior, exuding an exceptionally dense aura of menace, clearly trained assassins. Had the bandits been eradicated by this group, Lin Yurong and Sui exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. If they could not exact their revenge personally, it would undoubtedly be a significant regret. 5 years of arduous cultivation had rendered vengeance their obsession. Should that be the case, their future training would surely be affected. From his decade of experience as a bookworm, Xiao Yun sensed that the situation was far from simple. Sister Yurong, could it be that the bandits from years ago have now assumed the guise of these individuals? Upon hearing his words, Lin Yurong suddenly froze, realizing the plausibility of his conjecture. If that were indeed the case, their journey would not be in vain. Recalling the brutal murder of their kin, Su Yi's repressed murderous intent began to surge uncontrollably. Who goes there? Step forth. Suddenly, a coarse shout rang out. Although Su Yi's murderous aura was kept in check, the fluctuations in his cultivation were sensed by the lead figure, a 9th-tier Dan opening realm expert. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Yurong and Sui felt their wrath explode. 5 years had passed, the voice that had laughed maniacally while taking their loved ones' lives had often haunted their nightmares. Clang, the ancient sword was unsheathed. Sui, with his 7th-tier C opening realm cultivation, surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, landing heavily before the leader. The violent sword intent enveloped him, rendering Sui a fearsome deity of slaughter. The man before him was a burly figure. Upon noticing Su Yi's youth yet formidable aura, his expression shifted as he barked, Brat, this is the sacred ground of the Shenyang family. Depart at once, and I shall not pursue you, otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Sui slowly raised his sword, the blade pointed directly at the enforcer. Depart, I have come to settle the blood debt today. How could I? Before he could finish, a brilliant sword aura instantly pierced the enforcer's throat, sending him to his demise. Brother Su, if we are to kill, let us kill. Why waste words? Xiao Yun, having made his move, gracefully landed beside Sui, yet he could hardly endure the protagonist's incessant chatter. It was merely a minor character, why waste time with idle talk? Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have prevented the epic level chosen one from personally avenging his enemy, instilling a sense of regret that will impact his future cultivation, rewarding you with 100,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have interrupted the epic level chosen one's lowly display, rewarding you with 1,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have slain an enemy, rewarding you with 100 villain points. In an instant, 100,000 plus 100 villain points were credited, catching Xiao Yun completely off guard. At this moment, he felt akin to an LSP unlocking a new posture, his eyes gleaming as he fixated upon the remaining 12 assassins. Meanwhile, the others began to awaken from their shock at the enforcer's instant demise. They have killed Enforcer Lu. Quick! Signal for reinforcements. Before the assassins could send a signal, Lin Yurong made her move. The peach blossom sacred sword transformed into a streak of light, each blossom a breathtaking spectacle, striking like lightning towards the group of assassins. Goodness, Sister Yurong is stealing the show. Xiao Yun hurriedly drew his sword and charged forward, but he was no match for the speed of the peach blossom sacred sword. By the time he arrived, all 12 assassins lay slain, their throats pierced. This was utterly unfair. He merely sought to earn a few villain points to sustain his cultivation. Was that too much to ask? Xiaoyun secretly vowed to become the fastest man in the Tianhuan continent. Thus, he accessed the system panel and decisively purchased a movement technique. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have spent 300,000 villain points to acquire the divine level martial skill, Void Step. Void Step, a 9-tiered technique combining speed and attack, increases speed threefold with each tier. When mastered to the 9th tier, one can traverse great distances in an instant. Seeing that upgrading to the 2nd tier required only 50,000 villain points, Xiaoyun resolutely proceeded with the upgrade. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have spent 50,000 villain points to level up Void Step to the 2nd tier. At that moment, nearly 100 ordinary Qi-gathering realm assassins remained on the mountain, charging recklessly towards the trio. Faced with these assassins, who had once taken on the guise of bandits, Lin Yurong and Su Yi's hatred ignited completely. As the two prepared to engage, Xiaoyun shot forward like lightning, the light of his sword flashing brilliantly, a whirlwind of death. Ah! The screams echoed, and within mere moments, over 20 assassins had met their end. Xiaoyun's speed increased, his technique growing ever more refined, leaving Lin Yurong and Su Yi, who stood stunned, wide-eyed in astonishment. Why did this movement technique become increasingly alarming with each glance? Chapter 8, The murky waters are good for fishing. Su Yi and Lin Yurong stood in stunned silence. At first, Xiaoyun's speed was merely double theirs, but now they could barely discern his figure. Such swiftness could rival even the strongest of the Transcendence realm. What kind of supreme martial technique was this? Why had they never heard of it before? Ding ding, congratulations to the host for slaying 89 individuals, earning 900 villain points. With the villain points credited to his account, Xiaoyun adhered to the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still meat. He pulled out a suona and began to play a tune while scattering paper money. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully providing funeral services for 101 individuals, earning 1010 villain points. Lin Yurong was unfazed by Xiaoyun's ruthless actions and subsequent funeral arrangements, but Su Yi was utterly bewildered by him. Having stowed away the suona, Xiaoyun floated back to the two of them, observing their expressions and chuckling softly. I just caught a glimpse of Yurong's sword technique and suddenly comprehended a set of movement techniques. I couldn't help but take action. Sure, I believe that. Lin Yurong and Su Yi rolled their eyes. If he wanted to show off, he could have just said so. Was it really necessary to fabricate such nonsense? Anyone could see that sword techniques and movement techniques were worlds apart, and it was utterly impossible to draw parallels between them even if he aimed to daunt others. This was too much. Nevertheless, the fact that Xiaoyun, so young, could create such advanced martial techniques left them in a WE. In contrast, their own talents seemed rather laughable. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for damaging the confidence of the epic chosen ones, earning 100,000 villain points. Is damaging their confidence worth villain points? How is that even possible? Suddenly, Xiaoyun recalled that he had yet to use the Sword Intent card from his starter pack. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully activating the Sword Intent card. You have comprehended first level Sword Intent. Clang, the sharpness surged forth, limitless in its brilliance. The power of his sword techniques had doubled. At that moment, Xiaoyun radiated like a sword unsheathed, his entire being filled with an endless edge. Sword Intent. Lin Yurong and Su Yi's eyes widened in disbelief once more. Su Yi had comprehended Sword Intent at the tender age of 15, breaking the record for the youngest in the Tianhuan continent to do so, and he was universally acknowledged as the greatest prodigy in swordsmanship. Moreover, only a handful of the younger generation in the Tianhuan continent had attained Sword Intent, yet Xiaoyun was merely 13. Was it really necessary to crush their spirits like this? Xiaoyun opened his eyes, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. I feel a bit ashamed. I was speaking with you just now and inadvertently had an epiphany, leading to my— Lin Yurong was so furious she nearly lost her composure. This insufferable brat was determined to crush their spirits. Su Yi stared blankly at Xiaoyun, falling into deep self-doubt. Am I truly the greatest prodigy of swordsmanship in the Tianhuan continent? Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully inducing self-doubt in the epic chosen ones, causing their invincible confidence to be undermined, earning 100,000 villain points. Another 100,000. This is far too easy. Xiaoyun enthusiastically grasped Su Yi's hand, saying, Brother Su, you are the greatest prodigy of swordsmanship in the Tianhuan continent. Surely your sword techniques must be extraordinary. Why don't you teach me some basic sword moves? Brother Xiao, you've already comprehended Sword Intent. Why would you ask me to teach you basic moves? Isn't this just another way to undermine me? Su Yi glared intensely at Xiaoyun, feeling that Xiaoyun was doing this on purpose, yet he received no rewards for humiliating him, making it utterly unnecessary. Brother Su, I assure you, aside from having created a divine-level sword technique, I truly do not know any basic sword moves. You can verify it yourself. As he spoke, Xiaoyun displayed an incredibly formidable sword mark. At this moment, both Lin Yurong and Su Yi were left utterly dumbfounded. It was common knowledge that the highest level of inherited techniques could reach great mastery, but only self-created techniques could attain a state of perfect completion. The sword mark could only be condensed from a divine-level sword technique at perfect completion. This meant Xiaoyun had indeed created a divine-level sword technique. Was he even human? Lin Yurong and— The big boss is coming. Xiaoyun quickly switched positions with his avatar to prevent any surprises. To be safe, he discreetly shielded the two epic chosen ones in front of him, resolutely denying them any opportunity to summon their friends for an overwhelming assault. At that moment, three figures swiftly flew down, observing them from atop a large tree. Leading the trio was a youth clad in luxurious robes, approximately 16 or 17 years of age, exuding an indescribable air of nobility. Beside the youth were a greasy fat man and a gaunt man, both at the fourth level of the Transcendence Realm, establishing a foundation in the Dantian, shedding mortal form. This was the true entry point for martial artists. It's him. Sui recognized the youth immediately and explained to Lin Yurong, he is Xinjian, the great-grandson of the Xianyang Saint, at the 7th level of the Transcendence Realm. A month ago, we had a spar at Qingcheng Mountain. Xinjian glanced at Lin Yurong, who wielded the Peach Blossom Sacred Sword, before gracefully descending before Sui. Brother Su, it's quite a surprise to meet you again so soon after our encounter at Qingcheng Mountain. Xinjian's smile was gentle, treating Sui as if he were his own brother. Xiaoyan fixed his gaze on Xinjian based on his experience as a seasoned reader. The kind of noble disciples like Xinjian, who could maintain such a demeanor after losing subordinates, either had something to hide or were concealing some treasure. The latter seemed more likely. If Xiaoyan allowed Xinjian to deceive him, it would be disastrous. Originally, he had merely intended to follow the protagonist for some leisurely fishing, adhering to the principle that the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. He needed to provoke a conflict. Thus, before Sui could speak, Xiaoyan sneered, TSK. Xinjian, we just killed so many of your people, and yet you still smile. Could it be that the grandson of the Xianyang Saint is nothing but a coward? With that, Xiaoyan arrogantly raised his middle finger, even bending it slightly downward. How bold! You little brat, you seek death. The gaunt man erupted in fury. Initially, the young master had instructed them to avoid conflict and to let things go smoothly. However, they never expected the other party to show such disrespect and insult the young master so brazenly. Xinjian raised his hand to halt the gaunt man, offering Sui a smile. Brother Su, clang. Before Xinjian could say more, Lin Yurong suddenly struck, channeling the full power of the Peach Blossom Sacred Sword, which erupted into a blinding light aimed directly at Xinjian. Faced with this full-force attack, Xinjian's pupils contracted, and he did not dare to underestimate it. Launching a punch toward the sword light, boom, the overwhelming force erupted, forcibly sending the sacred sword flying. But in the nick of time, Xinjian still staggered back 2 steps, his right hand discreetly positioned behind him. Holy Maiden of Xianyu Valley! What is your intent? As he spoke, Xinjian subtly issued a command to his companions with his right hand behind his back. Lin Yurong's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent as she declared, Xinjian. It was indeed you who orchestrated the massacre in Lianshui Town 5 years ago. I can sense the aura of my Lin family bloodline jade pendant on you. It truly is you. Sui glared at Xinjian, realizing that the dead soldiers were the bandits from that year and that Xinjian possessed the jade pendant of the Lin family bloodline. The connections were crystal clear. While he did not understand Xinjian's motives, it no longer mattered. This enmity could not be reconciled. Xinjian, today, you shall pay for your blood debts with your blood. The ancient sword hummed, and the sword intent surged like a tide. Sui merged with his sword, charging forth with overwhelming brilliance. Indeed, Yurong is impressive. They've started fighting so quickly. Amidst the chaos, Xiaoyan stealthily made his way toward the mountain peak. Chapter 9 Do not harm my master. So near the summit of the mountain, Xiaoyan swiftly discovered a cave sealed by a powerful forbidden formation. The formation was incredibly formidable, still resonating with the residual energies of Xinjian and others. Despite exerting all his strength, he found himself unable to budge the formation even a fraction. There must be a great treasure inside. Xiaoyan thought, his curiosity piqued. Drawing upon his decade-long experience as a voracious reader, he surmised that the cave undoubtedly contained the rewards of the 2 fated champions' quest. Ding ding, a forbidden formation has been detected. It cannot be forcefully breached by those below the realm. The host may spend 200,000 villain points to purchase a breaking stone to dismantle the formation. Upon hearing the system prompt, Xiaoyan reluctantly opened the system shop and spent 200,000 villain points to acquire a single breaking stone. Good heavens! 200,000 villain points for a one-time item, he exclaimed in frustration, glancing at his remaining 232,930 villain points. Cursing under his breath, he activated the breaking stone to dismantle the formation and stepped inside, only to be astounded by the sight before him. In the cave, black soul banners were planted in each of the 4 corners, while at its center stood a peculiar fruit tree, bearing 2 fruits swirling with purple mist, resembling miniature infants. Strangely, the purple mist was continuously devouring the souls trapped within the banners, and from up close, one could faintly hear the anguished screams of countless wronged spirits. Is this the soul infant tree? Xiaoyan recalled from the memories of his predecessor that this tree was a legendary entity, having not appeared in the world for tens of thousands of years. It defied the natural order, growing by consuming souls. However, the soul infant fruit it bore not only enhanced the essence of the soul but also granted the consumer a terrifying ability to ignore all soul attacks. Its efficacy was nothing short of extraordinary. Its rarity was such that even the most powerful beings of the upper realm would vie for it, risking their lives. No wonder Xinjian sought to annihilate Lianshui Town a decade ago, for the best way to nurture the soul infant tree was through relentless killing to feed on the souls. How cruel, to mature the soul infant fruit in just a few short years. How many lives had been taken? It was simply more villainous than he, the destined great villain. Witnessing the imminent ripening of the soul infant fruit, Xiaoyan resolved to seize this defiance of nature and leave nothing for Xinjian. At that moment, Sui was engaged in a fierce battle against 2 subordinates, while Lin Yurong was locked in a stalemate with Xinjian. Faced with the 2 prodigies capable of crossing realms, Xinjian and his allies found themselves unable to overpower them simply through cultivation levels. For a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. Suddenly sensing the disturbance of the forbidden formation, Xinjian appeared flustered and was caught off guard by Lin Yurong, who seized the opportunity to strike him. If not for his slight body shift in the nick of time, he would have met his end. The situation has changed. I shall blood sacrifice to activate the formation. You all, cooperate with me for a swift resolution. After forcing Lin Yurong back, Xinjian spoke urgently, promptly spitting a mouthful of blood onto the array disc in his hand. The array disc glowed with bloodlight, and a massive Bagua formation rose into the air, rapidly enveloping the surrounding area. Terrifying thunder surged within the formation. Bagua Divine Thunder Formation. Lin Yurong gasped, her expression suddenly changing as she sullenly remarked, "This formation can annihilate those in the Dao realm. We're in trouble now." Goodness, 3 beings of the Transcendence realm resorting to a formation against 2 in the Sea Opening realm at the 7th level and 1 at the 9th level of the Pill Opening realm. What a disregard for martial ethics. While Xiaoyun complained, he was not particularly worried. After all, the halo of these 2 fated champions was undeniable. With such trivial constraints, how could they possibly be slain? At that moment, mad with fury, Xinjian bellowed, "Bagua Divine Thunder. Activate!" With his powerful shout, the terrifying thunder within the formation rapidly coalesced, and its destructive aura sent chills through the air. In the instant the thunder erupted, the 2 fated champions unleashed their hidden cards. Sui swiftly drew his hand across the blade of his ancient sword, crimson blood instantly saturating the entire blade. In the next moment, the black ancient sword transformed into a blood-red hue, its once smooth surface erupting with fierce dragon scales. Crimson Scale Dragon Pattern Sword. Blood Dragon breaks the heavens. Sui cleaved forth, a 10-jan-long blood-colored dragon surging towards the oncoming thunderstorm. Simultaneously, Lin Yurong raised her peach blossom sacred sword to the heavens, a round of dark moon suddenly rising, its infinite moonlight transforming into brilliant radiance that shot forth towards the thunder. Boom, boom, the space quaked violently, formidable energy surged freely, and dust and debris flew within dozens of zhang, creating a scene of utter chaos. After a mere 10 breaths, calm returned to the space. Sui stood firm, his chest heaving. Meanwhile, Lin Yurong knelt half-heartedly, her lovely face as pale as paper. They survived. Xinjian looked at the two, incredulous. It was one thing for those in the Sea Opening realm to withstand the Bagua Divine Thunder formation, but for them to emerge unscathed was beyond belief. However, he quickly discerned that although they had successfully resisted the Bagua Divine Thunder's onslaught, they were now on the brink of exhaustion. Attack, kill them! Xinjian roared, charging toward the relatively unharmed Sui alongside the greasy fat man. The gaunt man, on the other hand, firmly locked his gaze on Lin Yurong, a dagger radiating an eerie aura rapidly coalescing at his brow. This was a rare soul technique, capable of bypassing the physical body to strike at the soul directly. Lin Yurong, half kneeling with her sword, stared intently at the bizarre dagger. Having just forcibly employed a flawed celestial-grade martial technique, the backlash exceeded her expectations. Although she had consumed healing elixirs, they would prove insufficient in such a short span. As she saw the dagger poised to launch, a bittersweet smile graced her lips. Was this how it would end? Resolutely, Lin Yurong rose, the peach blossom sacred sword piercing forward with an unyielding spirit. Even in death, she would take her opponent down with her. This was a battle to the death. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoyun, who had been protected by the two, grinned widely. What a perfect opportunity. The Qingqing avatar had no soul body and could withstand soul attacks unharmed. How could he let this chance to impress Lin Yurong slip by? With this thought, Xiaoyun dashed in front of Lin Yurong, shouting defiantly, "If I do not perish, you shall not harm her in the slightest." Xiaoyun. Lin Yurong stared at Xiaoyun's back, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. For some reason, this small figure seemed to grow infinitely larger in her mind at that moment. Seeing a mere child attempting to thwart him, the gaunt man let out a furious roar, launching the dagger. An ant shaking a tree, you shall die. To achieve his aim, Xiaoyun stood resolutely before the oncoming dagger, perfectly shielding Lin Yurong behind him. At that moment, Xiaoyun's fearless demeanor in the face of life and death utterly captivated Lin Yurong, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Clang, Xiaoyun thrust forth his sword, unleashing the full power of the great perfection sword technique imbued with sword intent. Soul-piercing strike, he shouted, a wave of unmatched sword light filled with terrifying momentum shot forth, aimed directly at the gaunt man's heart. Puff, the gaunt man's heart was instantly pierced. He could not fathom how a mere child at the 9th level of the Pill Opening realm had managed to transcend 2 major realms to slay him. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for killing one. Reward 100 villain points. Sensing the other's demise, Xiaoyun feigned soul damage, collapsing backward. Xiaoyun. Lin Yurong hurriedly caught him in her arms. At that moment, Sui unleashed his fury. Clang, the sharp sword intent filled the air, and the crimson scale dragon pattern sword suddenly radiated with divine light, unleashing a red sword chi that soared 5 zhang into the sky. Sword slashed through mountains and rivers. Sui shouted, the crimson sword chi cleaving down toward Xinjian and his accomplice. Both Xinjian and his ally unleashed their full strength, their overwhelming power colliding fiercely with the crimson sword chi. Boom, boom. Puff. Ultimately, exhausted from overexertion, Sui could not withstand the combined might of the two. At the moment the crimson sword chi shattered, he was sent flying, spitting blood. Yet, just as they were about to seize the opportunity to kill Sui, a delicate voice suddenly rang out through the air. Do not harm my master Su. Chapter 10. 3 shots in quick succession. In an instant, over a dozen figures pierced through the air, their overwhelming auras locking onto Xinjian, causing his expression to shift dramatically. The soul refinement experts of the Hahuan sect. Upon sensing the cultivation levels of the newcomers, even Xinjian, with his steadfast temperament, could not refrain from cursing vehemently. Without daring to delay even a moment, prioritizing his life, Shinjian and his companions made a swift decision to dash towards the mountain summit. The thought of the cave's restrictions being triggered left Shinjian in a state of frantic urgency. If the sole infant fruit he had painstakingly nurtured for several years were to be snatched away by someone else, he would have lost both his beloved and his troops. As Shinjian and the others departed, Xiaoyun's avatar awakened simultaneously, quietly lying in Lin Yorong's embrace, preparing to enjoy the unfolding drama. Su Langjun. In the void, Xiaohe noticed Sui continually spitting blood and hastily broke free from the elder beside her, leaping directly in front of him. Stifling the backlash from the ancient sword, Sui stared blankly at Xiaohe, puzzled as to why she had come such a distance to assist him, given that he had no ties with the Hahuan sect. Furthermore, when had he ever become her Langjuan? Just as Sui was about to voice his confusion, Xiaohe suddenly displayed a girlish shyness, charmingly stating, "Su Langjun, I am late, are you alright?" No. Sui glanced at Lin Yorong and immediately noticed the disappointment in her gaze, his heart racing in panic. "Yorong, let me explain." "You need not explain anything to me." Lin Yorong's indifferent demeanor was interrupted by a trace of a cold smile. She suddenly recalled what Xiaoyun had mentioned, that Sui had long since harbored affections for another. However, she had not anticipated that it would be the recognized beauty of the Tianhuang continent. No wonder Sui's heart had swayed. It was laughable that she had been willing to trust him. Faced with Lin Yorong's indifference and knowing that no explanation would suffice, Sui's fury erupted like a volcano within him. He fixed his gaze on Xiaohe. "Are we familiar with each other? How did I become your Langjuan? You must clarify this." Now it was Xiaohe's turn to be bewildered. She could not comprehend why Sui's demeanor had changed so rapidly. The elders of the Hahuan sect were equally at a loss for words. They had only been separated for half a day, and he had truly turned his back on her. With tears welling in her beautiful eyes, Xiaohe recalled all her sacrifices and could no longer hold back her emotions. "Su Langjun, you have taken advantage of me to the fullest, nearly giving yourself entirely to you. You promised me that after avenging my grievances, you would come to the Hahuan sect to marry me. How can you act this way?" Sui was utterly bewildered by her accusations. When did he ever take advantage of her? When did he ever agree to marry her? Yet, judging by Xiaohe's earnest demeanor, it appeared she was not feigning. What on earth was happening? Seeing Sui's dazed expression, Xiaoyun could no longer bear to watch. "No, I must tell Brother Su." Resolutely abandoning the warmth of soft arms, Xiaoyun stumbled to his feet and declared, "This young lady, Brother Su, is a disciple of the Qingqing Sword Immortal and harbors affection solely for Sister Yorong. How could he possibly have anything to do with you? Unless you have evidence, I have reason to suspect you are slandering him." Upon hearing this, Sui was overwhelmed with gratitude. He had not anticipated Xiaoyun would take the initiative to help him out of this predicament. This brother was indeed worth having. With Xiaoyun's support, Sui straightened his back and proclaimed, "Miss Xiaohe, you are slandering me. You must restore my honor, otherwise, my Qingcheng Mountain will not let this matter rest." "Slandering you? Restore your honor?" To even invoke Qingcheng Mountain as leverage against her, Xiaohe's heart shattered completely as she gazed despondently at Sui. "I will ask you one last time, do you truly not acknowledge it?" For reasons unknown, upon seeing Xiaohe's current state, Sui felt a sharp pang in his heart, as if he had lost something extraordinarily significant. Yet, he could not fathom what connection he had with Xiaohe, thus he coldly replied, "This is nothing but a figment of the imagination. What do I have to acknowledge?" Good. In despair, Xiaohe's face twisted with madness as she retrieved a recording stone from her storage ring and activated it. "This recording stone is the evidence. Open your eyes and behold." In the image, Sui knelt before the disheveled Xiaohe, bare-chested. "I, Sui, disciple of the Qingqing Sword Immortal, vow that in this life, I am in mutual affection with the Hahuan sect as Saintus, Xiaohe. For the rest of our lives, we shall love and respect one another, unwaveringly." Dread filled Sui as he staggered back 7 or 8 steps, overwhelmed by disbelief. Before the recording stone, he felt an insurmountable sense of helplessness. It was common knowledge that the images captured by the recording stone could not be fabricated. Now, even if he had 100 mouths, he could not explain himself, who was scheming against me from the shadows. Having cultivated in Qingqing Mountain for 5 years, he had seldom descended the mountain or interacted with others. He could not comprehend who he had offended to warrant such meticulous plotting against him. Xiaoyun patted Sui on the shoulder, gravely stating, "Brother Su, even with the recording stone as evidence, I believe you are not that kind of person. Someone must be impersonating you." "Yes." In his chaotic state of mind, Sui grasped onto this lifeline, hastily exclaiming, "Someone is impersonating me." The last flicker of hope within Xiaohe was extinguished by this statement. "Sui, you are truly ruthless. However, whether you acknowledge it or not is of no consequence. I will assume I was blind. The 50,000 spirit stones I gave you shall serve as a bounty reward, but you must return the heavenly silkworm armor to me. It is the only relic left to me by my master." Upon hearing this, before Sui could respond, Lin Yorong suddenly interjected coldly, "Sui, you have truly opened my eyes. Not only do you deceive in matters of the heart, but you also do not spare spirit stones and treasures." Puff. Sui could no longer contain himself. The moment his mental state wavered, the previously suppressed backlash erupted uncontrollably, causing him to vomit blood and faint. Thinking Sui was feigning death, Xiaohe collected the recording stone and despondently turned to leave. Observing their disciple being so maltreated, the elders of the Hahuan sect initially considered killing Sui in their rage, but upon recalling Qingcheng Mountain behind him, they could only suppress their murderous intent. "Humph. My Hahuan sect will undoubtedly seek an explanation from Qingcheng Mountain. After the Hahuan sect departed, Lin Yorong coldly regarded the unconscious Sui, her eyes completely replaced by indifference. Sister Yorong, please save Brother Su. Xiaoyun still felt sympathy for Sui. To save him, he must save himself. From this day forth, I no longer recognize this person. The thought of Sui's despicable face, which had deceived her feelings, made Lin Yorong wish she could draw her sword and slay him. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for successfully shattering the fateful bond between the epic-level Chosen One and the Chosen Maiden, allowing the Chosen One to successfully evade the bitter fruits of love. Task successful, reward 1 epic-level treasure chest. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for successfully turning the epic-level Chosen One against his confidant, allowing him to walk the path alone henceforth, reward 1 million villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for successfully orchestrating a scheme to harm the epic-level Chosen One, inflicting severe mental trauma upon him. Reward 500,000 villain points. Taikula, 3 shots in quick succession. Just as Xiaoyun was about to pluck the soul infant fruit, he was instantly elated upon receiving the system notification. If I pick this fruit, will the system grant me another chance to draw? Remembering Suyi's goodness, Xiaoyun decisively stored the soul infant fruit along with its tree in his personal space, intending to break through to the soul refinement realm before consuming it, believing it would yield better results. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for successfully seizing the immense opportunity of the epic-level Chosen One and Chosen Maiden. Reward 1 enhanced version of the draw opportunity. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for successfully seizing the immense opportunity of the epic-level Chosen One and Chosen Maiden, reward 2 million villain points. An enhanced version of the draw opportunity. How thrilling, Xiaoyun could hardly contain his excitement as he eagerly opened the draw panel. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for drawing, chapter 11 chewing and feeding me. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have drawn the ancient dual pupil. It turned out to be the dual pupil. Truly, this is an enhanced version of the lottery. As the system reward was credited, Xiaoyun's eyes underwent a peculiar transformation, his pupils splitting into 2, seemingly capable of seeing through all worldly illusions, imparting an air of mystique. The power of the dual pupil filled Xiaoyun with anticipation. However, at present, it possessed only the ability to pierce through deceptions. To acquire more abilities and divine powers would require prolonged nurturing and development. But first, let us see what treasures the epic-level chest holds. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have opened the epic-level chest and obtained the stellar plucking hand. The stellar plucking hand disregards spatial distances, allowing one to grasp treasures at will, capable of striking down foes from miles away. When cultivated to perfection, one could pluck stars and seize the moon with mere gestures. Wow, a divine skill. It allows for both cunning exploits and grand displays of power. This turn of events has indeed been tremendously rewarding. I must express my gratitude to Xinjian. Show that he is a man of gratitude. Before departing, Xiaoyun scattered the 10 or more exclusive secret formula powders concocted by Yuji throughout the cave, ensuring that Xinjian would experience an unparalleled joy upon his return. The mere thought of Xinjian's slender frame returning to the cave with his pudgy underling sent a shiver down Xiaoyun's spine. He vanished from his spot in an instant. Just as Xiaoyun departed, 2 figures swiftly raced towards the cave, reaching its entrance in mere flashes. The barriers have indeed been breached. Xinjian's face changed drastically as he dashed into the cave. Xinjian erupted in furious curses, trembling as he beheld the cave devoid of any trace. 7 years, he had sacrificed 7 years of effort, only to see it vanish like this. The thought of sewing garments for others while facing the boundless enmity of 2 peerless prodigies drove Xinjian to madness. Search for them. If any suspicious individuals are found, immediately. What are you doing? Xinjian turned to find the greasy underling approaching him with bloodshot eyes, akin to a lecherous man gazing upon a stunning beauty. Wait, this is the Hehuan powder. Ah, damn the Hehuan sect. Xinjian's expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, he felt utterly powerless, his consciousness beginning to spiral into chaos, strange and indescribable images flooding his mind. As Xinjian watched his underling lunge at him, he struggled to regain clarity and shouted, "Don't come any closer." Down the mountain, Xiaoyun, who had quietly swapped places with his clone, fatally heard Xinjian's furious roar and could not help but shudder. "Xiaoyun, are you alright?" Lin Yorong inquired with a face full of concern. Xiaoyun collapsed into Lin Yorong's embrace, burying his head between her towering peaks. So fragrant, so soft, so comfortable, you." Lin Yorong's face instantly flushed crimson, her embarrassment and anger flaring as she prepared to push Xiaoyun away, only to hear him weakly say, "Sister Yorong, I fear I may not last much longer." Upon hearing this, Lin Yorong's defenses shattered, and she instinctively tightened her embrace around Xiaoyun, terrified that if she let go, he would disappear. If it weren't for Xiaoyun blocking that strike for her, she would have been the one to perish. Especially recalling Xiaoyun's words, "If I do not die, do not harm her in the slightest," her heart began to race. One must admit, though this fellow may be small and sometimes a rogue, he exudes a sense of reliability, unlike that scoundrel Sui, who only deceives with false affections. Ding ding, you have deceived the epic-level Chosen Maiden's affections, earning 50,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have caused the Chosen Maiden's heart to race, earning another 50,000 villain points. Another 100,000 points credited. Xiaoyun felt elated, akin to an author receiving generous donations from readers. This won't do, I can act a bit longer. Relying on the powerful healing ability of the Hongmeng creation immortal art, Xiaoyun attempted to reverse the flow of his internal energy. The tumultuous energy caused his meridians to rupture, and his vitality plummeted in an instant. Sensing the change in Xiao Yun's condition, Lin Yurong panicked, fumbling to produce a healing pill to offer him. Xiao Yun, this is the 9 turns great restoration pill my master gave me. You must take it quickly, and I will heal you. Xiao Yun reluctantly lifted his head, weakly saying, Sister Yurong, don't waste the pill. To die in your embrace would be no regret, Xiao Yun. Lin Yurong's eyes brimmed with tears. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have deceived the chosen maiden's affections, moving her to tears, earning 50,000 villain points. She cried already. If it's this easy, Xiao Yun felt he could have Sister Yurong wrapped around his finger for a lifetime. Sister Yurong, don't cry, after all, I am but an orphan without kin to have met you, I am content to keep the pill for emergencies, and please live well for my sake. Upon hearing this, Lin Yurong could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face. No. I don't want you to die, you mustn't die. Lin Yurong grasped Xiao Yun's chin, attempting to force the 9 turns great restoration pill into his mouth. Xiao Yun gazed at her with vacant eyes. Why was Sister Yurong so oblivious? Isn't it customary for a lady to chew the pill before feeding it? Xiao Yun silently criticized in his heart, resolutely refusing to open his mouth. Lin Yurong, unaware of his thoughts, exclaimed, Why aren't you eating? Xiao Yun feebly replied, I want to eat, but I can't chew it, I can't swallow. Then, what shall we do? Simple, chew it, and feed me, huh? Lin Yurong's face turned beet red, hesitating for a moment before placing the 9 turns great restoration pill in her mouth, gently chewing, and then leaning her lips closer to Xiao Yun. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have compelled the chosen maiden to comply willingly, earning 100,000 villain points. Who compelled her? She took the initiative. I have never prided myself on being virtuous, aspiring to be a notorious rogue. When encountering a lady, I play the game of not initiating, not rejecting, and not taking responsibility, just enjoying without commitment. Seeing Lin Yurong fidgeting and clueless, Xiao Yun decided to take the initiative. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have stolen the initial kiss of the epic level chosen maiden, earning 100,000 villain points. Lin Yurong's delicate body trembled as if struck by lightning. Instinctively, she wanted to pull away, but then recalled that she was saving someone, so she tentatively extended her tongue to gradually transfer the medicine to Xiao Yun. So embarrassing, Lin Yurong shut her eyes, unable to bear looking at Xiao Yun. That moment, the unconscious Sui happened to awaken, and upon opening his eyes, he saw the intimate scene between the two. Sui opened his mouth, at a loss for words, and quietly rose to leave, dragging his injured body away. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have allowed the epic level chosen youth to witness his childhood sweetheart's first kiss being given to another, suffering a critical blow to his heart, earning 200,000 villain points. Brother Sui has awakened? Unsure how to face his good friend, Xiao Yun tightened his embrace around Sister Yurong's slender waist, deciding to impart all his kissing techniques from his past life to her. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have taken advantage of the epic level chosen maiden, earning 20,000 villain points. Lin Yurong sensed Xiao Yun's mischief and quickly wriggled free, her face flushed as she retorted, You focus on healing. I will protect you. Not satisfying, Xiao Yun smacked his lips, indicating he wasn't finished having fun. However, it was impossible to continue. The potency of the 9 turns great restoration pill exceeded his expectations, rapidly repairing his meridians and leaving a surge of immense energy in his dantian, making him feel as though he might burst. It was time to break through to a new realm. Xiao Yun sat cross-legged, while Lin Yurong also consumed her pill, adjusting her breathing to heal. Before long, a powerful aura rapidly approached the two. Chapter 12, Do Not Fear. Sister Yurong. Both individuals were taken aback, cautiously glancing towards the unexpected visitor. The newcomer was none other than Xinjian. However, at this moment, Xinjian sported a gaudy smoky eye makeup, exuding a pervasive aura of malevolence, resembling a malevolent spirit that had emerged from the depths of hell. What the hell? Has the wilting chrysanthemum led to madness? Upon hearing Xiao Yun's exclamation, Lin Yurong, utterly bewildered, inquired, What do you mean by wilting chrysanthemum? It's nothing. Xiao Yun genuinely struggled to articulate this intricate matter to her. Lin Yurong cast a discerning glance at Xiao Yun, her intuition suggesting that he was concealing something from her. However, now was not the time for inquiries. The possessed Xinjian was unwilling to squander words, charging directly at them. You focus on healing. I will hold him off. To avoid disturbing Xiao Yun, Lin Yurong engaged in a tactical retreat, luring Xinjian several dozen zhang away, as the battle rapidly escalated to a fever pitch. Xiao Yun was acutely aware that the situation was dire. Xinjian was already a 5th-tier martial artist of the Transcendence realm, and his power had only increased after succumbing to madness. Meanwhile, Lin Yurong had yet to fully recover from her previous injuries, placing her in a perilous predicament. This clearly calls for a hero to rescue the damsel. No, this is not a plot that a mere villain like me should possess. With a decade of experience as a bookworm, he knew that the chosen ones never adhered to reason. At the most critical moment for Lin Yurong, Sui would undoubtedly appear in a flamboyant manner to rescue her, thereby capturing her heart once again. No, I must hasten my breakthrough to thwart Sui's heroic rescue. Xiao Yun shifted his gaze inward, immersing his mind into his dantian. The breaking sea realm, a crucial stage in a martial artist's cultivation, involved opening the dantian to transform it into a sea of qi. The size of this sea determined the martial artist's foundational strength. The larger the sea, the more spiritual power it could contain, and thus, the greater the foundation. The residual potency of the 9 turns great pill was substantial. If fully refined, it could allow him to expand his chi to an unimaginable extent. Ding Ding the host is truly a country bumpkin, having a cheat yet refusing to utilize it, foolishly hoping to break through on his own. What the heck? Clarify your statements. Ding Ding host, you only need to spend 1 million villain points to purchase a Breaking C pill, and upon consumption, you will instantly break through to the Breaking C realm and acquire its unparalleled foundational strength. Is it really that simple? Will there be any side effects? According to the system's explanation, each significant breakthrough allowed for the purchase of corresponding pills, ensuring the most robust foundation. Additionally, for each minor breakthrough, a foundational pill could be acquired to solidify one's base. This indicated that as long as villain points were sufficient, his progress could be expedited without concern for instability. Seemingly perceiving Xiaoyun's thoughts, the system derisively remarked, "If you're going to cheat, have the awareness that comes with it. Don't act so naive, the pills produced by the system will never have side effects." How absurd, to be looked down upon. Xiaoyun decisively spent 1 million villain points to acquire a Breaking C pill. As the pill dissolved within him, his Dantian underwent a monumental transformation, expanding from a mere speck to a vast ocean, seemingly capable of containing boundless spiritual energy. The sensation of an instantaneous breakthrough was exhilarating. Gazing at his remaining 303,000 villain points, Xiaoyun felt akin to someone indulging in a pleasurable experience while watching an educational video, only to be ensnared in a quandary. A foundational pill for the Breaking C realm cost 300,000 points. To ascend to the 9th tier would require 2.9 million villain points, while a breakthrough pill for the Transcendence realm astonishingly demanded 2 million points. Considering the numerous realms ahead, Xiaoyun unmistakably sensed the system was ensnaring him. No, I must firmly attach myself to Sister Yurong, ideally keeping her in a nurturing environment to ensure a continuous source of villain points. Resolutely spending 300,000 villain points to exchange for a foundational pill to solidify his base, Xiaoyun then turned his gaze toward the battlefield. At that moment, Lin Yurong's aura was exceedingly chaotic, perilously close to being struck down in a single blow. Sister Yurong has reached her limit. Xiaoyun did not rush to intervene. For prudence, he sensed his surroundings and indeed detected Su Yi's presence. What the hell, the Chosen One is truly a scheming individual, intending to lurk in the shadows like a coward. I must embody justice and thwart him. To ensure success, Xiaoyun decisively spent 300,000 villain points to elevate his void step to the 3rd level. With each step covering 100 zhan, he became elusive as the wind. He was now one step closer to becoming the fastest man in the Tianhuan continent. With newfound swiftness, Xiaoyun resolved to bide his time, waiting for Su Yi to make his move, allowing him to both rescue the damsel and prevent Su Yi from flaunting his prowess, maximizing his villain point gains. Suddenly, Da Xinjian's malevolent energy surged violently, the oppressive aura causing the temperature of the air to plummet. Jed, perish. 5 devil's claws, seal the heavens and bind the earth. Xinjian erupted with a villain signature laughter, his malevolent energy surging forth, transforming into a terrifying claw aimed directly at Lin Yurong. Lin Yurong attempted to evade, but with her strength diminished to nearly nothing, she was utterly incapable of escaping. Must I truly unseal my power? As she beheld the claw closing in rapidly, Lin Yurong's gaze steeled, preparing to unleash her trump card. At that moment, 2 voices erupted in succession. Xinjian, halt this at once. Do not fear, Sister Yurong, I am here to save you. Having awaited Su Yi's move, Xiaoyun appeared beside Lin Yurong like a specter, encircling her delicate waist and vanishing from the spot in an instant. Ding Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the damsel, garnering the gratitude of the chosen maiden. Reward 50,000 villain points. Ding Ding, congratulations to the host for seizing the opportunity of the chosen one's heroic rescue. Reward 100,000 villain points. The rushing Su Yi was left utterly flabbergasted, genuinely taken aback by Xiaoyun's speed. However, this was not the time for hesitation. The malevolent claw was descending upon him. Let me show you my newly crafted sword technique. One sword breaking the void. Clang, a blade of unrivaled brilliance soared into the sky, its unmatched sharpness filling the entire expanse. In the next instant, the sword energy cascaded like the Milky Way, cleaving the malevolent claw in twain, sending Xinjian hurtling backward from the violent force. Impressive, such a formidable self-created divine sword technique. Xiaoyun inwardly mused that the Chosen One was indeed unreasonable. Despite sustaining such grave injuries, not only had he recovered swiftly, but he had also managed to create a divine sword technique. No, I cannot allow him to overshadow me. Supporting Lin Yurong's slender waist, Xiaoyun remarked with a hint of sarcasm, Brother Su certainly cares for you, arriving at once upon seeing you in danger. Do not mention him. Lin Yurong's eyes brimmed with disdain as she replied, I sensed his presence nearby long ago. His attempt to win my forgiveness through such theatrics is truly revolting. Ding Ding, congratulations to the host for tarnishing the Chosen One's reputation, leading the chosen maiden to harbor disdain for him. Reward 100,000 villain points. Another 100,000 villain points added to his tally. Xiaoyun felt elated, akin to a humble author receiving a modest tip from a reader. Xiaoyun, we must leave this place. With that, Lin Yurong succumbed to unconsciousness. Ah, this clearly requires healing. Based on a decade of experience as a seasoned reader, healing a beautiful woman necessitated the removal of her clothing. Xinjian had become powerful after succumbing to madness. This battle was left to Su Yi, while he sought a secluded spot to tend to Sister Yurong's injuries. Chapter 13 The healer's unbiased heart. Xiaoyun hastened through the mountain forest, carrying Lin Yurong on his back. Initially, the cave had seemed the ideal refuge, but upon recalling the sordid activities of Xinjian and that greasy rotund man within, he decisively shook his head. Perseverance yields rewards. Xiaoyun swiftly discovered a hidden stone cave nearby, perfectly suited for tending to injuries and seclusion. Inside the cave lay a clean, flat stone slab, upon which Xiaoyun, observing the delicate beauty of Sister Yurong, a pang of admiration struck Xiaoyun, who mused, truly, the hallmark of a dogged author, the fate of the chosen one is indeed brimming with both substance and allure, aligning perfectly with the aesthetic preferences of those LSP readers. While he verbalized his thoughts, his hands were not idle. Like a famished man catching sight of a fragrant bun after days without food, he hesitantly reached out, fearing he was dreaming. By the heavens, he exclaimed. This is indeed a bespoke creation of the chosen one. Xiaoyun's heart raced with exhilaration. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully outwitted the chosen daughter, gaining control over the epic chosen one's secrets, and are rewarded with 100,000 villain points. Who has outwitted her? Cursed system, refrain from misusing terms. I am not controlling her, I am merely attending to her wounds. As a gentleman of the Yu family, how could I be so easily slandered? MMM. Lin Yurong, who had been unconscious, let out a soft groan, her eyelashes fluttering before she opened her eyes. Upon noticing Xiaoyun's actions, her face flushed with indignation, nearly sending her into another faint. Ah, you. Unwilling to indulge her, Xiaoyun retorted sternly, what do you mean by keep your voice down? Can't you see I am earnestly tending to your injuries? Just as Lin Yurong was about to erupt in anger, she suddenly felt the warm flow of spiritual energy coursing through her body, replacing the pain in her injured area with a tingling sensation. Raising her delicate arm, she saw a gaping wound, approximately half a foot long, healing at a visible pace. How peculiar is his spiritual energy, it possesses such formidable healing capabilities. Lin Yurong's curiosity intensified towards the impish boy before her, an enigma that was utterly inscrutable yet fascinating. After a brief interval, all done, you may leave, I need to change. Lin Yurong, flustered and indignant, was eager to shoo Xiaoyun away now that her injury was somewhat mended. A healer must not shun their duty. Are you questioning the purity of a healer's heart? Moreover, Sister Yurong, you were injured protecting me, is it wrong for me to be grateful? Xiaoyun expressed his sorrow, questioning why he, a mere child, should be treated with such suspicion. Humph. Lin Yurong shot him a deadly glare, prompting Xiaoyun to reluctantly exit. After changing her attire, Lin Yurong emerged from the cave with a frosty demeanor. That little rascal dared to take advantage of me, even if he is young, even if he was aiding me, this matter is far from over. Seething with indignation, Lin Yurong suddenly seized Xiaoyun by the ear, exclaiming furiously, you little brat. My injury is clearly on my arm, and yet you, just wait until I squeeze the life out of you. Ah, it hurts. Xiaoyun grimaced, hastily explaining, Sister Yurong, you were injured while protecting me. How could I stand idly by and watch you suffer? My spiritual energy, while possessing remarkable healing properties, must be directed towards those specific acupoints for maximum effect. Is that truly so? Absolutely. Humph. I shall trust you this once, this matter is not to be disclosed to anyone. Utterly confidential. The scene shifted, Sui and Xinjian weaved through the forest, their violent energies causing trees to collapse in droves. Having just returned from healing, Xiaoyun and the others observed the one-sided battle with astonishment. They had only been gone for a little over a quarter of an hour, yet Sui had managed to thrust himself to the 9th level of the sea-breaking realm under immense pressure, relentlessly overpowering Xinjian. Xiaoyun pursed his lips. He had anticipated that the possessed Xinjian would at least inflict some damage upon Sui, helping him amass villain points, but it was evident that Xinjian was utterly ineffective. Xinjian, prepare to pay with your life. Upon seeing Lin Yurong's return, Sui's spirit soared as he unleashed a powerful strike, the sword's energy resembling a furious dragon, surging towards Xinjian with the intent to swiftly conclude the battle. Blood debts run deep, and I shall partake. Lin Yurong moved gracefully, akin to a celestial being, brandishing the peach blossom sacred sword as she advanced upon Xinjian. You dare seek vengeance in my presence? Do consider the implications of disregarding the dignity of a great villain. Xiaoyun decisively intervened, arriving at Xinjian's side in a flash, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Bang! Xinjian collided with a nearby boulder like a cannonball, creating a spiderweb of cracks upon impact before crashing heavily to the ground. The sudden turn of events left Sui and Lin Yurong momentarily stunned, as they witnessed their attack nearly strike Xiaoyun instead, compelling them to retract their strikes. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have forced the epic chosen son to withdraw his sword strike, suffering backlash and receiving 100,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have compelled the epic chosen daughter to withdraw her sword strike, suffering backlash and receiving 100,000 villain points. A double reward. Xiaoyun felt elated, affirming that he did not intervene merely for villain points. As a respectable gentleman of the Yu family, how could he bear to watch them bully a flower in distress? Xiao brother, what is the meaning of this? Sui questioned, for had it not been for Xiaoyun's intervention that sent Xinjian flying, he could have avenged himself, forcing Xinjian into hellish repentance. Lin Yurong too fixed her gaze upon Xiaoyun, seeking an explanation. Xiaoyun replied earnestly, Brother Su, Sister Yurong, as the legitimate heir of the Xianyang family, Xinjian orchestrated the massacre of villages and towns 5 years ago. He still lurks here, do you not suspect he is scheming for some grand treasure? Upon hearing Xiaoyun's words, Sui slowly retracted his sword, solemnly stating, Xiao brother speaks wisely, we must uncover the truth before allowing him to pay with his life, lest we fail to appease the thousands of souls lost in Lianshui town. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have led the epic chosen son astray, earning 100,000 villain points. Bah, who led him astray? The system is clearly slandering the virtuous. Judging by Sui's expression, he was not intent on appeasing the souls, but rather on preventing Bai Lian from coveting the grand treasure. Severely injured, Xinjian, overhearing their conversation, was consumed by rage. After 7 years of plotting, he had eradicated every village and town within 100 miles, only to have his fruits of labor snatched away and endure humiliation. Yet he could not fathom how the diminutive He Huan sect dared to act against him. At that moment, seeing Sui, he recalled the intimate address of the He Huan sect status, Xiaohi. So, it is all orchestrated by Sui. Without his instigation, the He Huan sect would not have the audacity to target him. The soul infant fruit might very well be in Sui's possession at this moment. He must bide his time until reinforcements arrive to reclaim the treasure. Having grasped the crux of the matter, Xinjian seethed with fury, exclaiming, I never imagined that a disciple of the esteemed Qingcheng Sword Immortal would engage in such despicable acts, colluding with the He Huan sect status to orchestrate the theft of the soul infant fruit I labored a decade to cultivate. Sui, you are truly deserving of death. Ah! Xiaoyun gasped in shock, realizing he must help Sui shoulder this unjust blame. Chapter 14 No one believes the truth. Did you massacre the village merely to procure the soul infant fruit? Xinjian, you despicable beast. At the thought of her parents being brutally slain, Lin Yoron's delicate form trembled as she prepared to draw her sword and cleave Xinjian into several pieces to vent her fury. Xiaoyun hastily restrained her, exclaiming, What are you thinking, Sister Yoron? If you kill Xinjian, who will bear the blame for this, we must compel him to clarify his statements. Release me! Lin Yoron cried out in distress. Observing her loss of composure, Xiaoyun quickly interjected, Sister Yoron, he is but a fish on the chopping block now, there is no need for concern and allow him to elucidate the matter before you take his life. With a righteous fervor, Xiaoyun turned to Xinjian, rebuking him, You shall not slander another. Not long ago, Miss Jiaohe of the He Huan sect had a falling out with Brother Su due to love turned to hatred. How could they possibly assist him in stealing the soul infant fruit? You must clear Brother Su's name today. Moved by Xiaoyun's unwavering support, Sui felt a swell of gratitude, convinced that this brother was truly dependable in times of trouble. He quickly explained, Indeed, my enmity with Miss Jiaohe arose from a tremendous misunderstanding. There is no way they would assist me. Oh, is that so? Xinjian retorted vehemently. Because you find yourself in dire straits, the saintess of the He Huan sect, Xiaohe, had no choice but to step in and aid you. In order to conceal your nefarious dealings, you feigned animosity towards her, only to later claim the soul infant fruit for yourself. With a grimace, Xinjian hissed, Am I mistaken? I am not. He lies. I know nothing. Sui vehemently denied Xinjian's accusations, but as he caught sight of a flicker of doubt in Lin Yoron's eyes, his heart sank. The situation had only worsened. How could he possibly explain this? Desperate, he turned to Xiaoyun for help. Xiaoyun remained steadfast, responding earnestly, Xinjian, the soul infant fruit is in my possession, it has nothing to do with Brother Su. Do not wrongfully accuse him. What a joke, do you possess the strength for such a feat? Xinjian dismissed Xiaoyun's claim outright, asserting that unless he had mastered a technique of duplication with sufficient power to breach the barriers he had established, it was impossible for a mere 13-year-old child to accomplish such a task. Seeing that Xiaoyun was still attempting to defend Sui, Lin Yorong tugged him closer. Xiaoyun, one can know a person's face but not their heart, you do not understand the treachery of the world. There is no need for further words. In these times, even the truth goes unheeded. Xiaoyun felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, casting a glance at Sui that conveyed his efforts. Sui, overwhelmed with gratitude for Xiaoyun's support, silently vowed that from this day forth, Xiaoyun would be his brother for life, willing to face any peril together. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have allowed the epic chosen one to bear the blame and suffer societal retribution, earning 100,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have achieved the title of the most hypocritical villain, successfully deceiving the epic chosen one of their truest emotions, earning 100,000 villain points. Who is being hypocritical? From the very beginning, I have stood behind Brother Sui, supporting him. The system should not presume that a reward of 200,000 villain points permits it to falsely accuse a good person. Xiaoyun addressed Sui, saying, Brother Su, if Xinjian is capable of such atrocities, what is there that he would not do? This is clearly slander. I shall forever believe in your character. Suddenly, without warning, Xiaoyun struck out, a beam of sword light piercing Xinjian's heart. Thud. To dare, kill me, I shall wait for you, below. Xinjian glared fiercely at Xiaoyun, his eyes filled with resentment as he collapsed to the ground. Sui, gripping the ancient sword, felt his murderous intent visibly transform into a haunting sorrow. What of killing you, to dare slander my brother Su, you have brought death upon yourself. As he spoke, Xiaoyun delivered 2 more strikes to ensure Xinjian was irrevocably dead before ceasing his assault. Hearing these words, the deep-seated resentment within Sui began to dissipate, replaced by overwhelming gratitude. A person of Xinjian's lineage, once dead, would surely have his family seeking vengeance. Xiaoyun's audacity in killing Xinjian for his sake showcased the bond of brotherhood. Ultimately, Xinjian was meant to be dealt with by Sui himself. Should the Xianyang family come seeking revenge, he would undoubtedly assist. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have slain an enemy, earning 100 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have prevented the epic chosen one from avenging themselves, obstructing their intentions, earning 100,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have thwarted the epic chosen maiden from exacting revenge, obstructing her intentions, earning 100,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have deceived the epic chosen one's feelings, leading them to develop thoughts of protecting the host, earning 50,000 villain points. Damn. Xiaoyun did not feel elated by the arrival of 250,000 villain points. Instead, he furrowed his brow in concern. This was careless. Xinjian's background was formidable. It was only natural that he would seek retribution for his death. Fortunately, the chosen one could serve as a shield. Understanding the critical nature of the situation, Xiaoyun retrieved a swana and began to play while scattering paper money, embodying the spirit that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, ensuring he earned those 10 villain points. Within the borders of the Outyan immortal kingdom, the Shenyang family head Xinjie, evading his wife, was secretly preparing to play cards with his 13th concubine when he had transformed from Xinjie into Shenmu, charging towards Xinxing. Before he could revert back to Xinjie, a sudden, urgent knocking at the door interrupted him. Fuming at the disruption of his leisure, Xinjie stormed out without donning his clothing, glaring at the family steward at the entrance. Lai Fu, you have one chance to speak. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Trembling before the enraged family head, Lai Fu knelt and stammered, Master, young Master Jian is dead. What? Xinjie seized Lai Fu, his eyes nearly bursting with rage as he demanded, who did this? Lai Fu quivered as he replied, young Master Jian was struck down in one blow. The life talisman only returned a vague image, making it impossible to clearly identify the assailant, but it was evident that the perpetrator was a youth. Useless. Xinjie kicked Lai Fu away, donned his garments in haste, and, suppressing the fury of having lost his beloved son, approached Lai Fu with a low growl. Who else knows about the shattering of Jian's life talisman? Lai Fu responded promptly, Master, I have already eliminated those who witnessed the shattering of young Master Jian's life talisman, and I have replaced it with a fake. Currently, only I am aware of this matter. Nodding, Xinjie remarked, you have managed this well. If the Xinxiong branch learns of this, they will undoubtedly exploit the opportunity to cause trouble, especially since that little wretch Shen Mao has long coveted the position of young master. Seeing Lai Fu hesitate to speak, Xinjie discerned his thoughts and handed him a special token along with 3 blood-red jade pendants. This time, we shall seek vengeance for Jian. The family's power should not be mobilized. These 3 blood-marked jades will allow us to trace the murderer. Take this token and find Huang Sha from the Huang Sha gang. Tell Huang Sha to capture him alive. Better to catch the wrong person than to let the real culprit escape. I shall personally avenge Jian, flaying him alive and grinding his bones to dust. Your subordinate obeys. Chapter 15 The Pursuit of Knowledge and Practice. The following evening, in the bustling city of Yunshan, the weary trio led by Xiaoyun finally arrived. Recent rumors of ancient sect relics emerging from the Lianyun mountain range had drawn various factions to the city, resulting in throngs of people that rendered the entire Yunshan city overcrowded. After much effort, they managed to find a secluded inn, where, due to the scarcity of available rooms, the 3 of them were compelled to share a single chamber. After a modest meal, they each settled into their respective cultivation practices. With time to spare, Xiaoyun began to practice his newly acquired technique, the star-plucking hand. Before long, an extraordinary aura enveloped him, and he found himself momentarily transported to a magnificent starry expanse. There, a towering figure stood amidst the river of stars, reaching out to traverse the limitless barriers of space, effortlessly drawing a colossal celestial body towards him, which he refined into a pill-sized orb as if plucking it from the air. Is he experiencing an epiphany? Lin Yorong and Sui were genuinely astonished by Xiaoyun's transformation. An epiphany was a rare opportunity for martial artists, one that even those with prodigious talents could seldom encounter. Throughout their acquaintance with Xiaoyun, both had harbored their own sense of pride. However, ever since meeting him, they felt as if they were rendered insignificant. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for making the epic-level chosen son lose confidence in his own talent. Reward 100,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for making the epic-level chosen daughter lose confidence in her own talent. Reward 100,000 villain points. Oblivious to the system notifications, Xiaoyun remained deeply engrossed in his training. When he finally emerged from his reverie, he noticed Lin Yorong meditating with her eyes closed, while Sui diligently polished his ancient swordboard. Xiaoyun decided to test his newly learned skill. As Confucius said, to learn and to constantly practice what you have learned. As a self-proclaimed gentleman of Confucianism, he felt it imperative to practice his new technique. With a flick of his mind, he instinctively reached out towards Lin Yorong, and in an instant, a delicately embroidered phoenix apron appeared in his hand. What is this? The fragrant aroma and delightful texture were undeniably captivating. Although it was his first encounter with a phoenix apron, Xiaoyun reassured himself that he was not the type to indulge in such frivolity. Nonetheless, concerned for his image as a Confucian gentleman, he swiftly stowed the apron away in his spatial pocket, feigning to be still in a state of enlightenment. Lin Yorong, who had been deeply immersed in her cultivation, suddenly clasped her chest in shock, her expression turning peculiar. What is happening? Had her intimate garments been suddenly stripped away? Who could be responsible? Scanning the room, she noted that the doors and windows were tightly shut, indicating no signs of an intruder. Clearly, it was not a case of theft, could it be? Immediately, her thoughts turned to Xiaoyun's previous indiscretions in the cave. She gazed at him, only to find him still lost in his profound understanding, with his spiritual energy fluctuating intensely, as if on the verge of a breakthrough. It was evident he was not the culprit, since Xiaoyun could be ruled out, and with only the three of them present in the room, that left Sui, who was busily pretending to polish his sword not far away. Fuming, she strode over to Sui. After 5 years, I never expected you to become so shameless, it's truly revolting. Sui looked up, perplexed by the anger etched on her face. Yorong, what on earth is wrong? Smack. Lin Yorong suddenly delivered a resounding slap to Sui's face. Return what you took from me. What are you playing at? I never imagined you to be such a despicable person. Sui was bewildered. When had he taken anything from her, he had merely been practicing with his sword as usual, and now he found himself on the receiving end of an inexplicable slap. Sister Yorong, what reason do you have to strike Su? Xiaoyun feigned ignorance as he awoke. Sui, equally incensed, added, Indeed, Yorong, while there may be misunderstandings between us, is it not excessive to humiliate me in this manner? And you dare speak of humiliation? Lin Yorong's fury surged anew, and she delivered another sharp slap to Sui. I'm excessive, how dare you say I'm excessive? Seeing Lin Yorong on the verge of losing control, Xiaoyun quickly intervened. Sister Yorong, let us not escalate this. Please explain what Su has taken from you. With a flushed face, Lin Yorong struggled to articulate her grievance, aware that revealing the matter of her apron would be utterly mortifying. In the end, she glared at Sui, her voice laden with anger. Get out, I don't want to see you. Stunned, Sui stood up and left without further ado. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully framing the epic level chosen son, leading to a significant misunderstanding with his destined companion. Reward 100,000 villain points. Only 100,000, how little regard they have for my brother Su. Xiaoyun felt that this paltry sum did not adequately represent the injustice Su had suffered, and thus he hurried after Sui. Brother Su. Allow me a moment. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Sui. What a jest it would be if he left now. How could he continue to reap rewards? Sui fixed his gaze upon him, asking, Xiao, do you doubt me as well? Brother Su, you are gravely mistaken. Xiaoyun offered a wry smile, speaking earnestly, I have faith in your character. You would never steal from Sister Yorong, this must be a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Sui felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. He had not anticipated Xiaoyun's unwavering trust. To have a brother like him was worth a lifetime. Xiaoyun clapped Sui on the shoulder, grinning. Brother Su, I have an excellent idea to help resolve this misunderstanding. Sui's interest peaked. Despite the various misunderstandings that had arisen, Lin Yorong remained the one he held dear. If he could clear the air, it would be most welcome. However, having lived on Qingcheng Mountain for so long and seldom interacting with the world, he was rather naïve regarding human affairs. Thus, he earnestly inquired, Xiao, pray tell me your brilliant plan. Feigning profundity, Xiaoyun replied, Brother Su, in our hometown, when a girl is unhappy, one must coax her, and the best way to do so is by presenting her with a gift. Sui nodded, finding this to be quite reasonable, but as a sword cultivator, aside from his clothes and sword, he possessed little of value. Surely, he could not offer his ancient sword as a gift. Realizing this, he displayed a sheepish expression. Xiao, to be candid, other than this ancient sword, I truly have nothing of worth to offer. Brother Su, you are mistaken. You and Sister Yorong have known each other since childhood, she would not covet your ancient sword. With an enigmatic smile, Xiaoyun continued, gifts for young ladies must be mysterious and romantic to convey your genuine feelings. With that, Xiaoyun reluctantly presented a beautifully crafted brocade box to Sui. Brother Su, this box was left to me by my mother to give to the woman I cherish. Today, I bestow it upon you for you to present to Sister Yorong. This, Sui hesitated. We are brothers, do not refuse. With that, Xiaoyun forcibly placed the brocade box into Sui's hands. Chapter 16 of the Master of Three Burial. Sui was momentarily taken aback, sensing something amiss, yet no matter how hard he racked his brains, he could not grasp the crux of the matter. When he beheld the reluctance on Xiaoyun's face towards the brocade box, he was suddenly overcome with a wave of emotion. Thus, he solemnly tucked the brocade box away and said, Brother Xiao, it is truly a blessing to know you. Xiaoyun patted his shoulder. Brother Su, allow me to stand by you through thick and thin. I, Xiaoyun, shall not shy away. Upon hearing these words, Sui was nearly moved to tears. He declared that from this moment forth, Xiaoyun was his sworn brother, and no one could alter that bond. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully deceived the emotions of the epic chosen one, earning his heartfelt friendship and a reward of 100,000 villain points. Another 100,000 points credited. Xiaoyun exclaimed that this was true love. With that, he threw an arm around Sui's shoulder, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Brother Su, if you've suffered any grievances, I shall take you to a delightful place where you will surely find joy and forget all your troubles. Before long, Xiaoyun led Sui to the largest brothel in Yunshan City, the Springfield Pavilion. As a notorious villain bringing the Chosen One to such an establishment, his aim was to lead him astray, otherwise, the Chosen One, with his usual demeanor, would undoubtedly strive to overcome his grievances, ultimately resolving the misunderstandings and winning the hearts of beautiful maidens. Moreover, if Miss Yurong were to discover their visit to the brothel, it would only add to the amusement. After all, what did a mere child understand? Wasn't he merely Sui, his elder brother, who had taken him out for some distraction? Brother Xiao, is it truly appropriate for us to be in such a place? Sui's face bore a hint of unease, yet his eyes were furtively drawn to the provocatively dressed maidens. Xiaoyun suppressed a chuckle. This fellow with thick brows and large eyes clearly desired to engage with those maidens, all while feigning an air of moral superiority. However, visiting a brothel was indeed a passive skill of the Chosen One. As a seasoned reader of novels, how could he be oblivious to this? Giving Sui a reassuring pat on the shoulder, Xiaoyun chuckled. Brother Su, I merely wish to accompany you to alleviate your grievances, rest assured, this is all for your benefit. As he spoke, he guided Sui into the establishment. Just as the two entered the spring pavilion, a man in an elegant room on the second floor suddenly felt a stir within him. He retrieved a blood-red jade pendant from his bosom, narrowing his eyes to examine it. The one who killed young, informed the gang leader of this news, and it shall be a great service. The man, disregarding the maiden waiting for him in bed, hastily donned his clothes and departed in a rush. In the grand hall, the matron of the spring-filled pavilion noticed the arrival of Xiaoyun and Sui and quickly approached with a broad smile. Ah, two fine young gentlemen, your appearance is truly remarkable, illuminating our humble establishment. As she spoke, the matron summoned a bevy of beautiful maidens to gather around. These lovely ladies are at your service. Whichever maiden you fancy, for merely 10 low-grade spirit stones, you may enjoy a night of pleasure. Upon seeing the duo's attire befitting wealthy scions, the maidens displayed various charms, eagerly approaching and interacting with them, almost as if they wished to smother the two with affection. Sui could hardly withstand such alluring advances, his face flushed a deep crimson. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for leading the epic Chosen One astray, earning 10,000 villain points. Upon hearing the system notification, Xiaoyun turned to Sui, who, despite feigning resistance, was clearly reveling in the attention. What a character you are, with your thick brows and large eyes. Just as Xiaoyun was about to introduce Sui to a couple of charming maidens, a voice resonated behind them. Amatba, this poor monk comes to seek some fortune. Xiaoyun turned to find a handsome monk with large ears standing at the entrance, draped in a red robe, exuding an otherworldly aura, resembling a high monk of great wisdom. However, the seemingly enlightened monk gazed at the maidens with eager eyes, as if he wished to devour them all. Ah, is this truly the manner of seeking fortune? This was beyond absurd. Xiaoyun scrutinized the monk, his mind racing with disbelief. It was surprising to see a figure who appeared to be a high monk resorting to such lewd endeavors, unwilling to part with even a scant amount of his wealth. Upon witnessing the monk's approach, the matron's expression darkened instantly, angrily rebuking him, began, do not hinder my business. Amatba. The large-eared monk replied nonchalantly, why refuse a humble servant of the Buddha when I merely seek to open the gates of charity? Good heavens! Xiaoyun was genuinely impressed by the audacity of this monk. How could he speak such words with such gravity? The matron, not wishing to entertain his nonsense, summoned several capable individuals who swiftly encircled the monk. Casting a glance at the encroaching figures, the monk remained unfazed, stating, since the benefactor does not comprehend the profound teachings of Mahayana Buddhism, I possess some knowledge of martial arts. As soon as the words left his lips, an overwhelming aura erupted from the monk. What a formidable fellow! He actually intends to force his way through. Judging by the aura, this large-eared monk was indeed a master, at least a practitioner of the Tao realm. Surely, today's encounter would not yield a loss. Kind master, please pause. Xiaoyun clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, addressing the monk, I perceive a connection between us. I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name, might you indulge me? The monk returned the gesture, replying, young benefactor is courteous, this humble monk's name is Sanzang. No wonder he seemed familiar. This monk, claiming to understand martial arts while professing to be a practitioner of Buddhism, was indeed the legendary Gatling Bodhisattva, whose methods were refreshingly unorthodox. Subsequently, he praised, burying the heavens, burying the earth, burying all sentient beings. Master, you are truly extraordinary. The master of 3 burials looked at him with astonishment. Young benefactor is aware of the origin of my name, it appears we are indeed fated to meet. Xiaoyun smiled, Master, your Buddhist teachings are profound. I feel as if I have known you for ages. Observing the exchange between the two, the matron was rendered speechless. Was this not blatant falsehood? Sui, standing nearby, was perplexed, for the monk had been fixated on the maidens, and he could not fathom how Xiaoyun deduced the monk's profound understanding. Unable to contain himself, he interjected, Brother Xiao, I have heard my master say that those who renounce the world adhere to the principle of emptiness, yet this master, Xiaoyun replied earnestly, Brother Su, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Master Sanzang embodies both form and emptiness, is there anything amiss? Upon hearing this, the master of 3 burials could not help but regard Xiaoyun with reverence, as though he had encountered a kindred spirit. However, reflecting on his current predicament, he let out a quiet sigh. Young benefactor is indeed a person of wisdom, yet I have once tread the muddy waters of the mundane world, losing my innocence in my youth. I have long since seen through the illusions of this world. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun's interest was piqued, and he inquired, Master, what experiences have led you to this realization? Too many to count, could you perhaps provide an example? I shall not. Chapter 17. Laughter like a goose's honk. A master is indeed a master. A single word from him outweighs 1,000 spoken phrases. With a smile, Xiaoyun proclaimed, "Today, I shall forge a benevolent connection with the master. All your expenses tonight shall be on my account." Ah, the young benefactor is most generous. Master San Zhang, a man of principles, responded with a respectful bow before he took two lovely ladies into a private room on the first floor. Xiaoyun tossed a piece of exquisite spiritual stone to the brothel keeper. Upon receiving it, her smile stretched from ear to ear. One piece of such a stone could be exchanged for 10,000 inferior spiritual stones, a treasure hard to come by. Realizing she had encountered a wealthy young lord, she quickly summoned a group of girls to escort the two into the private room beside the monk with the large ears. While Xiaoyun and his companions indulged in their luxurious surroundings, Lin Yurong, who was cultivating within the inn, furrowed her brow slightly, intrigued by a sound emanating from the wall. In the adjacent room, a man clad in black intently focused on the faint glow of a blood jade in his hand, addressing a burly figure with a grave tone. "Hall Master, the blood jade has sensed that the assassin responsible for the murder of young Master Shin is within Chunmanlu, but we cannot directly identify who it is. We must investigate further. What shall we do next?" The rugged man, with a fierce countenance and wielding a 9-ring broadsword, was none other than Huang Shan, the Hall Master of the Yellow Sand Gang, a warrior of the First Realm. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Chunmanlu is backed by the Lord's mansion. It would be unwise to storm in there. However, given the gravity of the family head's orders, I shall make arrangements at the Lord's mansion immediately. You, on the other hand, should send people to keep a close watch on Chunmanlu. Let no one escape." "Understood." The man in black quietly departed the inn. "It appears the Yellow Sand Gang from Xianyang City is here for the sake of Xinjian's demise." Lin Yorong's expression turned grave. Yet, upon realizing that the troublesome Xiaoyun was leisurely wandering a brothel at such a critical juncture, her anger flared, and she hastily gathered her belongings, heading straight for Chunmanlu. Meanwhile, Sui was being attended to by a bevy of charming ladies, appearing thoroughly indulged. Xiaoyun, observing his friend reveling in such merriment, chuckled, "Brother Su, we must frequent such establishments more often. This is true earthly delight." Sui raised his cup in acknowledgement, allowing the ladies to feed him grapes. Chuckling to himself, Xiaoyun approached the large-eared monk's private room, curious to hear how this enlightened figure was enjoying the company of two ladies. However, as he pressed his ear against the door, he was met with the melodious yet melancholic voices of the two ladies. "Master, this is just the beginning. Why do you wish to end it so soon?" "Indeed, master, shall we continue?" "Put." Xiaoyun couldn't contain himself, spitting out his drink. It seemed the enlightened monk was truly indulging in the pleasures of life. "Amit Ba. My dear ladies, it is evident that you are fated to cross paths with the Buddha. Next, I shall teach you the reverent gesture and recite the Dharma for you both. Tonight, we are indeed your fated ones. Master, you may do as you wish." "Good, good. Please, my dear ladies, come forth and, with sincerity and respect, join your palms together, bow your heads, and prostrate yourselves before me, so that your foreheads may touch the ground in homage." At this, Xiaoyun could no longer hold his composure. Indeed, a master knows how to play. Bang! The door to the private room was abruptly kicked open, revealing Lin Yurong, her face a mask of fury as she entered, immediately spotting Sui reveling with the ladies. You all." Caught in such a compromising situation by his childhood friend, Sui felt an overwhelming embarrassment, nearly wishing he could sink into the ground, the grape he had nearly swallowed tumbling from his mouth. The brothel keeper hurried inside, assessing the situation, and quickly addressed Sui, "I apologize for interrupting your enjoyment, but this young lady was beyond our control." Lin Yurong turned her icy gaze upon the brothel keeper. "This is none of your concern. Take your people and leave at once." Accustomed to such scandalous encounters, the brothel keeper dared not intervene further and quickly signaled the ladies to exit. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. Lin Yorong's eyes remained fixed on Sui, her expression shifting until it crystallized into a frigid indifference. She could hardly fathom that the once bright and warm boy she had known had transformed into someone so debauched and unworthy. After 5 years apart. First, he had stolen her undergarment, and now he was gallivanting through brothels with Xiaoyun, leading astray a mere boy of 10. Such recklessness shattered her worldview. In that moment, her disappointment in Sui was absolute. Were it not for their shared past, she would have drawn her sword to strike him down. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for corrupting the epic chosen one, catching him in a brothel with his childhood friend. Rewarded 50,000 villain points. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for leading the epic chosen one to a state of utter disappointment in him, leaving no room for redemption. Reward 1 lottery chance. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for inciting anger in the epic chosen female. Reward 10,000 villain points. Upon hearing the system notifications, Xiaoyun couldn't help but chuckle with glee. This was precisely how one should handle a chosen one. The exquisite spiritual stone he had spent tonight was indeed worth it. Securing a lottery chance so effortlessly was an unexpected delight. However, he pondered whether Lin Yurong, currently in a state of distress, might require some comfort. Perhaps not. The lottery was of utmost importance. With that in mind, he promptly called upon the system to commence the lottery. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host, you have drawn the Celestial Slave Seal technique. Practicing the Celestial Slave Seal technique allows one to condense the seal and implant it into another's soul without resistance, effectively enslaving them. Should the recipient ever harbor thoughts of rebellion or disobey the master's commands, their soul would suffer excruciating torment. The one possessing the celestial slave seal not only enhances their attributes but can also share 1/3 of the master's buff attributes, potentially amplifying their combat power to 5 times their original strength. As the destined great villain, acquiring a subordinate whose power could surge would certainly be the fabled transformation from black to strong, and white to weak. Xiaoyun glanced at the 2 epic chosen ones, contemplating whether to entice them into accepting a seal. If he could recruit such chosen ones as his subordinates, it would surely lead to a grand upheaval. Nevertheless, despite his contemplations, based on his decade-long experience as an avid reader, he firmly believed that when confronted with an unreasonable chosen one, even a success rate of 999 ultimately equated to failure. Given his character, shaped by 2 lifetimes, he resolutely refused to indulge in the folly of seeking instant gratification, opting instead for a more prudent approach. Thus, he approached Lin Yurong with a playful grin. Sui opened his mouth, sensing that Xiaoyun was betraying him, yet there was nothing in Xiaoyun's words that he could contest. Humph. Lin Yurong glared fiercely at Xiaoyun, seizing his arm as she turned to leave, succinctly informing him about the Yellow Sand Gang's pursuit of him. However, just as they reached the entrance, they were halted by 2 minions from the Yellow Sand Gang. Apologies, but we kindly ask that you do not leave Chunman Tower for the time being. Chapter 18. You are surrounded by me 2 henchmen. Perceiving the remarkable demeanor of the 2 individuals before them, akin to the scions of some formidable power, spoke with a veneer of politeness, refraining from any hasty offense. Instead, they lowered their postures further, stating, however, please rest assured, should we have inadvertently offended you, once our leader arrives, we will certainly make amends. Smack. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaoyun decisively delivered a resounding slap, sending the speaker sprawling. Impudence! To dare obstruct our path, you must truly be a long-lived old man seeking a noose. As he spoke, Xiaoyun delivered another kick, sending the other henchman crashing to the ground, then spat contemptuously, exuding an air of arrogance as he prepared to leave. At that moment, Sui, who had hurriedly straightened his attire, followed suit. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort resonated, prompting Xiaoyun to focus his gaze. A burly man approached, wielding a 9-ring broadsword, followed by over a dozen skilled members of the Huangsha gang. This young master possesses quite the prowess. Huang Shan's gaze was icy as he spoke coldly. Though this is not the territory of the Huangsha gang in Xianyang City, you presume to humiliate my disciples with such impunity and expect to leave without an explanation? What? Xiaoyun replied haughtily, my elder brother, Sui, is a disciple of the Qingqing Sword Immortal, and never has a blind cur dared to block his path. You desire an explanation. Let me be frank. This is how we conduct our affairs. With that, Xiaoyun patted Suyi's shoulder. Brother, you can deal with these insignificant henchmen. We shall take our leave first. Having said that, Xiaoyun seized Lin Yurong and made to depart, not forgetting to spit disdainfully as they left. Pa! What rubbish, just wait until my brother teaches you a lesson that even your mother won't recognize you. What the hell is going on? Sui exclaimed in bewilderment, still unclear of the situation when he realized Xiaoyun had thrown him under the bus. This infuriates me. Huang Shan's expression darkened, his fury nearly boiling over. Initially, upon hearing that a disciple of the Qingqing Sword Immortal was involved, he had adopted an attitude of avoidance, hoping to clarify matters before escalating. At most, he would clear the air and allow for a graceful exit, providing him a way to save face. However, the other party offered no courtesy, instead repeatedly provoking and humiliating him before his subordinates. If he continued to endure this, not only would he lose his dignity, but he would also jeopardize the face of the Xianyang family. His master would undoubtedly flay him alive. It's a misunderstanding. Unaware of the true circumstances, Sui, observing Huang Shan on the verge of exploding, thought to leverage the name of Xinjian to diffuse the tension, and hastily explained, in truth, I am a friend of your Jian Gongzi from Xianyang City. I even met him at Qiuming Mountain yesterday. Jian Gongzi? Qiuming Mountain. Huang Shan's lips curled into a sinister smile, characteristic of a villain. According to the gang leader's orders, Jian Gongzi had been murdered at Qiuming Mountain. Since this individual had appeared there and claimed to have met Jian Gongzi, even if he was not the one who had slain him, he was undoubtedly entangled in the affair. It seemed that fortune had favored him. Noticing the excitement in Huang Shan's eyes, Sui felt a sinking sensation in his heart, sensing that things were amiss. Logically, as the local tyrants of Xianyang City, the Huangsha gang should have sought to curry favor upon hearing the name of Jian Gongzi's friend, rather than displaying the demeanor of a lecherous old man encountering a maiden. Could it be they were here to avenge Xinjian? With this thought, a wave of dread washed over Sui. This one is mine. You take a few brothers and capture the other 2. Understood. Upon hearing Huang Shan's command, the disciples of the Huangsha gang took their orders to pursue Xiaoyun and the others. Boom! The overwhelming spiritual energy of the first level of the Dao realm surged as Huang Shan gripped the 9-ring broadsword tightly, his aura firmly locking onto Sui. Having heard of the esteemed title of the first prodigy of the sword path on the Tianhuan continent, he approached Sui, despite the latter being 2 realms lower, with utmost caution. Damn! The first level of the Dao realm, this is outrageous. Sui could not help but curse, feeling immense resentment toward Xiaoyun, having never encountered such a shameless traitor before. The Dao realm represented a critical juncture for martial artists. Upon reaching this realm, one sheds their mortal shell, harnessing the forces of heaven and earth to forge a foundation in their dantian, acquiring the ability to soar through the skies. Achieving this level signified a significant milestone in their cultivation journey. With his current 9th level of the sea-breaking realm, escaping was beyond his capabilities, yet, Huang Shan had no intention of granting Sui any opportunity. Raising his 9-ring broadsword high, he brought it down with the might of a mountain-splitting strike, a mountain-splitting blow. Though it was a rather ordinary technique in the hands of Huang Shan, a formidable practitioner of the Dao realm, its power was exponentially magnified. The terrifying momentum and unparalleled pressure bore down upon Sui before it even reached him, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Clang, Sui swiftly drew his sword, unleashing his ultimate technique. Heaven-splitting sword. A torrent of sword energy erupted skyward, akin to a volcano suddenly erupting, forcefully meeting the terrifying 9-ring broadsword. Bang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout the area, and a violent shockwave erupted like a raging sea, sending Sui reeling as he coughed up blood yet remained standing. What kind of monster is this? Huang Shan exclaimed in astonishment, though he had not underestimated his opponent. The true collision left him utterly astounded. A 9th level of the sea-breaking realm had withstood a casual strike from him and remained upright, a feat beyond his comprehension. It seems I must exert myself. Huang Shan summoned his spiritual energy, and the 9-ring broadsword erupted with a terrifying blade aura, extending several yards, its overwhelming and fierce presence surging forth. Under this pressure, Sui felt as though he were adrift in an ocean, on the verge of being engulfed by a towering wave. His pupils constricted, and his expression tightened. This strike's momentum is several times stronger than before. Must I resort to that technique again? Even if he were to employ that technique, he felt no assurance it would deter his opponent. Moreover, once he unleashed it, he would be left with no strength to retaliate, rendering him utterly vulnerable. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for sacrificing the chosen one, placing him in a dire predicament. Reward 100,000 villain points. Just as Xiaoyun had hastily fled the city, he received the system notification, shedding 2 tears of crocodile sorrow, confident that with Suyi's chosen one status, he would undoubtedly find a way to survive, buying them precious time to escape. At that moment, over a dozen disciples of the Huangsha gang had already caught up. Brat, you are surrounded, surrender at once to avoid suffering. Lin Yurong gripped the hilt of her sword, instantly prepared for battle. Don't panic, Yurong. I will handle them, Xiaoyun replied, his demeanor calm as he regarded the members of the Huangsha gang. 2 at the Transcendence Realm and 10 at the Sea-Breaking Realm, none of whom could cross realms in combat. Such a lineup would have compelled him to flee before his breakthrough. However, now armed with the formidable spiritual energy of the Sea-Breaking Realm, it was time to witness the true prowess of the Supreme Bone. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyun stepped forward, exuding an air of unassailable arrogance. You are surrounded by me. Will you not lay down your weapons and surrender? Chapter 19. The monk does not speak deceitfully. With hardly a hair on his body, he dared to confront over a dozen of them. He simply did not comprehend the gravity of the situation. Since he seeks his demise, let us oblige. With a commanding shout, the leader of the Transcendental Realm warriors ordered the charge towards Xiaoyun. This will surely lead to a fierce battle, Lin Yurong sighed, drawing her peach blossom sacred sword. She harbored little faith in Xiaoyun's ability to handle the current predicament and merely hoped he wouldn't hinder her efforts. However, just as she prepared to strike, she witnessed Xiaoyun raise his hand and press down toward the approaching dozen. In the next instant, a peculiar wave of spatial distortion rippled through the air. Subsequently, those who had surged forward froze in place, resembling wooden statues in their aggressive stances. Only 2 of the Transcendental Realm warriors displayed a change in expression, their faces betraying a mix of disbelief and horror. Damn it, why can't I move? Lin Yorong's rosy lips parted in shock, her chest heaving as her bright eyes brimmed with astonishment. This was indeed a manifestation of spatial divine abilities. Whoosh, whoosh, the void step activated, transforming Xiaoyun into a specter as he weaved effortlessly among the 12. In mere moments, just as the 2 leading warriors were on the verge of breaking free from their confinement, Xiaoyun's lethal sword light flashed past their throats. Dumbfounded, Lin Yurong watched as Xiaoyun adeptly collected the storage rings from the 12 and then produced a swana to commence a complete funeral service. She was utterly flabbergasted. My heavens! What manner of monster is this? At merely 13 years of age, he grasped sword intent, had devised divine-grade sword techniques, and possessed an unfathomable martial art, yet he also wielded formidable spatial abilities. What was left for others? Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 12 individuals, reward 1200 villain points. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for providing a complete funeral service for 12 individuals, reward 120 villain points. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for delivering a significant blow to the fabled chosen one, reward of 50,000 villain points. After his exertions, Xiaoyun felt as though he had battled his girlfriend for 10 days and nights in a previous life, utterly drained. He quickly began channeling the Hongmeng creation immortal technique to restore his spiritual energy. Although the spatial confinement ability of the Supreme Bone was terrifying, its consumption was equally staggering, nearly depleting the spiritual energy from his dantian in an instant. Fortunately, the effect was remarkable. From the recent encounter, he discerned that with his current strength, the Supreme Bone's spatial confinement could indeed affect ordinary Transcendental Realm warriors across realms. However, against a genius of the Transcendental Realm, it would likely only yield a brief impact on their actions. Nevertheless, even a fleeting disruption could alter the course of battle. I wonder how Brother Su is faring. He hasn't perished, has he? Xiaoyun gazed towards the city, silently anticipating the arrival of new villain points. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Huang Shan, who was still unaware that his entire gang had met their demise, he swung his 9-loop blade toward Sui, determined to defeat him in one decisive blow. Blood Dragon breaks the heavens. Sui unleashed his sword, summoning a massive blood-red dragon that roared forth. Boom, boom, with two resounding explosions, a torrent of violent spiritual energy surged forth, the terrifying shockwave shattered the bluestone floor within a 10-zhang radius, sending debris flying as if the apocalypse had descended. Poof! Sui violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his body propelled backward towards the private chamber of Master Sanzang in Chunman Tower. Bang! The intricately carved wooden wall shattered upon impact, and he collided with two young ladies who were listening to the teachings of Buddhism. Ah! The two ladies screamed, involuntarily becoming cushions for Sui as he struggled to rise. Only after he got to his feet did they scramble away to hide behind Master Sanzang, resembling frightened fawns trembling in fear. Moments later, Huang Shan entered, wielding his 9-loop blade, exuding an aura of terrifying malice. Amitbot Master Sanzang intoned a Buddhist chant, turning to the two ladies, "Fear not, dear benefactors. This monk shall protect you." With that, he slowly draped his robe over himself, once again assuming the appearance of a venerable monk, ready to confront the bloodthirsty Huang Shan. "Monk, if you wish to live, step aside." Huang Shan bellowed, his voice filled with fury, as though the 9-loop blade in his hand would unleash a deadly strike at any moment. The aura surrounding Master Sanzang surged, his advanced cultivation of the Dao realm causing Huang Shan's brow to furrow suddenly, making him hesitant to act recklessly. Then, Master Sanzang leisurely remarked, 10 premium spirit stones, and I shall step aside." "Are you certain?" Huang Shan raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. A monk does not speak deceitfully. Trusting the monk's seemingly enlightened demeanor, Huang Shan retrieved 10 premium spirit stones from his storage bag and tossed them to Master Sanzang. Upon receiving the stones, Master Sanzang indeed stepped aside. "Benefactor, please." Huang Shan thought to himself that this monk was rather principled, and his gaze immediately fixed upon Sui, the lamb awaiting slaughter. However, just as he took a step forward, an overwhelming aura of death enveloped him. Terrified, he turned to see Master Sanzang smiling as he unleashed a mighty Tathgata palm. A resplendent golden hand appeared before him in an instant. Crack! Ah! The sound of bones shattering echoed as Huang Shan, caught off guard, screamed in agony, spewing blood as he was sent flying from Chunman Tower. Whoosh! Master Sanzang transformed into a streak of red light, swiftly pursuing Huang Shan, who had fallen to the ground, and brought his large Buddha foot crashing down upon his chest. At that moment, Master Sanzang bore no resemblance to an enlightened monk, he appeared more like a street thug bullying an unsuspecting university student. "You damned bald donkey, how dare you betray your word? What utter baseness!" Tears streamed from Huang Shan's eyes, as he had never anticipated that Master Sanzang would not only go back on his word but also launch a treacherous attack. His hatred surged, nearly bursting from his chest, as his blood-red eyes fixed on Master Sanzang, wishing for nothing more than to devour him. "Benefactor, your words are misplaced. I accepted the spirit stones and cleared your path. That does not constitute a breach of faith. The reason I have struck against you is that you have disturbed my meditation and offended the Buddha, a sin that cannot be overlooked." Upon hearing this, Huang Shan spat blood once more, utterly infuriated by Master Sanzang's despicable actions. However, at this moment, he found himself at his enemy's mercy, and regardless of his hatred, he could only endure and seek revenge another day. Thus, suppressing his agony, he replied, "It was my fault to disturb the Master's meditation. I implore you, Master, to show mercy, and I shall reward you handsomely." "Benefactor, your words are misplaced." Master Sanzang shook his head, saying, "I have always believed in uprooting threats, leaving no seeds of future trouble." "No, no, no. Please don't." Huang Shan, sensing the murderous intent in Master Sanzang's eyes, panicked and quickly pleaded, "If you spare me, I will do everything in my power to fulfill any request of yours." Master Sanzang smiled benignly, "You remain unaware, benefactor. My name is Sanzang, I bury the heavens, the earth, and all living beings. And so, I kindly ask you to meet your end." Chapter 20. This is a place of great misfortune. As the words fell, a resplendent golden fist suddenly descended upon the wide-eyed Huang Shan. Bang! With a tremendous roar, debris flew in all directions, leaving behind a deep pit half a zhang wide, as Huang Shan's chest caved in, lifeless beyond all hope. Subsequently, Master Sanzang collected his storage ring, finally turning his gaze towards the surroundings. After a series of battles, countless spectators had already gathered near Chunman Lu, and at that moment, no one dared to meet Master Sanzang's gaze, fearful that this monk might, with a smile, invite them to their demise. At that instant, a brilliant purple light erupted from deep within the Lianyun mountain range, dyeing the night sky purple for 100 miles around. "This is, the ancient sect's ruins have appeared." The crowd gasped in astonishment and quickly surged toward the Lianyun mountain range, anxious to arrive before others seized the opportunity. Master Sanzang cast a keen glance in the direction of the Lianyun mountain range, then soared into the sky, disappearing into the depths of the night. After his departure, a member of the Huangsha gang hidden among the crowd took out a communication jade, conveying the events to the gang leader. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun and Lin Yorong arrived within 100 meters of the ancient sect's ruins, hidden among the trees. At this moment, the entrance to the ruins was already filled with young martial artists from various forces, but since the ancient sect's ruins had only just manifested, the entrance had yet to officially open, leaving everyone in silent anticipation. "Sister Yorong, it seems that most of those present are young warriors of the Transcendence realm. Is there some restriction on entering the ruins?" Xiaoyun inquired. Puzzled, Lin Yurong explained, the ancient sect's ruins have evolved over 10,000 years, making the space extremely unstable and unable to withstand the power of those above the Transcendence Realm. Thus, only the geniuses of the various forces who are in the Transcendence Realm come here. Regarding the origins of the ancient sect's ruins, Lin Yurong shared everything she knew with Xiaoyun. In ancient times, the Tianhuan continent was home to 5 major cultivation factions: a martial, Taoist, Buddhist, Confucian, and demon, each excelling in their own right. Additionally, the demon clan occupied the entire southern region, standing against humanity. During that era, the Tianhuan continent was prosperous, with sects flourishing, and many cultivators ascended to higher realms. However, 10,000 years ago, powerful beings from the 3 great celestial nations descended with iron-fisted brutality, annihilating 2/3 of the sects and traditions on the Tianhuan continent, establishing the Outyan Immortal Academy in the central region, the Taichu Immortal Academy in the southern region, and the Qingsheng Immortal Academy in the western region, continuously supplying talents to the upper realm. In the face of the bloody slaughter by the 3 great academies, many top sects, determined to preserve their legacies, united their might, risking their lives to glimpse a sliver of hope. They used great supernatural powers to open small worlds, sealing their sect's teachings for future generations of young geniuses to inherit, ensuring continuity. It was not until 1,000 years ago, when the laws of heaven and earth underwent a dramatic transformation, and the passage between realms collapsed, that the 3 great celestial nations could no longer send powerful beings to the lower realm, leading to a millennium later, the flames of various traditions were rekindled, giving rise to a batch of formidable warriors, gradually breaking the 3-way dominance of the 3 great academies and diminishing their previously absolute control. Consequently, whenever the ancient sect ruins opened, the 3 great academies would dispatch their most elite Transcendence Realm disciples to compete for the greatest opportunities, intending to suppress other forces through this means. Upon learning of the existence of the 3 great academies, an inexplicable emotion surged within Xiaoyun. The original owner of this body had been the young master of the Outyan Immortal Academy in the upper realm, who had fallen to the lower realm after the royal family annihilated his clan. Now, knowing that the Outyan Immortal Academy had a presence on the Tianhuan continent, an instinctive hostility welled up within him. He harbored a premonition that he and the Outyan Immortal Academy were destined to be like fire and water. Sister Yurong, apart from the 3 great academies, which forces are the most powerful? Xiaoyun asked. Lin Yurong replied, over the past 1,000 years, with the emergence of the ancient sect ruins, forces such as Qingsheng Mountain, Yaosan Valley, the Xianyang clan, the Ji clan, and including my own Xianyu Valley have risen strongly. Though their foundations may not match those of the 3 great academies, their strength is formidable. Xiaoyun inquired further, where does the Outyan Immortal Academy rank among the 3 great academies? Lin Yurong explained, among the 3 academies, the Outyan Immortal Academy is the strongest. In recent years, they have allied closely with the Xianyang clan, further enhancing their power. No sooner had she finished speaking than 3 massive flying vessels descended nearby, each carrying no less than 40 to 50 figures. The 3 great academies have arrived. Upon hearing Lin Yurong's words, Xiaoyun focused his gaze, noting that among the young men and women from the 3 great academies, most were warriors of the Transcendence Realm, with only about 30 individuals below that level, the majority just a step away from Transcendence. As Xiaoyun scrutinized the members of the 3 great academies, a small flying vessel gently landed, and over 30 young martial artists disembarked, their presence rivaling that of the talented youths from the 3 great academies. Those are members of the Xianyang clan. Upon seeing the banner on the vessel, Xiaoyun's brow furrowed. Previously, having pierced Xinjian with a sword, and considering Xinjian's dying words in the events in Yunshan City, he knew that the blood-marking jade of the Xianyang clan could track him. However, it appeared that these members of the Xianyang clan were not carrying the blood-marking jade and had not noticed him. Lin Yurong observed the scene and whispered, Xiaoyun, the entrance to the ancient sect ruins opens randomly. Once inside, be cautious. If you encounter those geniuses from the Xianyang clan, do your utmost to avoid them. As she spoke, Lin Yurong handed Xiaoyun a jade pendant, adding, the ruins are about to open, and my sect will be arriving shortly. If you encounter disciples from the Xianyu Valley within the ruins, present this pendant, and they will ensure your safety. As Xiaoyun stowed the pendant, a wave of ancient and profound energy surged forth from the ancient sect ruins. With the entrance now open, several nearby young martial artists from smaller sects rushed forward, eager to seize the treasures within. However, barely had they taken a few steps when a resounding shout suddenly echoed through the void. Impudent! A middle-aged man aboard one of the Outyan Immortal Academy's vessels extended his hand, striking down with a colossal hand of condensed spiritual energy towards the group. Boom! The young warriors from the smaller sects barely had time for a scream before they were obliterated into a cloud of blood. If there are still those who do not understand the rules, this shall be your fate. Hearing the middle-aged man's warning, many eager forces drew in a sharp breath, hastily instructing their disciples to remain calm. Watching as the disciples from the top-tier forces began to disappear into the ruins entrance, the disciples from other forces finally moved. At that moment, Xiaoyun suddenly spotted Su Yi and a group of young sword cultivators hastily approaching and directly rushing into the ruins. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Yurong, feeling a growing sense of caution. Based on his decade of experience as a bookworm, he knew that when the Chosen One saw treasures within the ruins, the more people entered, the greater the likelihood of numerous casualties. Moreover, this was the convergence of 2 protagonists auras. It was clear that very few would emerge alive from this ordeal. From my observations, this is indeed a place of great misfortune. You can read feng shui? Lin Yurong asked, somewhat intrigued. Do you not believe me? Xiaoyun fixed his gaze upon Lin Yurong, speaking with conviction. This is undoubtedly a place of great misfortune. Chapter 21. What a coincidence, I believe you are merely spouting nonsense. Lin Yuron, disinterested in his prattle, swiftly darted into the entrance of the ruins. Xiao Yun was about to follow her when suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. A radiant light flickered beneath his feet, prompting him to instinctively leap aside. Whoosh, an arrow whizzed past him, embedding itself into a nearby boulder. What immense power! Xiao Yun gasped, realizing that had he been a fraction slower, the arrow would have pierced his chest, leaving him gravely injured, if not dead. Furious, he turned back to see a group of yellow sand gang members, led by a striking woman in a green robe, wielding a dark gold longbow. Her aura was comparable to that of a grandmaster of the three burials. To evade that shot is quite impressive, she remarked, knocking another arrow to her bowstring. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Xiao Yun dared not linger, activating his void-breaking steps to their utmost limit as he dashed into the ruins. Quick to flee, are we? The green-robed woman scoffed, instructing the young man beside her. Penger, once inside the ruins, gather everyone before making a move. We must capture this boy alive, or else our yellow sand gang shall incur the wrath of that individual. I shall not let you down, mother. After a dizzying whirlwind, Xiao Yun found himself within the ruins, greeted by a breathtaking sight. Azure skies, fluffy clouds, and verdant mountains, resembling a celestial paradise. Is this the miniature world created by a saintly power? Xiao Yun was astounded, unable to fathom the sheer might required to forge such an expansive realm. He stood atop a gentle hill, surrounded by towering ancient trees, the tranquil sounds of birdsong creating an atmosphere of peace. Hiss, it's so cold. A wave of icy air enveloped him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Almost immediately, a wave of scorching heat rushed toward him, leaving him feeling as though he were in a sauna. The alternating sensations of cold and heat were peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yun followed the source of the contrasting energies and soon arrived at the center of the hill, where he beheld a strange pool of ice and fire coexisting. To think there exists an ice-fire yin-yang pool here. According to the memories of the original owner of his body, the ice-fire yin-yang pool was fashioned from 9 profound ice and true yang fire jade, enhanced by formations. The water within was pure spirit liquid, a rarity indeed. In the upper realms, many factions cultivated ice-fire yin-yang pools specifically for their most promising disciples to refine their bodies. He never expected to encounter such a treasure in the lower realms, which took him by surprise. Opportunities to temper one's physique were not to be missed. Xiao Yun approached the ice-fire yin-yang pool, hastily shedding his garments to prevent them from being torn apart by the energies within, and leaped into the pool. As he splashed into the water, a figure as white as jade came into view. Even though Xiao Yun had become quite familiar with her, the sight still sent his blood racing. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have witnessed the bathing of the epic tier chosen one's confidant, rewarding you with 50,000 villain points. Who was spying on her bath? Isn't this slanderous? Xiao Yun dismissed the system's chatter and focused intently on the scene before him, resolutely seizing this unexpected opportunity. Indeed, the alluring figure in the pool was none other than Xiao He from the Hahuan sect. Xiao He, noticing the unwelcome guest, felt a surge of embarrassment and anger, retaliating with a swift strike. Unfazed, Xiao Yun mirrored her move, dispersing the force of her attack. Boom, the spirit liquid in the ice-fire yin-yang pool surged wildly. After their clash, both emerged from the water's depths. What a coincidence! Xiao Yun greeted with a smile, exhibiting no semblance of shame, his gaze unabashedly lingering on her enticing form. Seeing Xiao Yun's unabashed gaze, Xiao He was incensed. Having just been thwarted so easily, she realized that his strength far surpassed the first level of the sea-opening realm. Otherwise, she would have relished the opportunity to gouge his eyes out. Frustratingly, the anomalous energies in the pool would shred her garments, leaving her exposed before him. This scene, my word, wasn't this tantamount to inviting crime? However, adhering to the principle of first impressions, Xiao Yun spoke up first. Miss Xiao He, I am a man of integrity, acting with utmost propriety and honor. I would never dream of peeping at you. Of course, if you feel it is unfair, you are welcome to return the favor. I wouldn't mind. Really, was that even a reasonable statement? Xiao He found herself momentarily at a loss for words. To accuse him of peeping while he brazenly gazed at her was utterly absurd. She longed to leave immediately, yet the chance to refine her physique was too rare to pass up. Upon reconsideration, having already been seen, she couldn't simply walk away without a second thought. Thus, Xiao He decided to forego further discussion, turning away to submerge herself once more in the pool, continuing her physical refinement. Reluctantly, Xiao Yun withdrew his gaze and submerged himself, commencing the operation of the Hongmeng creation immortal technique, quickly channeling the energies of ice and fire to refine his body. The alternating energies relentlessly ravaged his physique, while the spirit liquid rapidly mended the damage, creating a continuous cycle that fortified every inch of his flesh. As the refinement intensified, Xiao Yun distinctly felt his physical strength surging rapidly, nearing the peak of the transcendence realm in just an hour. However, with the enhancement of his physique, the consumption of the spirit liquid from the ice-fire yin-yang pool also escalated, though fortunately, there was ample supply. Seizing this opportunity, I must elevate my physical strength to the pinnacle of the transcendence realm. Resolute in his decision, Xiao Yun exerted all his energy to operate the Hongmeng creation immortal technique, drawing together all the energies within the ice-fire yin-yang pool. His body acted like a funnel, devouring every bit of gathered energy. Sensing the rapid depletion of energy, Xiao He couldn't help but glance back. Who exactly is this person? The cultivation technique he practices is truly extraordinary. Aware that she could not compete with Xiao Yun, she too devoted herself to her technique, striving to seize the surrounding energy. After a considerable period, the spirit liquid within the ice-fire yin-yang pool was entirely consumed by the two, and Xiaoyun successfully broke through to the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm. Not only that, but he unexpectedly advanced to the 2nd level of the Sea Opening Realm, spending 300,000 villain points. Xiaoyun exchanged for a foundational pill of the Sea Opening Realm. Upon ingesting the pill, his foundation solidified. Quite a remarkable harvest. Satisfied, Xiaoyun exited the ice-fire yin-yang pool. Upon leaving, Xiaoyi quickly donned a set of clothing, fixing a glare at Xiaoyun. She never imagined that one day she would be seen in such a manner by a mere child. Even with her Hahuan sect background, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After a moment of silence, Xiaoyi was the first to speak. May I ask how this young master is addressed? Just call me Xiaoyun. Having observed him earlier, Xiaoyi sensed that although Xiaoyun was somewhat brazen, he was not of poor character and possessed strength surpassing her own, making him a potentially valuable ally. Though uncertain of his connection to that unfaithful man, her intuition told her that he was a figure worth aligning with. Consequently, she suppressed her indignation, offering a gentle smile as she said, "Young Master Xiao, given the mixed nature of the ancient sect ruins, shall we travel together for mutual protection?" Xiaoyun, of course, would not decline her proposition. Having her by his side would indeed provide a splendid source of villain points, thus, he smiled in agreement. "Very well, if we journey together, I shall treat Miss Xiaohe to some chicken." Chapter 22. You truly are a bad brother. The two descended the mountain together. Clang, clang, clang. Not long after they began their descent, they heard the distant sounds of clashing weapons. It was evident that a fierce struggle for the ancient sect's treasures was underway. Soon, they stealthily approached an ancient temple. Drawn by the cacophony, they leaped onto a large tree adjacent to the temple, concealing themselves among the thick foliage, preparing to assess the situation. At that moment, within the courtyard of the ancient temple, a strikingly beautiful girl in a pink dress was besieged by 3 young men and women. All 4 possessed commendable cultivation. The girl, Zhang Ziyue, was at the 9th level of the Sea Opening Realm, while the other 3 comprised 1 at the 3rd level of the Transformation Realm and 2 at the 2nd level. Judging by their attire, it was clear that Zhang Ziyue was a talented disciple of the Taichu Academy, while the other 3 hailed from the Xianyang family. Although the pink-dressed girl was adorned with numerous treasures, her youth and comparatively lower cultivation level rendered her inexperienced in actual combat, a delicate flower unaccustomed to the ravages of the tempest. Under the relentless assault of the 3 Transformation Realm warriors, she found herself in grave peril. "Zhang Ziyue, this place was discovered by us. If you remain oblivious to the situation, we shall show no mercy." "Humph. I simply find your Xianyang family displeasing. Unleash whatever means you possess. Do you truly think I fear you?" No sooner had she spoken than Zhang Ziyue produced a formation plate, deftly forming seals with her delicate fingers, channeling her spiritual energy into the plate. In the next instant, the formation plate erupted with brilliance, and a sword formation materialized, unleashing a torrent of fearsome sword beams akin to a meteor shower upon the Xianyang family members. "The 9ly sword formation, is it? Let us see how long you can maintain it," scoffed the leading woman of the Xianyang family, swiftly producing a wooden talisman. Activating it, she conjured a defensive light barrier that effortlessly deflected the onslaught of sword light. Though the 9ly sword formation was formidable, it required a substantial amount of spiritual energy to sustain its operation. As long as the 3 could endure until Zhang Ziyue exhausted her strength, victory would be easily within their grasp. Observing the stalemate in combat, Xiaoyun shifted his gaze to the immense alchemical furnace within the temple, soon discovering a precious dan within it, sealed away. "This dan is fated to be mine." He reached out, and the dan instantaneously flew into his grasp. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Xiaoyi's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she whispered, How did you accomplish that?" "That's a secret," Xiaoyun replied with a mysterious smile, showing no intent to elaborate, swiftly stowing the dan away. Just then, one of the Xianyang family members suddenly exclaimed, "Damn it, the dan is gone!" At this, Zhang Ziyue retracted her sword formation and glanced at the furnace, a glimmer of schadenfreude in her expression. The Xianyang family members, too, momentarily ceased their assault, united in their fury. "Who did this?" they shouted, seething with rage. After battling for so long, they had not even had the chance to lay hands on the dan before it vanished. Such indignation was unbearable. The group quickly scoured every nook and cranny of the temple, intent on unearthing the elusive culprit hiding in the shadows. Failing to locate their quarry, their gaze turned towards the large tree where Xiaoyun and Xiaohe concealed themselves, soon sensing their presence. "Who goes there? Come down at once!" The leading woman of the Xianyang family erupted, unleashing a dazzling sword light with great force. "Goodness, we've been discovered." Sensing the imminent threat from the sword light, Xiaoyun did not dare to be complacent. He wrapped his arm around Xiaohe's slender waist, swiftly leaping from the tree and landing gracefully on the ground. The members of the Xianyang family quickly encircled the two. Upon seeing their cultivation levels, disappointment washed over their faces. They could hardly believe that 2 mere Sea Opening Realm novices could have pilfered the dan right under their noses. However, with their rage over the vanishing dan unspent, and recognizing that Zhang Ziyue was a formidable opponent, they resolved that dealing with these 2 Sea Opening Realm novices would be a trivial task. Realizing their intentions to kill and seize treasures, Xiaoyun understood that he was not to be trifled with at his current strength. Yet, the thought of the unreasonable chosen one lurking nearby made him wary. In this vast small world, locating Sui and Lin Yurong would not be an easy feat. Thus, he saw an opportunity to use them to convey some information, facilitating his search for the 2 and allowing him to position himself against the chosen one for the chance at seizing their fortune. "What do you intend to do?" Xiao Yun feigned panic, his voice stern. My half-brother Sui is a disciple of the Qingqing Sword Immortal, and he has already located the site of the Inheritance Hall. Furthermore, the saintess of the Xianyu Valley, Lin Yurong, is my childhood friend and has also found a sealed spiritual herb garden. Should you dare to harm me, they will not let you go. The Inheritance Hall? The sealed herb garden? The three members of the Xianyang family exchanged glances, disregarding Xiao Yun's threats. They were all too familiar with the ancient sect's ruins, and among its most treasured locations were the Inheritance Hall and the spiritual herb garden. The hall housed most of the techniques, weapons, dan, and various treasures, while the herb garden offered rare millennia-old spiritual herbs, with the chance of encountering miraculous fruits of extraordinary efficacy. It was said that the reason the Xianyu master could rival true saints in the saint realm was due to acquiring a mysterious spiritual fruit in the ancient sect ruins. While they could not ascertain the truth of Xiao Yun's words, the significance of the Inheritance Hall and the herb garden was too great to dismiss. Better to believe it than not. They needed to relay this information to their family and mobilize all forces to locate Sui and Lin Yurong. Consider yourselves fortunate. The trio coldly snorted before vanishing in a flash. Xiao Yun, you are such a bad brother. Though Sui may be a heartless scoundrel, Lin Yurong has treated you well. Doesn't your conscience ache for betraying them like this? Xiaohui rolled her eyes in exasperation. On their journey, she had learned about the relationships among Xiao Yun, Sui, and Lin Yurong. Now, witnessing how effortlessly Xiao Yun sold them out, she was utterly speechless. Indeed, my aunt was right, men are all despicable creatures. Beside them, Jiang Ziyue, through Xiao He's words, began to suspect that Xiao Yun was unjustly maligning others, creating enmity, and that the Inheritance Hall and herb garden were mere fabrications. Yet, she recalled her aunt mentioning that men possess certain admirable qualities. What could that be? Xiao Yun's gaze landed on the proud little girl, marveling at her potential beauty that would rival that of Xiao He in the future. Perhaps she was destined to be another chosen one. With this thought, he felt invigorated and remarked with a grin, "Hey, beautiful, you're mistaken." "How am I mistaken? You betray your own brother and sister." "Am I wrong?" Jiang Ziyue was taken aback that he dared to counter her. "If you don't understand, then refrain from speaking. One cannot see the rainbow without weathering the storm. I am merely aiding them in their growth." "Humph. You read just a little brat, what do you know about growth? How can you say that I don't understand?" Xiao Yun replied earnestly, "The essence of growth is that when young, girls like dolls, and boys prefer toy cars. As they mature, girls come to enjoy toy cars, while boys find themselves drawn to dolls." Chapter 23, The Strength of This Wicked Being. What nonsensical drivel! Jiang Ziyue, who had not undergone 9 years of compulsory education, could not comprehend a word of what Xiao Yun was saying. However, guided by her intuition, she sensed that his words were quite improper. This reminded her of her aunt's words, "Men are detestable when they are serious, and equally so when they are frivolous. Since they are detestable, it is best to keep a distance. I am leaving, I do not wish to see you again, umph." With that parting remark, Jiang Ziyue darted away like a little sprite, vanishing from Xiao Yun's sight in a few swift movements. Xiao Yun chuckled, "This little beauty is rather adorable." Noticing Xiao Yun's apparent interest in Jiang Ziyue, Xiaohui kindly cautioned, "Jiang Ziyue's background is not simple. Her aunt is the renowned Qingyue Sword Immortal of the Tianhuang continent. If you encounter her again, it would be wise to avoid provoking her." "Rest assured, I am the epitome of decorum," Xiao Yun replied. Upon hearing this, Xiaohui was at a loss for words. Given the news Xiao Yun had just leaked to the Xianyang family, it would not be long before chaos erupted throughout the ancient sect ruins, and countless lives would be lost. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for setting a trap to ensnare the epic chosen one, leading him into an ambush. Reward 100,000 villain points. The sudden influx of villain points suggested that Suyi's predicament was far from optimistic, and Xiao Yun's concern grew. But he wondered if Su's brother had perished. At that moment, Sui was filled with rage. After entering the ancient sect ruins, he had fortuitously come across a map marking the location of the Hall of Inheritance in a secluded area. With the map in hand, he had accumulated numerous spiritual herbs and treasures along his path, rapidly advancing his cultivation to the second level of the Transcendence realm. Thinking he could stealthily reach the Hall of Inheritance, he was blindsided when the Xianyang family suddenly began a worldwide search for him, drawing in several other major forces as well. Consequently, he had been relentlessly pursued for several days, navigating through the ruins and employing various deadly formations to eliminate numerous pursuers. Yet, the number of those seeking him grew exponentially, clinging to him like a stubborn adhesive, leaving him no means of escape. Given the current situation, it was impossible to monopolize the treasures of the Hall of Inheritance. How infuriating! Damn it, which despicable scoundrel is spreading the word that I found the Hall of Inheritance? This is the 5th group of people already. Achoo! Xiao Yun sneezed involuntarily, feeling as though someone was cursing him from behind. However, his attention was soon drawn to a fit of raucous laughter not far away. He beheld 5 burly men of the sea-breaking realm encircling a young girl, intent on committing unspeakable acts. "Little girl, you're quite a beauty. My friends and I find you irresistible. If you let us have a little fun, we'll let you go. How does that sound?" "Ah, get away, don't touch me." Upon hearing the girl's furious retort, Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. "Oh. It's her." The voice belonged to none other than Jiang Ziyue, who had departed from them a few days prior. It was quite the coincidence that she found herself in such a perilous situation, ensnared by a bunch of sea-breaking realm ruffians. Xiaoyun scrutinized the scene and discerned that Zhang Ziyue must have fallen prey to their poison due to her carelessness, otherwise, she would not have ended up in this predicament. In this moment, he almost could not restrain himself from shouting, "Release that girl." Wait, the hero saving the damsel in distress is not a plot I, as the destined great villain, should indulge in. Xiaoyun decided to bide his time to see if a chosen one would emerge to intervene, at which point he could step in to thwart their pretentious display, thereby earning a substantial amount of villain points. Perhaps, if he played his cards right, this proud Zhang Ziyue might even feel a sense of gratitude towards him. As he was contemplating, Xiaoyi dashed forward without a word of warning. What? Can't we enjoy ourselves at all? After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiaoyun stepped forth, his form akin to a lightning bolt, landing in front of Zhang Ziyue before an arc of sword light suddenly erupted, sending one of the unsuspecting brutes to his demise. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for slaying one, reward. 100 villain points. The remaining 4 men, witnessing their companion's sudden fall, erupted in fury, drawing their blades and glaring menacingly at Xiaoyun. You dare kill my brother, you're dead meat. Seeing that Xiaoyun was merely at the second level of the sea-breaking realm, the 4 men prepared to employ the most brutal methods to torture him. Let us take him down together. Let us butcher this brat. Facing the onslaught of the 4 men, a murderous glint flashed in Xiaoyun's eyes, and a terrifying aura radiated from him, transforming him into a blade of unparalleled sharpness. Is this sword intent? Zhang Ziyue, who was still shaken, stared in astonishment at Xiaoyun's silhouette, her beautiful eyes filled with profound shock. She could hardly fathom that the wicked being she had looked down upon had, at such a tender age, comprehended sword intent, surpassing even Sui, the foremost prodigy of the sword path in the Tianhuan continent. Chao He. First, detoxify Zhang Ziyue. Upon hearing Xiaoyun's command, Xiao He instinctively nodded. At this moment, her astonishment was no less than Zhang Ziyue's. Clang, Xiaoyun stepped forward, and the fierce sword light sliced through the air like a meteor, causing the temperature around them to plummet. Puff, puff, in the blink of an eye, 2 more brutes collapsed, meeting their end. The remaining 2 men, now stricken with horror, realized they were facing a transcendent genius capable of battling beyond their realm with the ease of having a meal. In a panic, they quickly retreated, hastily retrieving and swallowing a pill. Boom, the moment the pill was ingested, a tempestuous energy surged through them, propelling their power from the pinnacle of the sea-breaking realm to the transcendence realm, only halting at the second level. This is the explosive origin pill? Sensing their frenzied spiritual force, Xiaoyun's expression changed drastically. He had overheard Xiao He mention that the explosive origin pill could draw upon one's potential, granting them triple their strength for a short duration. Damn it, while the chosen one can flaunt their prowess effortlessly, why must I, the great villain, endure such intensity? Is there no justice left? No, I must maintain this facade. Drawing upon some spiritual power should not be too unreasonable, right? You brat, you're dead. The 2 men, wielding their blades, leapt toward Xiaoyun like ferocious tigers, their weapons slashing down with ferocity, creating a shockwave that shook the surrounding trees violently. Be careful. The 2 women exclaimed in alarm as they saw Xiaoyun standing still, seemingly paralyzed by fear. However, just as the blades came within striking distance, Xiaoyun sprang into action. He reached out, and an invisible force rippled through the air, momentarily freezing the 2 men in place as if they were statues. Swish, swish, in a blur, Xiaoyun's form flickered, and the 2 men's chests were pierced instantaneously, their life forces rapidly extinguishing. Witnessing the scene, Zhang Ziyue gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Is this wicked being truly that strong? Chapter 24. A feast of chicken, indeed. It's truly enigmatic. Xiao He's beautiful eyes shimmered with an indescribable meaning. From their awkward encounter at the Yin Yang ice fire pool to their journey together, she could hardly fathom how this mischievous fellow could be so unfathomable when he took things seriously. It was one thing for someone so young to grasp the essence of swordsmanship, but to possess such peculiar abilities akin to spatial divine powers, wasn't he far superior to that heartless scoundrel? Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully slaying 4 individuals, reward. 400 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, the heroic act of saving a damsel has earned the admiration of a young beauty, reward 500 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully enchanting the epic chosen one's beautiful confidant, reward 100,000 villain points. What the hell, the little beauty he had risked his life to save was worth merely 500 villain points. Xiaoyun felt an overwhelming sense of being undervalued, reminiscent of a saying. Heaven will betray every drop of your sweat. However, amidst his efforts, there was an unexpected delight. Xiao He, this young lady, had evidently developed feelings far sooner than he anticipated. Should he seize the opportunity to reap additional benefits? Thus, he suddenly staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Noticing this, Xiao He hastily rushed over to support him. Feeling her gentle aura, Xiaoyun let his body go limp, burying his face into the crevice. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the epic chosen one's beautiful confidant, reward 50,000 villain points. With another 50,000 villain points credited, Xiaoyun felt elated, akin to an author receiving a modest tip from a reader. Xiao He's flawless visage blossomed with 2 hues of crimson. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to push Xiaoyun away. She sensed his exhaustion, devoid of any strength. Well, since he had already seen her completely, what did it matter? It was certainly better than almost losing herself to that heartless scoundrel. Achoo! Having just repelled a wave of attackers, Sui finally found a secluded cave to hide in, only to be unable to suppress a sneeze. After a series of battles, he was not in the best condition. Although he hadn't sustained severe injuries, his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He sat cross-legged, took out a pill, and swallowed it, preparing to meditate and recuperate. After a while, he opened his eyes with a hint of frustration. He couldn't calm his mind, feeling as though he had lost something inexplicable, a sensation akin to heartache after a long time, so he forcefully suppressed the feeling of anguish. I cannot continue to meander aimlessly like this. I must recover swiftly and head straight to the Hall of Inheritance, lest the number of people only increases. The thought of his current predicament made Sui long to find that morally deficient individual and dismember him. On the other side, an eerie ripple appeared on the cliff wall, and soon, Lin Yorong's stunning figure emerged. At that moment, she had remarkably broken through to the first level of the transformation realm, her strength having multiplied several times compared to before. Upon entering the ruins, I found myself trapped in this cliff cave. I wonder how that little rascal Xiao Yun is faring. I hope he encounters my senior sisters and remains safe. Lin Yorong took out a map, glanced at it, and then headed towards the medicinal herb garden. Before long, she suddenly halted, concealing her presence behind a massive rock. Everyone, hurry up and make your way. I heard Sui is heading towards the Hall of Inheritance. Many factions are en route. If we delay, we won't even get a sip of soup. Upon hearing this, Lin Yorong's expression hardened slightly. Within the cliff cave, she had received the legacy of an old elder, learning that this ancient sect's ruins were left behind by the Zixia Palace, one of the three great sects of antiquity. Consequently, she decisively abandoned the decent Taoist technique, the Xianyue formula from the Xianyue Valley, in favor of the supreme Zixia Feixian formula. However, she only possessed the upper half of the technique. The lower half could only be acquired in the Hall of Inheritance. Initially troubled by the lack of information regarding the hall on her map, she was pleasantly surprised to have gained valuable insight so soon. First, to the Hall of Inheritance. Perhaps I might run into that little rascal Xiao Yun. With her mindset, Lin Yorong stealthily followed the trail. The scene shifted. Xiao Yun, having rapidly restored his spiritual energy to its peak state after consuming the elixirs provided by Jiang Ziyue, expertly played a swana while scattering paper money, officially handling the remains of 5 burly men. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for providing a complete burial service for 5 individuals, reward 50 villain points. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Xiao Yun couldn't help but lament the hardships of life. Xiao He and Jiang Ziyue stared at his series of actions in bewilderment. With their limited understanding, they simply could not fathom Xiao Yun's behavior. While taking the storage rings was one thing, he even went so far as to deal with the corpses. Was such meticulousness truly necessary? The two girls remained in a daze until Xiao Yun approached them once more, snapping them back to reality. Jiang Ziyue saw Xiao Yun extending his hand towards her, her expression turning quizzical. What are you trying to do? I'm asking for my reward. Xiao Yun, recalling how he had toiled to earn those 500 villain points, felt as though he had been cheated. Had it not been for Xiao He's thoughtfulness in providing him with some cleansing milk to calm him down, whom could he have turned to for justification? Besides, it was hardly unreasonable to ask for a few treasures for self-defense, considering the circumstances. Well, look, I risked myself to save you. Had I not had a few tricks up my sleeve, I might have been ground to dust. Aren't you going to offer me some treasures to soothe my tender heart? Jiang Ziyue rolled her eyes. Risking oneself, tender heart, although it was her first venture into the world, she could not be oblivious to Xiao Yun taking advantage of Xiao He. This fellow was undoubtedly a scoundrel, both wicked and shameless. Jiang Ziyue glared at Xiao Yun, her irritation palpable, wishing she could bite him. What's the matter? Don't want to settle the score? Hearing Xiao Yun's words, Jiang Ziyue reacted as if someone had stepped on her tail, indignantly retorting, who said this young lady wouldn't settle the score? With that, she retrieved a blue dragon-patterned longsword from her storage ring. As the sword appeared, an aura of invincibility radiated, making it hard to imagine the brilliance it would unleash once infused with spiritual energy. Seeing the sword's origin, Xiao He looked on in astonishment. She had never anticipated that Jiang Ziyue would be so generous as to gift the renowned Sanglong sword to Xiao Yun. Here, I noticed you were using merely an ordinary iron sword, so this semi-holy Sanglong is yours now. Are you satisfied? Jiang Ziyue thought to herself that this scoundrel not only grasped the essence of swordsmanship but also possessed the legendary spatial divine powers. With such talent, this sword would be a perfect match for him. Now, how should my aunt express her gratitude towards me? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Jiang Ziyue wore a smirk of triumph. Xiao Yun, oblivious to her expression, happily accepted the longsword, waving his hand with grandeur. Today, I shall treat you both to my chicken. Chapter 25. An unexpected discovery. Delicious, it's finally ready. Let me have a bite. As Jiang Ziyue beheld the roasted chicken turn a glorious golden hue, she impatiently urged Xiao Yun to tear off a piece for her. Here. Xiao Yun tore off a succulent chicken leg and handed it to Jiang Ziyue, contemplating to himself that since she had savored his chicken today, it would not be unreasonable for him to indulge in her soft meals tomorrow. Naturally, he could not show favoritism, thus, he also offered another chicken leg to Xiao He. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Xiao He gracefully accepted the chicken leg, taking dainty bites. In contrast, Jiang Ziyue resembled a famished kitten, nearly engulfing the entire chicken leg, her cheeks puffed up like little balloons. Xiao Yun, despite your mischievous nature, your roasted chicken is truly delectable, she mumbled through her mouthful, her praise somewhat garbled. At that moment, her communication jade suddenly received a message. Upon reading the content, her beautiful eyes fixated on Xiao Yun, exclaiming, you were right. Sui has indeed found the Hall of Heritage, and it's not too far from here. Ah, then let us hasten to it. Upon hearing about the Hall of Heritage, Xiao He could hardly contain her excitement. After all, their venture into this ancient sect's ruins was for treasures and legacies. If fortune favored them, they might acquire a few priceless artifacts and soar to new heights. Not so fast. Let us first enjoy the chicken. Drawing from a decade's worth of experience as a bookworm, Xiaoyun reasoned that once the protagonist discovered treasures, a multitude would flock to vie for them, resulting in considerable casualties. Arriving too early would only render him cannon fodder. Considering the protagonist's halo, and being Suyi's half-brother, he could very well end up as a sacrificial offering if he rushed in. Thus, to ensure prudence, Xiaoyun decided to bolster his strength first. He sat down cross-legged, entering a meditative state. At present, his cultivation had just broken through, and his spiritual energy was insufficient for rapid advancement. His had yet to unlock special abilities, like the Supreme Divine Bone. It required extensive nurturing and development to progress. After all, the villain points did not support these attributes for direct upgrades. The Chi transformation into 3 clears, as an ultra-divine celestial technique, and the star-plucking hand, as a secret method, both demanded 5 million villain points for a breakthrough to the next realm. Glancing at his 295,500 villain points, he realized it was far from adequate. In light of this, he could only enhance the Hongmeng creation celestial art, sword intent, and the void-breaking step martial technique. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully allocated 1 million villain points to elevate the Hongmeng creation celestial art to the 3rd level. With the breakthrough of the Hongmeng creation celestial art, his Qi expanded 5-fold, accelerating his cultivation speed by 5 times, while the healing capability of his spiritual energy was further enhanced. This expenditure of 1 million villain points was truly worthwhile, considering his current Qi capacity. Using the space confinement technique twice would not leave him in a state of exhaustion. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have spent 1 million villain points to elevate the void-breaking step to the 4th level. With the 4th level void-breaking step, he could traverse the air with 3 steps, like a mountain descending. This upgrade increased his speed 3-fold, and what delighted Xiaoyun the most was the newfound formidable offensive capability. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have spent 500,000 villain points to elevate sword intent to the 2nd level. The 2 women, engrossed in their chicken, suddenly sensed a dramatic shift in Xiaoyun's aura, their beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Just moments ago, they had distinctly felt his presence grow remarkably potent, leaving them utterly shocked. Little did they expect Xiaoyun to break through to the 2nd level of sword intent at such a tender age. At that moment, Xiaoyun appeared to them as a drawn divine sword, sharp and piercing. Is this the terrifying aspect of a prodigy? In the time it takes to eat chicken, he's comprehended the 2nd level of sword intent. The 2 women instantly found the chicken in their hands lacking in appeal. Let us go to the Hall of Heritage. Seeing that Xiaoyun had completed his cultivation, Zhang Ziyue discarded the unfinished chicken wing, wiped her little mouth and jade-like hands, and leaped ahead. An hour later, guided by the coordinates shared by other disciples of the Taichu Immortal Academy, Zhang Ziyue located the Hall of Heritage. This is the site of the Hall of Heritage? Are you certain there is no mistake? Gazing at the enormous lake before them, she could not discern even a trace of the Hall of Heritage. What do you know, there is certainly a hidden world beneath. Zhang Ziyue refrained from further discussion, leaping into the air, leading the 2 towards the lake steps. Before long, they arrived at a spring bubbling with water, which at first glance appeared no different from an ordinary spring. However, upon activating his, Xiaoyun discovered that it was an illusion, and at the very center of the spring lay a radiant portal, the entrance to the Hall of Heritage. Xiaoyun once again felt the unreasonable nature of the Chosen One. How could such a concealed Hall of Heritage be so easily found? Truly, it was as if the heavens were feeding him. Unlike him, who must rely on his own efforts to acquire his desires, upon entering the light portal, Xiaoyun found himself in a vast plaza adorned with 4 coiling dragon pillars. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that atop each pillar was a celestial level technique inheritance. At that moment, various factions were embroiled in fierce combat over these technique inheritances. The grand spectacle could only be described with one word. Chaos. Dozens, if not hundreds, of factions clashed in a tumultuous melee, limbs scattered and cries of despair echoing, resembling a hellish battlefield. Before long, the 3 were targeted by nearby factions, and Huang Peng of the Huangsha gang quickly rallied a group upon spotting Xiaoyun. Kid, I've been searching for you for quite some time. Will you surrender willingly, or shall I break your legs? Upon seeing Xiaoyun's 2nd level strength in the sea-breaking realm, Huang Peng felt he could handle him with one hand. Having entered this ancient sect's ruins, his cultivation had surged 2 levels, now standing as a 5th level genius warrior in the Transcendence realm. Apart from a few individuals from the 3 great academies and top-tier factions, no one dared to provoke him lightly. He knew Xiaoyun was swift, but with over 20 individuals surrounding him, all at the 1st and 2nd levels of the Transcendence realm, he was confident that Xiaoyun could not escape their onslaught. This confidence stemmed from his formidable power. Zhang Ziyue, feeling disregarded by Huang Peng, was instantly enraged. Huang Peng, do you think I do not exist, dare to harm my people, and you better consider the consequences. Huang Peng chuckled sinisterly. In such chaos, if you were wise, you would leave on your own. Otherwise, who would know if you meet your demise in this melee? Zhang Ziyue was furious, ready to explode, when Xiaoyun, who had remained silent, suddenly sprang into action. Like a phantom, he appeared before Huang Peng, and with a flash of that sun-long sword, Huang Peng let out a pitiful wail, clutching his groin. Ah! The remaining disciples of the Huangsha gang, witnessing Huang Peng's transformation into Huang Peng, instantly felt a chill in their nether regions. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have severed another's root, rewarding you with 1,000 villain points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiaoyun exclaimed in disbelief, who would have thought such a method existed? Was this not more advantageous than murder? From now on, could he sever roots before killing? Chapter 26 The Fear of the Chosen One's Cunning. In truth, Xiaoyun had no intention of severing anyone's potential. If blame were to be assigned, it should fall upon Huang Peng, who had brazenly declared his intent to cripple him. This threat evoked memories of the harrowing experiences inflicted upon him by the twisted Yu. Both Jiang Ziyue and Xiao He were left blushing, taken aback by how this individual, at the slightest provocation, would dare to cut off another's potential without a thought for their dignity as young ladies. The agony of severance pierced Huang Peng to the core, causing cold sweat to beat on his brow as he fixated on Xiaoyun, entirely devoid of composure. You brat! I will not rest until one of us is dead. Xiaoyun merely scoffed, all this over a mere inch or two, are you not ashamed? A mere inch or two. The surrounding combatants halted, their gazes fixed on Huang Peng with burning intensity. Goodness, it truly is just a couple of inches. One must admit, although the character for Peng has been altered, he remains Huang Peng, and indeed, this trivial matter is of no consequence. In fact, if all else fails, he could always rename himself Huang Yeyet. Ah, yes, indeed. Listening to the banter of the crowd, Xiaoyun could not help but marvel. These individuals were indeed remarkable. He had never anticipated that they would provide such an unexpected assist to it. Was utterly disheartening. With a splutter, Huang Peng, who had never endured such profound humiliation, was driven to a frenzy by their words, spewing forth a mouthful of blood and nearly losing consciousness. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he bellowed at his subordinates. What are you all standing there for? Charge, turn him into mincemeat. Upon receiving their leader's command, over 20 disciples of the Huangsha gang could only steel themselves and charge forth. Was this not yet another wave of adversaries delivered right to his doorstep? Xiaoyun, with a swift step, dashed like lightning through the throng, each strike of his sword landing with unerring precision. Ah ha ha! With a series of anguished cries, Xiaoyun stood with his sword sheathed. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for severing the potential of 23 individuals, rewarded 23,000 villain points. Hiss, he was truly a madman of severance. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, a chill creeping beneath them as they silently thanked their stars for not provoking this harbinger of death. None possessed the confidence to evade his ghostly speed. In an instant, Xiaoyun was branded as a figure to be avoided at all costs. Watching his entourage meet the same fate as himself, Huang Peng realized capturing Xiaoyun was an impossibility. Thus, he dared not utter another threat, rallying his subordinates and exerting all his strength to flee towards the entrance. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a system task. Seize the opportunity of the epic chosen one, reward 1 epic treasure chest. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a system task. Seize the opportunity of the epic chosen woman, reward 1 epic treasure chest. 2 epic treasure chests. It appeared this opportunity was indeed extraordinary. With the system tasks at hand, Xiaoyun was disinclined to waste time pursuing the Huangsha gang any further. His immediate priority was to locate Su Yi and Lin Yurong. Let us proceed to the inner hall. Xiao He hesitated momentarily, then spoke, Young Master Xiao, I am grateful for your protection. Along the way, I have acquired several treasures and spiritual herbs. The upcoming conflicts in the inner hall will surely be more perilous. My abilities are lacking, so I shall not accompany you inside. Xiaoyun nodded. Very well, Miss Xiao, take care of yourself. Xiao He flashed a charming smile. Young Master Xiao, do take care. I hope to partake in your culinary skills again. After ensuring Xiao He departed safely, Xiaoyun and Jiang Ziyue made their way towards the inner hall, encountering no one daring to provoke them. Even those who seemed inclined to act were swiftly restrained by their companions. Do not act rashly. Do you wish to experience the terrifying speed of the madman of severance? Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the inner hall. Leave if you wish to live. The disciples of the Outyen Immortal Academy stationed at the entrance, seeing 2 mere sea-breaking realm weaklings attempting to infiltrate the inner hall, shouted mercilessly. Whoosh oh whoosh, for such ordinary lackeys, Xiaoyun spoke with his Tsanglong sword. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for severing the potential of 4 individuals, reward 4,000 villain points. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 4 individuals, reward 400 villain points. Upon entering the inner hall, Xiaoyun melded into the crowd and quickly spotted Su Yi. At this moment, Sui was engaged in a fierce struggle alongside Lin Yurong, besieged by disciples from various top-tier factions. Fortunately, their defensive formation was exceptionally robust, rendering their assailants momentarily powerless. At the center of the sword array stood a circular platform, enveloped by a barrier. Through the barrier, one could see more than 10 treasures arranged in a pyramid shape, floating in the void. At the pinnacle rested a brocade box. Though its contents were obscured, it was evident to all that whatever lay within was undoubtedly the most valuable treasure from the ancient sect ruins. On the second tier floated a fragment of a martial arts manual, a long sword, and a string of prayer beads, while the lower 2 tiers showcased an array of weapons, elixirs, talismans, and various other treasures. While the items below the second tier were precious, the elite disciples present were all from prominent factions. Well versed in the value of such treasures, however, the brocade box at the top and the 3 treasures on the second tier were coveted by all factions. Sui. You shall not monopolize these treasures. If you know what is good for you, dismantle the sword array now. Otherwise, once it shatters, you'll have no chance of leaving today. The disciples besieging them became frantic upon seeing Su Yi and Lin Yurong attempting to break the barrier. Should they allow the two to seize the treasures in front of so many witnesses, their reputations would be irreparably tarnished. Everyone, stop hiding your strength, use every means at your disposal. The gathered elite disciples from various factions were all the cream of the crop, and their combined efforts unleashed terrifying power. Boom, 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 the formation trembled violently, evidently on the verge of collapse. Wait a moment, once the formation breaks, Su Yi and Lin Yurong would undoubtedly become the targets of everyone's ire. At that point, their escape with the treasures would be far from assured. Drawing upon his decade of experience as a bookworm, Xiaoyun understood that while the Chosen One fearlessly faced challenges and was willing to risk life and death, they would never lose their senses over mere treasures. Something was definitely amiss. Amidst his uncertainty, Xiaoyun promptly activated his heavy pupil to observe, quickly discerning that Su Yi and Lin Yurong were feigning an attempt to break the barrier, their true aim being to incite the disciples of the various factions to launch a fervent assault on the defensive formation. The formation was no simple matter. It appeared defensive, yet was actually absorbing the energy from the collective assaults. Upon closer examination, Xiaoyun realized that the trembling of the formation was merely a facade. It resembled a bomb accumulating energy. This revelation startled Xiaoyun. Thank heavens he had not rashly charged in, otherwise, he would have met a fate unknown. Indeed, it was not the Chosen One's audacity that was to be feared, but rather their cunning. The combined aura of these two protagonists, these individuals were in for a rude awakening. Xiaoyun, the formation is about to collapse, prepare yourself. With your speed, seizing 3 or 5 treasures should be well within your capabilities. Jiang Ziyue displayed an eager expression. Xiaoyun shook his head, taking Jiang Ziyue's small hand, and quietly retreated behind the crowd. Chapter 27 The Curse of the Destiny's Archvillain. No, Xiaoyun, what are you hesitating for? Are you just going to stand by and watch as the treasures are snatched away by others? Jiang Ziyue exclaimed, struggling to free herself from Xiaoyun's grasp, utterly perplexed by his reluctance to act. Xiaoyun did not respond to her query. Instead, he inquired, do any of these disciples from the Taichu Immortal Academy happen to be your friends? Though I hail from the Taichu Immortal Academy, the individuals here are unworthy of being called my friends. Jiang Ziyue retorted indignantly. Very well, then. If you possess any defensive treasures, now is the time to retrieve them. Many lives will be lost here shortly. Can you predict the future? Not at all. Jiang Ziyue, noticing that he appeared serious rather than jesting, ceased to dwell on the matter and hastily produced a bead, shattering it. In an instant, a protective barrier enveloped the two of them. At this juncture, the defensive formation began to tremble violently, on the verge of shattering, and Jiang Ziyue was about to urge Xiaoyun to seize the treasures when boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, causing the defensive formation to completely burst apart. The rampant force surged forth like the gaping maw of a deadly abyss, consuming all those nearby who were caught unawares. In that moment, lives were snatched away as if they were mere blades of grass, blood splattered everywhere, severed limbs flying through the air, resembling a hellish nightmare. Crack, crack, the overwhelming power was so terrifying that it surpassed even the full might of an Enlightenment realm expert, triggering a spatial collapse, with grotesque rifts in space spreading rapidly. Xiaoyun activated his heavy pupil to its utmost limit. At the very instant the barrier was breached by the explosive energy, he unleashed the star-plucking hand repeatedly, swiftly collecting all the treasures into his personal space. The sudden turn of events left Su Yi and Lin Yurong, who had narrowly survived the explosion's impact, utterly dumbfounded. Before their very eyes, the treasures vanished one by one in a matter of a breath, entirely gone. The defensive barrier shattered under the explosive force, and Jiang Ziyue, startled, instinctively hid in Xiaoyun's embrace, oblivious to the fact that he had taken all the treasures. Crack, crack, the space began to collapse entirely, and should they be consumed by the force of this spatial destruction, they would undoubtedly perish given their current strength. Run! Xiaoyun shouted, encircling Jiang Ziyue as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting out of the inner hall. Behind them, rifts in space spread like a spider's web, threatening to tear apart completely. At that moment, as he glanced back, Xiaoyun was astonished to see Lin Yurong flying on her sword, and a bold idea struck him. This is a golden opportunity to charm a lady. I must not let it slip away. Thus, with all his might, Xiaoyun pushed Jiang Ziyue towards the entrance of the Hall of Inheritance, while he himself fell helplessly into the collapsing space. Jiang Ziyue watched in horror as Xiaoyun plummeted into the shattering void, tears streaming down her face. She never expected that in such a perilous moment, he would sacrifice his chance of survival for her. His resolute demeanor and the hope in his eyes for her to live tugged at her heartstrings. Xiaoyun! Jiang Ziyue cried out in anguish. It was precisely her heart-wrenching cry that caught Lin Yurong's attention, and in the next instant, she appeared beside Xiaoyun with lightning speed, embracing him as they burst forth from the collapsing space at the last possible moment. Once they were assured of their safety, Xiaoyun let out a quiet sigh of relief and smiled. Sister Yurong, I am a man who values gratitude. I can only repay this life-saving grace with my own life. Lin Yurong shot him a glare, flustered and annoyed. If you keep spouting nonsense, I won't bother with you anymore. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for successfully seizing the monumental opportunity of the epic Chosen One, rewarding you with 3 million villain points and a chance for an enhanced lottery. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for successfully claiming the opportunity of the epic Chosen One's daughter, rewarding you with 2 million villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for completing 2 system tasks, rewarding you with 2 epic treasure chests. Wow! What a bountiful harvest! With 3 million villain points and an enhanced lottery opportunity, one could only imagine the precious treasures contained within that brocade box. However, now was not the time for a treasure tally, as Lin Yurong was presently carrying him, gradually descending towards the lakeshore. Xiao Yun observed from a distance that fewer than 30 individuals had managed to escape to the lakeside, all of whom were from the square. He had yet to see any others emerge from the inner hall. Fortunately, the collapse had only occurred within the space of the Hall of Inheritance, sparing those outside, or else it was feared that no one would survive. As they touched down, Zhang Ziyue, seeing Xiao Yun safe and sound, was overcome with joy and threw herself into his arms, weeping uncontrollably. Xiao Yun, I fought you, it's all my fault. I lost my composure and forgot that I had a teleportation talisman. Xiao Yun was momentarily speechless. This girl really was useless, possessing countless treasures but failing to use them in a moment of crisis. Were it not for the prospect of enjoying her soft rice in the future, he wouldn't even bother with her, considering she was only worth 500 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for successfully deceiving the feelings of a beautiful woman, causing her to develop affections, rewarding you with 500 villain points. Sigh. Indeed, those detestable 500 points. Though vexed, Xiao Yun realized he had firmly secured his place at the table of soft rice. Just then, Sui, who had escaped using a teleportation talisman, unexpectedly appeared, approaching them. Xiao Yun immediately released Zhang Ziyue and enthusiastically welcomed Sui with a big hug. Brother Su, it's truly wonderful that you're unharmed. Feeling the warmth of Xiao Yun's concern, Sui's grievances from being sold out in Yunshan City dissipated instantly. Although Brother Xiao was sometimes unreliable, he was genuinely a good person, a friend worth cultivating. On the side, Zhang Ziyue felt a pang of dissatisfaction at seeing Xiao Yun push her aside to embrace another man. Xiao Yun, is he really your half-brother? Xiao Yun feared her careless words might lead to misunderstandings, so he shot her a warning glance and promptly redirected the conversation. Brother Su, it's been quite some time. I just comprehended the second-level sword intent. How about you, have you made any progress? Comprehend, my foot. Sui's expression darkened at once, recalling the dark days he had spent being besieged and trapped, with no time to enhance his sword intent. To enter the Hall of Inheritance, he had exerted tremendous effort. Luckily, he fortuitously encountered Lin Yurong midway, and together they easily shook off their pursuers and entered the hall. He had thought that after obtaining the treasures, they could leave, but those from several major factions clung to them like leeches, forcing them to change strategies and expend great resources to set up formations to outsmart the crowd. Even so, they had ended up empty-handed, nearly losing their lives in the process, an absolute loss of both treasure and life. If he ever discovered the scoundrel who had spread the word about his finding the Hall of Inheritance, he would ensure that their feud lasted a lifetime. Xiao Yun could keenly sense the resentment simmering within Sui and displayed an expression of righteous indignation. Brother Su, I curse the one who plotted against you from the shadows. I curse him to buy hormone-laden vegetables at the market, consume synthetic meat for cooking, use toxic oil for frying, drink industrial-grade alcohol, sleep on formaldehyde-infused mattresses, and drive a leaky Maybach. And furthermore, to have all his stock investments yield losses. Chapter 28. Is it enough just to have hands? Is this a curse? The three of them wore puzzled expressions, indicating they could not comprehend a word. What kind of look is that? Xiao Yun replied earnestly, in my hometown, this is the most malicious curse in history. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for becoming the most hypocritical villain. Reward. An increase in cultivation by 1 level. Who was being hypocritical, considering that the dog system helped him increase his cultivation for free, he decided to let it slide. He quickly spent 300,000 villain points to exchange for a foundational pill for the sea-opening realm. After swallowing the pill, his foundation solidified permanently. A mere curse led to a promotion. Sui reflected on his own misfortunes and felt utterly miserable, promptly turning to Lin Yurong and saying, Yurong, I regret not being able to help you obtain the fragment of the cultivation method, but it was unavoidable. Does our previous agreement still hold? What agreement? Xiao Yun asked curiously. Lin Yurong glanced around to ensure no one was listening before whispering, Sui obtained the map to the Hall of Inheritance, and I got the map to the spiritual herb garden. We agreed that he would help me acquire the fragment of the Zixia Feixian Ju, and in return, I would take him to the spiritual herb garden. What the, these chosen ones truly have no sense of reason. At that time, he had merely been chatting to gather them for help, never expecting he would inadvertently speak the truth. Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off at once. Xiao Yun was equally eager about the spiritual herb garden. Now that his physical realm had reached the pinnacle of transformation, he felt somewhat lacking with a mere triple C opening cultivation. While it was safe to hide behind the scenes, he feared encountering unforeseen circumstances. One must possess the confidence to overturn the table. Seizing the opportunity while on the road, Xiao Yun, adhering to the principle of not delaying the lottery, called upon the system for a draw. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, you have drawn one of the 5 divine physiques. The Fighting Saint Physique. Crackle. Xiao Yun distinctly felt a monumental change in his bones, flesh, and meridians. The strength of his body multiplied 5-fold, and his power surged 10-fold, likely rivaling that of an entry-level cultivator. Compared to before, it was as if a frail person relying on a cane suddenly found themselves capable of carrying a small calf and chasing after a train, brimming with inexhaustible energy. Most astonishingly, with every ounce of spiritual energy consumed, his body could replenish it at an astonishing speed. If his cultivation were to rise further in the future, wouldn't he be able to use? Suppressing his excitement, Xiao Yun began to open the treasure chest. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the god-level sword technique, the 10,000 swords technique. Upon initially grasping the 10,000 swords technique, Xiao Yun was genuinely astonished. This sword technique was simply designed for showmanship. It could transform qi into 10,000 swords, perpetually replenishing, and upon reaching perfection, could condense 10,000 swords into one, cleaving the heavens and earth. Capable of both group attacks and focus strikes, thus, without hesitation, Xiao Yun spent 1,000,000 villain points to elevate the 10,000 swords technique to its perfected state. Satisfied, he proceeded to open another treasure chest. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the invincible sword heart. With a sword in hand, I am invincible. Xiao Yun learned that possessing the invincible sword heart granted a 100 increase to sword attack power, an absolute buff skill. Is this the joy of having a cheat? He now felt terrifyingly powerful. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for striking an epic level chosen one, causing them to lose confidence. Reward 100,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for striking an epic level chosen woman, instilling self-doubt. Reward 100,000 villain points. Huh, what is going on? Xiao Yun looked at Lin Yurong and Sui in confusion, only to find them gazing at him as if he were a monster, and he instantly understood. Ahem. The journey was rather dull, so I practiced a bit and inadvertently comprehended a god-level sword technique and, as he reached the end of his explanation, Xiao Yun decided to withhold the details about grasping the invincible sword heart. Jiang Ziyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. Jiang Yun, you can gain insights while walking, how on earth do you manage that? Isn't it enough just to have hands? Upon hearing this, the three fell silent, burying their heads in the road, unwilling to engage with Xiao Yun. 2 days later, Xiao Yun and his companions arrived at the desolate land. What met their eyes was a landscape filled with stones. Observing the various stone mountains and pillars while traversing the winding paths, Xiao Yun felt as if he had returned to the stone forest scenic area of Blue Star. Just as Xiao Yun was lost in beautiful memories of encounters with young ladies in the stone forest, Lin Yurong, who was leading the way, suddenly halted. Wait, there are people here. As soon as Lin Yurong's words fell, Xiao Yun looked up to see nearly 40 figures rapidly appearing atop the stone pillars on either side, all of whom were the elite disciples of several major factions. Among them, 5 had been seen in the Hall of Inheritance, all at the 9th level of the Transformation Realm, serving as the leading figures for this expedition into the ancient sect's ruins. To survive the explosion and emerge unscathed, it appears these individuals are not to be underestimated. But how could they have ambushed us here? Just as Xiao Yun pondered this, a well-dressed youth from the Taichu Immortal Academy sneered and shouted to those behind him, "Bring her up." After a few breaths, a beautiful girl bound in ropes was brought forth. Upon seeing the girl, Lin Yurong's eyes widened in shock. "Sister Lu Ru, you umph!" The well-dressed youth interrupted Lin Yurong with a cold snort, saying, "The schemes of the Hall of Inheritance are indeed hard to guard against, but I am no ordinary opponent. Quite coincidentally, after using the teleportation talisman to come out, I happened to encounter disciples from your Xianyu Valley. I must say, your luck is truly extraordinary, with both the Hall of Inheritance and the spiritual herb garden. It is indeed enviable." Lin Yurong replied coldly, "We did not acquire any treasures from the Hall of Inheritance, and as for the spiritual herb garden, if you release my sister, I will lead you there. At that time, opportunities will depend on individual capabilities." "Ha ha, you didn't acquire any treasures?" The well-dressed youth's eyes flashed with malice as he said, "Saintess Lin, and you too, young Master Su, Lu Ru is merely here to show you, while the rest of your sect members are trapped somewhere by me. If you do not wish for them to come to harm, hand over the map of the spiritual herb garden and the treasures from the Hall of Inheritance." At that moment, Jiang Ziyue interjected, "Gong Sun Hong, Sister Lin has already promised to take you to find the spiritual herb garden. Do you truly want to make things absolute? If you release them, I promise to let my aunt accept you as a disciple." For me, that is indeed a tempting offer." Gong Sun Hong turned to the leaders of the other factions and asked, "Brother Jihan, Brother Lu Hang, and the Tushan brothers, what are your opinions?" The youth named Jihan, holding a tang saber, replied lazily, "This time, both my Ji family and the Changcheng Immortal Academy suffered severe losses. Brother Lu Han will surely not let it go easily." The leader of the Aotian Immortal Academy, Shin Lang, coolly remarked, "My brother Shin Mao and I are quite interested in the treasures of the Hall of Inheritance and the spiritual herb garden, but before that, I must seek justice." With that, he fixed a cold glare at Xiao Yun. "Kid, tell me how you wish to die?" Chapter 29. Could it be that she took it seriously? Xiao Yun furrowed his brows. The troubles brought by the protagonist's halo. How did they end up involving me, the great villain? Is there no justice in this world? At that moment, Huang Peng from the Huangsha gang appeared in his line of sight, staring intently at him as if he intended to swallow him whole. Upon seeing this brother, or rather, sister, Xiao Yun suddenly smiled. "Brother Shin, could it be that you seek revenge for a mere inch or two?" The phrase "a mere inch or two" seemed to have struck Huang Peng's nerve, causing him to leap up in anger. "Jiang Yun, stop pretending, young Master Shin is avenging young Master Jin." Yet, despite his attempt to divert attention, the crowd still regarded him with peculiar expressions, making him wish he could vanish into thin air. Thus, he hastily added, "Young Master Shin, this fellow is merely playing possum. His cultivation is far more formidable than it appears. Please do not hold back." Shin Lang remained non-committal, turning to his brother Shin Mao beside him. "Brother, this person is entrusted to you. If you kill him, I am certain that our uncle would have little to say about your ascent to the position of young master." Shin Mao nodded slightly, leaping down from the top of the stone pillar, brandishing a spear as he approached Xiao Yun step by step. Before Shin Mao, who was at the 7th level of the Transcendence Realm, Xiaoyun's mere 3rd level of C-Separation Realm was surely an easy target, therefore, he intended to perform, to toy with him before all, and then eliminate Xiaoyun, thus enhancing his prestige for inheriting the position of young master. Lin Yurong, sword in hand, was about to move, when Gongsun Hong calmly interjected, "Lady Lin, do not be hasty, you want to concern yourself with your senior and junior sisters." Xiaoyun also spoke, "Sister Yurong, do not worry. I might have a way to rescue Sister Lu Ru." No sooner had he spoken than Xiaoyun abruptly vanished from his spot, reappearing directly behind Shin Mao. Whoosh, with a mere thought, as Shin Mao was just beginning to react, the binding of immortals ensnared him firmly, rendering him unable to even utter a word. Such speed! The sudden turn of events left everyone astonished. Shin Lang bellowed in fury, "Brat, I advise you to release him, otherwise, no one will be able to save you today." Threatening me? Xiaoyun gripped Shin Mao tightly and flashed back to his original position, the Sanglong sword poised against Shin Mao's neck. He then turned to Shin Lang, "Young Master Shin, I am rather timid, I fear threats greatly. If I were to tremble from fright, your brother would likely be in grave danger." Shin Lang's eyes turned cold, "State your conditions." "Quite simple." Xiaoyun pointed at Lu Ru, "Let us exchange 1 for 1, shall we?" Upon hearing this, Shin Lang furrowed his brow and glanced at Gongsun Hong. "Brother Gongsun, how about I owe you a favor for this?" Gongsun Hong waved his hand, releasing his control over Lu Ru, "1 favor, plus 500,000 top-quality spirit stones to be divided among everyone. After all, we all exerted effort in capturing her." "Deal." Shin Lang agreed without hesitation, then turned to Xiaoyun, "Release her." After the exchange of hostages, Gongsun Hong blandly stated, "Lady Lin, young Master Su, hand over the map to the Spirit Her Garden and the treasures of the Hall of Inheritance, or none of you will leave here today." Lin Yurong handed Lu Ru a 9 Revolutions Great Restoration pill and coldly replied, "Whether you believe it or not, we indeed did not acquire the treasures of the Hall of Inheritance. As for the map to the Spirit Her Garden, we have no qualms handing it over, as it is not far from here." Gongsun Hong, evidently losing his patience, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, "Since Lady Lin is unwilling to speak the truth, we shall have to take matters into our own hands. Attack!" With Gongsun Hong's furious shout, battle erupted instantaneously. Lin Yurong clashed with Lu Hong, while the rejuvenated Lu Ru faced Ghan.Sue and Gongsun Hong, both swordsmanship prodigies, rushed towards each other. The others awaited their opportunity, poised to strike and secure a decisive victory. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziyue, due to her unique status, found no one daring to confront her. "Brat, die!" The brothers Shin Lang and Shin Mao locked their sights on Xiaoyun, launching a joint assault. Is this how it feels to accompany the protagonist on a quest? By normal logic, shouldn't he offer a sacrifice to the heavens, lest it affect the performance of these two chosen ones? No, he must play it safe, he cannot be too reckless. He must trust that these two blessed individuals can easily handle the current predicament. As a seasoned strategist, possessing strength also requires caution. He must not expose himself easily, lest he become the first to perish. With that thought, Xiaoyun swiftly dashed behind Jiang Ziyue, taunting the Shin brothers, "Do you know, I have already pledged my heart to Ziyue. If you deal with me, you are also dealing with her, think carefully about the consequences." Jiang Ziyue's face flushed crimson, surprisingly not retorting, instead casting a cold glare at the Shin brothers, as if to say, "Try to touch him." Witnessing this, the Shin brothers were left fuming. Although several factions had formed an alliance, human emotions are complex. Should they target Jiang Ziyue here, they wouldn't dare, even if given 10 more lives. For once they exited this place, individuals from other factions could easily utter a few words. Given that drunkard's protective nature, even the esteemed Xian Yang ancestor could not save them. "Zhang Yun, are you only capable of hiding behind women?" Shin Mao shouted in fury. Having been ensnared by Xiaoyun due to his earlier negligence was an utter disgrace for him. At this moment, with the enemy before him, he could not retaliate, and the frustration was unbearable. "Ridiculous." Xiaoyun, unfazed, retorted, "If you possess the ability, then find a place to hide as well. If you lack skill, then cease your incessant prattling, and go about your business. Do not interfere with my emotional exchange with Moonbaby." "You!" The Shin brothers were utterly infuriated, roaring as they charged towards Lin Yurong and Sui. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for setting a trap to ensnare the epic chosen one, putting him in danger. Reward 100,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for setting a trap to ensnare the epic chosen maiden, increasing her pressure. Reward 100,000 villain points. This is the correct approach to dealing with chosen ones. With 200,000 villain points credited, Xiaoyun felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He was not worried about the two at all, they were merely facing danger and increased pressure. After all, with the protagonist's halo, who among them could truly threaten them? Since the battle would not be resolved anytime soon, he retrieved a small stool from his spatial storage and leisurely began to enjoy some sunflower seeds. "He just called me baby. My heart is racing." Jiang Ziyue remained lost in the earlier exchange until Xiaoyun beckoned her to sit, bringing her back to reality. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully deceiving the feelings of a beautiful woman. Reward 500 villain points. Could it be that she took it seriously? Xiaoyun felt a surge of danger, recalling his past in Blue Star, where his encounters with beautiful women only ever cost him 500 yuan for a fleeting affair, lasting merely an hour, after which neither party held any ties. How wonderful that was. His principle in romance has always been to delve deep, offer no promises, refuse no advances, and bear no responsibilities. Chapter 30 Surprise Attack. Xiaoyun, once we are out of here, would you consider taking my aunt as your master? Jiang Ziyue gazed at Xiaoyun with palpable anticipation. At his age, grasping the second level of sword intent and additionally comprehending the invincible sword heart, his swordsmanship talent is likely unmatched across the entire Tianhuan continent. Given my aunt's aspirations, she would undoubtedly accept him as her disciple, and thereafter, she would relish hearing Xiaoyun affectionately call her treasure every day. Is there a possibility of opting out of this arrangement? What? Jiang Ziyue expressed her confusion. Never mind, I merely meant how fortunate I feel to have met you. As he spoke, Xiaoyun's attention shifted back to the arena, where he observed a shift in the situation. Sui, already at the third level of the Transcendence Realm, faced off against Gongsun Hong, a genius of the ninth level, and while he felt no pressure initially, the sudden addition of Xin Lang changed everything. At this moment, under the onslaught of both assailants, Sui was steadily retreating, bearing several wounds that rendered him a pitiful sight. Wait a moment, my brother Su has already been injured. Why haven't the system rewards been issued? Could there be some unforeseen circumstances? Xiaoyun's eyes remained fixated on Su Yi. Xin Lang let out a maniacal laugh, brimming with confidence as he pressed the attack, proclaiming, Sui. Lin Yurong, are you still unwilling to concede? If you surrender the treasures of the Hall of Legacy and the map to the spiritual herb garden, I can assure you a safe departure. What say you? Curses. Upon hearing Xin Lang's villainous laughter, Xiaoyun internally lamented the dire situation. As expected, in the next moment, despite Sui's cultivation level remaining unchanged, his aura suddenly surged, indicating he had activated an unknown trump card. Xiaoyun was once again reminded of the absurdity of the chosen ones. Just when you think you've witnessed their limits, you're merely scratching the surface of their potential. Similarly, Lin Yurong, besieged by Lu Hang and Xin Lang, had reached a point of desperate resistance, yet suddenly her aura doubled as well, her movements displaying abilities that transcended her current realm. It seemed as if she was unleashing some latent power within her, with both chosen ones revealing their hidden strengths. The situation in the arena underwent a dramatic reversal. Now, it was the two chosen ones who had the upper hand against the other four. Fortunately, the disparity in cultivation levels still provided some comfort, allowing the four to retain their composure. However, the outcome was far from certain. Had I known, I would have dragged the Xin brothers with me. Not only did I miss the opportunity to weaken the villains, but I inadvertently aided their ascension. What a loss. All of this was Xin Lang's fault. Had he not displayed that villainous laugh, the current predicament would never have arisen. This grudge would serve as a reminder for him to recognize who the true antagonist was. Whoosh, in an instant, Xiaoyun darted forward, transforming into a streak of lightning that appeared behind Xin Lang, his Xianglong sword aimed directly at his vulnerable point. Thud, accompanied by a chilling sound, Xin Lang's face contorted in pain as he instantly lost his combat effectiveness, collapsing to the ground. Xiaoyun, Xin Lang, nearly fainting from the agony, had Xin Mao hastily retreat from the battlefield to assist him. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for targeting Xin Lang's sensitive area, reward of 1,000 villain points. Is there really a reward of 1,000 villain points for that? Xiaoyun's gaze shifted to Gongsun Hong, who had been repelled by Sui, causing Gongsun Hong to stiffen in fear. In Gongsun Hong's eyes, this individual was truly terrifying, far more so than the trump card-wielding Sui. Not only did he possess unparalleled speed, but he also resorted to the despicable act of a surprise attack. Whether he could outmatch Sui was uncertain, but he knew that should the opportunity arise, Xiaoyun would not hesitate to strike again. With such a rogue opponent in the mix, continuing the battle would only lead to further casualties. Realizing the futility of the situation, Gongsun Hong sighed. Lin Saintus, young Master Su, your companion, Lu Ru, is aware of the location. We are outmatched and will not pursue the spiritual herb garden any further. We shall take our leave, if that suits you. Lin Yurong and Sui nodded in agreement, although they wished to detain these individuals, after such a prolonged battle, claiming they were not fatigued would be disingenuous. Moreover, they needed to rescue their companions, and thus, they could only let them depart. Until we meet again. Gongsun Hong clasped his fists in farewell, summoning his companions to vanish into the depths of the stone forest. Brother Su, you are not gravely injured, are you? Xiaoyun inquired with concern, inadvertently placing his hand on Sui's wound, causing blood to seep through his fingers. Sui winced in pain, hastily withdrawing from Xiaoyun's grasp. In that moment, he sensed that Xiaoyun had intentionally caused him discomfort, leaving him bewildered as to how he had offended him. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for exacerbating the injuries of the epic chosen one, reward of 50,000 villain points. 50,000, I must strive to become a millionaire. Even my noodles could be topped with 2 eggs. Xiaoyun feigned another attempt to assist, but Sui quickly evaded him, unable to watch any longer. Lin Yurong interjected, Xiaoyun, your spiritual power is unique. You must quickly aid Sui in healing. Although these individuals have retreated, they will not easily concede, and we must maintain our combat readiness. Upon hearing Lin Yurong's urging, Xiaoyun knew he could no longer exploit the situation and instructed Sui to sit cross-legged. He then placed his palms against Sui's back, channeling a torrent of spiritual energy into him. In an instant, Sui's bleeding ceased, and his wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Observing Xiaoyun's healing technique, which differed from her own experience, Lin Yurong felt a pang of displeasure. It turned out that when he had healed her at Qiming Mountain, he had been taking advantage of the situation. Humph, little rascal, I shall deal with you later. Meanwhile, the alliance of several major factions had not strayed far. Brother Gongsun, are we truly going to abandon this? Lu Hang and his companions, recalling their substantial losses, felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction as the leaders of their respective factions. Failing to secure any benefits would make their return rather untenable. Of course, we cannot simply concede, Gongsun Hong replied, his gaze fixed on the stone forest, his voice low. Sue is severely injured and will need time to recuperate. Before the battle concluded, I left a tracking mark on him, and we can follow them discreetly to the spiritual herb garden. Brother Gongsun truly possesses clever tactics. They all admired Gongsun Hong's ingenuity. Gongsun Hong surveyed the group, his eyes revealing disdain. Had these individuals not been so arrogant and heeded his advice to set up a trap, they would not be in their current predicament. Now, it was too late to devise a plan, otherwise, he would have certainly orchestrated a surprise for them during Lin Yurong's rescue of her companions. Considering the fierce battle that lay ahead, Shenlang, as a top-tier combatant, was indispensable. Gongsun Hong turned to assess Shenlang's condition. Brother Shenlang, how is your injury? Will you be able to fight again shortly? Shenlang clasped his fists and replied, thank you for your concern, Brother Gongsun. After consuming the 9 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill, my injury is no longer a concern and will not significantly impact my strength. Let us proceed immediately. Recalling their previous encounters, the Shin brothers were eager to set out without delay. We must ensure that this shameless little thief regrets ever setting foot in this world. Chapter 31. The space has collapsed again at Chu. Having just finished healing Sui, Xiaoyun could not suppress a sneeze, feeling an inexplicable sense of being plotted against from behind. Brother Xiao, what troubles you? Sui, deeply moved, initially suspected that Xiaoyun was deliberately harming him, only to realize that Xiaoyun genuinely cared for him. After all, Xiaoyun had exhausted himself to heal him, becoming so weak that he easily sneezed. Meeting a brother like Xiaoyun was indeed a blessing he had accumulated over 8 lifetimes. Ding ding, congratulations to the host. Through deception, you have gained the sincere feelings of the epic chosen one, reward of 100,000 villain points. When did I deceive him? Xiaoyun looked at Sui, perplexed, and noticed the gratitude and sincerity etched across his face. In response, Xiaoyun quickly feigned a weak demeanor, saying, Brother Su, there is no need for such formality. We are like brothers from different mothers. Seeing you injured, I would exhaust all my spiritual energy to ensure your well-being. You must believe, though you face dangers ahead, I shall always be your most steadfast support. Brother Xiao, Sui was so touched that he nearly shed tears, cursing himself for having doubted Xiaoyun's intentions regarding the Hall of Inheritance for even a fleeting moment. Who in the world would plot against another, especially to the extent of sacrificing their own strength to heal someone else? Seeing Suyi's sincerity, Xiaoyun's mind turned. The ancient sect ruins contained not only the Hall of Inheritance but also a trove of spiritual herbs and treasures. Surely, it would not be too much to ask for a few benefits in return for healing him, right? Brother Su, given that I have depleted my own essence to heal you, it would be reasonable to ask for 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones as a service fee, and perhaps a couple of the spiritual herbs or treasures you acquire? Sui ultimately felt he had misplaced his trust, realizing that despite Xiaoyun's verbal expressions of brotherly affection, his heart was filled with mercantile intentions. Just then, a group of individuals appeared in Xiaoyun's line of sight, and the one leading them was someone he knew very well. Why has she come as well? The newcomer was Qiao He, accompanied by disciples from the Hahuan sect, as well as members from Xianyu Valley and Qingcheng Mountain, nearly 20 individuals in total. Young Master Xiao, we meet again. Encountering Xiaoyun here inexplicably filled Qiao He with joy. She abandoned her companions and quickly approached him, her beautiful eyes shimmering with warmth, engaging in casual conversation filled with concern. Having just learned about the situation from his fellow disciples, Sui felt a pang of discomfort. Am I truly jealous of Brother Xiao? Reflecting on the misunderstanding at Qiuming Mountain, Sui found it difficult to face Qiao He, and nevertheless, acknowledging the kindness she had shown to his fellow disciples, he steeled himself and expressed, Thank you, Miss Qiao, for extending your hand of assistance. This debt of gratitude, I, Sui, shall forever remember. Young Master Su, you are too courteous, there is no need to dwell on it. Qiao He appeared exceedingly indifferent, barely glancing at Sui, and continued her conversation with Xiaoyun. Zhang Yun, did you not overexert yourself? I have a century-old Ling Yuan fruit here that can aid in your swift recovery. Zhang Ziyue pulled Xiaoyun away from Qiao He, resembling a small tiger fiercely guarding its food. A quarter of an hour later, Xiaoyun and his companions traversed the stone forest, arriving at a desolate woodland where Lin Yurong halted beside a withered ancient tree that had stood for countless years. The ancient tree was unremarkable, so much so that it would hardly attract attention, making it hard to believe that it served as the entrance to the spiritual herb garden, so well concealed. Thus, Xiaoyun activated his heavy pupils and quickly discerned the entrance hidden within the decaying tree. This entrance was a mechanism, concealed beneath the exposed roots of the tree. It was nearly impossible to detect without close inspection. Watching Lin Yurong search around the withered tree for the entrance, Xiaoyun naturally would not reveal the secret so readily. He contemplated how to sneak into the spiritual herb garden. Just as he was lost in thought, Gongsun Hong and his entourage reappeared. All good people. With their arrival, a conflict between the two parties became inevitable, creating the perfect opportunity for him to infiltrate the spiritual herb garden amidst the chaos and seize all the spiritual herbs, even if they were of no use to him later. He could always feed them to pigs, ensuring that not a single strand was left for the chosen one. This was the standard operation for a destined villain. As expected, Gongsun Hong, relying on his numbers, waved his hand to surround everyone. After confirming that this ancient tree was indeed the location of the spiritual herb garden, he wasted no time and drew his sword. Attack! The scene erupted into chaos, and amidst the turmoil, Xiaoyun summoned a clone to remain in place while his true self stealthily opened the entrance to the spiritual herb garden. As he gazed around, he found that the spiritual herb garden was not extensive, merely a few dozen zhang in area, filled with patches of spirit fields, an array of spiritual herbs that dazzled the eye. Wait a moment. Why do these herbs seem so young? The oldest among them barely spans a few decades. Could it be that this was not the true spiritual herb garden? Unwilling to give up, Xiao Yun began to search throughout the entire garden, hoping to uncover the garden's true entrance. However, after a considerable amount of time, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly, a flash of white light shot toward him, and he instinctively reached out, grasping a small, fluffy creature tightly in his hand. Upon opening his palm, he discovered a palm-sized white kitten, appearing as if it had just been born. Its fur was as bright as snow, with a pair of extraordinarily mystical eyes, one a brilliant blue like a sapphire, and the other a silvery white resembling a small moon. Perhaps due to long-term hunger, the little white cat was exceedingly thin, feeling as if he were holding onto a mere bone, somewhat uncomfortable in his grip. Though a bit thin, this little one is quite the exquisite find. Meow. The little white cat let out a cry, baring its teeth at him. Wait, could it be that the reason these spiritual herbs fail to thrive is that this little creature has been feeding on them? Ding ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining an epic level spirit beast. An epic level spirit beast. Xiao Yun exclaimed in delight, feeling as though he had struck gold according to the memories of the original owner. Ordinary beasts that cultivated were collectively referred to as demon beasts, while spirit beasts possessed immensely powerful inherited bloodlines, rare even in the upper realms. Thus, he quickly opened his spatial pouch and took out all 3 rare spiritual herbs obtained from the Hall of Inheritance, intending to feed them to the kitten, yet, the next moment left him dumbfounded. The little cat showed little interest in the herbs, instead fixating intently on a pill he had acquired during his initial encounter with Jiang Ziyu. Uncertain of the pill's efficacy, he had refrained from using it, but upon seeing the little white cat's eager gaze, he unhesitatingly retrieved it and offered it to the kitten. Meow. After swallowing the pill, the little white cat, fully satisfied, closed its eyes and began to doze off. Xiao Yun stored it back in his spatial pouch and then prepared to unleash the 10,000 swords technique, intending to destroy all the spiritual herbs. However, just as he uprooted the last spiritual herb, a familiar cracking sound suddenly echoed. Xiao Yun abruptly looked up, exclaiming in dismay, this space had shattered once again. Chapter 32. You won't sell me, will you? Crack, crack. A series of grotesque and terrifying spatial rifts began to spread throughout the miniature world, causing both parties engaged in battle to abruptly cease their hostilities, their expressions darkened with dread. This is dire. The 2 ancient sects' sacred grounds have vanished, the miniature world is commencing self-destruction, and we must be forced out. The crowd's faces betrayed their profound disappointment. After fighting valiantly for so long, they faced such a hasty and unsatisfactory conclusion. In that moment, none could endure the bitter reality. Jiang Ziyu had approached and tightly grasped Xiao Yun, as if fearing he might flee. Whoosh, the repulsive force of the miniature world enveloped the two, and after a dizzying whirlwind, Xiao Yun found himself alongside Jiang Ziyu in the Lianyun mountain range, surrounded by an absence of other souls. It appeared they had been randomly teleported. Fortuitously, he could now ascertain the true nature of the treasures contained within the sacred hall's ornate box. Xiao Yun reached into his spatial pouch and retrieved a plump object resembling a bean, examining it closely in his palm. The seed exhibited a yellowish hue, and had it not been for its size, approximately 10 times that of an ordinary soybean, Xiao Yun might have been convinced he had been deceived, for it appeared to be nothing more than a common yellow bean. Could this possibly be the celestial seed of spiritual treasures? Jiang Ziyu remarked, her expression grave as she held the yellow bean delicately in her jade-like hand, scrutinizing it from every angle for an extended period, ultimately arriving at a singular conclusion. Indeed, it was the celestial seed of spiritual treasures. How did you come to possess such a treasure? Jiang Ziyu inquired, her face a mask of incredulity, astonished that Xiao Yun possessed this legendary item. It was well known that this diminutive seed had the potential to yield celestial treasures. Should news of this spread, it would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed across the Tianhuan continent, likely prompting even the reclusive saints to emerge from their seclusion and engage in fierce conflict over it. However, while this item is indeed precious, its cultivation requirements are exceedingly stringent. It can only take root and sprout in the fabled 9 heavens earth. Xiao Yun gazed at the Lingbao Tianzhong with a deep sense of frustration, for the 9 heavens Shirong in the system shop required an astronomical sum of 999, 999, 999. Villain points for redemption, and it was not even included in the lottery pool. At the current rate at which he was acquiring villain points, it would be an eternity before he could obtain it. Trash. He carelessly tossed the Lingbao Tianzhong into a corner of his personal space as the two prepared to depart from the Lianyun mountain range. According to Jiang Ziyu, after each ancient sect's ruins event concluded, members of various factions would scatter to lie in wait, ready to seize any unsuspecting juniors who might descend from the heavens before their elders could arrive. Clang, clang, a series of metallic clashes echoed from a distance, but Xiao Yun had no interest in witnessing the commotion and urged Jiang Ziyu to leave. Junior, since you have crossed paths with us, do not attempt to flee. A middle-aged man at the Dao entry stage appeared abruptly, looking down at them with an air of superiority. With a thud, a figure hurtled through the air, spitting blood and crashing into several large trees before finally landing not far from Xiao Yun. What the hell, no wonder our path is blocked. It turns out to be Sui, the chosen one, attracting all this trouble. Junior, if you do not surrender the treasures on your person, my brother and I shall not hold back any longer. Jiang Ziyu furrowed her brow as she regarded the 2 Dao entry experts and said in a solemn tone, might you 2 esteemed seniors be the legendary Wulong and Fengshu? Ah. This young lady knows our names. The elder replied, somewhat surprised. They had not dared to roam the martial world for quite some time, and it was unexpected to be recognized so soon after re-emerging. Esteemed seniors, I humbly pay my respects to the renowned Wulong and Fengchu. Xiaoyan clasped his fists in greeting to the two, then turned to Sui and said, Brother Su, it is evident that these two seniors are the kind who seek wealth without resorting to violence. Whatever treasures you possess, do present them, lest you cause these two seniors to waste their trip. I told you, I truly found nothing at the ancient sect's ruins. Ever since he had been teleported out, he had encountered Wulong and Fengchu, who had initially ambushed him and then relentlessly pursued him, leaving him at a significant disadvantage. They had continued to hound him, demanding he surrender his treasures, but all he had done at the ruins was visit a few locations marked on the map to increase his cultivation. He had no treasures to offer. You young lad, it seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Perhaps it is time for you to experience our might. Xiaoyan discerned the intent of Wulong and Fengchu. They were clearly targeting not only Sui but also himself and Jiang Ziyue. With no way to evade the confrontation, Xiaoyan turned to Sui earnestly and said, Brother Su, let us join forces. You won't betray me, will you? Sui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. Recalling his experience of being sold in Yunshan City, he felt a lingering dread. Had it not been for his luck in encountering Master San Zhang, he might have ended up as mere fodder for the grave. Xiaoyan vehemently protested his innocence, placing a hand on Sui's shoulder and assuring him, Brother Su, have you forgotten? I promised to be your strongest support. How could I possibly betray you? Feeling a surge of immense power coursing through him, Sui's injuries, which were not particularly severe, healed within mere moments. At that instant, he inexplicably believed Xiaoyan's words to be true. Betraying him would yield no reward for Xiaoyun. Moreover, faced with two formidable adversaries at the Dao entry stage, Xiaoyun had no reason to turn against him. Without their alliance, neither would escape the onslaught of the two Dao entry experts. Very well, today, let me experience just how powerful the Dao entry stage truly is. Fight! With a surge of battle intent, Sui's white robe billowed without wind, radiating an aura of unparalleled confidence. Unlike the hasty response to the earlier ambush, he now exuded the brilliance of the continent's foremost swordmaster, and the ancient sword in his hand emanated a terrifying presence. One sword breaks the void. His first strike was a formidable move. A razor-sharp blade of light shot into the sky, akin to a sun rising, its terrifying edge wreaking havoc as surrounding trees splintered into fragments. Whoosh, the sword light suddenly locked onto Fengchu, descending like divine retribution, with the force of a mountain threatening to tear the heavens and earth asunder, a spectacle of immense magnitude. Xiaoyan felt a jolt of alarm. The Chosen One was indeed unreasonable. Such a powerful attack would likely be beyond the capacity of an ordinary Dao entry expert to withstand. Damn it! What kind of sword technique is this? The expressions of Wulong and Fengchu shifted dramatically as they hastily unleashed a torrent of power from their palms, striving to shatter the terrifying sword light. Boom, boom, the violent forces collided furiously, unleashing a chaotic storm of spiritual energy that swept through the vicinity once more. Put! Fengchu violently spat blood, crashing to the ground, evidently suffering severe injuries. He stared incredulously at Sui. Having traversed the martial world for decades and encountered countless prodigies, he had never witnessed someone of the transformation stage defeating a Dao entry expert with a single sword strike. It was crucial to understand that while the transformation in Dao entry stages seemed to differ by only one grand realm, the gap was akin to a chasm. Sui turned to Xiaoyun, signaling him to make his move and resolve one of their troubles while the opportunity presented itself. However, Xiaoyan showed no inclination to intervene. Instead, he provocatively challenged Wulong and Fengchu, two old geezers, if you have the guts, let my brother Su strike you again, and watch how he effortlessly handles both of you with one hand. Chapter 33. Allow me to rephrase pft. Sui, infuriated, spat out a mouthful of old blood, chastising himself for placing too much trust in Xiaoyun. What about your integrity? You promised to join forces against our foes, yet here you are, covertly aiding him with your words from the shadows, truly lacking in decorum. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have caused the legendary Chosen One to lose focus, earning 100,000 villain points. This is losing focus, pathetic. Xiaoyun, with a look of disdain, remarked, Brother Su, surely you aren't that lacking? You faltered after just one strike? You're the one who is lacking, your entire family is lacking. Sui was already contemplating striking Xiaoyun, genuinely believing that his ultimate move could be wielded like a basic attack, hacking away at will. Seeking death. A furious roar erupted from Wulong, witnessing his brother injured by a single strike. Not only were the two young ones hurling insults at them, they were chatting as if they were completely unbothered, which clearly demonstrated their utter disregard for the two of them. The small universe within him was on the verge of exploding. Boom, boom, Wulong unleashed a terrifying surge of spiritual energy, causing the surrounding air to erupt in a series of deafening roars. Youngsters! Allow this old man to see how you can handle me with one hand. Ignoring Xiaoyun entirely, Wulong reached out toward Sui, the enormous dragon claw of condensed spiritual energy compressing the air around it, making Sui feel as though he were sinking into quicksand. Damn! Sui cursed, bracing himself to fend off the impending strike. Clang! A piercing sound of metal clashing echoed, with sparks flying from the point of impact. Having just exhausted his ultimate move, Sui's spiritual energy was already insufficient to sustain him for even a breath, and he was instantly overpowered, caught in the dragon claw's grip. The overwhelming force constricted his body, and had it not been for his exceptional physique, he would have likely exploded into a shower of flesh the moment he was seized. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have set a trap to ensnare the legendary Chosen One, placing him in peril, earning 200,000 villain points. Brother Su is in danger. If he perishes, it would certainly result in an unprecedented explosion, akin to a little cow taking flight. How could a mere child accumulate such a familial sacrifice buff, easily handled by the likes of Wulong and Fengchu? Surely, someone would emerge at the last moment to thwart all of this. Based on his decade of experience as a devoted reader, such a scenario was guaranteed to unfold. Whoosh, 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 the sounds of air being sliced through echoed, as the tumult of battle attracted nearby powerful beings. Upon seeing the newcomers, Wulong disregarded Sui entirely, swiftly retreating with Fengchu in haste. Didn't those two scoundrels just flee? Humph, they're fortunate to escape. Last time, while I was away, they had the audacity to violate my cherished Ganji's cattle. Next time we meet, I shall make them pay. As more and more people gathered, a gasp arose from the crowd. Look, that is Xiao Yun. Hearing the exclamation, Xiao Yun realized that all eyes were now fixed upon him, resembling a horde of lecherous onlookers beholding an unparalleled beauty, their expressions filled with eager anticipation. Xiao Yun, what have you done? Why are they all looking at you like that? Jiang Ziyue, noticing the collective gaze directed at Xiao Yun, felt a sense of foreboding. It's probably because I'm exceptionally handsome, Xiao Yun mused, convinced that this explanation was the only plausible one. Jiang Ziyue rolled her eyes, retrieving a small token from her storage ring, gripping it tightly in her hand should the situation turn dire. She was prepared to unleash her ultimate move and call upon her aunt. Brother Xiao, this should be the work of the Xianyang family. Sui felt his speculation was nearly accurate. Having witnessed Xiao Yun's ambush on Shenlang at the ancient sect ruins, he believed that if it were him, he would not rest until blood was shed. Just moments ago, Sui had been seated in meditation, healing his injuries, unnoticed by anyone. Now, as he stood up, someone exclaimed, "Everyone, the one beside Xiao Yun is Sui." It said he took all the treasures from the Hall of Heritage with Lin Yurong from the Xianyu Valley. All the treasures from the Hall of Heritage? Is that true? Doesn't that mean if they capture Xiao Yun, they can claim the bounty from the Xianyang family, and if they see Sui, they might ascend to become the next unparalleled powerhouse? Greed and excitement illuminated everyone's faces. Who would have thought such immense fortune would suddenly fall into their lap, were it not for the chaotic mix of individuals present, all wary of one another, fearful that the first to strike would be ambushed by others. They would have long since rushed forward to capture them. Observing this unfolding situation, Xiao Yun felt no trepidation. Instead, he was rather amused. Brother Su, this is all you're doing. They're merely attracted to my good looks. As for you, they covet your treasures. Sui's expression darkened, his thoughts filled with curses. Had it not been for that morally bankrupt individual at the ancient sect ruins thrusting him into the spotlight, this predicament would never have arisen. Perhaps he would have quietly absconded with the treasures, far removed from the Lianyun mountain range. Now, not only had he failed to secure the treasures, but he was also shouldering the blame, unable to shake it off. Brother Xiao, shall we make our escape? Xiao Yun stepped aside, declaring gallantly, Brother Su, you go ahead. I'll hold them off for you. Sui hesitated, suddenly doubting Xiao Yun's integrity once more. Just then, a luxuriously beautiful small flying vessel shot through the air like an arrow. Ding ding, detecting the fiancé of the legendary Chosen One. Upon hearing the system prompt, Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. It was a level even higher than epic legendary, and a fiancé at that. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he glanced over, spotting a stunning woman standing regally atop the vessel. She was tall and alluring, with lustrous black hair cascading down her back, skin fairer than snow, a face resembling a blossoming peach, and striking phoenix eyes, her elegantly arched brows giving her an air of invincibility. Upon her arrival, Jiang Ziyue tightened her grip on the small token. The surrounding martial artists also grew tense. This is troublesome. She has arrived. 2.01 should expect to claim the treasures from the Hall of Heritage. She is merely a junior at the third level of the Dao realm. Is there truly a need for such alarm? If you are unafraid of death, you may attempt to bully her based on your realm, but see if you can evade the pursuit of the Xianyang Saint and the Tianlong Saint. Could it be she is the most cherished junior of the Xianyang Saint, who broke through to the Dao realm at 17 and became the saintess of the Outyen Immortal Academy, Shenruyan? Indeed. That is her. The one who placed a bounty on Xiao Yun's head is also her. It is said Xiao Yun killed her younger brother. Hearing the surrounding powerful beings exchanging words, Sui turned to Xiao Yun, only to find Xiao Yun's eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint, his expression inexplicably gleeful. Shouldn't he be anxious? Why did he look as though he was excited to see his beloved? Brother Xiao, she already has a fiancé. Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate for you to act this way? Xiao Yun shot a sidelong glance at Sui, replying, I enjoy the wives of others. If you were to condemn me, then let me rephrase, if the one I fancy becomes someone else's wife, wouldn't you feel sympathy for me? Chapter 34 and no more pretense. I am coming clean. Is it possible to operate like this? Sui expressed that he had truly learned something. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for leading the epic Chosen One astray, reward of 100,000 villain points. Indeed, this was a strikingly bold individual. Who would have imagined that beneath such an ostensibly serious exterior lay the spirit of a treacherous rogue, adhering to the principle of treating others with strictness while being lenient towards oneself? Xiao Yun expressed his disdain for Sui, the shameless Chosen One. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Xiao Yun hurriedly pulled Jiang Ziyue close to himself, fearing that this soft opportunity might be snatched away by him. With his decade-long experience as a bookworm, he knew that the Chosen One was adept at taking advantage of others, and should he act unreasonably, what could a great villain like himself do to contend with him? Jiang Ziyue, feeling somewhat displeased, shook off Xiaoyun's hand and huffed, "Xiaoyun, what do you mean by that? Do you have feelings for Lu Ruyan?" Xiaoyun swiftly embraced her, declaring earnestly, "What is Lu Ruyan compared to you, my moonlight darling? You are the treasure of my heart, and no one can take your place." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziyue finally revealed a satisfied smile. At that moment, Shen Ruyan retracted her flying vessel and stood suspended in midair, her piercing phoenix eyes scanning the crowd coldly. The omnipresent aura of her formidable presence sent a shiver down the spines of all present. "Who is Xiaoyun?" "Him." Xiaoyun decisively pointed at Sui. Upon feeling Shen Ruyan's sharp gaze fixed upon him, Sui nearly choked with indignation. Having just been betrayed once, he found himself in a similar predicament yet again. Was there no sense of propriety left? Just as he was about to speak, Xiaoyun quickly placed a hand on his shoulder, whispering, "Brother Su, you too have a stake in killing Shen Jian. I was acting on your behalf. Just hold on a moment, I'll prepare a grand move that will surely subdue her." Sui felt his internal injuries rapidly heal once again and ultimately decided to trust Xiaoyun one more time. After all, the matter concerning Shen Jian was rooted in his own vendetta, and Xiaoyun had merely been inadvertently caught in the crossfire. Clang, the ancient sword was drawn. Sui faced the murderous intent of Shen Ruyan, his gaze now entirely replaced by cold determination. 5 years ago, Shen Jian slaughtered my entire family. Such a blood feud demands retribution. If you seek to avenge him, then I shall respond in kind. As soon as the words left his lips, an overwhelming sword intent erupted from Sui, his aura rising steadily, reaching a level comparable to that of an enlightened being. Shen Ruyan, sensing Sui's sword intent, raised an eyebrow slightly, unfazed. "It seems you are indeed Sui, the foremost sword prodigy of the Tiangyuan continent. Since you are implicated in my brother's death, I shall capture you first, and then deal with Xiaoyun." Sui stood resolute, and with a flick of his ancient sword, a torrent of sword energy surged towards Shen Ruyan. Xiaoyun averted his gaze. Whether Shen Ruyan could kill Sui was uncertain, but he knew that facing her with his current strength would yield little success. Therefore, in dealing with the fiancée of a legendary Chosen One, he resolved to sharpen his skills in preparation. Accessing the system, he opened the panel, gazing at his villain points totaling 7,374, 400, and made a firm decision to enhance himself first, lest he be outmatched by the fiancée of the legendary Chosen One. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, having spent 5 million villain points to exchange for the first form of the Battle Saint body, Berserk. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for spending 2 million villain points to elevate the Hongmeng Creation Immortal Technique to the 4th level. Watching his villain points dwindle to a mere few hundred thousand, Xiaoyun felt as though he had returned to square one overnight. Fortunately, indulging in this lavish expenditure ultimately allowed him to experience a different kind of joy. According to the detailed description, the Berserk form of the Battle Saint body would grant him a spiritual battle armor, tripling his defense, speed, and attack based on his inherent strength and undeniably fearsome enhancement. Furthermore, with the breakthrough of the Hongmeng Creation Immortal Technique, his energy sea expanded fivefold, achieving an astonishing depth of spiritual energy. The healing capabilities brought forth by this energy underwent a revolutionary transformation. To test this, he secretly made a half-inch deep cut on his hand, and to his astonishment, the blood had barely begun to flow before the wound began to heal, vanishing within the span of 3 breaths. Such a terrifying self-healing ability was utterly unfathomable. This indicated that as long as he did not incur fatal injuries, he would be remarkably resilient, akin to donning a suit of berserker armor. With this enhancement completed, Xiaoyun lifted his gaze towards the battlefield. At that moment, Sui was engaged in a tentative exchange of blows with Shen Ruyan, yet despite his efforts, he remained at a significant disadvantage, the gap in their realms akin to an insurmountable chasm. Shen Ruyan wielded a long spear with cunning and ferocity, her every movement delivering lethal strikes. After numerous exchanges, she had pressed Sui to the brink, leaving him gasping for breath and marred with numerous wounds that stained his white robe crimson. "Is this all you are capable of?" Shen Ruyan showed no sign of remorse for overpowering him, instead channeling her full strength to subdue Sui entirely. Overwhelmed by being so thoroughly bested and ridiculed by a woman, Sui felt a surge of fury. After enduring 2 grueling battles, the faint glimmer of insight he had previously grasped crystallized in that moment. With a swift movement, he evaded Shen Ruyan's lethal spear strike, and his ancient sword erupted with tangible sword energy, swirling around him in a relentless dance. In the next instant, all the tangible sword energy converged into the ancient sword, its aura growing profound and heavy, as if it could collapse the void and sever the rivers of stars. One sword to sever the rivers of stars. Sui roared, suddenly leaping into the void, his ancient sword descending with might, unleashing a blade of light nearly 20 zhan long towards Shen Ruyan. Seeing Sui comprehend such a formidable sword technique in the heat of battle, Shen Ruyan's brow furrowed slightly, and her spear transformed into a phantom dragon, charging forth to meet him. Boom, boom, accompanied by a tremendous clash, the 2 attacks erupted simultaneously, unleashing a tempest of spiritual energy that swept across the heavens, prompting nearby martial artists of the Transcendence realm to flee in terror. In the wake of the collision, Shen Ruyan staggered back a few steps, while Sui, having expended tremendous energy, was left utterly drained, teetering on the brink of collapse. "It's over." Shen Ruyan transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing before Sui in an instant, gripping his neck with an iron grip. At this juncture, Xiaoyun felt it was time for him to make his entrance. Should Sui truly fall victim to the fiancée of the legendary Chosen One, he could very well face a catastrophic explosion. However, he was acutely aware of the distinction between a hearty meal and a feast, thus, he ceased his pretense. It was time to reveal his true self and present a surprise to the fiancée of the legendary Chosen One. Shun Ruyan. Release my brother. Xiao Yun's voice boomed with a fierce determination, reminiscent of one prepared to fight to the death for his comrade, instantly invigorating Sui to struggle with renewed vigor. Do you expect a mere sea-breaking realm weakling to assist you? The direct disciple of the Qingcheng Sword Immortal is hardly impressive. Shen Ruyan turned her head to regard Sui, her expression dripping with contempt as she taunted, do you believe that even if this holy maiden stands still, he could harm a single hair on my head? Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow. It seems that without demonstrating some strength, you truly believe I lack the capacity to contend with you. Chapter 35. Preparing to face my onslaught, Xiao Yun's long hair began to sway as if stirred by an unseen wind, and within his petite frame surged a power reminiscent of an ancient beast awakening. His battle intent rose like a towering mountain, exuding a profound shock that pierced the heart. Battle intent ignited, sword intent unleashed, the Sanglong sword emitted a soft chime, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance under the influence of second-level sword intent and the invincible sword heart. This is second-level sword intent. Moreover, the invincible sword heart. Shen Ruyan, who had been utterly indifferent, was suddenly thrown into disarray, releasing Sui. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment as they turned towards the surrounding spectators, a host of formidable warriors, gaped in disbelief, questioning whether they had risen too early today or were merely hallucinating. To comprehend second-level sword intent at just over 10 years of age was already remarkable, a testament to his extraordinary talent. Yet, the invincible sword heart was an entirely different matter. Across the Tianhuan continent, only 2 legendary sword immortals had grasped the invincible sword heart, both of whom were paragons of invincibility in the present age. It was utterly unfathomable. Countless individuals devoted their lives to understanding the invincible sword heart, only to find themselves perpetually adrift, ultimately succumbing to despair. Yet here stood a mere child, barely over a decade old, who had achieved it. Sui's mind was a blank slate. He had thought he would soon catch up to the second-level sword intent, but the sight of the invincible sword heart rendered his status as the continent's foremost prodigy laughable. Could they still engage in joyful competition? Yet, what Sui never anticipated was that Xiao Yun's display was far from over. A fierce and menacing aura erupted from Xiao Yun, and in an instant, a layer of armor, entirely forged from spiritual energy, enveloped him, radiating an awe-inspiring majesty. As the armor took form, Xiao Yun's presence surged once more, instilling a palpable sense of threat even among seasoned practitioners present. Could this be the legendary Battle Saint Body? Be more confident, and discard the could be. This is indeed the Battle Saint Body. This physique amplifies one's combat power tenfold, and in a frenzied state, it triples again, all while fighting without fatigue. Is it truly that extraordinary? The onlookers fell into a collective stupor, grappling with the reality of a 10-year-old possessing the Battle Saint Body, alongside second-level sword intent and the invincible sword heart, a hallmark of the strongest. Was this not akin to divine providence, showering gifts upon him? Lu Ruyan gazed at Xiao Yun, her chest rising and falling, reflecting the magnitude of the shock she was experiencing. I concede that you are indeed extraordinary. However, the disparity in realms remains, and I can still easily defeat you. Xiao Yun, uninterested in further banter, merely smirked slightly. With a swift motion of the Sanglong sword, a myriad of sword energy erupted into the sky, enveloping the surrounding space for dozens of meters. Gazing at the swirling sword energy, Shen Ruyan could distinctly sense that each strand possessed the power to breach her defenses. Should this onslaught continue, she harbored no confidence in withstanding it. What manner of monster is this? In that moment, the previously casual combat transformed into a source of trepidation for her. Are you prepared to face my onslaught? Xiao Yun pointed the Sanglong sword towards Shen Ruyan, and a torrent of sword energy surged violently towards her. Clang, 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 the piercing sound of sword cries resonated as Shen Ruyan's desperate defense was met with catastrophic force. Teetering on the brink of collapse, gritting her teeth, she spat a mouthful of blood onto her protective barrier, momentarily stabilizing the impact. Then, she channeled all her strength into her spear, a chilling and murderous aura erupting from the weapon. Xiao Yun sensed that relying solely on the torrent of sword energy would not suffice. Even if he managed to fend off Lu Ruyan's impending strike, he would not emerge unscathed. Having chosen not to conceal his prowess, he resolved to fight with utmost determination. Victory must be splendid. With a thought, the sword intent of the Sanglong sword shifted, its tip aimed at the heavens. In the next instant, a multitude of sword energies converged towards the Sanglong sword, swiftly coalescing into a colossal sword reaching for the sky. Then, utilizing the void-breaking step, Xiao Yun hovered momentarily, looking down upon Shen Ruyan from above at the towering giant sword locked onto her, before he descended with a powerful strike, devoid of any unnecessary flourish, only this earth-shattering blow. As the sword light descended, Shen Ruyan coughed up another mouthful of blood, which splattered onto her spear. Instantly, the weapon turned blood-red, its chilling and murderous aura nearly coalescing into a tangible form. Sure, a spear. Blood-red annihilation. Shen Ruyan cried out, gripping the spear with both hands, her form soaring heavenward, resembling a female Shura as she lunged fiercely towards the colossal sword. 2 exceedingly ferocious forces erupted, the blinding light making it impossible for the spectators to gaze directly upon the clash. Boom, accompanied by a tremor that shook the earth, debris flew as the violent sword's residual energy cleaved the ground, leaving behind a massive chasm that stretched for dozens of meters. All present held their breath, their expressions frozen in shock as they beheld the scene. In the chasm, Shen Ruyan's once lofty demeanor was entirely shattered. She now resembled a delicate flower fallen from grace, vulnerable enough for anyone to approach and pluck. Shen Ruiyan's mind trembled, overwhelmed by the realization that she, a self-proclaimed prodigy, had been bested by a mere child of over 10 years, flooding her with an unparalleled sense of defeat. Though she had managed to break through that final strike, it had only been a narrow escape, leaving her severely injured by the sword energy's residual might, rendering her unable to move. Witnessing Shen Ruiyan's plight, everyone inhaled sharply, even having witnessed it firsthand. They struggled to accept this outcome. When had a mere sea-splitting realm practitioner been able to subdue a transcendent talent like Shen Ruiyan, who belonged to the entry realm? Was this not an inversion of heaven's laws? It was utterly preposterous, absurd beyond imagination. Sui gazed at Xiao Yun's retreating figure, his heart reeling from the impact. He vowed that anyone who dared to label him the foremost prodigy of the Tianhuan continent again would receive a swift rebuttal. These recent experiences had instilled within him a vague sense that whenever he found himself in a perilous situation, Xiao Yun would emerge as a steadfast ally, unhesitatingly standing by his side. He was uncertain whether to laugh or cry at having such a brother. However, he had not emerged empty-handed. In the face of danger, he had comprehended the second move of his self-created divine-level sword technique, and he had come to intimately experience Xiao Yun's invincible sword heart. He believed it would not be long before he too grasped the invincible sword heart. At that time, he would challenge Xiao Yun to a duel, pinning him down to demonstrate that his swordsmanship was no less formidable. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for severely injuring the fiancée of the legendary Chosen One, awarding 500,000 villain points. A reward of 500,000 for inflicting injury? Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback by the villain point reward, unaware that his display of bravado had ignited Suyi's competitive spirit. He leaped into the chasm, advancing step by step towards Shen Ruiyan. Now how should he deal with this fiancée of the legendary Chosen One? Should he explore the 100 methods of the immortal binding technique, or perhaps drench her in water, or even take her virtue? Chapter 36 Watching the fiancée of the Chosen One. Should we brand her with the slave mark of the Celestial, then release her, while occasionally sabotaging the Chosen One? However, the slave mark can only be inscribed when the other party is completely passive. It goes without saying that Shen Ruiyan would never comply. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have triggered a system task auctioning the legendary Chosen One's fiancée. Task successful, reward 1 lottery opportunity. Ah, this is the fiancée of a legendary Chosen One. Is it appropriate to auction her off? Isn't the risk a bit excessive, but upon reflection, the greatest risk I have encountered in my life has been ignoring dangers while browsing and carelessly proceeding with installations. This current risk is indeed trivial in comparison. Moreover, after toiling hard to seize an advantage before the auction, surely that is not too much to ask. With this thought, Xiao Yun felt a sudden clarity and rejuvenation. He approached Shen Ruiyan, making a grasping motion from afar, and a pink belly band materialized in his hand. What kind of bizarre sorcery is this? Shen Ruiyan gasped in shock, feeling her intimate garment forcibly stripped away. She instinctively covered her chest, but her body was too weak to resist, leaving her to glare at Xiao Yun with fiery eyes. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have forcibly removed the bellyband of the legendary Chosen One's fiancée. Reward 100,000 villain points. One removal grants 100,000. This rate of return is simply incomparable to Lin Yuron. Thus, Xiao Yun handed the bellyband back to Lu Ruiyan, saying, "Here. I return it to you. I suppose you are quite curious about my methods, are you not? Why not try putting it back on, and I could demonstrate a few more times for you. Look at this." Is this something a person should say? Shen Ruiyan was engulfed in shame, fury, and rage, wishing to tear Xiao Yun apart, yet at this moment, she was too gravely injured to move even a finger. Otherwise, even if it meant self-destruction, she would never endure such humiliation. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have humiliated the legendary Chosen One's fiancée, making her feel boundless shame. Reward 200,000 villain points. Xiao Yun was elated. Such lucrative opportunities to earn villain points are indeed rare. Everyone who witnessed Xiao Yun's actions was momentarily stunned, compelled to marvel at his audacity in humiliating Shen Ruiyan before so many. Did he not fear the wrath of the saints? Yet, they also secretly wished to embody Xiao Yun, to feel how soft that bellyband truly was, to catch a whiff of its fragrance. In the direction where Jiang Ziyue stood, she was positioned directly behind Xiao Yun, unaware of the unfolding events. When she saw the powerful figures so visibly discomposed, she felt utterly perplexed. Sui, can you discern what Xiao Yun has done? I feel as though Shen Ruiyan is on the verge of madness. Sui, who was quietly healing, shook his head with a wry smile, saying, Xiao Yun's actions are always unpredictable. I cannot fathom what has transpired. Ah! Shen Ruiyan, overwhelmed by rage and her internal injuries, suddenly spewed a mouthful of fresh blood, her complexion paling to an alarming degree. Oh dear, you've spat blood. Here, let me wipe it for you. Xiao Yun squatted down, disregarding Shen Ruiyan's murderous glare as he used the bellyband to dab away the blood at her mouth. Xiao Yun, if you have the courage, then kill me. Otherwise, I shall not let this matter rest for all eternity. Shen Ruiyan trembled with anger, unable to suppress another bout of coughing up blood. Xiao Yun continued to assist her, wiping as he spoke, do not be so agitated. I know that our paths are surely intertwined for life. I am still young, there is no need for you to rush this moment. Such shameless and boundaryless humiliation was unbearable for Shen Ruiyan, prompting her to force herself into unconsciousness. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for compelling the legendary Chosen One's fiancée to feign unconsciousness through your utter shamelessness. Reward 200,000 villain points. Feigning unconsciousness, wouldn't this require some chest compressions to revive her? Xiaoyun casually tossed the bloodied belly band aside, rubbed his hands together, and pressed down on a small hill, employing the techniques learned from his past life to perform the compressions diligently. Shen Ruyan immediately opened her eyes, but upon seeing Xiaoyun's serious yet lecherous demeanor, she let out a piercing scream. Ah! Then, she truly lost consciousness. This time for real. It seems I must resort to artificial respiration. Alas, my first kiss today is destined to be lost. Xiaoyun paid no heed to the numbed gazes around him and leaned down to commence the artificial respiration. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for claiming the first kiss of the legendary Chosen One's fiancée. Reward 500,000 villain points. While performing artificial respiration, Xiaoyun pressed his palm against the hillside, channeling a pure essence of spiritual energy into Shen Ruyan's body. However, he only infused a small amount of spiritual energy, just enough to awaken her. Upon awakening, Shen Ruyan did not open her eyes, allowing helpless tears to cascade down her cheeks. At that moment, she silently vowed that once she managed to escape alive, she would ensure that Xiaoyun's lecherous hands would be severed and fed to dogs, his eyes gouged out and crushed, and his mouth cut off and thrown into the cesspool, to be eternally suppressed, rendering him unable to seek life or death. Finally, Xiaoyun ceased his lecherous humiliations, which allowed Shen Ruyan to breathe a sigh of relief in her heart. Just then, she suddenly sensed the extraordinary nature of the spiritual energy Xiaoyun had just infused into her, possessing incredible healing capabilities, making her feel as though she had grasped a lifeline. Once she regained even a modicum of mobility, she would crush the small token given to her by her ancestor and summon him for AIDAT that time. No matter how extraordinarily talented Xiaoyun might be, he would be but dust before the saints. Unbeknownst to Xiaoyun, his momentary actions had sown the seeds of great future troubles. At this moment, he looked around at all present and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed elders, noble sons, I hereby announce that Shen Ruyan shall be auctioned as my trophy. I hope everyone will support generously." Shen Ruyan, who was secretly healing, was infuriated upon hearing Xiaoyun proclaim her as a trophy for auction. She felt an anger so profound that it could summon a Buddha from the netherworld, her silver teeth grinding audibly. Endure, even if she could no longer bear it, she must continue to persevere. Once she regained her freedom, she would reclaim every humiliation with interest. In stark contrast to Shen Ruyan's restraint, everyone present was left utterly speechless. What on earth is Xiaoyun's background to dare auction off Shen Ruyan, this paragon of beauty? This is tantamount to courting death with the Xianyang family and the Aotian Academy. Is there anyone in this world bolder than this? By the way, how much are you all willing to bid? After all, she is the saintess of the Aotian Academy and so strikingly beautiful. I wouldn't dare ask for even a single spirit stone. I wish to live a few more years, yet a few among them quietly don hoods over their heads. Xiaoyun had anticipated the crowd's reaction, knowing well that as the pride of the Aotian Academy and the Xianyang family, anyone who participated openly in the auction would be akin to searching for filth in a latrine with a lantern. However, in his view, neither the Aotian Academy nor the Xianyang family posed a significant threat. The most formidable adversary remained the legendary Chosen One who had yet to make an appearance. Given the Chosen One's unreasonable nature, since he had slain Shen Jian, hostilities had already been established. Since conflict was unavoidable, he must employ his trump card. Of course, the so-called trump card was merely about defeating magic with magic. It was also essential to apply some pressure on Brother Su. Chapter 37 Why he is so exceptional. As Sui was recuperating, an inexplicable chill suddenly crept up his spine, as if he were being scrutinized by some malevolent force. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Xiaoyun approaching him, carrying Shen Ruyan. "Xiao brother, what brings you here?" "Su brother, allow me to speak," Xiaoyun interjected, his voice filled with righteous indignation. "I witnessed her taking advantage of your cultivation level to bully you, and it infuriated me. As your sworn brother, I cannot let this grievance go unavenged." Sui felt a surge of gratitude. It dawned on him that Xiaoyun had risked everything to humiliate Shen Ruyan on his behalf. Such a commendable brother was indeed hard to find. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for deceiving the emotions of an epic level Chosen One. You have earned 100,000 villain points. Upon hearing the system notification, Xiaoyun felt that Sui was quite astute. He continued, "Su brother, look around at these people, many are concealing their identities. During the auction, help me drive up the price, and we shall split the proceeds afterward." Sui hesitated. The risks involved in bidding were indeed quite significant. Even with the Qingqing sword immortal backing him, he had to weigh his options carefully. Xiaoyun quickly stoked the flames of his resolve. "Su brother, I risked offending two top-tier powers to stand up for you. Are you truly unwilling to take this small risk for a bid? Are we not brothers?" Sui's expression grew troubled. The risk felt overwhelmingly daunting. "It becomes clear now, no wonder you are unable to comprehend the invincible sword heart. If you lack the confidence to face such risks, why bother cultivating the sword at all? You might as well find a wife and settle down," Xiaoyun exclaimed, turning away in indignation. "Wait. Xiao brother, I will participate." Sui realized that Xiaoyun was right. As a sword cultivator, he ought to confront challenges head-on, wielding his sword against all adversities. "Truly, you are my sworn brother." Xiaoyun beamed, patting Sui on the shoulder before calling out, "Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the auction for the saintess of the Outyan Academy. This maiden is as beautiful as a celestial being, though gravely injured and unable to resist. It is an unparalleled opportunity to acquire her and keep her in a gilded cage. Who knows when such a chance will arise again? Thus, I set the starting bid at a single exquisite spirit stone, accompanied by a mother-child soul control pill, ensuring absolute dominion over her." There is no limit to the increments during bidding, but the highest bidder shall prevail. The saintess of the Outyen Academy, renowned for her unmatched beauty and talent, was being auctioned off starting at just 1 spirit stone? It was utterly infuriating. Shinru Yen felt her blood boil anew. Goodness, they even include the mother-child soul control pill. This is starting to become quite enticing. Many who had come unprepared now regretted not bringing their masks, for with the soul control pill, the stakes were indeed raised. Enough! Let the bidding begin. As soon as Xiao Yun's words fell, the crowd erupted. I bid 1 exquisite spirit stone. 1 stone, you must be dreaming. I bid 100,000. Humph, for such a precious item, I bid 200,000. Inch under Suyi's relentless bidding, the price rapidly soared to 800,000, yet 2 persistent bidders remained undeterred. Determined to make a final push, Sui declared, I bid 100,000. Upon hearing Suyi's substantial increase of 200,000, the 2 remaining bidders fell silent, realizing that Sui was merely a pawn in this scheme. Continuing to bid would require over 1 million spirit stones. What folly! Even with the soul control pill, spending such a fortune was hardly worthwhile. If word got out, they would lose both their wealth and their connections. The risk was not worth it, as no one else dared to bid. Sui was taken aback. Things had not unfolded as he had anticipated. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a stunning and exceptionally talented saintess. Do not let this opportunity slip away. Is there no one willing to bid higher than 1 million? Seeing that no one was willing to respond, Xiao Yun decisively proclaimed, congratulations to young Master Su for becoming the final bidder. Sui stood there in a daze, accepting the mother-child soul control pill, suddenly feeling a sense of betrayal. However, upon reflecting on the auction's bidding process, he realized it was not Xiao Yun who had ensnared him, but rather his own inability to gauge the situation accurately. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for setting a trap to ensnare an epic-level chosen one, creating a formidable rival from thin air. You have earned 500,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully auctioning the fiancée of a legendary chosen one. You have earned a lottery chance. Adhering to the principle of not delaying the lottery, Xiao Yun eagerly initiated the draw. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for winning the ZY Tianhua. ZY Tianhua, a fire of the star's origin, formed from the combined powers of the 7 stars. Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuhong, Kaiyang, and Yao Guang. Activating this flame would allow the wielder to summon the protective powers of the Big Dipper, enhancing their combat strength tenfold. This fire could also be utilized for alchemy and artifact forging, proving to be incredibly versatile. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yun merged the ZY Tianhua into his Dantian for refinement, aiming to transform it into a fire akin to his own lifeblood, thereby providing him with an additional trump card in battles beyond his means. The instant the ZY Tianhua was successfully refined, a majestic purple flame erupted from Xiao Yun, emanating an aura of divinity and authority, seemingly inviolable. At that moment, his cultivation broke through once more, ascending to the 4th level of the sea-breaking realm. Is this person even human? How can he possess such a legendary entity as the ZY Tianhua? Many in attendance recognized the ZY Tianhua, initially believing that Xiao Yun's defeat of Shinru Yen represented his full strength. Little did they know, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Why was he so exceptional, even as a newcomer in this realm? It made them feel that their existence was merely to bear witness to the prowess and excellence of such individuals. Jiang Ziyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. Xiao Yun was only 13, yet his talents were unparalleled, a rarity throughout the annals of history on the Tianhuan continent. If she were to take him home and nurture him, would she not then possess the most formidable man in the world? The thought alone sent shivers of excitement coursing through her veins. Thank goodness I was clever enough to give him that Sanglong sword. With my aunt's character, whether or not he becomes her disciple, she will eventually drag him back. After retracting the heavenly fire into his being, Xiao Yun spent 300,000 villain points to exchange for a foundational pill for the sea-breaking realm. Upon consuming the pill, his foundation solidified. He then personally handed Shinru Yen over to Sui, saying, Su brother, Shinru Yen is now yours. Congratulations on acquiring such a beautiful and talented attendant. Sui felt as though he had boarded a pirate ship. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Yun interjected, by the way, your bid was 100,000 exquisite spirit stones, and we agreed to split the proceeds. A true brother settles accounts fairly. Remember, you still owe me 500,000 exquisite spirit stones. Sui nearly spat blood in disbelief. Not only had he inadvertently offended 2 top-tier powers, but he also found himself burdened with an additional debt of 500,000 exquisite spirit stones. Must it be played this way? At that moment, Shinru Yen, who had been submissively following Xiao Yun's lead, revealed a sinister smile, abruptly crushing a small token in her hand. Chapter 38, Who provoked you? I shall cut him down. A thunderous roar echoed through the void, shaking the very heavens. The previously clear sky was suddenly engulfed by tumultuous clouds, dark and oppressive. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure, so terrifying it sent shivers down one's spine, surged forth, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble as if it could not withstand the might that was about to tear it asunder. Truly, a sacred being has descended. The powerful figures present lost all semblance of pride, prostrating themselves on the ground, awaiting the full revelation of divinity. Xiao Yun gazed into the void, where the ominous clouds split apart, allowing golden rays of sunlight to cascade down, forming a brilliant beam. Following this, a figure slowly coalesced within the light. This figure, an old man with hair and beard as white as snow, appeared diminutive, yet emanated an aura of grandeur akin to that of the heavens themselves. As Xiaoyun beheld the elder, an uncontrollable impulse to prostrate in reverence welled up within him. Recognizing the identity of the white-haired sage, he immediately understood that this was none other than the renowned Xianyang saint of the Tianhuang continent. Who dares to harm my granddaughter? The voice of the Xianyang saint, though gentle, resonated like thunder in the hearts of all present. Poof! Xiaoyun spat a mouthful of blood, feeling the turmoil of spiritual energy within him, utterly incapable of resisting the overwhelming force. Such was the might of a sacred being, truly terrifying indeed. At that moment, with a mere flick of his hand, Shenruyan was drawn toward him. Ancestor! Please, you must take a stand for your grandson. Shenruyan knelt in the void, recounting the entire sequence of events, detailing Xiaoyun's extraordinary talents in meticulous detail. Ruyan! Remember, high talent does not equate to strong power. Do not blindly pursue the heights of cultivation, it is the firm foundation that allows warriors to go far. This humiliation may harm your martial heart, but it is not without its benefits. Return and reflect deeply, and you shall naturally mend your shortcomings. I shall heed your teachings, ancestor. Once the Xianyang saint had imparted his wisdom, his gaze fell upon Xiaoyun. With just a single glance, Xiaoyun felt as though an immense mountain had crashed upon him, forcing him to brace himself with the Tsunlong sword to avoid kneeling. This elder's mere gaze is so terrifying. Under the weight of this overwhelming pressure, Xiaoyun's formidable physique began to crack. Were it not for the Hongmeng creation immortal art in the Dozhan sacred body, he feared that under this scrutiny, he would meet his end within mere moments. Of the Xianyang saint, surprised, noted Xiaoyun's resilience against his gaze. Truly, a prodigy unseen in the Tianhuang continent for eons, to withstand even a glance from me at the mere sea-breaking realm. I had intended to cherish such talent, yet you have become a nightmare in Ruyan's heart. Thus, I cannot spare you. Though the Xianyang saint spoke with an air of indifference, the chill in his words unmistakably pronounced Xiaoyun's death sentence to the entire Tianhuang continent. Heavens! The onlookers quivered, having never witnessed such a scene. A revered sacred being disregarding his status to target a mere sea-breaking realm cultivator, how formidable must Xiaoyun's talent be to incite such fear? At that moment, Zhang Ziyue suddenly raised her voice in anger. Does a sacred being truly intend to strike against a junior of the sea-breaking realm? The Xianyang saint replied coolly, little girl, how I act is not for you to dictate. With a cold laugh, Zhang Ziyue seized Xiaoyun's hand and raised her delicate palm, confronting the Xianyang saint's pressure with a small token. Crack, the wooden token shattered instantly, releasing an aura of razor-sharp intensity that swept through the air. Shinchangqing, have you forgotten the pain after healing your wounds? You dare to harm my niece? Are you truly seeking death? Before she even arrived, a sword light that spanned miles cleaved toward the Xianyang saint, as if to rend the very heavens apart. The Xianyang saint snorted softly, raising his hand to strike into the void. An unparalleled force surged forth, akin to a tempest, colliding with the sword light. Boom, a cacophony of earth-shattering sounds erupted as the two forces clashed, unleashing a terrifying storm that tore the void asunder, leaving behind grotesque rifts in reality. The Xianyang saint's complexion turned crimson as he stared intently into the void. In the next instant, a graceful woman abruptly appeared, her mere wave of a hand clearing the clouds from the sky, revealing a pristine expanse. Xiaoyun's heart raced as he beheld her. The woman looked to be in her 20s, with flowing hair cascading down her shoulders, her features perfect in every regard. Clad in a gown that mirrored the moonlight, her slender waist adorned with fluttering tassels, she swayed delicately in the breeze. Were it not for the wine gourd in her right hand, from which she frequently drank, one might mistake her for a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. However, her unpretentious demeanor added a touch of charm to her ethereal beauty. This was none other than Zhang Ziyue's aunt, the Qingyue sword fairy, the pinnacle of combat prowess in the Tianhuang continent, stunningly beautiful and fiercely spirited. At this moment, the Qingyue sword fairy beckoned, levitating Zhang Ziyue and Xiaoyun before her. Zhang Ziyue quickly released Xiaoyun, clutching her skirt like a child caught in wrongdoing, and timidly spoke, Auntie, what auntie? This is clearly a big ant. Xiaoyun, taking in the enchanting sight of the sword fairy, couldn't help but think how delightful this indulgence felt, stirring within him a desire to cease striving for improvement. Thus, he resolved to extend his efforts, seeking to win over his aunt. As the destined great villain, one must possess the means to revel in life, and he felt an eager anticipation to embrace those long legs. Thud, the Qingyue sword fairy playfully smacked Zhang Ziyue on the head, her tone slightly irritated. I have warned you countless times, with your little arms and legs, do not venture to the ancient sect ruins. You not only disregarded my warnings but even dared to sneak out. Do you wish for me to make you draw your sword for 3 years? Thud, as she spoke, she playfully smacked Zhang Ziyue again, causing tears to nearly spill from her eyes. Auntie, please stop. I was wrong, don't make me draw my sword again, Zhang Ziyue pleaded. After chastising Zhang Ziyue, the Qingyue sword fairy took a swig from her gourd and said, Kid, I know not why that Sanglong sword is in your possession, but seeing you and Ziyue hand in hand brings me great displeasure. Let me be frank, you are unworthy of Ziyue, so keep your distance. Upon hearing her aunt's blunt rejection of their pairing, Zhang Ziyue felt a surge of discontent and mischievously remarked, Xiaoyun has merely comprehended the second level of sword intent and possesses an undefeated sword heart. At most, he has an additional Dozhan sacred body. Auntie, you're right, I shall send him away at once. What? The Qingyue sword fairy's mouth fell agape, the wine she had yet to swallow spilling down her chin, rendering her beauty even more striking. She then tossed the wine gourd aside and grasped Xiaoyun's shoulders firmly. Xiao Yun, allow me to rephrase Ziyue can be your warm bed servant, and furthermore, I promise, if you take me as your master, I shall cut down anyone who dares to provoke you. Chapter 39. Who has seen me, Xiao Yun, without offering a cigarette? Jiang Ziyue pouted. Little did she expect that her aunt, who had just been playfully meddling in matters of love, would turn around and sell her out, making her a mere bed warmer. She had no intention of playing such a role. She yearned to nurture Xiao Yun herself, and even if he were to have other sisters in the future, she must be the rightful queen. Well, what do you think, Xiao Yun? Have you given it some thought? The exquisite visage of the Qingyue sword immortal was suffused with anticipation. Xiao Yun was certain that if he were to refuse, it would be in vain. Nevertheless, this was an opportunity he must seize. Just moments ago, the Xianyang saint had been brimming with arrogance, casually declaring his own mortality. He was someone who never held grudges. He believed in immediate retribution. Sword immortal sister, I too wish to take you as my master, Xiao Yun declared, raising his hand to point at the Xianyang saint. However, this old man has been fixated on my life. I fear that I might meet an untimely demise, which would surely betray your good intentions. Beside him, Jiang Ziyue nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. It is because Xiao Yun's talent is extraordinary that the Xianyang saint, disregarding his status, attempted to strike him down. Thankfully, I managed to block it with the Holy Soul token. Whoosh, before Jiang Ziyue could finish her sentence, the Qingyue sword immortal had vanished. When he focused his gaze, he beheld a dazzling sword light cleaving towards the Xianyang saint. Poof! To prevent the residual force from harming Shenruyan, the Xianyang saint braced himself against the blow, unable to suppress a spout of fresh blood, glaring furiously at the Qingyue sword immortal. Li Qingyue! Do not push your luck. Push my luck, I intend to sever you. Without warning, the Qingyue sword immortal produced a wine gourd, boldly taking a swig before flicking his left hand, launching a tangible sword light that tore through space, aimed at the Xianyang saint. Though the sword light appeared weak, the Xianyang saint was not overconfident. He raised his hand, conjuring a great sun in the sky, gathering a golden divine light that, like divine retribution, countered the sword light's might entirely. Boom! Another overwhelming pressure descended, shattering the void. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in green and a youth in grey emerged from the rift. Upon seeing the newcomers, the Qingyue sword immortal ceased his assault on the Xianyang saint, swiftly retreating to shield Xiao Yun and Jiang Ziyue, his brow furrowing slightly. How has that old codger, the heavenly dragon saint, arrived here? This truly complicates matters. If it were just her, facing two great saints alone would not have fazed her. After all, she was an unparalleled sword immortal. However, protecting Xiao Yun and Jiang Ziyue during the ensuing battle would prove quite challenging. With the Xianyang saint now bolstered by allies, his confidence surged, the holy aura around him growing more formidable as he sought to ally with the heavenly dragon saint to overpower the Qingyue sword immortal. Li Qingyue, I acknowledge your strength, but let us see how audacious you remain when faced with both me and my brother, the heavenly dragon. At that moment, the youth in grey suddenly interjected, Elder, please hold. I ask for the opportunity to personally deal with Xiao Yun and avenge Ruyan. A millennium ago, he, Chu Kuang, had been the invincible celestial king of the immortal realm. When he was on the verge of attaining the title of immortal emperor, he was betrayed by his brothers, beset by countless enemies. He had pursued the path of the great Tao throughout his life without marrying, yet in that dire moment, his devoted guard, Lu Ruyan, had sacrificed her life to shield him from a fatal blow. He still vividly recalled her last words, in this life, your heart belongs only to the Tao, not to me. Should we meet in the next life, remember to marry me. Watching Lu Ruyan perish in his embrace left him consumed with rage. From that moment forth, he adopted the name Chu Kuang and, fueled by fury, annihilated all his enemies, ultimately meeting his own demise. To his astonishment, a millennium later, he found himself reborn in the household of a servant within the Xianyang family, only to discover that Shenruyan, the pride of the Shen family, was none other than Lu Ruyan from his previous life. Thus, for Shenruyan, he willingly transformed into a sycophant, disregarding the mockery of others, enduring countless hardships to become a son-in-law of the Shen family, all to make amends for the past. Even though Shenruyan had yet to awaken her memories from her previous life and look down upon him as a mere son-in-law, he vowed to protect her for eternity, aspiring to elevate her to greatness and grant her a lifetime of splendor. When he learned of Shenruyan's humiliation at the hands of Xiao Yun, even being brazenly auctioned off, a seething rage ignited within him, compelling him to urgently request the heavenly dragon saint's assistance. He swore to shred the one who disrespected Shenruyan into pieces. Are you certain you wish to take action? The Xianyang saint's expression remained calm, but internally he was elated. In his eyes, Chu Kuang was a conundrum, born with celestial-level cultivation techniques and possessing the 12th-ranked barbarian emperor physique. At merely 15 years of age, his cultivation was nearing the Dao realm, with numerous capabilities that made him nearly unmatched even among those at the Dao level. It was precisely for this reason that upon learning of Chu Kuang's affection for Shenruyan, he had vehemently supported his inclusion into the Xianyang family. Despite opposition given the current circumstances, with the Qingyue sword immortal present, he could not eliminate this future adversary in the cradle. However, Chu Kuang was different. As a member of the younger generation seeking vengeance for his fiancée, it was entirely reasonable, and the Qingyue sword immortal would find it difficult to intervene. He was convinced that no matter how extraordinary Xiao Yun's talents were, he would never measure up to Chu Kuang. I am certain. Chu Kuang nodded firmly, stating, I shall make Xiao Yun understand what it means to be outclassed by those beyond him. He must pay a heavy price for his actions. Ding ding, detecting a legendary chosen one, triggering a legendary system task to shatter the invincible belief of the legendary chosen one. Reward: 1 legendary treasure chest. Upon hearing the system's task, Xiaoyun immediately lost interest. As a formidable villain fated by destiny, even with a 99 chance of victory, he preferred to remain in the shadows, lurking behind the chosen ones, occasionally delivering a calculated strike. However, the mention of an unseen legendary treasure chest instantly piqued his curiosity. Revealing a few of his trump cards seemed inconsequential, especially with the system's advantage at his disposal. After all, as long as he toyed with these chosen ones daily, there would always be more surprises to unveil. Thus, he stepped forward, laughing arrogantly, and proclaimed, "What makes you think you are worthy of understanding the concept of beyond the heavens? Now, allow me to inform you, I am the sovereign of eternal life." Who has ever encountered Xiaoyun without being offered a smoke? His raucous laughter reverberated through the heavens and the earth, and in that moment, he fully embraced his true self, holding nothing back. The second-level sword intent left Chu Kuang astounded. The invincible sword heart caused a change in Chu Kuang's expression, as two godly marks of complete mastery in swordsmanship encircled Xiaoyun. Chu Kuang's mind trembled wildly. When Xiaoyun unleashed the explosive power of the battle saint body, igniting terrifying purple flames that erupted like a volcano, Chu Kuang was utterly stunned. In the next instant, his pupils constricted sharply, as if witnessing a ghost, fixated on the brilliant divine light emanating from Xiaoyun's chest and the eerily profound gaze of his eyes. Chapter 40. Upon meeting, I must address him as my elder brother. O my heavens, is there truly no justice left in this world? Are we not allowed to live, with a divine constitution and ancient dual pupils, possessing either alone could dominate an era? Yet he possesses both. As Xiaoyun unveiled his complete form, the onlookers were left questioning their very reality. How could such a monstrous being exist in this world? What on earth has Ziyu brought back? The Qingyue Sword Immortal, struck speechless by the revelation, silently vowed to ensure Xiaoyun's safe return to the Taichu Immortal Academy, no matter the cost. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Chu Kuang bellowed frantically. Even in the immortal realm, such a creature has never been seen throughout the ages. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for shaking the invincible belief of the legendary chosen one, reward 500,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for delivering a significant blow to the epic chosen one, reward 100,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for instilling self-doubt in the epic chosen daughter, reward 100,000 villain points. Lin Yorong has arrived as well. This is indeed an unexpected delight. I must ignite a spark to encourage Brother Su to return her belly wrap, which has been left empty. What if she catches a chill? Xiaoyun glanced below, noticing Lin Yorong standing alongside Sui, surrounded by the formidable figures of Qingcheng Mountain and Xianyu Valley. Thus, he resolved to dismiss Chu Kuang and descend to assist Brother Su. Surely, upon witnessing Sui return her belly wrap, Lin Yorong would be elated. The system would undoubtedly reward him for his altruism. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyun turned his gaze back to Chu Kuang. Come now, do you not wish to experience true power? I shall not bully you. If you can withstand a single sword strike from me, I shall consider taking you on as my little follower. Let us see if you possess such prowess. Chu Kuang seethed with rage. Despite Xiaoyun's display of talent that had shaken his belief in invincibility, Chu Kuang was, after all, a reincarnated immortal king, and the notion of being taken as a subordinate was utterly preposterous. The assembled crowd felt that Xiaoyun was somewhat overstepping. Judging by the aura emanating from Chu Kuang, he was more than twice as powerful as Shen Ruyan. While they believed Xiaoyun could defeat Chu Kuang, they were skeptical that he could do so with a single strike. However, when they witnessed Xiaoyun unleashing his avatar, which bore identical capabilities to his true self, they were utterly stunned. What he meant by a single strike was, in fact, that both his true self and avatar were preparing to strike simultaneously. Is he truly going to play this way? Xiaoyun paid no heed to the thoughts of others. The system's task was to shatter Chu Kuang's belief in invincibility, and the most straightforward method to achieve this was to defeat him with a single blow. Clang, clang, clang. Xiaoyun's avatar simultaneously executed the 10,000 swords technique, the crisp sound of swords resonating throughout the heavens. Observing the sharp aura of the myriad sword energies unleashed, it seemed as if the very void was to be cleaved asunder. In the next instant, Xiaoyun and his avatar raised their swords skyward, drawing the myriad sword energies back into a single strike, as two colossal swords surged towards the clouds. Chu Kuang gazed at the towering swords, an involuntary sense of helplessness welling within him. No, I am a reincarnated immortal king, I possess unparalleled foundations, nothing can hinder my path to invincibility in this life. Barbarian Emperor Body, activate. Chu Kuang's form swelled instantly, transforming into a giant 3 zhang in height, his muscles coiling like a dragon, exuding explosive power at first glance. With his transformation complete, Chu Kuang made the first move, launching himself into the air like a cannonball, his massive fist manifesting a bloodthirsty dragon, hurtling toward Xiaoyun like a celestial meteor. Barbarian Emperor's Fury, hearing Chu Kuang's thunderous roar, Xiaoyun and his avatar merged their colossal swords into one, unleashing a strike that seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth. Boom! In a moment of intense anticipation from the crowd, the two terrifying forces collided, creating a cataclysmic storm of spiritual energy that swept across hundreds of zhang. A sound of blood being spat echoed in the hearts of all present, as Chu Kuang's form deflated like a punctured balloon, reverting to his original size, plummeting towards the ground. Fortunately, the Xianyang sage intervened just in time, catching him. I cannot believe I have truly been defeated. Even while employing my strongest trump card, I was vanquished by a single strike. Chu Kuang appeared to hear the sound of shattering within him, his eyes dimming with a hint of despair reflecting on his previous life, where he had dominated the immortal realm, even daring to challenge the immortal emperors. He never anticipated that this second chance bestowed upon him would lead to his defeat at the hands of someone from the sea-breaking realm. This blow shattered his long-held belief in invincibility. Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. The power Chu Kuang had unleashed moments prior could be deemed invincible even among the Dao entering realm, yet he was still felled by Xiaoyun's single strike, suffering severe internal injuries. The fact that a mere fourth layer of sea-breaking realm could unleash an absolute invincible strength of the Dao-entering realm was nothing short of a fantastical tale, rendering it hard to believe. Yet, it had transpired before their very eyes. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for completing the legendary task of shattering the invincible belief of the legendary Chosen One, reward 1 legendary treasure chest. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Yun was instantly exhilarated, exposing all his trump cards was for this very moment. However, he was not prepared to open the box at this moment. For Chu Kuang was indeed formidable. Should a life-and-death battle ensue, his victory rate would merely hover around 99. 99, rendering the endeavor akin to courting death. With the capriciousness of the Chosen One, such a setback could rival the sacrifice of loved ones, potentially unleashing even more astounding latent potential, inevitably leading him to seek retribution against this great antagonist in the future. It would be prudent to seize the opportunity while Chu Kuang's mind was in disarray, defying his promise to engage in battle and instead claiming him as a subordinate. Should he ever dare to raise a hand against him, he could then stand upon the moral high ground, pointing fingers at him for all eternity. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yun boldly addressed Chu Kuang. You are indeed powerful, although you could not withstand my sword strike. I have decided to take you on as my humble follower. Henceforth, whenever you see me, you shall address me as Big Brother, do you understand? You. Chu Kuang trembled with rage, yet he could find no grounds to refute the assertion. Nevertheless, he would never acknowledge such a subordinate role, not even at the cost of his life. Noticing the other's refusal to concede, Xiao Yun remained unfazed. All that mattered was branding Chu Kuang with this label in the minds of those present. Thus, he prepared to open the box with a sense of satisfaction. However, just as he was about to unlock the legendary treasure chest, the Xianyang sage suddenly erupted, seizing the moment while everyone's thoughts were still captivated by the might of Xiao Yun's previous sword strike. He unleashed a flurry of punches, striking with the swiftness of lightning. The terrifying force of his blows sealed off all avenues of retreat for Xiao Yun. Intent on reducing him to mere ashes, pale with fear, Xiao Yun cried out in desperation, "Sword Fairy Sister, save me." Chapter 41. Do you wish to seize the opportunity? At the moment when the Xianyang saint made his move, the Qingyu sword immortal appeared beside Xiao Yun, vanishing from their original position just as the attack was about to land. Boom! The space at their previous location erupted violently, reminiscent of a small boy's explosion at little Rizi's home, as a colossal mushroom cloud formed entirely of spiritual energy ascended into the air. How terrifying! Without hesitation, Xiao Yun clung to the sword immortal's long leg, narrowly avoiding the ferocious aftershocks. This fellow, just a moment ago, he was proclaiming eternal life, and now he's clinging to my aunt's leg for dear life. Jiang Ziyue puffed her cheeks in annoyance, inexplicably feeling that Xiao Yun was deliberately taking advantage of her aunt, though she lacked any evidence to support her suspicion. At that moment, the Xianyang saint and the Tianlong saint exchanged a knowing glance, their intentions clear. They must eliminate Xiao Yun while only the Qingyu sword immortal stood in their way. If they allowed such a monstrous entity to escape and grow stronger, they would truly find themselves unable to rest easy. Boom! The two fully unleashed their formidable auras, resembling true immortals, their unparalleled might saturating the heavens and earth. The Qingyu sword immortal furrowed her brow, swiftly shielding Xiao Yun and the others behind her to prevent them from being affected by the saint's overwhelming presence. She wished to summon help, but alas, an elder from the Taichu Immortal Academy was in the critical phase of breaking through to true saint and required the protection of other true saints. For now, her only option was to find an opportunity to retreat with the two of them. Below, Lin Yorong observed the two true saints posing with such intense readiness and, without a moment's hesitation, pulled out a small token and crushed it, summoning her master for assistance. Turning back, she noticed Suyi's indifference and huffed. Xiao Yun is at least someone you consider a brother, he has helped you multiple times, are you really just going to stand by and watch? Sui offered a wry smile. You're wrong. It's not that I don't wish to assist Brother Xiao, but my master has said that sword cultivators must endure life and death to discover the true path of the sword, which is why I was not given a sacred soul token. Before Sui could finish his sentence, the void tore open, and a mysterious woman cloaked in 7-colored Taoist rhythms appeared, her true form obscured. The Qingyu sword immortal's expression brightened as she led Xiao Yun and the others before the enigmatic woman. Dear sister, please look after these two little ones while I go deal with our adversaries. Without waiting for the mysterious woman to respond, she dashed to confront the two true saints. Clang! A clear, resonant sound of a sword echoed through the heavens as the Qingyu sword immortal grasped the air, summoning a moonwhite longsword into her jade-like hand. The moment she tightened her grip on the sword, her aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Witnessing the Qingyu sword immortal's confidence, Xiao Yun ceased to focus on the battle of the three true saints. The disparity in their realms was too vast, rendering any observation futile. Turning back, he used his rejuvenation eye to catch a glimpse of the mysterious woman's true form, and he couldn't help but feel an urge to cling to her. This woman was simply breathtaking. If the beauty of the Qingyu sword immortal was characterized by a free-spirited boldness, then the allure of this woman was ethereal and sacred, utterly captivating. You're truly beautiful, sister. Xiao Yun boldly complimented her. The Xianyue sage, rather than being offended, smiled with intrigue. You little rascal, not only do you possess a dauntless spirit and exceptional talent, but you also bear the legendary ancient rejuvenation eye. It seems that Zhurong shattered her precious sacred soul token just for you. Seeing that the Xianyue sage was not angered, Jiang Ziyue's anxious heart finally settled. While Xiao Yun remained unaware of the woman's identity, she was acutely aware. If she provoked the woman even slightly, a mere breath could extinguish their lives. However, amidst her worry, she was also infuriated. That rascal had just clung to her aunt's leg and now was gazing intently at the Xianyue sage, as if he preferred her over his own charming little fairy. Thus, she huffed, Aunt Xianyue, let us descend. The Xianyue sage nodded and brought them down before Lin Yorong. Sister Yurong. After everyone had greeted the Shanghai sage, Xiaoyun hurried to Lin Yurong, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, he leaped into her embrace, unabashedly indulging in her affection. While some regarded his actions as shameless, they quickly reminded themselves that Xiaoyun was still a child who had nearly faced death at the hands of a true saint. Seeing his sister now, it was entirely reasonable for him to be overwhelmed with emotion. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for taking advantage of the destined encounter in front of an epic chosen one, earning 100,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for gaining an advantage over the epic chosen maiden, earning 100,000 villain points. With an additional 200,000 villain points credited to his account, Xiaoyun felt an immediate surge of delight. Lin Yorong's exquisite face flushed with two rosy hues. She had never anticipated Xiaoyun would act so brazenly in public. However, upon noticing the sympathetic gazes of those around them, she found it difficult to push him away and instead gently patted his back. Do not fear, it is all over now. Trust that the sword immortal will restore your honor. Wait, Lin Yorong was nearly infuriated to the point of her monthly cycle, as this rascal had audaciously smeared his tears and snot on her chest. How could she possibly face anyone like this? It was utterly outrageous. Enough, little rascal. The Shanghai sage waved her hand, forcibly separating the two. Lin Yurong felt an immediate sense of relief. To ease the awkwardness, she hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired, including Xiaoyun's displayed talents, to the Shanghai sage. Deprived of Lin Yorong's affection, Xiaoyun cheerfully approached Sui, enthusiastically draping an arm over his shoulder and steering him aside. Brother Su, let me speak from the heart. I truly believe you and Sister Yurong are the perfect match. Look at that. Is this even a rational statement? Does he have any awareness of his own actions? Sui's expression darkened slightly as he recalled their kiss and the sight of Xiaoyun taking advantage of Lin Yurong. Hearing this now made his heart feel exceedingly nauseated. Brother Xiao, that's enough. Do you genuinely find amusement in mocking me like this? Xiaoyun feigned innocence. Brother Su, you cannot possibly think there is something between me and Sister Yurong, can you? Is there not? Sui's expression remained frosty. Brother Su, your line of thought is quite misplaced. Do you truly believe Sister Yurong would harbor feelings for me? She regards me merely as a younger brother? Xiaoyun adopted a look of exasperation, continuing, you and Sister Yurong were childhood sweethearts. It is your unfounded suspicions that have led to today's predicament, is it not? Sui furrowed his brow in contemplation, feeling that Xiaoyun's words held a modicum of truth. After all, at the moment of their reunion, Lin Yurong had indeed looked delighted to see him. Had it not been for his jealousy, she wouldn't have been angry, nor would there have been a series of misunderstandings thereafter. But what more is there? Do you wish to seize it? Chapter 42 The Sorrow of Return and the Gloom of Homecoming. Upon hearing Xiaoyun's words, Sui was immediately stirred. He inwardly chastised himself for being so ungrateful. Xiao brother had always been silently supporting him, yet he had dared to harbor doubts. Such behavior was truly inexcusable. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully deceiving the feelings of the epic chosen one, rewarding 100,000 villain points. He was hooked. Sui was indeed quite adept at drawing out the benefits with minimal effort. Xiaoyun quickly added, Su brother, do you remember the box I gave you, when you presented to Sister Yurong in front of Xianyu? It just might delight Xianyu enough to see you two together. Upon hearing this, Sui was instantly intrigued and retrieved the box from his storage ring. Ever since Xiaoyun had bestowed this item upon him, he had not found the time to examine it properly, and now his curiosity was piqued. Gently, he opened the box for a glance, only to be struck dumb. He stared intently at Xiaoyun, unable to fully grasp the situation, and asked incredulously, Xiao brother, are you certain this is truly without issue? Absolutely certain. Xiaoyun patted his chest, adopting a serious demeanor. While I cannot guarantee how Sister Yurong will react to this gift, I swear by my sword heart that in our hometown, winning a girl's favor is best achieved with such offerings. If I speak one false word, my future path in swordsmanship shall be utterly destroyed, and I shall meet with a tragic end. Boom, an inexplicable force of heavenly law descended, and Xiaoyun felt a cosmic power of causality weighing upon him. Could it be just for uttering an oath? Did it truly manifest? He suddenly felt as though he were shooting himself in the foot, yet he reminded himself that what he said was indeed true. He had not strayed from his heart, only the world was different. However, he was uncertain whether this vow would genuinely affect him. Regret was now futile, he could only take it step by step. Nearby, Sui was jolted by the manifestation of heavenly power upon Xiaoyun. That he had never anticipated that Xiaoyun would swear upon his path of swordsmanship, even risking his life. This revealed the depth of his determination and confidence. Instantly, Sui felt an overwhelming trust surge within him. As a genuine sword cultivator, no one understood better than he the importance of a serene mind in sword cultivation. Moreover, with heavenly power as witness, how could it possibly be false? To take a step back, Xiaoyun's willingness to make such a solemn vow indicated that he genuinely regarded Sui as a brother and would never betray him. With this thought, he solemnly declared, Xiao brother, regardless of the outcome, I shall remember this kindness, and in the future, should you require assistance, Sui will not hesitate to risk his life. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully deceiving the feelings of the epic chosen one, earning his most sincere trust, rewarding 200,000 villain points. Though consoled by the acquisition of 200,000 villain points, Xiaoyun still felt a lingering dread. It seemed wise not to make oaths lightly in this world. If he were to deceive a lady as he had in his past life, he genuinely feared the wrath of heaven. Sui nodded in gratitude and resolutely approached Lin Yurong with the box in hand. At that moment, Lin Yurong was engaged in conversation with Xianyu. Upon seeing Sui nervously approach with a box, her brow furrowed slightly. Sui greets Xianyu. Sui politely bowed to Xianyu. Xianyu spoke gently, "You are that little fellow from years ago, aren't you, spending 5 years training under that old man from Qingchang? It seems you've truly inherited his teachings. At such a young age, you exude a profound and restrained brilliance, quite impressive." Sui replied respectfully, "Senior, you flatter me. My master has often spoken of you with great admiration, saying that he must visit. After all, he grew up alongside you. Such behavior is unbecoming. Remember, those who cultivate must avoid being impetuous. You need to meditate and reflect upon your actions upon returning." Humph. Lin Yurong huffed defiantly, maintaining that she had done nothing wrong. Xianyu sighed softly, realizing that having treated the girl like a daughter over the years had indeed spoiled her. Feeling somewhat awkward, Sui hesitated before finally summoning his courage to present the box to Lin Yurong. "Yurong, we have had misunderstandings these past few days, and I have felt quite guilty. This is a carefully prepared gift, intended as an apology." Lin Yurong glared coldly at Sui. Despite not wanting to accept it due to her master's presence, she took the box nonetheless. However, when she opened it and saw the familiar item inside, her body trembled. The embarrassing incident in Yunshan City resurfaced in her mind. It was truly him, and he returned it to her in such a shameless manner. How dare he? Who gave him the audacity? Was he intentionally provoking her? With a sharp clap, Lin Yurong slammed the box shut and hastily stored it in her storage ring. At that moment, her suppressed emotions erupted violently. Sui. Lin Yurong gritted her teeth. If not for Xianyu's presence and the multitude of onlookers, she would not hesitate to draw her sword and strike him down. Struggling to suppress her urge to retaliate, Lin Yurong managed to squeeze out a few words. "You are truly something." Sui scratched his head, sensing that something was amiss. Yet, recalling the scene of Xiaoyun's oath, he was absolutely certain that Xiaoyun had not deceived him. But what was going on? Lin Yurong had not rejected the gift. She had accepted it. Why then did she wear an expression as if he were her mortal enemy? What had gone wrong? Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for orchestrating a scheme to harm the epic chosen one, causing them to perceive you as a sworn enemy, rewarding 1,000,000 villain points. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for devising a scheme that led the epic chosen one to suffer immense humiliation, resulting in an unstable heart, rewarding 1,000,000 villain points. Goodness! 2,000,000 points. This was clearly a monumental misunderstanding. Xiaoyun couldn't help but worry for Sui. Gifting a present had inadvertently turned his destined partner into a foe, proving that he lacked the capability to hold on to his blessings. Alas, it seemed that Sui was destined to remain a solitary dog in this lifetime. Poor Sui, I did not intend to scheme against you, it was simply the system that offered too much. Otherwise, how could I have come to this point with friends and family? It was truly a source of great distress. While sorrowful and gloomy, the excitement of opening the box remained. Xiaoyun decisively clicked on the system panel, eagerly opening the first legendary treasure chest he had obtained thus far. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring Chapter 43. Do you really think I'm giving you face? Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a legendary treasure chest and obtaining the Emperor's Endowment. With the Emperor's Endowment enveloping him, Xiaoyun was instantaneously plunged into a profound state of enlightenment, his entire being radiating an aura of extraordinary majesty. He has enlightened again. Jiang Ziyue, who had been closely monitoring Xiaoyun, gasped in astonishment upon witnessing this scene. Upon hearing her exclamation, all eyes once more converged upon Xiaoyun. This even though everyone had grown accustomed to Xiaoyun's prodigious talents, witnessing him fall into enlightenment in the mere span of a conversation left them feeling utterly bewildered. They had toiled tirelessly in their cultivation, even fighting tooth and nail for the slightest opportunity, yet their progress remained painfully slow. Glancing at Xiaoyun, they couldn't help but feel that their own existence was a waste of spiritual energy. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? The ethereal figure of Xianyu, still enveloped in a kaleidoscope of Taoist rhythms, glanced pensively at Lin Yurong, a breathtaking smile suddenly gracing her exquisite features. Unbeknownst to Xiaoyun, who was oblivious to the happenings outside, his soul had undergone a significant enhancement, nearly reaching the pinnacle of the transcendence realm. He felt that his comprehension had increased more than 20-fold, accelerating the nurturing and development of his innate divine bones and ancient heavy pupils. Furthermore, his qi expanded 5-fold, and his absorption of spiritual energy surged by more than 10 times. What thrilled him the most was that, when activating the Emperor's Endowment during battle, his combat power would multiply 10-fold. A definitive combat buff. Was this not yet another powerful trump card? Moreover, according to the description of the Emperor's Endowment, it was merely at the divine level for now, with the potential to upgrade to the celestial level in the future, unlocking additional extraordinary abilities. With excitement brimming, Xiaoyun opened his eyes to find everyone staring at him with a mixture of admiration and disbelief, leaving him momentarily perplexed. "Ahem, my dear friends, while I may be handsome, there is no need for such jealousy," he quipped, prompting the crowd to collectively turn away in exasperation. Not wishing to indulge in further trivialities, Xiaoyun shifted his gaze and noticed Sui approaching with a forlorn expression, prompting him to offer his concern. "Brother Su, what troubles you?" With a deep sigh, Sui replied, "Brother Xiao." She accepted the gift, yet she appeared quite furious. "My heart aches with bitterness." Xiaoyun empathized, saying, "Seeing others bask in love and joy, only to realize one's own insignificance, is indeed a bitter pill to swallow. There's a saying in our hometown. As long as one is willing to endure hardship, one will never run out of suffering, especially the kind that comes from love. If one cannot grasp it, then let it go. As cultivators, our ultimate refuge lies in the pursuit of the Tao. With that, he gave Sui a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Brother Su, trust me, women will only affect your speed in drawing your sword. Upon hearing this, Sui's body trembled as if struck by an epiphany. He cradled his ancient sword, gripping the hilt with newfound seriousness, contemplating Xiaoyun's words with great intensity. Moments later, his gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination, and a fierce aura radiated from him, growing ever stronger. By heavens, second-level sword intent, Xiaoyun felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Who would have thought that a mere comment about women affecting sword-drawing speed would lead Sui, in the throes of emotional turmoil, to suddenly achieve clarity and effortlessly comprehend second-level sword intent? This chosen one truly defied reason. The shift in Sui's aura drew the attention of those around them. When they witnessed Sui grasping second-level sword intent, they were instantly struck with awe at his innate talent. Sui, too, was elated. He hadn't anticipated such an unexpected gain, taking another step forward on his path of swordsmanship, his confidence soaring. Brother Xiao, this rapid comprehension of second-level sword intent owes much to your guidance. Once I grasp the invincible sword heart, I shall seek you out for a duel to mutually enhance our skills. By heavens, who do you think you are, exuding such confidence? Do you truly believe I'm giving you face? You, a chosen one yet to mature, daring to flaunt before me, a notorious villain, you must be seeking further ridicule. Xiaoyun had no intention of indulging him. He decisively spent 1 million villain points to elevate second-level sword intent to third level. Clang! It was as if the sound of a sword resonated through the air. Xiaoyun stood there, his hair moving as if blown by an unseen wind, exuding a fierce aura that resembled a divine sword, rendering others unable to meet his gaze. Seeing Sui's stunned expression, Xiaoyun quickly remarked, "Oh dear, having been stimulated by Brother Su's second-level sword intent, I inadvertently comprehended third-level sword intent." It felt as effortless as letting out a fart. I must express my gratitude to Brother Su. The crowd was collectively petrified, and after a prolonged silence, they began to murmur amongst themselves. To comprehend third-level sword intent is as simple as passing gas? Xiaoyun is simply inhuman. Coupled with his invincible sword heart, his future prospects are unimaginable. If we set aside Xiaoyun, Sui's talent as the foremost prodigy in swordsmanship on the Tianhuan continent is undeniable. Achieving second-level sword intent at such a young age suggests a promising future. To be in the same era as Xiaoyun is indeed unfortunate for Sui. The crowd continued their chatter, completely oblivious to Sui's feelings. Comparing him to Xiaoyun was one thing, but why invoke the invincible sword heart and the title of the foremost prodigy on the Tianhuan continent? Did he truly deserve such comparisons? To claim he was merely unfortunate was akin to pouring salt on a wound. As if deliberately rubbing it in, Sui silently sheathed his ancient sword and retreated beneath a large tree to cultivate. He sensed that if he lingered any longer, his heart would soon reach its breaking point. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully utilizing the humiliation of an epic-level chosen one to induce self-isolation, earning a reward of 100,000 villain points. Another 100,000 points entered his account, instantly lifting Xiaoyun's spirits. At that moment a piercing scream echoed through the void, drawing everyone's gaze toward the depths of the abyss, where the Xianyang Saint howled in agony. Li Qingyue, I shall remember the grudge of my severed arm. Humph. If it weren't for that old fool Tianlong aiding you, you would not leave here alive today. Seeing the Qingyue sword immortal charging at him once more, the Xianyang Saint hastily retreated with Shen Ruyan and Chu Kuang, tearing through space to escape. Witnessing such a spectacle, the onlookers were filled with awe and disbelief. To single-handedly confront two true saints and sever one of their arms was a remarkable feat indeed. The renowned wine sword immortal of the Tianhuan continent had truly lived up to his reputation. At that moment, the cold and domineering voice of the Qingyue sword immortal reverberated across the land, amplified by her cultivation. Xin Shangqing has harmed my disciple Xiaoyun. Today, I shall sever his arm. Should any brazen fool dare to exploit their cultivation to bully the weak in the future, even if they merely pluck a hair from him, regardless of their cultivation or status, I shall not hesitate to slay them. By heavens! How domineering, directly declaring her stance to the entire Tianhuan continent. This was the epitome of a protective mentor. Xiaoyun felt that he was one step closer to becoming a debauched scion, living a life of indulgence and revelry amidst wine and music. Chapter 44. This is too ruthless. Whoosh, the celestial sword fairy, Qingyue, gracefully descended before Xiaoyun, presenting him with a severed arm enveloped in formidable holy essence. Xiaoyun, this is a gift from your master for our first meeting. Ah, this. Xiaoyun was momentarily taken aback. It was his first time receiving such a peculiar greeting gift. The spectators could not help but display their profound envy. A genuine holy arm, not only did it possess the blood of a true saint, but it also contained the bones of one. It was undoubtedly a treasure comparable to a sacred artifact. To simply offer it as a greeting gift was something they all longed for in a mentor. Beautiful, dominant, generous, and fiercely protective. One could only imagine that as long as Xiaoyun exercised a modicum of caution and refrained from reckless behavior, he could traverse the heavenly wasteland with unparalleled audacity. Upon receiving the severed arm, Xiaoyun found it exceedingly heavy, akin to lifting a boulder weighing several tons. Were it not for his formidable physique, he would likely struggle to bear it. Wait, with such a powerful holy body, would it not be a tremendous waste not to utilize it for crafting, since it belonged to the holy man of Xianyang? Failing to make proper use of it would be a disservice to his repeated interventions on Xiaoyun's behalf. Perhaps he could forge it into a dung ladle, a pitchfork, a stirring rod, or even chastity pants. While such actions might not kill him, the psychological torment inflicted would be everlasting. This individual held no grudges. He believed in settling scores on the spot. Thus, Xiaoyun earnestly stated, Sword Fairy sister, I wish to use this arm for crafting, so I may keep it by my side for protection. What do you wish to forge it into? For reasons unknown, the celestial sword fairy sensed that Xiaoyun harbored some mischievous intentions, which piqued her interest. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyun replied, Let us forge it into a dung ladle. I believe a dung ladle would be quite handy in a fight. It can swat, scoop, and cover, while also delivering spiritual attacks. Ah! To transform the severed arm of a true saint into a dung ladle, what sort of thought process could conceive such a notion? This imagery involuntarily led them to envision Xiaoyun wandering the martial world with a dung ladle in tow, brandishing it at others, likely driving the holy man of Xianyang to the brink of fury. This was indeed an audacious move. Collectively, the onlookers were left in a stupor, their hearts chilled by Xiaoyun's casual remarks, promptly placing him on the list of individuals to be avoided. Simultaneously, they mourned the fate of the holy man of Xianyang, pondering why he would provoke someone so devoid of boundaries. While he might be unable to overpower him, he could certainly infuriate him to death. How intriguing! Truly fascinating. The celestial sword fairy clapped her hands, increasingly convinced that Xiaoyun was precisely to her liking. She turned to the celestial elder of the moon, stating, Dear sister, your reputation for crafting techniques is renowned across the heavenly wasteland. Perhaps you could assist in this endeavor? The celestial elder of the moon smiled and replied, Xiaoyun possesses the Ziwei celestial fire. He is an exceptionally rare talent for crafting. I propose we take him to the Moon Valley, where he can learn the art of crafting, which would greatly benefit his future cultivation. The celestial sword fairy appeared somewhat skeptical, responding, Sister, is it not true that the Moon Valley does not accept male disciples? The rules are set by me. I can amend them at any time, the celestial elder of the moon replied nonchalantly. Beside them, Lin Yurong blinked her beautiful eyes, inexplicably sensing that her master seemed somewhat unfamiliar at this moment. The celestial sword fairy appeared to perceive the elder's thoughts, saying, Sister, we have known each other for many years, and I understand your character better than anyone. I will permit Xiaoyun to study crafting in the Moon Valley, but you must not poach my disciple. Agreed. The celestial elder of the moon unhesitatingly acquiesced. Then it is settled. The celestial sword fairy waved her hand, enveloping Xiaoyun and Zhang Ziyue in a gentle lift, soaring into the air. I shall first take him back to the Celestial Academy. Later, he may come to the Moon Valley. No sooner had she spoken than the three swiftly vanished into the horizon. Let us depart as well. The celestial elder of the moon cast a lingering glance in the direction Xiaoyun had gone. She was indeed enamored, wishing to take him as her disciple, yet she recognized the steadfast nature of the celestial sword fairy. Knowing she would never yield, however, upon closer observation, she discerned that although Xiaoyun was youthful, he was cunning and quite charming, instantly realizing she held a significant bargaining chip. While she might not be able to claim him as a disciple, surely she could make him her obedient protege. Lin Yurong was oblivious to her master's intentions of selling her out. Before departing, she shot a venomous glare at Sui, wishing fervently to charge at him and slice him into several pieces. Brother Xiao, I will surely catch up to you. Sui remained unaware of the murderous intent radiating from Lin Yurong, his gaze filled with unprecedented determination, vowing to surpass this anomaly upon their next encounter. At the Taichu Academy, on Mount Wangyue, a streak of light darted from the heavens, drawing near as the celestial sword fairy descended with Xiaoyun onto the expansive martial arena of Mount Wangyue. All disciples engaged in training quickly bowed respectfully. Previously, the celestial sword fairy single-handedly confronted the two great true saints of the Outyen Academy, severing the arm of the holy man of Xianyang. Such a glorious feat filled the disciples of Mount Wangyue with pride. Upon witnessing her return, their expressions radiated fervor. Welcome back, Sword Fairy, Holy Maiden. Xiaoyun looked at Jiang Ziyue with surprise, inquiring, You are actually the Holy Maiden? Jiang Ziyue raised her delicate chin, proudly declaring, Among the 30,000 disciples of Mount Wangyue, I am the only Holy Maiden at present. Isn't that a bit excessive? Observing the numerous disciples present, some even at the Dao realm or beyond, Xiaoyun recalled Jiang Ziyue's experience of being bullied by 5 little Karami, and he could not help but feel that without the support of the celestial sword fairy, she wouldn't even qualify as a core disciple. Who are you looking down upon? Jiang Ziyue puffed up her cheeks, asserting that she was merely younger, but when it came to talent, she was undoubtedly the best of Mount Wangyue. The celestial sword fairy interjected to halt their playful banter, asserting with authority, This is Xiaoyun, my disciple. I hope you all unite and strive to elevate the sword path of Mount Wangyue. We shall heed the sword fairy's will. The celestial sword fairy gestured dismissively, addressing Jiang Ziyue, Alright, Ziyue, I must meet with the holy master on Taichu Peak. Please take Xiaoyun to the Moon Rainbow Palace and settle him in. I will find you both once I am finished. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Ziyue led Xiaoyun to the cliff at the pinnacle of Mount Wangyue. At the edge of the cliff stood a flourishing peach tree, its branches adorned with blossoms that swayed gracefully, reminiscent of a maiden's enchanting figure, coupled with the petals dancing in the gentle breeze. It was a sight that captivated one's senses. Xiaoyun, this is the place. Jiang Ziyue pointed towards 2 grand palaces not far away, saying, The Moon Haze Palace on the right is mine, and the Moon Rainbow Palace on the left is yours. Xiaoyun shook his head, suppressing the distracting thoughts inspired by the sight of the peach blossoms, and turned his gaze towards Jiang Ziyue's indication. Luxurious. Majestic. Xiaoyun felt a surge of excitement within, contemplating that such a lavishly decorated ancient-style villa, devoid of a lively entourage of maidens singing and dancing, would surely tarnish his reputation as a formidable villain. Thus, he made a resolution: Monday, spring orchid; Tuesday, summer bamboo; Wednesday, autumn chrysanthemum; Thursday, winter plum; Friday, chinchi; Saturday, calligraphy and painting; Sunday, a day of rest. While Xiaoyun was devising his future cultivation plan, several uninvited guests stormed in with an imposing demeanor. Xiaoyun! Get out of Mount Wanyue! Chapter 45, You shall nourish the peach tree for me. Whose subordinate is this, so fiercely aggressive? Xiaoyun turned around and noticed a rather arrogant-looking youth charging towards him, accompanied by a group of sycophants. Jiang Ziyue furrowed her brow and remarked, Xiaoyun, he is the grandson of the Grand Elder Lingyan Saint, Gomu. He recently comprehended the essence of the sword and wishes to take my aunt as his master. She was on the verge of agreeing, and now he appears here, clearly seeking trouble. The grandson of a true saint, isn't he just a wealthy second-generation heir? Xiaoyun observed the imposing Gomu with a sense of anticipation. Just moments ago, he was contemplating how to arrange the artistic pursuits of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, and unexpectedly, a rich heir had come knocking at his door. After all, he intended to help Gomu transform into Gode, and it seemed only reasonable to seek some benefits in return. In the blink of an eye, Gomu had arrived before Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun scrutinized him and noted that he indeed bore the characteristics of a natural competitor: arrogant brows and eyes, a sharply defined nose, and thin lips that exuded an air of inherent disdain. Particularly striking was his contemptuous gaze and the smirk that fully embodied the demeanor of a villain. Xiaoyun silently rejoiced at being the principal antagonist himself, otherwise, he might have had to uphold a 3-year pact to calm his nerves. A mere trash from the sea-breaking realm, and I thought you were formidable. How dare you usurp my position? You are practically courting death. Be sensible and scram, or else Gomu, I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise, when Xiaoyun makes his move, it will be too late for you to regret it. Jiang Ziyue's face was stern. She had initially intended to let Xiaoyun teach Gomu a lesson to prevent future nuisances. However, Gomu's provocations left her no doubt that Xiaoyun would retaliate with severity. As the only grandson of the Lingyan Saint, if anything significant were to occur, the other party would certainly not let it slide and would likely incite trouble from the top-tier geniuses of the Taichu Immortal Academy, a situation even the Qingyue Sword Immortal would struggle to mitigate. He makes a move? Regret? Gomu laughed heartily, completely convinced that Jiang Ziyue was merely trying to intimidate him into retreating. Today, Just as Gomu was about to rant further, a flash of sword light darted through his legs, the excruciating pain making his face contort as he let out a wretched scream. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for severing another's potential reward. 1,000 villain points. Xiaoyun smirked. The fate of a verbose villain like Gomu, ending up with his roots severed, served as a poignant reminder of a fundamental truth: villains perish from excessive chatter. Brat! You are finished. Godet is the sole heir of the Go family. How dare you? Xiaoyun cast a sidelong glance, and Gomu's accompanying disciples instantly felt a chill in their nether regions, the remainder of his words dying on their lips. He then seized Gomu by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Do you wish to live? Yes, yes. Gomu was genuinely terrified by Xiaoyun's formidable prowess. When Xiaoyun struck, he had initially intended to evade, only to realize it was impossible, and could only watch helplessly as his precious treasure slipped away. Xiaoyun displayed a wicked smile. You see, I've just arrived, and with no one to manage the Moon Rainbow Hall, why not stay here and tend to the courtyard? Gomu, upon seeing the sinister grin of Xiaoyun, felt a sudden wave of dread wash over him. In a moment of rapid thought, he hastily proposed, Brother Xiao, I can bring 10 top-tier beauties to help you manage the courtyard. Will you let me off the hook? Ah. This lad is quite astute. Xiaoyun's smile grew increasingly devilish. If Gomu was clever enough, becoming his lackey would indeed be an excellent choice. After all, as the destined villain, one could hardly do without sycophants to help flaunt one's power. Seeing the increasingly terrifying smile on Xiaoyun's face, Gomu's complexion turned pale. No, I will offer 20, each one a stunning beauty. Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled. It was truly difficult to reject Gomu's generous offer. I'm not forcing you. Gomu shook his head vigorously, like a rattledrum, and quickly replied, No. No, consider it my compensation for being disrespectful to Brother Xiao. Very well, remember to bring them quickly. Xiaoyun casually tossed Gomu aside and strolled towards the peach tree. Jiang Ziyue angrily followed him. Xiaoyun, you actually intend to accept the beauties he offers? I am displeased. Jiang Ziyue clutched Xiaoyun's arm, displaying a stubborn demeanor that suggested he wouldn't be able to placate her today. Xiaoyun gently encircled her slim waist and spoke softly, My dear you, I was merely giving him a way out. Would I truly kill him and offend a true saint? One word of affection, and all worries vanish. Jiang Ziyue mused. He called me dear again, perhaps I shouldn't be angry with him. However, her concern soon resurfaced as she remarked, But Gomu was treated like that by you, the Lingyan Saint will certainly not let it go easily. Xiaoyun replied confidently, I possess the ancient heavy eyes. It wouldn't be long before, not to mention severing roots, I could even save him if he were on the brink of death. The heavy eyes have such capabilities? Jiang Ziyue displayed a look of disbelief. Xiaoyun chose not to respond further and approached the peach tree, placing his hand gently on its sturdy trunk. Ding ding, detecting an epic level chosen 1's loyal tree spirit. What the? An epic level chosen 1's loyal tree spirit. Xiaoyun confirmed he hadn't misheard. This tree spirit could bear peaches to eat, blossom for viewing, and even take human form for amusement. If one wished to indulge, they could even call forth a group of maidens to perform the peach blossom dance. Wait, how did Brother Su get involved with this peach tree? Xiaoyun frowned in thought, suddenly recalling Sui's identity as a disciple of the Qingqing Sword Immortal. It was likely that one day in the future, the Qingqing Sword Immortal would bring Sui to visit, and in an unintentional moment, Sui would discover this peach tree, thus forging an inexplicable bond. After many years, the peach tree would transform, descending from the heavens to assist Sui in his time of need, eventually becoming his plaything. This conjecture seemed quite plausible. No, this peach tree is truly unsuitable for Brother Su. It would lead him too easily to ruin. Xiaoyun felt that as Sui's half-brother, he must help bear this burden. Seeing Xiaoyun's keen interest in the peach tree, Zhang Ziyue couldn't help but interject. Xiaoyun, you must not covet this peach tree. I heard from my aunt that it is on the verge of transformation, possessing the strength of a peak saint. If it successfully transforms, it could rival a true saint. So formidable? Xiaoyun increasingly felt that this peach tree was not meant for Sui. System, is there a way to make this peach tree recognize me as its master? Ding ding, detecting that the peach tree's main root is damaged, which severely affects its transformation. The host can use Tai Chi True Water to aid in its repair. Tai Chi True Water? How fortuitous. Xiaoyun suddenly recalled that among the treasures he had acquired from the ancient sect's heritage hall, there was indeed a vial of Tai Chi True Water. Thus, Xiaoyun retrieved the small jade vial containing the Tai Chi True Water, glanced towards the direction of Qingqing Mountain, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. Brother Su, you shall nourish the peach tree for me. Do not worry. Chapter 46. Surely you did not come empty-handed. Zhang Ziyue gazed at Xiaoyun with a hint of suspicion, and upon noticing the small jade vial, her beautiful eyes revealed an expression of uncertainty. A look of realization crossed Zhang Ziyue's face, and she exclaimed indignantly, so the treasures of the heritage hall were indeed taken by Sui. How despicable of him to deny it so obstinately. Otherwise, we would not have attracted subsequent troubles. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for making the epic chosen one bear the blame. Reward 100,000 villain points. Is this really possible? It seems that in similar situations in the future, I need not provide excessive explanations. It will all fall upon Brother Su. Without further delay, Xiaoyun followed the system's instructions and began to excavate the soil around the base of the peach tree. Before long, he unearthed the damaged main root. He then gently poured the Tai Chi True Water onto the injured area of the root, and an astonishing scene unfolded. The previously severed part of the root began to heal at a visible rate, and in less than a moment, it was restored, even appearing more resilient than before. At that moment, an ethereal figure slowly coalesced in the void. Sensing something, Xiaoyun looked up. He beheld a woman clad in a peach-colored gown, quietly hovering in the air, resembling an incarnation of the flower goddess, breathtakingly beautiful. The soul of the peach tree? A shiver ran down Xiaoyun's spine as he sensed the terrifying power contained within this soul. If it wished to crush him, it would be akin to squashing an ant. Thank you for using the precious Tai Chi True Water to help me mend my injuries, granting me a glimmer of hope for transformation. My name is Tao Ji, and this great kindness shall be repaid in the future. A melodious voice echoed in Xiaoyun's mind. Merely a trifling effort, fair maiden, there is no need for gratitude. Having said that, Xiaoyun deftly shifted the conversation, inquiring, might I ask how confident you are in your transformation? Tao Ji pondered for a moment before replying. Previously, my chances were less than 20%, but with the assistance of the Tai Chi True Water, it has risen to 50%. 50%? Xiaoyun furrowed his brow, recalling his decade of experience as a bookworm. If it were Sui rescuing Tao Ji, her success rate would be 100%, yet here he was, the great villain, facing a mere 50% chance of success. Should she fail, it was highly likely that Sui would come to her aid, ultimately leading to her being his little peach fairy once again. To be on the safe side, he needed to persuade her to accept the celestial servant seal, thereby severing any future ties between her and Sui. Do not worry, benefactor, Tao Ji reassured him, sensing his concern. Among our kind, barring those with powerful bloodline inheritances, the chances of successfully transforming and cultivating the celestial path are exceedingly slim. 50% is already quite high. Feigning hesitation, Xiaoyun declared earnestly, I possess a method that can significantly enhance your attributes, which may assist in your transformation. Would you be willing to try, fair maiden? Such a secret method exists? Tao Ji was taken aback, then responded earnestly, if that is truly the case, Tao Ji would have no qualms serving you after my transformation. She is quite astute. Xiaoyun suppressed the turmoil within him and spoke in a solemn tone, this method involves a seal that will be inscribed upon your soul. Should you resist, all efforts will be in vain. Please, benefactor, cast the spell. Xiaoyun had underestimated the allure of transformation for demon beasts. Seeing her so compliant, he swiftly formed hand seals, successfully inscribing the celestial servant seal into Tao Ji's soul. It is done. In this moment, Xiaoyun felt as though the life and death of the peach tree rested solely in his hands. At that instant, the peach tree automatically snapped off a branch and floated into Xiaoyun's hand. Tao Ji's voice resonated in his mind. Thank you, master, for bestowing this method. My strength has increased fivefold compared to before. Alas, I must accumulate power for transformation and cannot serve you at present. I offer you this branch. Should you encounter danger, it can withstand a saint's attack for a quarter of an hour. Withstanding a saint's attack? Xiaoyun quickly stored the peach branch, indicating that he was in dire need of such an item. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully seizing the opportunity of the epic chosen one. Reward. 1 lottery chance. Another lottery chance. Xiaoyun couldn't help but suspect that the origins of this peach tree were anything but ordinary. Perhaps it would bring him surprises in the future. Adhering to the principle of not letting lottery chances go to waste, Xiaoyun decisively called for the system to draw. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the causal divine ring, allowing you to traverse the 5 elements and exist beyond the confines of heaven and earth. The moment he obtained the causal divine ring, Xiaoyun felt an inexplicable lightness, as if the unseen shackles binding him had been shattered. Upon understanding the abilities of the causal divine ring, he was genuinely astonished. Setting aside the quintuple battle power boost it provided, it could actually disregard the power of causality. Did this not imply that he could swear oaths freely without fear of divine retribution? Just then, a streak of light descended like a meteor before Xiaoyun. "Grandma, it was him who harmed my grandson, you must help him take revenge." Upon landing, Go Dayuan pointed at Xiaoyun and pleaded with the beautiful woman beside him. Faced with such a situation, Xiaoyun remained entirely unfazed. With the Qingyue sword immortal backing him, it was unlikely that this Lingyan saint would dare to act against him lightly. If that were the case, how could he have survived until now? Nonetheless, to be safe, Xiaoyun decided to buy some time with us. He feigned ignorance, approaching Gomu with a broad smile, saying, brother Go. You have come to see me so soon, could it be that you miss me?" Seeing Xiaoyun's nonchalant demeanor, Go Dayuan immediately shouted, "Xiaoyun, you." Xiaoyun patted his shoulder, interrupting, "Brother Go, we are all brothers here. There is no need for such formality. I shall surely treat you to a stroll along the Qinhuai River when the opportunity arises." Seeing Xiaoyun act so frivolously, Lingyan Saint frowned and coldly remarked, "Brat. Put away your little schemes in front of me. Lingyan, your uninvited visit to Wangyue Peak is a provocation against me." Before she even arrived, the icy voice of the Qingyue sword immortal echoed from afar, followed by her descending like a divine sword before Xiaoyun. Lingyan Saint's expression twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. At the Taichu Immortal Academy, it was said that one would rather provoke the Taichu Saint Lord than a drunken madman. Otherwise, no one could help you. This was a consensus among all. With his own powerful ally arriving, Xiaoyun straightened his posture and respectfully bowed to Lingyan Saint. "Ah, so you are the Lingyan Saint. I have long heard from Moon Baby of your brilliance and martial prowess, a paragon among our cultivators. Your unwavering resolve and exceptional wisdom make you a model for women everywhere. You are unparalleled, with a heart for the world, inspiring admiration in us younger generations. Truly, your reputation is well deserved." Xiaoyun showered her with exaggerated praises, his expression steeped in fervent admiration, then turned to the Qingyue sword immortal, saying, "Sword immortal sister, you have misunderstood. Lingyan Saint has come to pay me a visit." The Qingyue sword immortal did not expose the ruse, taking a sip of wine and smiling encouragingly, signaling Xiaoyun to continue his performance, assuring him that she would handle any issues that arose. Understanding her cue, Xiaoyun blinked and spoke, "Esteemed elder, as a true saint, you would not come to visit a junior empty-handed, would you?" Chapter 47. Dare to battle with me, no Chedana. The saint of Lingyan's face twitched as she gazed at Xiaoyun, who wore an expression of innocence, as if to say, "I'm just a child. How could I harbor ill intentions? You may decide." In an instant, her blood surged with indignation. Where did this shameless individual come from? If she claimed to be here to visit her juniors, it was evident she had come to provoke. The drunken fool would undoubtedly draw her sword against him, yet, if she were to visit her juniors, what preparations had she made? Was she truly expected to bestow her sacred weapon upon him? Such a scenario would leave her with no means to avenge her grandson, and to part with her sacred weapon would be infuriating. Seeing her expression shift like a tempest, Xiaoyun immediately adopted a fearful demeanor, retreating behind the sword fairy of Qingyue, and said, "Could it be that the saint of Lingyan truly intends to trouble her junior? This boy is certainly not a good person." Observing the sword fairy's displeased countenance, the saint of Lingyan inwardly lamented, forcing a smile that was more pitiable than tears, as she painfully drew forth a long sword. The moment the sword appeared, an overwhelming and righteous aura emanated from its blade, as if it were not merely a weapon, but rather the embodiment of a virtuous sage manifesting in the world. The sword of the gentleman. The enchanting visage of the sword fairy of Qingyue slightly altered, revealing a hint of astonishment. She had not anticipated that Lingyan would part with such a blade. The sword's origins were known to her. It was a sacred weapon unearthed from the ruins of the ancient sect, Haoren sect. It was said to have been nurtured for millennia by a virtuous sage of the Haoren sect with righteous energy, making it extraordinary. If wielded by one possessing the same righteous spirit, its power could rival that of divine artifacts. The saint of Lingyan's expression turned despondent. This sword was one she had acquired at great cost during an auction. She had intended to present it to Gomu as a token of apprenticeship, yet now she was compelled to part with it. "Xiaoyun, this sword is known as the sword of the gentleman. Since you have chosen the sword fairy as your master, I bestow it upon you as a token of apprenticeship. I trust you will diligently cultivate your skills and refrain from reckless behavior." Upon witnessing this, Gomu grew anxious and protested, "Grandmother, did you not promise that this sword would be my token of apprenticeship?" "Silence." The saint of Lingyan shot him a fierce glare, then resignedly extended the sword of the gentleman toward Xiaoyun. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for seizing another's treasure. Reward 1,000 villain points. Who seized anything? Dog system, do not casually defame the virtuous. Xiaoyun swiftly stowed the sword away and gratefully expressed, "Thank you, saint of Lingyan, for the sword." Noticing the saint of Lingyan's reluctance, Xiaoyun tactfully remarked, "Predecessor, you must already be aware that I possess the ancient. It won't be long before I can assist Brother Go in regrowing his limbs. I hope you do not take offense." Upon hearing this, the saint of Lingyan's expression softened, and she regarded Xiaoyun with a profound gaze. Calm in the face of adversity, adept at seizing opportunities, and possessing an extraordinary talent, this individual, if not cut short, would undoubtedly become a force to be reckoned with in the future. Thus, she decided to bestow the sword upon him to establish a favorable connection. More, in the future, you should spend more time with Xiao Yun. If you dare to act recklessly again, just wait and see how I discipline you. The Saint of Ling'an scolded Gomu a few times before bidding farewell and vanishing into the horizon with him like a streak of light. Xiao Yun. Well done, I am quite fond of you. The sword fairy of Qingyue praised, then shifted her tone, saying, the Holy Lord has agreed, 3 days hence, a grand ceremony will be held at Wanyue Peak to celebrate your anointment as the Holy Sun. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's eyes brightened. Becoming the Holy Sun would undoubtedly elevate his status. He could carry around a small ledger, noting down anyone who failed to present adequate gifts, facilitating future visits. By the way, Xiao Yun, during the ceremony, according to tradition, representatives from the Outyan Academy and the Changsheng Academy will also attend to witness and engage in exchanges. Be sure to prepare in advance, lest you stumble in the gutters. As she spoke, the sword fairy of Qingyue handed Xiao Yun a tome of swordsmanship, saying, this is my self-created moon-slashing sword technique. You should diligently practice it. Given your talent, I believe you will grasp its essence before the ceremony. Ding ding, detection of a sub-divine level swordsmanship technique. Does the host wish to upgrade it to divine level? Upgrade. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for expending 500,000 villain points to upgrade the sub-divine technique to divine level. As the system transmitted the information of the moon-slashing sword technique into his mind, Xiao Yun pretended to study the technique earnestly to avoid revealing his cultivation secrets. After the system upgrade, the moon-slashing sword technique evolved from the foundational slashing moon draw, giving rise to a new sword move, the sword chasing the moon. Both techniques pursued the ultimate speed of drawing the sword, their lethality rivaling that of the soul capture sting and the 10,000 swords technique. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for expending 1,000,000 villain points to achieve perfection in the moon-slashing sword technique. Puff. You comprehended it just by glancing at it? The sword fairy of Qingyue, about to swallow her drink, suddenly spewed it out, internally howling like a gopher. How could such a monster exist in this world? It's no wonder that the old geezer, Xian Yang, was willing to go to any lengths to confront him. Once antagonized, a creature like this would keep anyone awake at night. Reeling from the shock, the sword fairy of Qingyue gulped down her drink and, enveloped in spiritual energy, departed with Zhang Ziyue Dai in the lead-up to the grand ceremony. The promotion of the Holy Sun at Wanyue Peak, under the auspices of the Taichu Academy, created unprecedented excitement across the Tianhuang continent. Numerous powerful factions had already arrived with their disciples, and all disciples of Wanyue Peak were busy preparing the venue Dai in the main hall of the Moon Rainbow Palace. Xiao Yun, as the guest of honor, publicly claimed to be in seclusion for cultivation, while in reality, he was diligently laboring for a future of bliss. A day prior, Gomu had originally delivered 20 young ladies as promised, but they were nearly all driven away by the sword fairy of Qingyue Dai in the end. Xiao Yun shamelessly managed to keep 6 of the most talented and beautiful young ladies. At this moment, clad in a splendid robe, Xiao Yun had a drowsy little white cat lazily draped over his shoulder, presenting the perfect image of a dandy. He poured forth all the knowledge from his past life, teaching the young ladies various captivating modern dances. Chunhua, your waist is the most supple. You are perfect for the twist dance. Come, move to my rhythm, Xiaozhu. Your eyes are the most enchanting. The cat seduction dance suits you perfectly. Observe my movements. Yes, just like that. Blend allure with a hint of aloofness, making it utterly irresistible. Chuju, your long legs are the most beautiful. Your figure is remarkable. The dance of the beautiful women is tailored for you. Xiao Yun was thoroughly engrossed in teaching. Bang! The grand hall's doors were suddenly kicked open, and over 20 young martial artists stormed in. Presumptuous. The 6 young ladies instantly transformed into personal guards, shielding Xiao Yun. They were no ordinary ornaments but rather prodigious beauties carefully nurtured by the Go family, all formidable cultivators at the 5th level of the soul refinement realm, specifically trained to attract young geniuses. Xiao Yun, you truly live a carefree life. The leading young martial artist, shouldering a massive hammer and possessing a physique reminiscent of a rotund pig, presented a striking visual impact. In the next moment, the rotund youth fixed his piercing gaze upon Xiao Yun and brought his heavy hammer crashing down onto the floor, the sheer force shattering the ground into fragments. Xiao Yun. Is it true that the whole world now proclaims you as the greatest prodigy of the Tianhuang continent? Do you dare to battle with me, Niu Chaidan? Chapter 48, Utterly Absurd Truths. What a peculiar name. Xiao Yun couldn't help but admire the parents of this individual for bestowing such a ridiculous name upon him. One could hardly achieve such creativity without the benefit of 9 years of compulsory education. As he scrutinized the gathered crowd, Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes. These individuals hailed from various factions, their cultivation levels hovering around the pinnacle of the Dao entry realm and the early stages of the soul refining realm, certainly not ordinary warriors. With the grand ceremony approaching, their audacity to provoke him suggested that there might be unseen forces stirring behind the scenes, and mismanagement could easily lead him into their trap. Upon grasping the crux of the situation, a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. Rather than kill or release them, he would hold an auction at tomorrow's ceremony, openly selling these prodigies. Surely, it would yield substantial rewards. With cunning and trickery, he aimed to become the unrivaled human trafficker of the Tianhuang continent. Xiao Yun, you wouldn't dare face me in battle, would you? Seeing Xiao Yun remain still, Niu Chaidan's expression turned scornful as he chuckled. I see the rumors do not match the reality. The so-called #1 genius of the Tianhuang continent is nothing but nonsense. Xiaoyun remained unfazed and inquired, would you prefer a one-on-one duel or a group fight? Of course, I choose a one-on-one. Niu Chaidan pointed his massive hammer toward Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun slightly nodded at Mei, Lan, Zhu, Qin, Qi, Shu, and Hua, and in the next moment, the 6 women charged forth to besiege Niu Chaidan. Within a mere few exchanges, Niu Chaidan was easily subdued. Xiaoyun, you shameless coward, is this what you call a duel? Niu Chaidan protested vehemently, for this was far from the one-on-one confrontation he had envisioned. Xiaoyun, unperturbed, replied earnestly, I asked you beforehand whether you preferred a duel or a group fight. You chose a duel, so is it not reasonable for you to face my 6 beautiful guards? Behold, is this even a coherent argument? The others were momentarily taken aback by Xiaoyun's audacity, astonished that the rumored #1 genius of the Tianhuan continent could be so brazen. Xiaoyun, if you have the guts, let me go and face me one-on-one, Niu Chaidan exclaimed in frustration. One-on-one, do you think you are worthy? Before Xiaoyun could respond, the small white cat on his shoulder taunted, if you can't even defeat my master's guards, how dare you prattle on? Is your brain filled with dung? Niu Chaidan was rendered speechless by the humiliation from a mere cat. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for allowing the spirit pet to insult others, reward. 100 villain points, well done, finally, you're not just a useless cat anymore. From today onwards, you shall be known as Little White. Xiaoyun decisively praised the small white cat. The crowd fell into a state of speechless disbelief. It was one thing for Xiaoyun to be shameless, but for his pet to exhibit such impudence was simply outrageous. Was Niu Chaidan truly incapable of fighting back? It was clearly a case of many against one, wasn't he it? Xiaoyun, uninterested in further banter, commanded Mei, Lan, Zhu, Qin, Qi, Shu, and Hua, subdue all those still standing. Understood. With a swift strike, Mei knocked Niu Chaidan unconscious, and in no time, they dispatched the rest of the group with ease. Xiaoyun, we are merely here as guests to pay our respects. Do you not fear inciting public outrage? The others attempted to pressure Xiaoyun with this rationale. Incite public outrage? You overestimate yourselves. Xiaoyun shook his head, saying, you barged into my holy hall, damaging both the door and the floor. Is this how you conduct yourselves as guests? Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily at a loss for words. We can compensate, Niu Chaidan retorted defiantly. Very well, if you can compensate, that's good to hear. Xiaoyun feigned a cordial demeanor, then began to tally on his fingers, including the door and the floor. I won't ask for too much. Let us say 10 million top-quality spirit stones. 10 million top-quality spirit stones. You truly haven't asked for too much. Why don't you go and rob someone instead? They had anticipated Xiaoyun would demand a hefty sum, but they never imagined it would be so outrageous. Little White boasted, indeed, you have not misinterpreted. My master is indeed robbing you. Hand over the spirit stone swiftly, or you may offer rare medicinal herbs of 1,000 years or older as compensation. Xiaoyun, we don't have a single spirit stone. If you have the ability, kill us. The group, refusing to back down, was composed of various factions. Unless Xiaoyun dared to defy the heavens, what could he possibly do to them? How could I ever kill you? I would never dare, Xiaoyun replied with a smile, then abruptly shifted his tone, turning to the 6 women, take them away and imprison them. After the 6 women escorted the group away, Little White promptly reminded, Master, just now you praised me, but that wouldn't be mere lip service, would it? At this, Xiaoyun's expression twitched. This gluttonous cat was demanding fish treats again. Ever since it consumed that medicinal pill and awakened, it had been able to speak human language and make demands, clearly expecting to live off his generosity. Considering its status as a spirit beast, Xiaoyun could only reluctantly acquiesce. However, what drove him to the brink was that this cat disregarded everything except for rare treasures of 1,000 years or older, devouring all the precious herbs he had obtained from the Heritage Hall. Who could afford to keep such a pet? He had initially contemplated returning it to Xiren, but through the system, he learned that it was an extraordinarily rare chaos spirit beast known as the Devouring Sky Cat, capable of rivaling an immortal emperor in its later stages. Sending it back to Xiren would indeed be a waste. Thus, stealing his resolve, he exchanged villain points for exclusive cat food fish treats to facilitate its rapid growth. However, given this little creature's appetite, it required at least 10 portions per meal to barely feel satisfied. That amounted to 10,000 villain points. Over time, even the wealthiest of landlords would be unable to sustain such an expense. No idle beings could linger beside a villain, not even a cat. From now on, he would start with the cat in his endeavors of murder and arson, honing the 5 essential skills of deceit, trickery, and exploitation. Little White must master them all. Thinking of Little White eventually transforming into an infamous feline capable of self-sufficiency, Xiaoyun resolutely spent another 100 villain points to reward it with a fish treat. Upon swallowing the fish treat, Little White immediately snuggled against Xiaoyun, declaring him the best master ever. As night fell, the Moon Rainbow Hall welcomed an unexpected visitor, and Xiaoyun's excitement surged. Yuan, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. After 3 days, my longing intensifies. Xiaoyun, transforming into a flirt, sought a warm embrace. Lin Yuan, witnessing his lewd behavior, hastily distanced herself, stating, Xiaoyun, I have come on my master's orders to discuss a matter with you. Little White, with its sharp feline gaze, scrutinized Lin Yuan. Wow, master, she truly is impressive. Is she the one you dream of mentioning 300 times every night? Dreaming of mentioning her 300 times, Lin Yuan's face flushed crimson, and she adamantly insisted she did not believe a word of it. This gluttonous cat, utterly absurd truths. Xiaoyun once again spent 100 villain points to reward Little White with a fish treat. Having received the fish treat, Little White worked even harder, continuing, Master, if you could only grow a bit taller, you both would truly be a match made in heaven. What does a gluttonous cat like you understand? Xiaoyun replied earnestly, you only need to know that height doesn't matter. In the end, it's all about alignment. Chapter 49. You hear my sophistry. Lin Yuan was acutely aware that Xiaoyun's words were laden with implications, as though he were taking advantage of her, yet she found herself devoid of any evidence. With a fierce glare directed at both Xiao Yun and Xiao Bai, she gracefully glided to a nearby chair and seated herself. Xiao Yun, I have come at my master's behest to inquire. Would you be willing to become the holy son of the Xianyu Valley? What benefits would that entail? Xiao Yun asked with remarkable forthrightness. His genuine desire for Lin Yurong was evident, as was his yearning to connect with the esteemed figure of Xianyu, but he was resolute in not compromising himself. Lin Yurong, slightly exasperated, retorted, What benefits do you seek? As the holy son of Xianyu Valley, you would still hold your title at Taichu Academy. In addition to enjoying the privileges associated with being a holy son there, you would also have access to all the resources of the Xianyu Valley. Is that not an immense advantage for your growth? All resources, with such an enticing offer, how could I refuse? Xiao Yun blinked in realization, suddenly recalling that Xianyu Valley never admitted male disciples. Would he not merely become a solitary leaf amidst a myriad of blossoms? Sister Yurong, I accept. Taken aback by Xiao Yun's unhesitant agreement, Lin Yurong had anticipated a more complex negotiation, one that would require some form of sacrifice as her master had suggested. Very well, my master has already conferred with the Sword Immortal. If you are willing to become the holy son of Xianyu Valley, once the sealing ceremony concludes, you shall return with us to the valley, or a fortuitous opportunity awaits you. With that settled, I shall take my leave. As the instructions from her master resurfaced in her mind, Lin Yurong felt a flush of embarrassment and was eager to escape the scene. Master Silver, to prevent you from tossing and turning alone at night, why not let her stay? Xiao Bai chimed in cheekily. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for indulging the spiritual pet prattle, disturbing the heart of the chosen maiden, rewarding 50,000 villain points. Lin Yurong shot a fierce glare at Xiao Bai and turned to Xiao Yun, saying, You little scoundrel, what have you taught this once innocent cat? Do not instill such nonsensical ideas in him again. I am wronged. Xiao Yun protested, though he discreetly offered Xiao Bai a treat. This clever little glutton certainly deserved a reward. Nevertheless, Xiao Bai had a valid point. Having come this far, 50,000 villain points hardly sufficed. It would be remiss to leave without securing something more substantial. With a swift motion, he conjured a pristine phoenix bellyband, still warm to the touch. Lin Yurong, who had just exited the hall, was suddenly startled, memories of the bellyband incident in Yunshan City flooding back. It was you. Lin Yurong pivoted to fix her gaze on Xiao Yun, her exquisite features suffused with a blend of indignation and embarrassment. Ah, this. Xiao Yun cursed his luck. In his eagerness for villain points, he had inadvertently revealed this closely guarded secret to the very person involved. Would she now draw her sword and strike him down? Ahem. Yurong, allow me to explain my way out of this. No, you shall hear my explanation. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for seizing the epic chosen maiden's bellyband, rewarding 50,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for inciting the epic chosen maiden's ire, rewarding 50,000 villain points. Is she truly in pain now? As a gentleman of virtue, should I offer her a soothing touch? Just as Xiao Yun pondered this, Lin Yurong extended her hand towards him. Hand it over. What do you mean, hand what over? Xiao Yun replied, firmly clutching the bellyband to ensure it would not be returned. Lin Yurong retorted coldly, the ability to retrieve items from afar indicates that the treasures of the Grand Hall are undoubtedly in your possession. I can forego the rest, but you must return the Zixia Feishan Sutra to me. So, it was not the bellyband she sought. Realizing he could no longer keep it a secret, Xiao Yun promptly surrendered the remnants of the Zixia Feishan Sutra to Lin Yurong. Please keep this confidential. That depends on your behavior. Lin Yurong, recalling the burden she had borne for him over the past days, felt a surge of frustration and grasped Xiao Yun's ear, preparing to administer some disciplinary action. Ah! That hurts! Xiao Yun exclaimed, unwilling to suffer in silence, and retaliated by pinching Lin Yurong's leg, twisting it with vigor. Little rascal, let go of me. Only if you release me first. I refuse to let go. What are you two doing? Jiang Ziyu suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hall, her cheeks puffing up in indignation upon witnessing Xiao Yun and Lin Yurong in their playful tussle. Lin Yurong, resembling a startled rabbit, quickly relinquished her grip. Xiao Yun, remember your promise to me. With that, Lin Yurong hastily departed. What did you promise her? Jiang Ziyue approached, her demeanor brimming with indignation, unwilling to easily forgive Xiao Yun. After tirelessly preparing for the upcoming sealing ceremony from dawn till dusk, she found Xiao Yun frolicking with others behind her back. Had she arrived a moment later, who knew what might have transpired? You baby, Xiao Yun raised his hand to gently grasp Jiang Ziyue's delicate chin, speaking softly, I wish for someone to always understand me, even without me uttering a word. That person, I hope, is you, do you understand? But you, there are no buts. Xiao Yun declared with fervent sincerity, you baby, as spring blossoms and waters awaken, as the spring breeze dances, none compare to you. So sweet. How delightful, that with just those words, Jiang Ziyue's discontent evaporated, replaced by a blush that illuminated her features, reaffirming that Xiao Yun truly cherished her above all else. Content. Jiang Ziyue suddenly adopted a serious tone. By the way, Xiao Yun, my aunt asked me to warn you that someone might target you tomorrow, so be cautious. Do they dare cause trouble during the sealing ceremony? Not quite, Jiang Ziyue sighed. This time, both Shen Ruyan and Xu Kuang have arrived. According to my aunt, although Shenruyan hasn't broken through in her cultivation, her aura is extraordinarily profound, seemingly stronger than the previous Chu Kuang. She must have encountered some fortuitous event these past few days. She will undoubtedly scheme something in secret. Do not underestimate her, or you may find yourself in peril. Xiao Yun remained unperturbed, while he held a modicum of apprehension towards Chu Kuang, the legendary chosen one. He felt no such concern for Shenruyan. As the destined antagonist, the protagonist's fiancée was merely a pawn to be maneuvered. You baby, fear not, should she dare to provoke me, I shall ensure she experiences my wildest. Chapter 50. The system is quite audacious. The following day at noon, the vast square of Wanyue Peak was teeming with people. In addition to numerous representatives from various powerful factions, many wandering cultivators had gathered, all eager to catch a glimpse of the renowned prodigy of the heaven-desolate continent. Dressed in a resplendent black robe adorned with golden dragon patterns, Xiao Yun, cradling little White in his arms, strode steadily into the square. Xiao Yun, that is indeed Xiao Yun, he's surprisingly so young. The atmosphere instantly became lively, as the crowd was astonished to discover that the much-talked-about prodigy of the heaven-desolate continent was merely a child. One couldn't help but wonder if he was the illegitimate son of the heavens, possessing such extraordinary talents at such a tender age. At that moment, the crowd parted as a remarkably distinguished young man approached. Who is this person? He looks quite formidable. He is Tang Xiu, a direct disciple of the Holy Master Peak, renowned for his unparalleled mastery of the blue-silver binding technique. It is said he is poised to become one of the 6 core disciples of the Holy Master Peak. To become a core disciple of the Holy Master Peak is equivalent to being a saintly offspring of other main peaks? Is he truly that remarkable? As the discussions among the crowd intensified, Tang Xiu's confidence swelled, and he soon stood before Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, you certainly have quite the airs about you. The Holy Master and the leaders of the various peaks have long since arrived. Asa Jr. and the soon-to-be saintly offspring at this upcoming consecration. How could you arrive at such a late hour? Do you not hold the Holy Master and the peak leaders in high regard, or perhaps you simply do not take the identity of a saintly offspring of the primordial immortal academy seriously? How audacious, how dare you? Sure, you've just arrived and already you attempt to place such heavy accusations upon me. Who gave you the audacity? Xiao Yun had no intention of indulging him. He cast a glance toward the high platform and decisively displayed the mark of the perfected moonslaying sword technique. I was so engrossed in my sword practice that I lost track of time, which is why I am late. Upon seeing the perfected mark of the sword technique, the eminent figures on the high platform were instantly jolted into action. Qingyue Sword Immortal, when did you elevate the moonslaying sword technique to the divine level? Yet, when they beheld the bewildered expression on the Qingyue Sword Immortal's face, they were utterly astonished. Xiao Yun, at such a young age, had managed to elevate an intermediate divine level sword technique to the divine level. They had initially thought they had witnessed the limits of Xiao Yun's talents, only to realize it was merely the tip of the iceberg. What manner of monster is this? How can he be so outstanding? Seeing Xiao Yun's exceptional prowess, Tang Xiu was consumed by jealousy. Originally, he had intended to suppress Xiao Yun to bolster his own prestige, laying the groundwork for his advancement to a core disciple, but he had unexpectedly stumbled upon a formidable opponent. Consequently, he hurriedly offered an apology. Junior brother, your talent is indeed remarkable. It seems I have been a bit presumptuous. Not presumptuous at all, not at all, Little White interjected, suddenly extending a small paw toward Tang Xiu. Sure, since you have come to attend my Miao Master's consecration ceremony, you must have prepared a gift, so do hurry and present it. My Miao Master will certainly not hold it against you. What a charming little cat, how could it possibly speak? Tang Xiu was at his wit's end. He had not prepared any gift, as he had come merely to show off. Just then, he caught sight of Xiao Yun pulling out a small notebook and beginning to take notes. On this day of the saintly offspring's consecration, Tang Xiu of the Holy Master Peak not only failed to present a gift but also maliciously attempted to suppress me. In the future, I shall seek 1 million top-grade spirit stones as compensation for my wounded sword heart. 1 million top-grade spirit stones, and he even mentioned a wounded sword heart? How utterly shameless! Tang Xiu's mind was ablaze with indignation, yet, no matter how displeased he felt, he had to consider the terrifying talent of Xiao Yun and the possibility of averting disaster. Thus, he quickly produced a gleaming piece of obsidian and presented it to Xiao Yun. Junior brother, this is an exceptionally precious piece of obsidian. When used in forging, it can enhance the weapon's resilience and has a significant chance of elevating its grade. Consider it a token of my sincerity, I implore you to accept it. Xiao Yun seized the obsidian and, with a beaming smile, replied, oh dear, my spirit pet simply doesn't understand decorum. How could I accept such a generous gift from you, brother Xiu? I cannot, I must not. Tang Xiu was infuriated. If you don't want it, then let go. It made him feel as though he was trying to force a gift upon someone. Just as he thought Xiao Yun might release his grip, he suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. The obsidian had inexplicably vanished. What on earth? Tang Xiu was left utterly baffled. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for seizing another's treasure. Reward 1,000 villain points. Where was the theft? Who witnessed it? Firmly denying the acceptance of a gift, Xiao Yun proclaimed, Brother Xiu, just keep the obsidian for yourself. Given your good intentions, you shall henceforth be my dear brother. Tang Xiu observed the crowd gazing at Xiao Yun with admiration, and he felt utterly disoriented. He could swear on his life that he had not reclaimed the obsidian. Rather, Xiao Yun's little notebook still recorded the debt of 1 million top-grade spirit stones against him. How outrageous! This was simply too much. Having not only been robbed of his obsidian but also exploited for goodwill, such shameless tactics were beyond his comprehension. Xiao Yun disregarded Tang Xiu any further and stepped up to the consecration altar. Commenced the consecration. Seeing that Xiao Yun was ready, the Grand Elder of Wanyue Peak swiftly executed a series of seals, infusing them into the altar. Moments later, the altar erupted with a resplendent divine light, enveloping Xiao Yun entirely. Boom, a blood-red thunderclap reverberated through the void, and soon after, the previously clear skies were shrouded by heavy blood clouds, with crimson lightning rolling ominously within, rendering the entire sky a terrifying scene reminiscent of a blood-soaked purgatory. Wails resembling the cries of lost souls echoed from the depths of the blood clouds, sending chills down the spines of many, causing the faint-hearted to collapse in terror. Blood heaven anomaly. All spirits lament. Legend has it that those who provoke such anomalies are bound to wreak havoc upon the world. All the true saints fixated their gazes upon Xiao Yun, and even though they had long transcended the mundane, they were still shaken by the horrific anomaly he had incited. What the hell? Why is it that the protagonist's anomalies are all divine and auspicious while I, the great villain, am met with such terrifying and fearsome phenomena? Will everyone from now on see me as a harbinger of calamity? How can I continue to enjoy myself? Xiao Yun had not anticipated such a turn of events. He could only imagine that henceforth, the entire world would seek his demise. Ding ding, detecting that the host has triggered a celestial anomaly. Exclusive system anomaly arrangements are underway. Exclusive system anomaly. Xiao Yun's interest was piqued. He quickly looked up to see the heavy blood clouds suddenly burst open, revealing a massive aperture through which blinding golden divine light gradually spread through the void, tearing apart all the blood clouds in an instant. At the moment the blood clouds dissipated, a colossal figure enveloped in resplendent divine rings gradually took form at the center of the divine light, accompanied by a sonorous chant resonating through the air. But that was not all. Numerous phantasms began to appear, bowing in reverence before the colossal figure shrouded in divine rings. Goodness, a throng of saints paying homage. How extravagant. System, I find you quite audacious. Chapter 51. Continue your performance. Everyone was utterly bewildered by this spectacle. They had never heard of phenomena occurring in succession. The most absurd part was that the two manifestations were completely contradictory, which made no sense at all. Seeing the grand spectacle of the 10,000 saints paying homage, the celestial moon sword immortal let out a long sigh. If it were merely the blood cloud phenomenon, according to the ancient legends of the Tianhuan continent, Xiao Yun would undoubtedly become the public enemy of the entire continent. Even she would be unable to protect him. However, with the appearance of the 10,000 saints homage, who would dare to voice any further objections? As the thunderous sound echoed, the illusory phenomena gradually dissipated, followed by the appearance of the heavenly Tao ranking in the void. Xiao Yun, ranked 49th in martial arts talent. 49th? Everyone gasped in disbelief, questioning whether there had been an error in the heavenly Tao ranking. Given the talent Xiao Yun had displayed, they would not have been surprised if he ranked first, but to be placed at 49th was simply absurd. The heavenly Tao ranking cannot be mistaken. It appears that Xiao Yun is not as impressive as he seems, merely a facade of strength. Ha, with the ancient double pupils and innate divine bones bestowed upon him, it is indeed a waste. In stark contrast to the crowd's mockery and scorn, Xiao Yun reveled in delight, akin to a jolly giant weighing 200 pounds. He was not the type to be impulsively hot-blooded like a chosen one. He preferred to remain in the shadows, quietly amassing wealth, a principle he consistently adhered to. Observing Xiao Yun's solitary laughter, the celestial moon sword immortal approached him to offer solace, saying, Xiao Yun, a talent ranking does not define your worth. What truly matters is an indomitable sword heart and steadfast determination. Before she could finish her sentence, the heavenly Tao ranking in the void underwent a sudden change, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat as they hastily turned to look. Xiao Yun, ranked first in weapon forging talent. Xiao Yun, ranked first in alchemy talent. Oh my, occupying 3 ranks, with both alchemy and weapon forging at the pinnacle. The crowd erupted in exclamations, nearly dropping their jaws in astonishment. This was the heavenly Tao ranking. It represented the standings of myriad worlds, a list not easily attained, indicating that Xiao Yun's talents in alchemy and weapon forging were unparalleled throughout history. With proper cultivation, he could produce divine artifacts and elixirs, and the creation of divine pills and weapons was not beyond the realm of possibility. The Taichu Immortal Academy had truly struck gold this time. A tinge of jealousy stirred within the various factions present. The Xianyu elder fixed her beautiful gaze on Xiao Yun. Had it not been for her close bond with the celestial moon sword immortal, she would have longed to capture him in a sack and take him back as her disciple. Among the entire Tianhuan continent, the weapon forging legacy of Xianyu Valley was unrivaled. She believed that only a prodigy like Xiao Yun could truly elevate their craft to new heights. At that moment, the heavenly Tao ranking slowly faded away. The Grand Elder, Yin Shan, declared in a booming voice, with the successful completion of the Xiao Yun altar consecration, his talents are undeniable. I hereby announce that from this day forth, Xiao Yun shall be the saint son of Wanyue Peak. Hold on. A cold voice rang out from a distance. Xiao Yun focused his gaze, spotting more than 20 leaders of various factions marching toward him with fierce intent. The middle-aged man at the forefront glared at him menacingly before turning to the higher-ups of the Taichu Immortal Academy with ire, stating, We demand an explanation from Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun cast a sidelong glance at Shen Ruyan in the distance, a playful smile gracing his lips. So, they wish to employ such petty tactics to irritate me. My little fiancée, let us see how I shall play this. Shen Ruyan furrowed her brow slightly upon seeing Xiao Yun's expression, perplexed by his audacity. The celestial moon sword immortal's countenance darkened. These individuals were interrupting the consecration ceremony, publicly humiliating Xiao Yun, which was, in essence, an affront to her. If they could not present a coherent rationale, she would not hesitate to take action. You may state your reasons, but should you harbor ulterior motives, rest assured, I shall visit you one by one if you fail to seize this opportunity today. The middle-aged man, undeterred, pressed on, Sword Immortal, please discern our intentions. Last night, we sent our disciples to pay a visit to Xiao Yun, hoping to establish a connection with the continent's foremost talent. However, they have yet to return, and we seek an explanation from Xiao Yun. Had it not been for my 7 guards fighting valiantly, I might not have even made it to this consecration ceremony today. Boom, the terrifying aura emanating from the celestial moon sword immortal erupted like a volcano, her gaze fixed intently on the 12 individuals. Do you still seek an explanation? The piercing intent to kill caused the 20-plus individuals to tremble involuntarily, yet they felt compelled to press on, recalling Shenruyan's plan and promises. If successful, it would be a joyous outcome; if not, they could always abandon their disciples to protect their sect, at least ensuring their own interests remained intact. Sword Immortal, please quell your anger. We request that Saint Sun Xiaoyun release our disciples for a face-to-face confrontation. If our disciples indeed provoked him, we shall accept whatever punishment he deems fit without complaint. Very well. I grant you this opportunity. The celestial moon sword immortal retracted her formidable aura and turned to Xiaoyun, saying, "Release them. If the matter unfolds as you have described, I will support your decisions today." After a brief moment, Meilan Jujuqin Qi Shuhua escorted Niu Chaidan and the others forward. Upon seeing his elders present, Niu Chaidan realized that they were missing the crucial step of Shenruyan's plan and immediately erupted in anger. Xiaoyun, we came with good intentions to visit you. How dare you attempt to make us submit as your lackeys, and upon our refusal, you imprison us. Today, you must provide an explanation. At these words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Xiaoyun is indeed acting recklessly. To assert dominance, he resorts to such despicable tactics. What does it matter if he possesses great talent? Does the Taichu Immortal Academy not fear tarnishing its reputation by appointing him as the Saint Sun? Let us not forget, he has just summoned that blood cloud phenomenon. Could it be that he truly is a harbinger of disaster? Xiaoyun, what do you have to say now? The middle-aged man spoke coldly, then turned to the celestial moon sword immortal, clasping his fists in respect. Sword Immortal, we implore you to uphold justice. Your performance deserves a perfect score of 10, from this Saint Sun, very impressive indeed. Xiaoyun remarked, then turned to Xiaobai, saying, Xiaobai, it is your turn to perform. Xiaobai leapt into the void, its silver-white right eye shooting forth a beam of light, followed by a rapid succession of images showcasing Niu Chaidan and the subsequent events unfolding in the void. This is the reversal of time? No, wait. One eye is blue, the other silver. It resembles the legendary beast capable of mastering time and space, the chaotic spirit cat? All present were astounded by Xiaobai's extraordinary lineage. What merit did Xiaoyun possess to acquire such a formidable beast? No. This is impossible. Niu Chaidan and the others panicked, while the middle-aged man leading the more than 20 faction leaders broke out in a cold sweat. Xiaoyun's gaze turned icy, yet a harmless smile lingered on his lips. Continue your performance, Chapter 52. The criteria for choosing a partner by geniuses. It is well known that the time reversal ability of the Chaos Spirit Cat is a gift, allowing it to forcibly seize a fragment of time. Therefore, these images cannot possibly be fabricated. These individuals truly possess the audacity of a bear and the ferocity of a leopard, daring to slander young Master Xiao in such a manner. Are they overly confident, or do they believe that the Sword Immortal can no longer wield his sword? How could something that seemed so certain have devolved into this chaos? It is indeed true that human plans cannot rival the schemes of fate. Had I known that Shenruyan would refuse to act no matter the benefits offered, I would have acted differently. The middle-aged man wore a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Young Master Xiao, our original intention was to send them to pay you a visit. We never anticipated their incompetence would lead them to brazenly slander you. It is utterly unforgivable. Seeing their elder betray them, Niu Chaidan and the others were thrown into a panic. Elder, you must not abandon us in our time of need. The middle-aged man feared they might inadvertently expose Shenruyan's scheme, which would provoke the two great academies, leading to utter ruin. Thus, he quickly joined the others in pleading, Young Master Xiao, they are all talented disciples from our sect, spoiled by indulgence. We implore you to show mercy and spare them this once. We can offer appropriate compensation. Compensation is unnecessary. I am not one to revel in violence, Xiaoyun replied with an innocuous smile. Upon hearing Xiaoyun's conciliatory tone, they collectively sighed in relief. Surely, if Xiaoyun were willing to let them off the hook, the Qingyue Sword Immortal would refrain from visiting them again. Wu Tishi, however, in the next moment, their joy evaporated. Xiaoyun suddenly declared, while I indeed dislike resorting to violence, to let them go so easily would leave a blemish on my conscience. Therefore, I have decided to auction them. What did you say? Auction them? The crowd was instantly rendered speechless, recalling that not long ago, Xiaoyun had auctioned Shenruyan. He was indeed capable of such a thing. Realizing this, panic set in. If they did not bid, these disciples might become desperate and reveal everything. If they did bid, the cost would undoubtedly be exorbitant. Thus, they cast desperate glances toward Shenruyan, knowing that at this juncture, there was no turning back. If Shenruyan wished to remain uninvolved, they could not be held accountable for the ensuing chaos. Xiaoyun, uninterested in their reactions, cleared his throat and proclaimed, these are all prodigies, endowed with remarkable talents and commendable cultivation. All present are welcome to participate in the auction. To alleviate any concerns, I assure you that whoever wins the bid will have the backing of my authority to ensure that their respective factions will not dare to cause trouble. I, this immortal, will vouch for this. You may bid with confidence. The Qingyue Sword Immortal regarded Xiaoyun with keen interest. She had originally thought that eliminating these individuals was not the optimal solution, but she never expected Xiaoyun's thought process to be so unconventional. The prospect of auctioning off prodigies was indeed a fascinating idea, and she was grateful that he had conceived it. Gomu, bid 5 million top-grade spirit stones for one. My household is in need of a prodigy to tend to the waist. Ha! With Gomu's declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What kind of family was this, willing to spend 5 million top-grade spirit stones for a prodigy merely to handle waste? Was their refuse so extraordinary, or had these prodigies lost all value? What are you staring at? Gomu boasted, I have spirit stones to spare, and of course, I must support young Master Shao. The crowd fell into a state of speechlessness. At that moment, others began to join the bidding. I bid 5 million top-grade spirit stones for one. My family's large yellow dog has gone missing during mating season, and I need a prodigy to guard the door. I bid 5 million top-grade spirit stones for a female disciple. My ancestor is experiencing a second spring, and we require a graceful female disciple. Good heavens, what manner of individuals are these? The crowd was thrown into disarray. While bidding for someone to tend to waste could be excused, seeking a companion for an ancestor's second spring was utterly absurd. Spending 5 million top-grade spirit stones for an elderly matriarch, was this a joke? Gomu reveled in the expressions of the crowd, feeling a sense of triumph. When Xiao Yun had instructed him to organize a support group, he had not fully comprehended, but now it was clear. This operation was truly audacious. As a flamboyant genius, he had never found anything this entertaining. No, he needed to escalate the situation further to show Xiao Yun that he was earnest. Otherwise, how could they continue to associate? Thus, he turned his gaze to a 7-foot-tall woman weighing at least 300 pounds in the crowd. Ru Hua, it is your turn to take the stage. Ru Hua donned a floral white short skirt, her exposed arms and thighs resembling those of an elephant, and the dense hair on her arms and legs suggested she was perpetually undernourished. Step aside. Do not obstruct this young lady in her search for a man. Ru Hua's voice was grating, reminiscent of a parody of Lin Dayu. Upon hearing her words, the crowd immediately cleared a wide space, eager to witness which young lady possessed the audacity to select a partner in such a public arena, wondering if they might have a chance. Yet, as they beheld her figure, the young men around them wilted. My goodness, whoever is chosen by her can forget about ever experiencing automatic transmission. That would be a fate worse than death. Automatic transmission? What are you thinking? For an average physique, even manual would be a struggle. Ru Hua's expression darkened. What are you blabbering about? I have no interest in you. I am only eyeing those prodigies. With that, Ru Hua disregarded the astonished gazes of the crowd and loudly declared, I bid 25 million top-grade spirit stones for 5 robust, towering prodigies to take home as male companions for procreation. The disciples on stage turned pale upon witnessing Ru Hua's extraordinary demeanor. To become a male companion for this woman would be tantamount to self-inflicted demise, ensuring a life of toil akin to the oxen of the Li family, laboring only to perish before their crops could yield. Xiao Yun. You are truly ruthless. Niu Chaidan never anticipated that Xiao Yun would play such a trick. If this continued, it would be better for them to perish together than to become male companions. As the harsh expressions spread across the disciples' faces, the middle-aged man felt a pang of anxiety. Young Master Shao, we wish to participate in the bidding. Yes, young Master Shao, we will bid 5 million top-grade spirit stones for each disciple. We'll take them all. Just moments ago, Shen Ruyan had discreetly sent word that she would cover 2/3 of the spirit stones. We will bid 6 million top-grade spirit stones for each. We implore you, young Master Shao, to show mercy. As soon as they finished speaking, Gomu and the others below erupted in protest. 6 million, do you look down upon these prodigies, or upon me? Gomu exclaimed, leaping up. I bid 8 million. Prodigies are my Ru Hua's criteria for selection. Ru Hua declared with determination, I bid 8 million for each, and I want 5. Chapter 53. Refusal is a snub. How ruthless. The crowd finally grasped the situation. Those who had bid earlier were merely pawns. Observing the total of 22 prodigies on stage, one could only imagine the astronomical increase in bidding, potentially reaching millions. Over 200 million premium spirit stones? It was simply outrageous. Any ordinary third-tier sect attempting to produce such an astronomical sum would be driven to instant bankruptcy. Let us offer 10 million premium spirit stones each. We sincerely hope that young Master Shao will show mercy. Upon realizing that Xiao Yun was manipulating the auction from behind the scenes, the middle-aged man's eyes turned bloodshot, and he boldly raised the bid to 10 million in one go, fully accommodating Xiao Yun's appetite. Yet, his heart bled at the thought, even if Shen Ruyan bore 2/3 of the cost, they would still be sharing over 70 million premium spirit stones, a sum that would force their sect to tighten their belts for years to come. Seeing that they had reached their limit, Xiao Yun nodded. Very well, in light of your genuine affection for your junior disciples, I shall reluctantly cease the bidding. You may take the individuals with you. Thank you, young Master Shao. We will need some time to prepare the spirit stones. Please be so kind as to grant us a moment. The middle-aged man and his companions clasped their fists in gratitude and hurriedly departed with Niu Chaidan and the others. Ding ding, congratulations, host, on successfully auctioning off 22 individuals. Reward 22,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for achieving a new milestone. Reward, your spatial storage has doubled. Xiao Yun quickly immersed his consciousness into the spatial storage, discovering that it now spanned the size of 3 to 5 football fields, allowing for ample storage. If it were to expand several more times, could it become a small realm? Perhaps he could create a magnificent paradise within. This reward was indeed an unexpected delight. During the subsequent exchange and sparring session, perhaps due to Xiao Yun's audacious auctioning of prodigies, none of the talented individuals from the Outyan Academy or the Changsheng Academy were willing to take the stage to spar. After all, with Xiao Yun's extraordinary talent, winning would be one thing, but losing could lead to an undesirable standard for future romantic pursuits. As dusk fell, in the Moon Rainbow Pavilion. Young Master Xiao, I am Zhao Ritian from Tianxian Peak. I wish to align myself with you henceforth, and I hope you will take good care of me. Young Master Xiao, I am Li Quan from Tianqing Peak. I excel at gathering intelligence and will ensure that any tidbits of information reach you first. Young Master Xiao, there's also me. Ru Hua, I was unable to acquire even one or two prodigies today, which has left me feeling quite distressed. I only hope that you do not forget Ru Hua's standards. This Xiaoyan felt overwhelmed. Who among the talented individuals would not have eyes to see? Alright, I will certainly find an opportunity for you. He then turned to Gomu and said, previously, I promised to grant you a chance to enhance your overall strength several-fold. Do you wish to proceed? Absolutely, I must have it. Since that day when Gomu returned with the Lingyan Saint, he had been informed that, regardless of the circumstances, he must establish a good relationship with Xiao Yun. Who knows, he might become the towering tree under which the Go family could find shelter. Hence, he had sent 20 enchanting beauties to Xiao Yun. At this point, he firmly believed that he would follow Xiao Yun for life. Very well. Release your soul sea and do not resist, I shall impart a seal to you. Xiao Yun formed a hand gesture and swiftly condensed a celestial slave seal, successfully embedding it into Gomu's soul sea. Boom, Gomu's aura surged dramatically, becoming 5 times more formidable than before. Thank you, young Master Xiao, for your life-giving grace. From now on, if you say east, Gomu shall never go west. Gomu even knelt down, feeling that his talent had significantly improved, as if he had gained an indescribable state that elevated him from a mere corner piece of the Taichu Academy to the pride of his grandmother. What kind of technique is this? It is simply astonishing. Observing the transformation of Gomu, Li Quan and the others were filled with envy. Young Master Xiao, we too desire such an opportunity. The three felt a bit hesitant. After all, such a miraculous chance was something they wanted but were unsure whether Xiao Yun would grant it, considering it was their first meeting. As long as you are wholeheartedly loyal to me in the future, I can fulfill your wishes. Ru Hua smiled charmingly. From this moment on, Ru Hua belongs to the young master. Xiao Yun hurriedly executed the hand gesture, embedding the celestial slave seal into the three's consciousness. In the next instant, their auras surged as Gomu's head of the three promptly knelt, pledging their loyalty. Xiao Yun was quite satisfied. Having been in this world for over half a year, he had finally gathered his first wave of subordinates. Thus, his journey as a villain was gradually on the right track. However, as a villain, it was essential to lay down some ground rules to avoid any unforeseen circumstances in the future. Remember, being my subordinate comes with 4 rules. First, when facing an enemy, never engage in a frontal confrontation if you can launch a sneak attack. If you can hide in the shadows, never step forward to play the hero. Second, in a fight, avoid excessive chatter, strive to unleash your ultimate move at the first opportunity. Action speaks louder than words. Third, anyone who crosses paths with the Shi Yilin and the major families of Chu or provokes the young geniuses shouting about the 30 rivers east and 30 rivers west, must be crushed without mercy. All their clans must be obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Fourth, and most importantly, under no circumstances are you allowed to laugh maniacally during a confrontation. The 4 exchanged glances, feeling that these rules were rather peculiar. Nonetheless, since Xiao Yun had stated them, they naturally committed them to memory. Today, having thoroughly aligned themselves with Xiao Yun, Gomu was exceedingly pleased and proposed, young Master Xiao, why don't we go out and enjoy ourselves? I shall cover all expenses for tonight. 15 minutes later, guided by Gomu and the others, Xiao Yun arrived at Taichu City. This city had a history of 10,000 years and was established at the inception of the Taichu Academy. Here, there was nothing you could not find, only what you could not imagine. Young Master Xiao, if we are to speak of the finest entertainment in Taichu City, it must be the flower boats on Red Lotus Lake. The courtesans there are all stunningly beautiful, and I've heard that today there's a competition for the most beautiful courtesan, which promises to be quite lively. Since we are here, shall we go take a look? Gomu wore a mischievous grin. Ru Hua hesitated slightly, but young Master Xiao is still a child. Is this appropriate? There's no harm in taking a look, Xiao Yun replied, acknowledging that although he was young, experiencing the world was beneficial. Thus, the 4 made their way directly to Red Lotus Lake. Upon arriving, they immediately spotted a massive red ship nearly 100 feet long, illuminated and bustling with people at the lake's center. Just as they stepped onto the flower boat, an angry voice called from behind, "Stop right there." Xiao Yun turned to see Shen Ruyan rushing towards them, flanked by Chu Kuang, with several disciples from the Shenyang family and Outyan Academy trailing behind. It appeared that Shen Ruyan had been closely monitoring his movements. Xiao Yun decisively feigned ignorance, grinning at Chu Kuang. "Good sir, I bid 5 million premium spirit stones for the courtesan beside you. Do not refuse, to do so would be a slight against me." Chapter 54. Young Master, you belong to me indeed. If you refuse to sell, do not blame us for enlightening you on the rules of Taichu Immortal City. Gomu, ever the sycophant, immediately shouted. Young Master Xiao, the courtesan is yours, but that man belongs to me. Is that acceptable? Hua's eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze on Chu Kuang, practically yearning to whisk him away to a secluded chamber for a fierce battle of 300 rounds. Zhao Ritian chimed in, jesting, "This beautiful lady, do not be ungrateful. Have you not heard that among the 3,000 weak waters, young Master Xiao only desires you?" The crowd engaged in a lively exchange, their words causing Chu Kuang and Shen Ruyan's faces to turn a shade of green with fury. "You are courting death." Chu Kuang roared in a fit of rage, about to charge forward, only to be halted by Shen Ruyan. Which fool is shouting? Disturbing my beauty sleep, I will not let this go without 3 million top-tier spirit stones. Bai Tian, who had exhausted his innate abilities and was in a deep slumber, was abruptly awakened by Chu Kuang's outburst, his face displaying unmistakable annoyance. Upon seeing Shen Ruyan, his feline eyes instantly sparkled with interest. In his understanding, any woman with ample bosom and beauty was surely the preference of his master, and he must seize the opportunity to showcase his worth to ensure a never-ending supply of delectable fish treats. Xiao Yun. Return my ancestor's arm, I can overlook past grievances. Though Shen Ruyan longed to slay Xiao Yun in a fit of rage, she suppressed her fury, opting instead for a more diplomatic approach, recalling the rumor that Xiao Yun intended to transform her ancestor's arm into a dung ladle. How dare you demand something from the master? Even I, this cat, cannot simply ask for fish treats without effort. Who do you think you are? Bai, irate, flicked his tail and addressed Gomu and the others. Who has any urine? Wake her up, diabetics need not apply, for I fear she may relish the sweetness and demand more. Li Quan, who had been waiting for a moment to shine, immediately interjected, my urine is yellow. I shall give her a taste. Yours won't suffice. Zhao Ritian shook his head, declaring, Zhao Ritian, can urinate 10 zhang against the wind, the force will surely awaken her. You lot. Shen Ruyan trembled with indignation. She had encountered shameless individuals before, but never a whole gang of them. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. That cat, in particular, was a divine beast yet possessed such a mouth. More detestable than anyone else. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for allowing the spirit pet to humiliate the fiancée of the legendary chosen one, reward 100,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for permitting the sycophants to insult the fiancée of the legendary chosen one. Reward 100,000 villain points. A total of 200,000. Xiao Yun mused that this Red Lotus Lake was indeed a splendid place. Xiao Yun, I challenge you, to the death. The humiliation of his beloved ignited a blazing fury within Chu Kuang. A singular thought consumed him, kill Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun feigned surprise. Oh, I remember now, you are Chu Kuang, my little follower, to think you would come and greet me instead of showing respect, and now you wish to fight to the death, how disgraceful. Gomu, ever eager to stir the pot, immediately proclaimed, everyone, come look. A mere follower dares to disrespect his master and seeks to challenge him to a life and death battle, how shameless. The conflict between the two had already drawn considerable attention, and with Gomu's loud proclamation, a throng of onlookers quickly gathered. Is that not young Master Xiao? I had no idea he was so young yet fond of flower boats. That must be Chu Kuang. I heard he lost a bet against young Master Xiao in the Lianyun mountain range and became his little follower. Could it be he is challenging young Master Xiao once more? Last time, I witnessed young Master Xiao generously spare his life. Who would have thought a mere follower would dare to challenge his master? Truly shameless. The crowd buzzed with conversation as Chu Kuang's complexion shifted from green to red, then pale, as he glared at Xiao Yun. Dare you fight me? If you wish to fight, you must present 20 heavenly treasures of 1,000 years or older, or do not entertain the thought of challenging me, for I, your master, do not perform without compensation. Bai insisted, emphasizing his commitment to family and self-sufficiency. Well said, Xiao Yun nodded, rewarding Bai with a portion of fish treats. With the treats in his possession, Bai exerted even more effort, stating, if you cannot afford the appearance fee, you may have this lovely lady accompany me for a night. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Was this cat truly a chaotic spirit beast? Its audacity was unparalleled. After all, Shen Ruyan was a prodigy of the Xianyang clan and the saintess of the Proud Heaven Academy. To consider her worth nearly 10 heavenly treasures was outrageous. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for allowing the spirit pet to humiliate the fiancée of the legendary chosen one. Reward 100,000 villain points. Indeed, this gluttonous cat was a veritable cash cow. I had earned him 2 billion spirit stones during the day and now another 200,000 villain points at night. Xiao Yun generously rewarded Bai with 2 portions of fish treats. How dare you go too far? Chu Kuang struck out, however, just as he lunged toward Xiao Yun, an elder suddenly appeared, effortlessly repelling him with a gentle palm. Fighting is prohibited on the flower boat. If you both insist on battling, you may proceed to the martial arts arena. Shen Ruyan coldly declared, Xiao Yun, I shall fight in this battle. If you lose, you will return my ancestor's arm. Xiao Yun chuckled, and if I win? Bai immediately interjected, if my master wins, you must spend the night with him. No, in addition, 20 heavenly treasures of 1,000 years or older. Agreed, it is settled. Shen Ruyan decisively responded. Ruyan, you mustn't. Chu Kuang panicked, if Shen Ruyan truly lost to Xiao Yun, he would forever bear the stigma. Do not speak further. My mind is made up. Shen Ruyan showed no mercy to her prospective fiancé, striding resolutely towards the martial arts arena. Wait, I have not finished speaking. What do you propose? Chu Kuang glared at Xiao Yun. Quite simple. Xiao Yun smiled at Ruyan, if I win, you must ingest my exclusive recipe for Mother Pig Goes Wild and spend the night with this lovely lady. Otherwise, I have no interest in this battle. Gasps erupted, the onlookers mourned for Chu Kuang for 10 minutes upon witnessing Ruyan's imposing physique. If he truly spent the night with her, he would undoubtedly become infamous throughout the world. Hua frequently cast flirtatious glances at Chu Kuang. Were it not for Xiao Yun's stipulations, she would have gleefully declared, young master, you belong to me. Chu Kuang turned to Shen Ruyan, his voice almost pleading, "Ruyan, may I take this battle instead? Do you not trust me?" Shen Ruyan's gaze turned icy. This Chu Kuang, were it not for her ancestors' regard, she would not even spare him a glance, yet he dared to doubt her strength, such audacity. "Xiao Yun, your conditions are accepted. I hope you will not go back on your word." Chapter 55 If you love him, do not hesitate. The martial arts arena, the wagered duel between Xiao Yun and Shen Ruyan swiftly spread throughout the flower boat, drawing nearly everyone to gather around. I've long heard that Xiao Xingzi is the foremost prodigy of the Tianhuan continent. To witness his battle today is indeed worth the journey. Hey, old Wang, instead of plumbing the depths at Widow Chen's, you've come to the flower boat to join the fray? Humph. You old drunkard, why aren't you out selling your wife to buy more wine? Enough squabbling, the battle is about to commence. Xiao Yun, the humiliation I suffered that day shall be repaid in full today. Shen Ruyan brandished her spear, her aura surging with fervor. Xiao Yun squinted his eyes. Indeed, Shen Ruyan appeared transformed, just as Jiang Ziyue had foretold. Her presence was almost unrecognizable. In terms of aura alone, she seemed like an entirely different person. At that moment, Shen Ruyan stepped forward, mysteriously vanishing from sight. Xiao Yun's hair bristled in alarm. He had no time to execute the void step, and in a desperate move, he turned to seize her spear with his bare hands. You seek death. Shen Ruyan's cold voice rang out as her spear, akin to a dancing dragon, lunged for Xiao Yun's heart. In this perilous moment, Xiao Yun struck the spear with his star-plucking hand. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout the arena. Leveraging the force of the impact, Xiao Yun executed the void step, narrowly evading the strike. Xiao Yun is injured from the first blow? Is the title of the foremost prodigy of the Tianhuan continent merely inflated? The crowd expressed their skepticism upon witnessing the blood dripping from Xiao Yun's hand. What do you know? Did you not see Xiao Yun hasn't even drawn his sword? Indeed, he still possesses the ancient heavy eyes, the innate divine bone, and the battle saint body, yet he hasn't utilized any of them. Hearing this, the crowd grew increasingly eager. Shen Ruyan's recent attack had been so bewilderingly swift that within the Dao realm, no one could have withstood it. If they could force Xiao Yun to unleash his full potential, it would be a feast for the eyes. A commendable speed. Let us engage in some different play. Xiao Yun chuckled lightly. Suddenly, he reached out toward Shen Ruyan and, in the next moment, produced a rabbit-embroidered bellyband in his hand. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for unveiling the bellyband of the legendary Chosen One's fiancée, rewarding 200,000 villain points. Shen Ruyan gasped in shock, hastily covering her chest, her face flushed with embarrassment and fury. Xiao Yun, you shameless scoundrel. The men surrounding them, witnessing Xiao Yun's audacious act, were instantly exhilarated, feeling their visit was far from wasted. Ah, what is this? Is this battle serious? Who cares if it's serious? Xiao Xingzi, what skill is this? I'll offer 1 million top-tier spirit stones, please teach me. I'll bid 5 million, plus a sacred scripture. What the hell, big monk, why are you, a man of the cloth, joining in on the chaos? Are you not afraid of Buddha visiting you in a dream tonight? Shen Ruyan, recalling the events in the Lianyun mountain range, nearly bit through her silver teeth in frustration. Xiao Yun. Is this all you can resort to, these despicable tactics? Do you dare to engage me in an honorable duel? Xiao Yun wiped his hands on the bellyband and replied, am I not already battling with you? It's simply that you are unaccustomed to my style of combat. Seeing Xiao Yun's brazen demeanor, Shen Ruyan chose not to retort further and prepared to charge at him with her spear. Stop. Xiao Yun said mischievously, do you believe your speed surpasses my ability to disrobe you? Upon hearing this, Shen Ruyan came to an abrupt halt, genuinely hesitant to take another step. She had no doubt that someone capable of such audacity would not hesitate to strip her bare in public. She was painfully aware of Xiao Yun's disregard for decorum. Noticing her hesitation, Xiao Bai immediately encouraged her. Fear not, big-chested lady. My Miao Master Silver is merely teasing you. If you love him, do not hesitate. Ah, yes, I wager I won't come to the flower boat for 10 years. Xiao Xingzi is definitely just trying to intimidate. Shen Ruyan, do not let him succeed. Shen Ruyan, trust our judgment. Xiao Xingzi would never dare to act so brazenly. If you falter now and lose the wager, it would be regrettable. Chu Kuang felt an urge to draw his blade and strike down the entire gathering. A bunch of shameless scoundrels. After a scathing remark, he leaped onto the martial arts arena, positioning himself in front of Shen Ruyan. Ruyan, stand down. This scoundrel does not play by the rules. Continuing this fight will only lead to your detriment. Witnessing this, Xiao Yun was immediately incensed. What, are you planning a 2-on-1? Do you still have any shame? How could he accuse others of lacking decorum while engaging in such antics himself? Chu Kuang, uninterested in further dialogue, summoned his full cultivation die in the next instant. He prepared to strike with thunderous force. Xiao Yun was not inclined to relent. He casually drew that Sanglong sword, activating his battle saint body in its berserk form along with the ZY heavenly fire. Still feeling unstable, he further enhanced himself with the Emperor's endowment, Invincible Sword Heart, and Causal Divine Ring buffs. As his aura surged to a terrifying level, all eyes in the arena widened in astonishment, afraid to miss any detail of Xiao Yun's transformation. Undeniably, when Xiao Yun fought without seriousness, he was insufferably arrogant, but when he engaged earnestly, he was invincible. Xiao Yun grasped the sword hilt, a horrifyingly sharp aura erupted from his movements, as if it would claim a life in the next moment. Today, let me test my new skill on you. The moon-slaying sword technique. With Xiaoyun's motion, an unparalleled sword light cleaved toward Chu Kuang like lightning. It was so swift that it defied comprehension. The sword light disrupted the surrounding spatial energy, unleashing a terrifying wave that flung several spectators with insufficient cultivation away. This power. It's simply inhuman. The crowd gasped, their eyes glued to the arena, collectively inhaling sharply. They beheld Chu Kuang kneeling on one knee, blood trickling from his mouth, evidently suffering severe internal injuries. Chu Kuang was filled with dread. No one understood what he had just experienced. Had he not forcibly accessed part of his former strength as a reincarnated celestial king, that strike would have surely been fatal. He knew Xiaoyun's prodigiousness could not be measured by ordinary standards, but in just a few days, his strength had multiplied exponentially. Moreover, while others failed to perceive it, he clearly recognized that Xiaoyun possessed the legendary Emperor's endowment. What a farce! With the reverse heaven-defying abilities of the Emperor's endowment, as long as Xiaoyun did not meet an untimely end, his ascension to the Celestial Emperor was practically assured. How could he possibly survive in such a world? For the first time, Chu Kuang felt that his so-called reincarnation as a celestial king and subsequent cultivation was nothing but a joke. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for grievously injuring the legendary Chosen One with a single sword strike, rewarding 1,000,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for causing the legendary Chosen One to question life, rewarding 500,000 villain points. Despite the whirlwind of actions, even the lottery failed to yield any results. Even with the reward of 1,500,000 villain points, Xiaoyun was far from pleased. Since he was unhappy, he decided to create something enjoyable. Xiaoyun donned a mischievous grin and took deliberate steps toward Chu Kuang and Shin Ruyan. Chapter 56. You fierce one in Xiaoyun, spare Ruyan. If you have any grievances, direct them at me. Chu Kuang forcibly tapped into his reserves to withstand Xiaoyun's sword strike, but his injuries were too grave, leaving him truly feeling the disparity between his will and strength. However, burdened by the debts owed to Shin Ruyan in his previous life, he could not bear to watch her fall into the jaws of those devoid of morals. Very well, consume this first. Xiaoyun directly presented the system upgraded He Huan-san, Mother Pig is crazy, to Chu Kuang. A barely perceptible smirk flickered in the depths of Chu Kuang's gaze. As a reincarnated celestial king, he had encountered all manner of poisons. How could a mere aphrodisiac pose a challenge to him? Within 5 minutes, he would force this drug out of his system. Smack, Chu Kuang seized the Mother Pig is crazy and, without a hint of hesitation, tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. By heaven, a true man indeed. As a seasoned bookworm of 10 years, Xiaoyun could confidently assert that these chosen ones easily lost their senses when their beloved was in danger, making it all too simple to manipulate them. I've ingested the drug. Now let Ruyan go. Patience, why not first try to channel your energy and see if you can expel the poison? Seeing Xiaoyun's unwavering confidence, Chu Kuang felt a sudden tremor in his heart and promptly began to channel his energy. Before long, sweat poured down his brow. The more he practiced, the stronger his distracting thoughts became, eventually reaching an uncontainable level. Damn it, what kind of aphrodisiac is this? Chu Kuang let out a reluctant growl, completely losing all rational thought as he turned to pounce on Shin Ruyan. Smack, Xiaoyun, quick as lightning, struck Chu Kuang, rendering him temporarily unconscious, and then tossed him to the eagerly waiting Hua. He is yours for the night. Lastly, he threw Hua a bottle of Mother Pig is crazy, saying, I have plenty of this. No need to save it for me. Thank you, young Master Xiao. Overjoyed, Hua hoisted Chu Kuang onto her shoulder and transformed into a gust of wind, rushing into one of the rooms on the flower boat. The others glanced toward that room, a chill running down their spines. With Chu Kuang subjected to such degradation, the shadow cast over him would likely haunt him for a lifetime. Shin Ruyan remained unfazed, as if Chu Kuang had no relation to her whatsoever. Xiaoyun, a bet is a bet, I've lost. I can fulfill the wager and accompany you for a night, and even he was a person who held grudges. Had it not been for the presence of the Qingyue sword immortal that day, he would have long since been buried. Though he could not currently confront the Xianyang saint, he would still seek revenge. Not to mention, why should he concede when he had won based on his own merit? Seeing Xiaoyun's resolute demeanor nearly brought Shin Ruyan to tears. Had she not acted recklessly, her ancestor would not have lost an arm to the Qingyue sword immortal, nor would she have fallen into Xiaoyun's hands. The trouble she had caused must be resolved by her own hand, otherwise, she would have no face to present to her ancestor, nor to her family. Thus, upon feeling a surge of power awaken within her, she disregarded all warnings and charged forward, intent on confronting Xiaoyun. Yet reality struck her with a harsh blow. Not only did she fail to achieve her desires, but she also suffered defeat. What must I do to obtain my ancestor's arm? Seeing Shin Ruyan so heartbroken, Xiaobai felt that a song of sorrow was warranted. Why must you be so unfeeling, leaving only sadness behind, forcing me to endure all the wrongs alone? Why are you so heartless, disregarding my feelings, causing me heartache and regret? I know it all stems from yesterday, compelling me to face all my mistakes with courage. This gluttonous cat truly knows how to create chaos. Xiaoyun spat out a mouthful of phlegm, swearing to the heavens that his singing was nothing like this. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for orchestrating the degradation of a legendary chosen one, causing him to lose his precious Yuan Yang. Reward 1 lottery chance. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for scheming against a legendary chosen one, leaving an indelible shadow in his heart. Reward 2 million villain points. Holy cow, 1 lottery chance plus 2 million villain points. This clearly indicated how deeply entwined Chu Kuang was with Hua. No, he must take his fiancée Yi to eavesdrop next door. Perhaps it would uplift Chu Kuang's spirits. With that thought in mind, Xiaoyun cast a fiery gaze at Shin Ruyan. To obtain what you seek, one must be willing to pay a price. Follow me. As Shen Ruyan gazed at Xiao Yun's retreating figure, she bit her lip in frustration, unable to confront him directly, and summoning her elders within the domain of the Taichu Immortal Academy would yield little benefit. She did not believe Xiao Yun could truly harm her. After all, he was still a child. Even if she spent a night with him, it would merely cost her some reputation. Moreover, even if word of this spread, she had never cared for Chu Kuang's feelings. He was not the type to enjoy being dependent. However, her ancestor's arm must not fall into Xiao Yun's hands, lest both the Xianyang family and the Aotian Immortal Academy become the laughingstock of the world. In a lesser evil scenario, her only recourse was to hope that Xiao Yun possessed some semblance of conscience and would return her ancestor's arm afterward. If all else failed, she still had a trump card to play, ensuring her objectives could be achieved. You all wait for me at the inn. Leaving a word for the disciples who followed her, Shen Ruyan quickly caught up with Xiao Yun. The two soon arrived at the door of the room next door. As soon as they entered, they were met with sounds that were anything but pleasant from the adjoining room. Xiao Yun remained unfazed. He had seen all manner of videos in his previous life and was not so easily perturbed by a few peculiar sounds. However, he could discern that Chu Kuang was a manual transmission driver with mediocre skills, clearly out of rhythm. Hua, on the other hand, seemed quite absorbed in the sounds. Shen Ruyan's delicate face turned crimson, her heart seething with rage at Xiao Yun for bringing her to eavesdrop on her fiancé with another woman. How utterly shameless. As a young maiden, she had never encountered such a scene. It was far more distressing than being placed on a pyre, especially with each low growl and high-pitched scream from the next room. Her shame escalated, fueling her disdain for Chu Kuang. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully setting the stage, causing the legendary chosen one's fiancée to develop a loathing for him, leaving an indelible shadow in her heart. Reward 1 million villain points. Wouldn't this deepen her impression? Xiao Yun chuckled slyly. Honestly, I can sense that Chu Kuang truly cares for you. He is indeed a fine man. Setting aside tonight, he will still be yours in the future, so you needn't be overly concerned. Shut your mouth. Shen Ruyan could no longer endure it. Hearing her fiancé so engrossed with another woman, knowing their intimacy so well, how could she not care? Even if she did not like him, he remained her fiancé in name. Could she truly be indifferent? Did she need him to keep prattling on? Shen Ruyan longed to sink her teeth into this detestable fellow. Xiao Yun feigned an expression of disbelief. Ah, you're fierce with me. You dare to be fierce with me? Do you no longer wish for your ancestor's arm? Chapter 57. Perhaps it's time to take action, Yumi. Shen Ruyan was so furious she nearly lost her composure. Were it not for the old ancestor's arm, she would have turned on her heel and left. To encounter such a shameless and lewd individual was truly a stroke of misfortune that could span 8 generations. Xiao Yun, however, was indifferent to Shen Ruyan's thoughts. He was determined to embody the spirit of a reunion with old classmates. If he could break up a couple, he would. If he could deceive someone, he would. Actually, I believe you should try to understand Chu Kuang a bit more. You may not know this, but men dread the 31st of a year, while women fear the 1st of December. Since your engagement to Chu Kuang, you haven't even held hands with him, have you? You can hardly fathom how long Chu Kuang has been longing. Although Shen Ruyan did not fully grasp the implications of Xiao Yun's words, she could tell they were far from innocent. Yet, being teased by Xiao Yun had ignited a fire within her. Are you implying that I am fierce? If so, let us converse differently. Do you truly think you, a mere child, understand more than I, a blossoming 18-year-old maiden? She contemplated seizing the opportunity to bewilder Xiao Yun and reclaim the old ancestor's arm. Xiao Yun, your words suggest that you are quite knowledgeable. However, regardless of your boasting, you have already lost face by entering here. Instead of talking endlessly, why not put it to the test? Ah, this, upon seeing Shen Ruyan's serious demeanor, Xiao Yun was instantly taken aback. He had never anticipated that she would take it seriously. It felt like bullying a naive child. How outrageous. Yet, in the next moment, Xiao Yun was left utterly dumbfounded. Shen Ruyan had actually shed her long dress, leaving herself clad in a sheer, delicate garment that subtly showcased her enchanting figure. Half playful, half teasing, Shen Ruyan gazed at Xiao Yun. What's wrong? You can only talk, but not act. Show me how knowledgeable you really are. Oh no, Xiao Yun's mind reeled in disbelief. How could he defend himself against such an audacious display from a seemingly innocent person? He finally understood the truth of the saying, when a woman becomes alluring, men stand no chance. However, he was not one to be easily subdued, so he retorted, do not think you can use your charms against me. I will counter your schemes. Shen Ruyan scoffed. Then let us see you attempt to counter. Having never been subjected to such teasing in both of his lives, Xiao Yun could no longer contain himself. If she wanted to play this way, he would escalate the game. He reached out decisively and tore away Shen Ruyan's delicate garment. Mounting Moon Peak, Jiang Ziyu and Lin Yurong, having searched high and low for Xiao Yun, rushed to the Moon Rainbow Palace. After inquiring about various arts, they discovered that Xiao Yun had gone to the Taichu Immortal City. However, when they asked where exactly he had gone, the 6 maidens hesitated and were reluctant to divulge more. This scoundrel is surely up to no good again. Suddenly, Jiang Ziyu's eyes sparkled with realization. Sister Lin, I heard that during the Saint's Fengshan ceremony, the Taichu Immortal City is holding a courtesan competition. Do you think this rascal might have gone to Red Lotus Lake? Lin Yurong recalled Xiao Yun's past escapades with Sui and brothels and nodded in agreement. There's a strong possibility. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziyu felt her anger surging anew. Let us go find him. In the flower boat's chamber, Shen Ruyan was in disarray, clutching herself. Xiao Yun. You shameless scoundrel. She was about to lose her mind, having initially planned to turn the tables on him, only to find Xiaoyun so brazenly strip her of her garments without a second thought. This was completely outside the bounds of propriety. In her panic, Shen Ruiyan hastily retrieved a new outfit from her storage ring, yet, unbeknownst to Xiaoyun, she stealthily opened a jade vial while facing away from him, consuming the antidote in secret. Instantly, an invisible and odorless gas wafted from the vial. Soon, Xiaoyun began to feel drowsy, as if he had been awake for 24 hours straight without rest. At that moment, a beam of sword light paused above the flower boat, quickly drawing the attention of many. Ah! What did I just see? Could it be a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm? No, that is Lin Yurong, the saintess of Xinyu Valley, and Jiang Ziyue, the daughter of the Qingyue Sword Immortal. What are they doing in such a place? The trio, engrossed in watching the courtesan competition, quickly noticed Lin Yurong and Jiang Ziyue. Oh no! We in trouble. Gomu exclaimed, seizing the sleeping Xiaobai, and hurriedly pulled Zhao Ritian and Li Quan to alert others. After a long search without finding Xiaoyun, Jiang Ziyue soon spotted Gomu and his companions weaving through the crowd. Sister Lin, block them. They must know where Xiaoyun is. Whoosh, Lin Yurong descended on her sword, landing in front of Gomu. Jiang Ziyue's expression turned hostile. She believed Gomu had led Xiaoyun astray, for how else could a child find himself in such a place of indulgence? Gomu! Quickly tell me where Xiaoyun is hiding? Gomu appeared somewhat distressed, knowing full well how fond Jiang Ziyue was of Xiaoyun, that if he revealed the truth and Xiaoyun was caught in the act, he would surely face consequences for leading him astray, perhaps facing severe repercussions. If he remained silent, Jiang Ziyue would not let him off easily, and he would ultimately be in trouble either way. If you refuse to speak, then I shall seek him out myself. I will definitely inform my aunt that you have disrupted Xiaoyun's training. Sister Lin, we should leave. With that, Jiang Ziyue tugged at Lin Yurong. Turning to leave, Gomu quickly blocked their path. Sister Ziyue, allow me to guide you, but please do not tell the Sword Immortal. You're wise to recognize my authority. Jiang Ziyue coldly retorted. Thus, the group made their way toward the room where Xiaoyun was located. The nearby crowd, sensing a spectacle, curiously followed along. Before long, they arrived outside the room. Can anyone tell me what he is doing in there? Lin Yurong inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. Seeing Lin Yurong's icy demeanor, Gomu and the others scratched their heads, stammering, We don't know, creaked. At that moment, the door next door swung open. A blushing Ru Hua stepped out, only to see the situation and promptly pretended not to know Gomu and his companions, walking away nonchalantly. How could she be so disloyal? Gomu and his friends inwardly cursed. Just after Ru Hua left, a dejected Chu Kuang emerged from the room. At that moment, he felt as if he could die. He had no idea how to face his beloved Ruiyan afterward. Impatient, Jiang Ziyue wasted no time and kicked the door open. Bang! The door swung open with a resounding crash. However, the scene inside left everyone frozen in shock, especially Chu Kuang, whose face shifted from pale to red, then to black, until he trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 58. From today on, I shall abstain from alcohol. The sudden sound of the door creaking open startled Shen Ruiyan, who swiftly turned to face the crowd. At that moment, she was clad in a thin, unadorned garment, her graceful figure laid bare for all to admire. Behind her, Xiaoyun lay sprawled across the desk. Although the onlookers could not see his face, they could observe his legs splayed awkwardly and his arms flung carelessly across the table. What was most perplexing was the sight of Xiaoyun's clothing carelessly discarded on the floor. Rage consumed Shen Ruiyan. In her desperate attempts to preserve her innocence, she had meticulously searched Xiaoyun's person, even going so far as to inspect his undergarments, yet she had found nothing, no storage ring. She had intended to dress herself, eliminate Xiaoyun, and make her escape, but unexpectedly, she had been interrupted by Jiang Ziyue's arrival. Ultimately, she had achieved none of her objectives, and the events of today would soon reverberate throughout the entire Tianhuan continent. How would she ever face anyone again? My goodness, it looks like the Holy Sun Xiao has been violated by the Holy Maiden Shun. A few hours ago, they were at each other's throats. How has it come to this? This is terrifying, the world has gone mad. The onlookers, witnessing this shocking scandal, felt as though they were trapped in a dream. Why? Chu Kuang let out a desperate roar. He had sacrificed everything to protect Shen Ruiyan, even willing to consume a wild boar without hesitation. He had given up his most treasured Yuan Yang for her sake, yet, what he received in return was this outcome. He could hardly bear it, especially when he realized that Shen Ruiyan had been the one to initiate the act, not merely a passive participant, shattering the last remnants of hope within him. Ah! Chu Kuang emitted a primal scream of fury and, with a few swift movements, vanished from the crowd sight. Shen Ruiyan! How shameless can you be? Jiang Ziyue shouted angrily, equally unable to accept this outcome. This was the man she had intended to nurture herself. She had gone to great lengths to keep him away from Lin Yurong and Xiaoyun, clinging to Lin Yurong after the Fengshan ceremony, deliberately avoiding moments with Xiaoyun. Yet, despite her meticulous precautions, she had never anticipated that her rival, Shen Ruiyan, would violate the very man she wished to cultivate. Lin Yurong maintained a calm demeanor, yet her heaving chest betrayed the storm of emotions roiling within her. Something's not right. Gomu soon recognized a discrepancy. Logically, at this juncture, Xiaoyun should have stirred, yet he remained utterly motionless. Could it be? With a swift movement, Gomu darted past Shen Ruiyan, reaching Xiaoyun's side. Upon seeing Xiaoyun unconscious, he bellowed, Shen Ruiyan, what have you done to young Master Xiao? Shen Ruiyan picked up her long skirt from the floor and donned it before coldly remarking, Fear not, he is unharmed, merely unconscious. He shall awaken in due time. As she uttered these words, Shenrian caught sight of Lin Yurong drawing her sword. Realizing she could not afford to be cornered, she hastily leaped through the window and fled. With Shenruyan's timely escape, Lin Yurong finally sheathed her peach blossom sacred sword. Lin Yurong silently vowed, Shenruyan would pay dearly for her actions today. The following morning, Moon Rainbow Hall, Xiaoyun rubbed his eyes and abruptly sat up. Xiaoyun. How do you feel? Jiang Ziyue and Lin Yurong, who had kept vigil throughout the night, inquired anxiously. Upon recognizing the familiar surroundings of Moon Rainbow Hall, Xiaoyun expressed confusion. How did I end up here? Lin Yurong's face darkened as she replied, you should have been on the flower boat, correct? Yes. No. Realizing something was amiss, Xiaoyun quickly corrected himself. Lin Yurong suddenly twisted Xiaoyun's ear. At your young age, how could you be so reckless as to wander the flower boat? Even if you went, you were nearly killed by other schemes. Indeed, were it not for our urgent search for you, had we not arrived at the flower boat in time, you would have been torn apart by Shenruyan? Jiang Ziyue pouted, wishing she could also twist Xiaoyun's ear like Lin Yurong. Little Bai, standing nearby, quickly defended his master. You are mistaken about my master. He wasn't visiting the flower boat. He made a substantial profit yesterday and was specifically out to buy gifts for you. Silence. Lin Yurong dismissed the chatty feline, refusing to believe a word. Xiaoyun hastily interjected, yes, Little Bai is right, it's all Shenruyan's fault. Had she not followed me, I would have secured the gifts. Recalling Shenruyan, Xiaoyun began to piece together the events that had transpired. How careless of him, as a seasoned schemer, he had fallen victim to such a cunning trap. According to the two women, he had narrowly escaped being torn apart. This vendetta must be avenged when he matured. However, at the heart of it all, his lustful nature had brought about this calamity. Thus, he resolved, from this day forth, he would abstain from alcohol. Moments later, the trio arrived at the Moon Viewing Peaks Council Hall. Within the Grand Hall, the Clear Moon Sword Immortal occupied the highest seat, with the 5 elders of Moon Viewing Peaks seated to her left, while the right side hosted the Xianyu Master and an elderly matron who appeared to require a cane. Behind the old woman stood a delicate young girl, dressed in garments of unique Western style, her slender waist suggesting an alluring figure. Xiaoyun gazed at the girl for a moment before shifting his attention back to the Clear Moon Sword Immortal. The Clear Moon Sword Immortal spoke calmly, since Xiaoyun has arrived, Mu Yan, please speak your mind. Saint Mu Yan stood and bowed slightly. Sword Immortal, I have a humble request. I hope you will agree to make Xiaoyun the honorary saint son of the Eternal Life Academy. Absolutely not. The Clear Moon Sword Immortal rejected the notion without a moment's hesitation. She had only agreed to Xianyu Master due to their amicable relationship given the fierce rivalry among the 3 great academies over the years, who could know her true intentions. Please, Sword Immortal, do not be so hasty in your refusal. Saint Mu Yan responded confidently, Eternal Life Academy's legacy hails from ancient times, possessing the highest tier of alchemical knowledge. I venture to make this request because I cannot bear to see the alchemical talent of young Xiaoyun squandered. Mu Yan, there is no need for further discussion, I cannot consent. Seeing the Clear Moon Sword Immortal's resolute stance, Saint Mu Yan remained composed. Let us first hear Xiaoyun's opinion. If he is unwilling, I will not press the matter further. Turning to Xiaoyun, she continued, young friend, becoming the honorary saint son of Eternal Life Academy entails no restrictions. All you would need to do in the future, upon mastering alchemy, is to assist the academy in refining a divine elixir. Moreover, the Eternal Life Academy is situated in the West, renowned not only for its abundance of beauties but also for its exquisite raisins, fine wines, and other unparalleled delicacies. Should you wish, you may indulge without end. If that is the case, I shall not refuse, Xiaoyun thought without hesitation. Since you extend such a gracious invitation, I humbly accept. Xiaoyun. You. The Clear Moon Sword Immortal was infuriated. She had not expected Xiaoyun to agree so readily, without even considering the possibility of deceit. Jiang Ziyue pouted, Auntie, I believe he is merely drawn to the alluring waist of the Western dancers. Nonsense. Xiaoyun vehemently denied, I am not motivated by raisins or fine wines, nor the enchanting waist of the Western dancers. I simply aspire to learn the ancient art of alchemy. Chapter 59, an absolutely conscientious price. Mu Yan, the true sage, cast a penetrating glance at Xiaoyun, privately affirming his wager was indeed correct. With talents such as Xiaoyun's falling into the hands of Shenruyan, it aligned precisely with his conjectures. If he could cater to Xiaoyun's preferences, there might be a chance to recruit him into the Eternal Life Academy in the future. With this thought in mind, Mu Yan shot a glare at the girl standing idly by and said, Little fish, from now on, Xiaoyun shall be the honorary holy son of our Eternal Life Academy, and he will also be your junior brother. Why not come over and make his acquaintance? Little Fish timidly approached and offered a graceful bow to Xiaoyun. Little Fish pays her respects to Holy Sun Xiao. Her voice was sweet, reminiscent of a first love from a past life. Regrettably, the system had yet to provide any notifications, indicating that Little Fish was not the chosen one for him. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly pursued her. After all, dealing with a 500-point Jiang Ziyue was already quite burdensome. Seeing Xiaoyun's gaze fixed upon her, Little Fish felt somewhat uneasy. The ruthless incident where people were seized and auctioned off made her subconsciously wish to keep her distance from Xiaoyun. Sword Immortal, we shall take our leave, she said, turning to Xiaoyun. I hope you will come to the western region soon to receive the alchemical inheritance. As her words fell, Mu Yan, the true sage, took Little Fish and tore through the fabric of space as they departed. Shortly after Mu Yan's departure, Xianyu, the master, stood and said, Xingyu, now that Holy Sun Zhao's sealing has been completed, I shall take him to Xianyu Valley. Xingyu, the Sword Immortal, nodded in agreement.
Upon hearing that Xiao Yun was leaving, Jiang Ziyue immediately expressed her displeasure.
Auntie, I wish to accompany you. Nonsense.
Qingyu, the sword immortal, reprimanded sharply.
You are not to go anywhere, remain in the Moonlight Hall and focus on your cultivation. I refuse. This is not up for debate.
In the void, Master Xianyu navigated a magnificent flying vessel, hastening towards Xianyu Valley with Xiao Yun and Lin Yurong aboard. Little White lay comfortably on Xiao Yun's shoulder, blissfully asleep. Bored during the journey, Xiao Yun decided to open the system panel to prepare for a lottery draw. Upon opening the system panel, he was taken aback. How come I have 2 lottery chances? Even the villain points have inexplicably increased by 2 million.
System, what is going on?
Ding Ding Host has set a trap to mislead the legendary Chosen One, causing a significant misunderstanding with his fiancée, leading to a loss of confidence in his beloved. Awarded 2 million villain points and 1 lottery opportunity. Not bad at all. Xiao Yun's grin widened. Despite having been inadvertently schemed against, he ultimately came out ahead. As for Shenruyan, once she matures, he would surely confine her in a small darkroom to solve problems, whether they be fill-in-the-blank questions or mental math would depend on his mood.
For now, the lottery was of utmost importance.
Ding Ding, congratulations, Host has drawn the Scroll of Heavenly Secrets. The Scroll of Heavenly Secrets, what could that be? Xiao Yun was startled upon reading its description.
It could specifically allow one to view another person's fortunes and opportunities for a certain period ahead. This meant it could be used to foresee the Chosen One's fortunes and then discreetly seize them. Afterwards, he could sell the information to the Chosen One or other factions for further profit. However, this item required careful usage. Misuse could render it mere scrap paper. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yun immediately thought of Sui. It was rather disappointing that he did not come this time, hinting he might not regard him as a brother. However, upon further reflection, Sui was merely of epic rank. Having drawn the Scroll of Heavenly Secrets after so many attempts seemed a bit wasteful to use on him. On the other hand, Xu Kuang had suffered a tremendous setback this time and was a legendary Chosen One. With his unreasonable protagonist aura, he might even turn misfortune into fortune. After much deliberation, it seemed most fitting to use the Scroll of Heavenly Secrets on him. Nevertheless, now was not the right time. He would wait until he reached Xianyu Valley to study the inheritance of artifact forging before utilizing it. Putting away the Scroll of Heavenly Secrets, Xiao Yun continued his lottery draw. Ding Ding, congratulations, Host has drawn the true meaning of Tao. 5 Qi returning to origin.
5 Qi returning to origin condenses the essence of the 5 organs, returning it to the Dantian, thus refining the spiritual power within. When activated in battle, it boosts all attributes tenfold. Another combat buff, this was a coveted realm that most Taoist cultivators strive for throughout their lives. Upon activating it, Xiao Yun immediately felt his strength undergo a dramatic transformation. What a tremendous gain this was. While Xiao Yun reveled in his excitement, the flying vessel suddenly jolted.
What is happening?
Xiao Yun swiftly opened his eyes. He immediately noticed Master Xianyu and Lin Yurong gazing at him with intense scrutiny, their eyes seemingly wishing to undress him with their stares. Having had an experience with Shenruyan, Xiao Yun instinctively crossed his arms over his chest. He felt that a young man must protect himself while venturing into the world.
Xiao Yun, how on earth did you achieve this?
Even Master Xianyu, whose heart was like ice, momentarily lost focus, forgetting to steer the vessel.
What do you mean by how? Xiao Yun responded, utterly puzzled.
Lin Yurong took a deep breath before solemnly asking, without practicing Taoist techniques, how did you attain the profound realm of 5 Qi returning to origin? I truly have no idea, Xiao Yun expressed his innocence. Seeing that Xiao Yun was unwilling to divulge, Master Xianyu sighed with a wry smile, realizing that even if it meant turning against Qingyu, she would have fought to secure Xiao Yun. A prodigy so incomprehensible was undeniably a gift from the heavens. She confidently asserted that within a few years, even Qingyu, a peak powerhouse, would look up to Xiao Yun. Establishing an unbreakable bond with Xiao Yun would inevitably facilitate ascension to the divine realm or even becoming an immortal. Half a day later, the flying vessel descended into a breathtaking crescent-shaped valley.
Sisters!
The Valley Master has returned, all of you, perk up. A sharp voice echoed throughout Xianyu Valley. Upon hearing the call, all disciples, whether deep in cultivation or idly relaxing, excitedly dropped everything and rushed over. Not for any other reason, but because the Valley Master had proclaimed that she would bring back a man from the Taichu Immortal Academy to be the holy son of Xianyu Valley. That was indeed a man, in a place where not even a single male mosquito could be found. Such an entity was a rare phenomenon. Most of the sisters among them were orphans, raised by Master Xianyu in Xianyu Valley, with some having never left the mountain. The notion of a man was something they had never encountered. As Xiao Yun stepped off the flying vessel and beheld the hundreds of sparkling eyes fixated upon him, he instantly felt a rush of awareness. Wasn't this akin to Tang Sing entering the kingdom of women? Little White, witnessing the scene, was equally exhilarated, wagging its tail like an excited pupi in its eyes. Many of these individuals would undoubtedly be eager to use heavenly materials aged over 1,000 years to win its favor. It promptly resolved that whenever Xiao Yun bathed, it would guard the door and charge admission. A glimpse of the heavenly material aged over 1,000 years would cost 1 minute. An absolutely conscientious price. Chapter 60, What should I do? As Xianyue looked at her disciples, who were utterly unrestrained, even with some elders joining in the commotion, her expression darkened.
Get back to what you were doing. Stop loitering here.
Upon hearing Xianyue's reprimand, the female disciples remained unfazed. Sect leader, it's not every day we have a man in our sect. You chase us away, and we want tea leave.
You all? Xianyue was rendered speechless by their audacity.
Beside her, Lin Yurong smiled and explained to Xiaoyun, Shenhua Valley is unlike other sects. Here, there is little distinction of rank or status, all the sisters are as close as family, so it's quite common for the disciples to retort against their master. You'll get used to it. This is quite delightful, I truly appreciate this atmosphere. Having spent over half a year in this world, where deception and treachery were rampant, and experiencing nothing but the harsh realities of power, he found himself increasingly fond of this place, which resembled the relative equality and harmony of his past life. Shen Yue was pleased with Xiaoyun's reaction and gently said, Xiaoyun, the forging legacy is located in a secluded area, tomorrow morning, I shall escort you to the site of the inheritance. Your own, please take Xiaoyun. If you require anything, feel free to come find me. Any time? Xiaoyun flashed a mischievous grin. Lin Yurong shot him a playful glare, saying, if you dare to test that, I might just pluck your eyes out. Since you've said that, I might just come knocking tonight, Xiaoyun thought to himself, having thoroughly gauged Lin Yurong's character. To earn a few more villain points to support himself, he knew he had to learn to work overtime. Not wishing to prolong the banter with this mischievous fellow, Lin Yurong handed Xiaoyun 2 tokens. These are the tokens for the protective array of your courtyard. Settle in first, I shall return to cultivate the latter part of the Zixia Feixian Sutra. As soon as Lin Yurong left, female disciples began peeking over the walls of Xiaoyun's courtyard. Saint Sun, come back with me. I'll give you some sweets, don't go there. Saint Sun, you must come to me. I have a billion-dollar project to discuss with you. Terrifying, seeing the eager glances of these female disciples, Xiaoyun's initial delight at entering a land of women vanished, replaced by the dread of falling into a spider demon's lair. He hastily activated the protective array of his courtyard, darted inside, locked the door, and, not quite satisfied, wedged a chair against it. After checking himself for any abnormalities, he realized that Little White had not followed him inside. Oh well, that gluttonous cat should be safe enough. I'll leave it be for now. Xiaoyun glanced around the interior and was soon captivated by a luxurious bathtub. The tub, crafted entirely from golden silk nanmu, was surrounded by several wooden troughs with beautiful little flowers exuding a delightful fragrance. Approaching the bathtub, he discovered, through his enhanced vision, that there was an array at the bottom of the tub, continuously replenishing it with hot spring water. How marvelous! Xiaoyun could hardly contain his eagerness to take a bath. Outside the courtyard, Little White sat on the doorstep, surrounded by a throng of female disciples. A group of female disciples, enchanted by the adorableness of Little White, couldn't resist wanting to cradle it in their arms. However, Little White, possessing innate spatial skills, slipped away like a loach, eluding their grasp. They could only watch it sit there proudly. Want to see a handsome guy take a bath? Want to see my master S8-pack abs? 1 minute with a 1,000-year-old rare herb costs a ticket. Come by if you want to see. One female disciple, clearly skeptical, remarked, how do you know the Saint Sun is bathing? Little White asserted, as soon as I entered the courtyard, I explored the place and found a large bathtub on the first floor of the annex. My master loves to bathe, so he is undoubtedly soaking right now. Don't hesitate, don't linger, or once the master finishes bathing, you'll have no chance to see. As soon as Little White finished speaking, a female disciple tossed it a 1,000-year-old spirit herb. After verifying the item, Little White pressed its paw on the array token, promptly disabling the protective array. You can go in, but only for 1 minute. The delighted female disciple dashed inside, while another girl attempted to sneak in for free but was quickly stopped by Little White. Do you want me to tell the sect leader that you're trespassing in someone else's courtyard? Upon hearing this, the second female disciple had no choice but to retreat in disappointment. The rules of Shenhua Valley were few, but one was strictly adhered to. Disturbing another disciple's tranquility was a grave offense, as the Taoist practice abhors interruptions. Seeing her plan thwarted, the female disciple hastily produced another 1,000-year-old spirit herb. However, Little White remained unyielding, declaring, from now on, the price has gone up, 2,000-year-old rare herbs for 1 minute. You! The female disciple, frustrated, gritted her teeth and reluctantly handed over another herb. Half an hour later, Little White was surrounded by a pile of spirit herbs. Mine, all mine. It displayed a greedy expression, swiftly stowing the herbs into its space. Xiaoyun, standing behind it, looked on in astonishment. Where did this gluttonous cat acquire so many spirit herbs? Moreover, its lair is as spacious as my portable space. Truly, it lives up to its status as a chaotic spirit beast, inherently endowed with such remarkable abilities. The scene shifted to the Shenyang family. Saint Shenyang gazed with disappointment at Shen Ruyan, who knelt before him, feeling utterly disillusioned with this once promising junior. Ruyan! You have been exceedingly reckless. Do you realize that Chu Kuang harbors secrets even I cannot comprehend? Given time, he could elevate our Shenyang family to unprecedented heights. Yet you, in your folly, not only failed to outmaneuver Xiaoyun but also drove Chu Kuang away. At that moment, Saint Xuanyan's tone turned severe. Your sole mission now is to locate Chu Kuang and bring him back. Remember. It must be a polite invitation. Shen Ruyan clenched her fists, utterly shocked that Chu Kuang held such significance in the eyes of the ancestor, reflecting on how Chu Kuang had selflessly consumed a mother pig to protect her, which ultimately led to Xiaoyun's scheme against him. A pang of guilt washed over her. But in the next instant, the echoes of Chu Kuang and that enchanting woman's frenzied gasps reverberated in her mind like a haunting refrain, refusing to fade away. What am I to do? Chapter 61. Would you care to join me? Upon witnessing the anguish and turmoil etched upon Shen Ruyan's visage, Saint Xianyang let out a deep sigh. Ruyan, you must treat Chu Kuang with utmost care from now on. I have consulted an old friend regarding your fates, and it appears that you and Chu Kuang share a profound connection from your past lives. The fact that you can reunite in this lifetime is indeed a stroke of great fortune, but you must hold on to it tightly. As for Xiao Yun, you need not concern yourself with him. I have received word that he plans to enter the secret realm of weapon forging in Xianyu Valley tomorrow. It is high time I set into motion the pieces I arranged years ago. Shen Ruyan lifted her gaze, a flicker of realization dawning upon her. Do you mean? Saint Xian Yang waved his hand dismissively, saying, you need not worry about Xiao Yun any longer. Depart at once and ensure you locate Chu Kuang. No matter the means, bring him back. Shen Ruyan left in silence, feeling a deep unease at the prospect of finding Chu Kuang. Their shared experiences were known to one another, and she felt at a loss on how to forget the tender moments between Chu Kuang and Ru Hua, let alone how to face him. Ultimately, it was all Xiao Yun's fault, the shameless scoundrel. At that moment, her animosity towards Xiao Yun surged to unprecedented heights. Achoo! Xiao Yun, crouched outside Lin Yorong's courtyard, prepared to put in some extra hours to earn villain points, suddenly sneezed. Which young lady is yearning for me now? Hearing a disturbance outside, Lin Yorong, who had been practicing, promptly emerged. Upon spotting Xiao Yun lurking in the shadows, her ire flared. How dare he sneak around at this hour? She approached and pinched Xiao Yun's ear, exclaiming, you little rascal, did I invite you to spy? Ow. That hurts. Xiao Yun winced in surprise. Wait, there's something amiss. Little Bai suddenly pointed with its tiny paw at Xiao Yun's courtyard, where a figure clad in black descended, effortlessly dismantling the protective array surrounding Xiao Yun's abode. Without hesitation, the cloaked figure stepped inside. The two of them, along with the cat, swiftly concealed themselves within Lin Yorong's courtyard, holding their breaths as the figure showed no signs of concealing their presence, clearly at least a saint in cultivation. I shall send a message to Master. Lin Yorong exclaimed, pulling out a communication jade slip to contact Xianyu Shangren. However, just as the message was dispatched, they witnessed the black-clad figure exiting the courtyard, vanishing into the depths of the night with a swift motion. This must be one of the elders. Lin Yorong remarked solemnly. Xianyu Valley is safeguarded by formidable arrays. Even true saints cannot traverse here unnoticed. The fact that she can enter, and possesses saint-level cultivation, indicates she must be one of the elders. Who do you think it could be? Lin Yorong shook her head, saying, there are 9 elders at the saint level in the valley, all of whom interact closely with the disciples, making it impossible to discern anything unusual. At that moment, Xianyu Shangren arrived upon hearing the news. After grasping the situation's unfolding, her expression turned grave. Even she could not deduce who it might be. The 9 elders were her comrades from years past, with whom she had fought side by side. She had never detected anything amiss in all these decades. Weighing her options, Xianyu Shangren ordered, Xiao Yun, you shall stay with Yurong tonight. I will keep watch at your courtyard. With that, she swiftly moved to Xiao Yun's abode. Unfazed, Xiao Yun grinned and said, it's getting late, shall we retire for the night? Lin Yurong shot him a fierce glare. Follow me. The two entered the sole room of the small courtyard. The furnishings were similar to his own, save for an added vanity. Xiao Yun, feeling quite at home, disregarded Lin Yorong's consent and flopped onto the bed, exclaiming how fragrant and comfortable it was. Little Bai chimed in, Meow Masterine, have already bathed. What about you, big-chested lady, aren't you going to freshen up? Lin Yorong's face flushed crimson with indignation as she seized Little Bai and hurled it out the window. She then approached Xiao Yun, lifting him off the floor. Behave yourself, or you'll find yourself outside. With that, she settled cross-legged on the bed to meditate. Xiao Yun, however, found the treatment of sleeping on the floor a relic of his youth, a time when he was still naive and shy. Over the years, he had progressed from the floor to the bed, then to the bathroom, shower, sofa, and balcony. It was all a natural evolution. Moreover, as a chosen maiden, practicing in front of a notorious villain like him felt somewhat disrespectful. Resolutely, Xiao Yun rose from the floor and returned to the bed, his hand resting on Lin Yorong's waist. She was forced to break her meditative state, tossing his hand aside, glaring at him in a mix of embarrassment and anger. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for interrupting the epic training of the chosen maiden. Reward 50,000 villain points. With the villain points credited, Xiao Yun felt an immediate surge of delight and cheekily asked, one bed short of a full house, care to join me? Get out. Seeing Xiao Yun's audacity, Lin Yorong's patience finally snapped. She forcefully dragged him outside and locked the door behind her. The following morning, a ray of sunlight streamed onto Lin Yorong's face, gently rousing her from slumber. Upon opening my eyes, I found myself mere 0.01 centimeters away from Xiao Yun's face, his hand tightly wrapped around me, inciting a profound sense of indignation. Ding ding! Congratulations, host. Taking advantage of the absence of the epic chosen son, you have shared a bed with the epic chosen daughter for a night, earning 100,000 villain points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Yun awakened to witness Lin Yorong teetering on the brink of an outburst. He hastily asserted, you were practicing late into the night, and I feared you might catch a chill in your slumber, so I came to look after you. Rest assured, I seek no obligation from you. Lin Yorong was utterly defeated by Xiao Yun's audacious demeanor. Who asked for your care? Who is responsible for whom? Must you possess no sense of propriety? Ding ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully angered the epic chosen daughter, earning 50,000 villain points. Ding ding! Congratulations, host, you have disrupted the epic chosen daughter's resolve, earning an additional 100,000 villain points. A mere nap had netted 250,000 villain points. What a bargain. Seizing the moment, Xiaoyun swiftly extricated himself and dashed out of the courtyard, affording Lin Yurong no opportunity to unleash her fury. Half an hour later, Xianyu arrived, escorting Xiaoyun to the entrance of the secret realm of inheritance.
Xiaoyun, the secret realm of inheritance is a distinct world unto itself.
The alchemical inheritance lies within the 9-tiered pagoda at the center of this world. Each level of the pagoda not only allows for the study of corresponding alchemical techniques but also presents a unique opportunity to temper your physical form.
You must seize this chance.
With that, Xianyu swiftly cast a series of seals upon the entrance's barrier. Thunderous rumblings ensued, the entrance to the realm burst open, and Xianyu urged, "I can only maintain the entrance for half a stick of incense.
Hasten within."
Heeding her words, Xiaoyun clasped Little Bai and rushed inside. However, just as Xiaoyun vanished through the entrance, the passageway began to tremble violently, showing signs of impending collapse. Observing this unforeseen turn of events, Xianyu's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 62, I'm back. Damn it! Within the passage of the legacy secret realm, Xiaoyun found himself in dire straits. Unbeknownst to him, some nefarious individual had set up a formation within the passage beforehand. As soon as he entered, he sensed an imminent threat to his life. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy from the formation hurtled toward him, its power comparable to that of a Saint S attack. Damn it! Xiaoyun exclaimed, hastily retrieving the peach branch from the beautiful tree demon and positioning it defensively before him. His heart raced, unsure whether the branch could withstand such an assault, all the while prepared to activate the ancient emperor's mark at any moment. Xiaobai was equally alarmed by the unfolding events. If I find out who did this, I will ensure their family mourns. Boom! Another explosive sound echoed as the formation's energy slammed against the protective barrier generated by the peach branch.
Fortunately, the branch proved quite resilient. No matter how fiercely the formation bombarded it, nothing seemed to affect it. Casting a glance at the exit of the passage not far away, Xiaoyun resolutely began to move toward it, finally stepping out of the formation's range just as the energy of the peach branch was nearly depleted. Just as he was about to let out a sigh of relief, he turned around and his face paled. He immediately activated the void-breaking step and dashed out of the passage. Rumble! After a tremor that shook the earth, the entire passage was utterly destroyed by the energy from the formation's self-detonation. Damn it, I can't get out. Xiaoyun's heart plummeted, hesitating over whether to activate the ancient emperor's mark to escape. At that moment, Xiaobai nonchalantly remarked, if Master Silver gives me 30 portions of dried fish daily, no, 40 portions, within 5 years, I could break the space here. Is that for real? Xiaoyun expressed skepticism about the 40 portions. After pondering, he solemnly stated, 30 portions daily, no more. If after 5 years you still can't get me out, I shall sample the taste of cat meat. Alright, Xiaobai inwardly lamented his impatience, realizing he should have started with 50 portions. Seeing Xiaobai acquiesce, Xiaoyun felt a pang of regret. Despite currently possessing 8,691,900 villain points, the 5-year expenditure on dried fish alone would require 5,400,000 points. Raising 7 or 8 girlfriends in his past life had never been this costly. Moreover, considering the foundational elixir for the sea-breaking realm, if he were to break through to the 9th level of the sea-breaking realm, it would necessitate another 1,500,000 villain points. The remaining 1,790,000 points would scarcely be enough to purchase the transformation elixir for the transformation realm. While he could attempt to break through the transformation realm by relying on his own strength, there was no comparison to using the transformation elixir. Not only was the breakthrough simpler, but it also provided a foundation far surpassing his own efforts. Anyone in his position would know which choice to make. After contemplating for a while, Xiaoyun decided against further indecision and headed directly toward the 9-story treasure pagoda at the heart of the small world. Over the next 5 years, aside from studying artifact forging, he intended to thoroughly develop his innate divine bone and ancient heavy pupil, while also furthering his mastery of celestial techniques. By then, his strength would experience a qualitative leap. Outside the secret realm, the Xianyu master, with a grim expression, summoned everyone from the valley to gather in the square. After a considerable time, Lin Yurong approached her and reported, Master, the 8th elder and her direct disciple have vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, Xianyu master felt a wave of self-reproach as the entire situation unfolded in her mind. We have all been deceived. Last night, the 8th elder's direct disciple concealed themselves and observed Xiaoyun's movements. After Xiaoyun left his small courtyard, the 8th elder seized the opportunity to strike, intending to lure me to guard Xiaoyun's courtyard, thus allowing her to avoid my arrangements in the secret realm passage and ultimately escape unscathed. As she spoke, Xianyu master expressed her guilt. It's all my fault for being careless. I never imagined someone would set traps in the passage of the legacy secret realm. I can only hope Xiaoyun can evade this calamity. Lin Yurong remained silent, silently praying for Xiaoyun's safety. Yurong, arrange for someone to issue a heavenly desolate pursuit order, branding the 8th elder and her disciple as traitors of the Xianyu Valley, to be hunted throughout the continent. I shall pay a visit to the Taichu Immortal Academy. This matter must be addressed for Qingyue. Just as Xianyu master was about to depart, she sensed that Qingyue's sword immortal had arrived outside the protective formation. She hurriedly opened the formation to let her in. Qingyue, Xianyu master hesitated, unsure how to begin, for she bore the greatest responsibility for Xiaoyun's predicament. Qingyue's sword immortal spoke calmly, Sister, there is no need for concern. Xiaoyun is unharmed. Upon hearing this, the weight that had burdened both Xianyu master and Lin Yurong's hearts finally lifted. Lin Yurong curiously inquired, Sword immortal, how can you be so certain Xiaoyun is safe? The little rascal has employed some means to make Taoheim recognize him as her master. The moment he encountered danger, Taoheim sensed it, which is how I learned of it. She then added coldly, if my suspicions are correct, this is the doing of that old wretch Shin Changqing.
Xianyu Master remarked, "It's my fault for being careless. I nearly brought harm to Xiaoyun. With you here, I can focus on re-establishing the passage. Re-establishing the passage is incredibly challenging. After all this turmoil, the spatial coordinates have become disarrayed." Xingyue's sword immortal replied nonchalantly. However, he is accompanied by the chaos spirit cat. Perhaps it won't be long before he can emerge on his own. Concern breeds chaos. I completely overlooked that. Xianyu Master chuckled ruefully, her expression suddenly turning cold. Since we have confirmed Xiaoyun is safe, I shall devote myself to finding the true culprit and ensure she pays with her life. Rest assured, sister, I will deal with the internal traitor. As for Xinjiangqing, I will confront him even without evidence. I will pierce a few holes in him. Time flew by. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 years, several significant events transpired across the heavenly desolate continent. Xingyue's sword immortal single-handedly stormed the Xianyang clan, slaying an elder of the clan. The Xianyang saint intervened to stop her, sustaining 7 or 8 sword wounds before being rescued by the arriving heavenly dragon saint. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the entire heavenly desolate continent. Moreover, the continent witnessed the emergence of numerous prodigious talents, appearing once in a century or even a millennium. Among them, the most noteworthy was the son-in-law of the Xianyang clan, Chu Kuang. It was said that after suffering a setback, his cultivation soared, swiftly transcending the entry realm to reach the first level of the soul-refining realm. He single-handedly defeated all the saints of the proud Sky Academy in one move, thereby rightfully claiming the title of the Academy's first saint. Additionally, Sui, the direct disciple of the Qingqing sword immortal, was rumored to have successfully comprehended the unrivaled sword heart, upgrading his sword intent to the 4th level, even ranking 3rd in talent on the heavenly Dao ranking, once again becoming the most lauded sword genius on the heavenly desolate continent. Furthermore, Lin Yurong, the saintess of Xianyu Valley, not only possessed unparalleled beauty but also boasted monstrous talent, having comprehended the Taoist principles of 5 Qi returning to origin and the natural Dao law. Her swordsmanship reached its zenith, enabling her to kill from miles away with a mere flick of her fingers. Recently, it was reported that Lin Yurong had arranged a duel with Shen Ruyan in the Jade Emperor City, set for 5 days hence. At this very moment, within the secret world of the artifact-forging legacy of Xianyu Valley, the significantly plumper Xiaobai extended his chubby little paw and fiercely tore at the space before him, opening a spatial passage. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from Xianyu Valley. I'm back, damn it. Chapter 63. She means business. That thunderous shout reverberated like a colossal stone cast into the tranquil waters of a lake. Instantly, the atmosphere of Xianyu Valley transformed into a flurry of activity, as all the elders and disciples morphed into streaks of light, rushing towards the entrance of the hidden realm. Lin Yurong, who had been in deep meditation, was suddenly filled with astonishment. Within mere moments, she commandeered her flying sword and arrived at the entrance of the hidden realm. Wow, the Holy Sun is incredibly handsome. He is truly the most dashing man in the world, especially those 8 exquisite abdominal muscles. I can't help but want to touch them to see how they feel. Ding ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully captivating a beauty. Reward 32, 100 villain points. Ding ding. Congratulations to the host for making the epic chosen 1's heart race. Reward 100, 000 villain points. Goodness, so it turns out she has a taste for this. The perpetually destitute Xiaoyun, upon receiving such a bounty of villain points, was nearly moved to tears. Thus, he decisively tore off the already tattered robe covering his upper body, revealing his most magnificent physique. His exaggerated pectorals and sharply defined abdominal muscles instantly elicited a chorus of gasps from the surrounding female disciples. Ding ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully ensnaring the epic chosen one, rendering her unable to extricate herself. Reward 100, 000 villain points. As Xiaoyun hesitated over whether to showcase some impressive skills, Lin Yurong could no longer contain herself. She swooped in on her sword, seized him by the arm, and swiftly vanished from the sight of the crowd. The holy maiden has gone too far. She intends to keep him all to herself. I refuse to accept this. Let us go. We must surround them. We can concede everything else, but a man must be fiercely defended. A throng of young women shouted as they pursued them. In Xiaoyun's courtyard, he was forcibly ushered into Lin Yurong's room. Is this for real? Is she serious? But I'm not mentally prepared yet. Isn't it a bit too hasty to lose my first time like this? As if sensing his inner turmoil, Lin Yurong shot him a fierce glance, her cheeks flushed. What nonsense are you thinking? Hurry and take a bath. I've left some clothes for you by the pillow. With that, Lin Yurong grabbed her pet, Xiaobai, leaving Xiaoyun alone as she strode out of the room. Something felt amiss, far too amiss. He had an inkling that Lin Yurong had acquired some sort of divine ability, capable of hearing the thoughts of others. Could it be the legendary Taoist skill of heart communication? If that were the case, he would need to tread carefully around her. A careless mistake could expose his secrets. However, this required further verification. If it were indeed true, manipulating Lin Yurong would only become simpler. At that point, whether in the bathroom or on the balcony, it would entirely depend on his mood. Half an hour later, after enjoying a delightful bath, Xiaoyun approached the pillow to find a neatly folded stack of clothes, easily 7 or 8 layers thick, ranging in size from small to large. The topmost white robe appeared to be freshly made. Clearly, Lin Yurong had been waiting for him all these years, yearning for his return. In that moment, the warmth she provided him made Xiaoyun feel a little dazed. It fits quite well. After dressing, Xiaoyun stepped out of the room. Lin Yurong was playfully petting Xiaobai. Upon seeing him, her beautiful eyes lit up slightly. She had to admit, Xiaoyun had grown up to be exceptionally handsome, and in that white robe, he truly resembled a refined and elegant young gentleman. To confirm his suspicions, he thought to himself, it seems there is a stray thread that was left untrimmed, causing a bit of discomfort on my back. However, since this was sewn together by Yurong, it is undoubtedly the most precious gift I have ever received. Even if it is a bit bothersome, I must cherish it and wear it well. Indeed, upon hearing Xiaoyun's thoughts, Lin Yurong's expression turned notably awkward, and she softly replied, it's the first time I've made clothing for a man. If it's uncomfortable, you can take it off, and I'll fix it. Hearing this, Xiaoyun earnestly said, it's not uncomfortable at all, this outfit suits me perfectly, and I adore it. I am glad you like it, I'll make you another set when I have the time. At that moment, the Xianyu master suddenly descended from the heavens. She scrutinized Xiaoyun with a look of surprise. Your foundation is remarkably solid, yet in 5 years, you've only reached the 9th level of the sea-breaking realm. Has the spiritual energy within the hidden realm diminished? Xiaoyun offered no extensive explanation, simply stating, these past years, I've devoted my time to mastering artifact forging. In truth, over the past 5 years, he had spent half a year completing the entire inheritance of the 9-layered artifact forging tower, and he had now become a bona fide divine-level artifact forger, albeit without having truly forged a divine artifact yet. Most of the remaining time had been spent developing the ancient heavy pupils and the innate divine bone. The ancient heavy pupils had evolved into life and death divine abilities, with the left eye manifesting the destructive divine light and the right eye the creation divine light. The innate divine bone had developed a second divine ability, allowing him to condense a spatial blade with a mere thought, capable of eliminating enemies. The star-plucking hand had also progressed from the introductory to the proficient level. While it still had some distance from perfection, its offensive capabilities were not inferior to the 10,000 sword technique. Moreover, the one she transforming into 3 clears had also manifested a jade clear avatar, representing a significant qualitative leap in power. Even now, he could easily slay geniuses of the soul refinement realm. What level have you reached in artifact forging now? The Xianyu master inquired with great anticipation, eager to know which layer of the 9-layered tower Xiaoyun had attained. Even she had only reached the 6th layer over the years, capable of forging top-tier sacred artifacts. Xiaoyun decisively retrieved a forged dung ladle from his spatial pouch. The ladle was of similar length to a long sword, comfortable to hold, but it appeared rather peculiar. This is a quasi-divine artifact. As she took the dung ladle into her hands for inspection, even the Xianyu master, who had continuously overestimated Xiaoyun, was genuinely astonished at this moment. From the forging condition, I can find no flaws whatsoever. The only reason it has not reached the divine artifact level is due to the material itself being sacred grade. You're simply a prodigy. At such a young age, you have become an unparalleled divine-level artifact forger in the Tianhuan continent. The Xianyu master marveled, feeling a sense of pride swell within her. After all, Xiaoyun was someone she had recognized at first glance and could be considered one she had nurtured personally. She handed Xiaoyun a token, stating, Yurong will Dulshan Ruyan in Yuhuang City in 5 days. The treasury contains numerous divine materials. Feel free to take what you need to forge a divine artifact flying sword for Yurong. This battle will greatly benefit her. A duel in Yuhuang City. Xiaoyun cast an inquiring glance at Lin Yurong. Seeing that the two had much to discuss, the Xianyu master allowed a faint smile to grace her lips as she gracefully departed. Shen Ruyan has made several attempts to strike against you, and even 5 years ago, your ambush in the inheritance hidden realm was largely tied to the Xianyang family. In these past years, without seeing you, I wondered when you would emerge, so I thought I would seek out Shen Ruyan to settle our grievances. Xiaoyun remained silent, simply gazing deeply at Lin Yurong. She has been so incredibly good to me. Surely, she must have devoted herself to rigorous training all these years to have made such rapid progress to the 5th level of the Dao realm. She has sacrificed so much. Should I take the initiative tonight? Perhaps I should offer myself to her, letting her know that I have been thinking about her every day for these past years. Chapter 64 The ultimate weapon against men. Lin Yurong, upon hearing his thoughts, felt her cheeks bloom with crimson, and she cast him a fleeting glance. Do not let your imagination run wild. With that, she retreated to her small courtyard as if fleeing on a sword. Ding ding. Congratulations to the host for deceiving the feelings of the epic chosen one, stirring her heart with sweetness, and earning 100,000 villain points. Did she truly believe it? Xiaoyun felt that in this lifetime, he was merely one step away from shattering the last layer of glass between him and Lin Yurong. However, he firmly believed that distance could indeed foster beauty, and likewise, generate villain points. Although breaking through that final barrier might lead to a significant explosion, who could say whether the aftermath would still be destined for Sui? Wouldn't that mean a considerable loss of villain points? Thus, the principles of not taking the initiative, not rejecting, and not assuming responsibility must be adhered to with utmost strictness. Before long, Xiaoyun arrived at the treasure vault of Xianyu Valley, his excitement palpable as he surveyed the dazzling array of various refining materials, akin to a 200-pound man in rapture. Dayen divine gold, purple gold divine iron, millennium silkworm silk, heavenly thunder bamboo, moon shen jade, phoenix feather gold essence. Over 20 types of divine grade materials, in ample quantities. He had resolved to forge 3 swords, a jade lotus platform, a moon ring blade, a brick, and a swan. One sword would be kept for himself, one gifted to Qingyue sword immortal, and one for Lin Yurong. The jade lotus platform was for Lin Yurong, to avoid the inconvenience of their flying swords being too spacious for 2, which would impede the acquisition of villain points. The moon ring blade would be bestowed upon the elder of Xianyu, as basic social etiquette was still necessary. The brick would go to Xiao Bai, who could cleverly utilize spatial abilities for ambushes. The swan was also for Xiao Bai, to manage the full funeral service in the future. Noticing the abundance of millennium silkworm silk, there was enough to craft several pairs of stockings and a few pieces of undergarments. After transferring all the necessary materials to his small courtyard, Xiaoyun instructed Xiao Bai to use its innate ability to slow down the flow of time within the courtyard to a normal 5-fold, and then he activated the Z-Wei heavenly fire to earnestly commence the forging process. A day later, dark clouds suddenly gathered over Xianyu Valley, pregnant with an immensely terrifying aura of thunder. Is the divine artifact's lightning tribulation truly this dreadful? Xiaoyun's heart raced, startled by the overwhelming pressure of the thunder. With his current strength, a single strike from this tribulation would undoubtedly reduce him to ashes. He felt a pang of regret. Had he known the lightning tribulation would be so fearsome, he should have gone to the ancestral hall of the Xianyang family to refine his items, bestowing gifts upon their ancestors. As for the present, he could only rely on the beautiful elders of Xianyu Valley to assist in withstanding the thunder. At that moment, the elder of Xianyu, engrossed in her cultivation, sensed something amiss, her beautiful eyes glancing at the void, revealing a look of surprise. This little fellow is indeed remarkable. He has forged a divine artifact so swiftly. She hastened to soar above Xiaoyun's courtyard, ready to rally assistance to help him withstand the lightning. Sisters, follow me to resist the divine artifact's lightning tribulation. With her words, 8 beautiful elders of Xianyu Valley appeared by her side, their expressions brimming with excitement as they gazed into the void. If Xiaoyun can forge a divine artifact this quickly, does that mean we might all possess divine artifacts in the future? Ever since the connection with the upper realm was severed, divine artifacts had become exceedingly rare in the Tianhuan continent, with only the masters of the 3 great academies possessing them. As powerful beings in the Saint realm, the allure of divine artifacts was simply too tempting for them. With a divine artifact in hand, their strength may not rival that of a true saint, but within the realm of saints, they could certainly stride with confidence. Boom, a bolt of lightning, thick as a barrel, crashed down violently. The elder of Xianyu and the 8 beautiful elders joined forces to erect a defensive barrier, successfully shielding against the lightning tribulation. The second bolt of tribulation quickly followed. The group had no time to catch their breath and could only sustain the barrier, bracing against the onslaught of lightning. Only one more strike, and the divine artifact will be complete, the elder of Xianyu encouraged as she noticed the 8 elders panting. Just as they managed to fend off the third strike of lightning, they were taken aback to find that the dark clouds showed no signs of dissipating, brewing yet another wave of tribulation. How can there be more? The group hastily swallowed medicinal pills to adjust their conditions. Rumbling, the subsequent lightning tribulations completely surpassed their expectations, showing no signs of abating. How can this be? Has this little fellow forged several divine artifacts? The thought of Xianyu Valley potentially gaining multiple divine artifacts ignited a fervor within the elder of Xianyu, prompting her to quickly consume more medicinal pills, urging the beautiful elders to continue withstanding the lightning. Rumbling, one bolt of lightning after another descended, always beginning anew just when they thought it was nearing an end. The divine artifact's lightning tribulation persisted for half a day, thoroughly exhausting the elder of Xianyu and her 8 beautiful companions. Were it not for their ample supply of medicinal pills, they would have long been reduced to ashes by the relentless lightning. At last, it is over. As the ominous clouds finally dissipated from the void, the elder of Xianyu let out a long sigh of relief. The 8 beautiful elders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with anticipation. They thought to themselves that after enduring the lightning for Xiaoyun for so long, surely it would not be too much to claim a divine artifact for their own protection, right? Swish swish swish, a sound of breaking air filled the space as the 8 beautiful elders landed in Xiaoyun's small courtyard. Just as Xiaoyun was preparing to secure the divine artifact, he suddenly found himself surrounded by the 8 beauties, immediately heightening his vigilance. What are those looks in their eyes? Could it be that they intend to jointly force me? Cough cough. Lin Yurong, who had just arrived, heard Xiaoyun's thoughts and awkwardly cleared her throat twice. Xiaoyun, what divine artifact is this? One of the beautiful elders held a pair of shimmering black stockings in her hands, examining them closely, utterly at a loss for what they signified. As Xiaoyun pondered how to explain, he suddenly witnessed the elder blink a few times before hastily donning the stockings on her head, her appearance looking utterly bizarre. What on earth? What is this operation? Xiaoyun was left dumbfounded. At that moment, the elder of Xianyu, descending from the void, remarked, Sister Xianyu, that divine artifact is not meant to be used in such a manner. Quickly remove it before it becomes a laughingstock. She then turned her gaze to Xiaoyun, inquiring, pray tell, what unique capabilities does this divine artifact possess? Xiaoyun contemplated for a moment before explaining, this is no ordinary divine artifact. It possesses formidable defensive capabilities and grants a 3-fold increase in movement speed. Is that truly all this divine artifact offers? The elder of Xianyu furrowed her brow, questioning, is that truly all? Certainly not. Xiaoyun proclaimed confidently, it is a tremendous weapon against men. I assure you, there is not a single man in this world who could withstand its power. Elder Xianyu removed the stockings from her head, her excitement palpable as she inquired, if that is the case, does it mean this is a divine artifact exclusively for women? Then please tell me how to use it, and I shall give it a try. Xiaoyun pondered again, replying, Elder Xianyu, the power of this artifact is overwhelming, I fear I may not withstand it. Perhaps it is best to reconsider. How could it be difficult? Elder Xianyu thrust the stockings into Lin Yurong's hands, saying, Yurong has a lower cultivation level, let her demonstrate, and you will surely be able to endure it. Ah, this. While he was indeed curious, would she not draw her sword and attempt to strike me down? Chapter 65 May I present you a mother pig in a frenzy. Yurong, do showcase it. Let us behold the true power of this artifact together. Even Xianyu, the esteemed elder, expressed her anticipation. Lin Yurong, without a moment's hesitation, turned her beautiful gaze toward Xiaoyun and inquired, how does one wield this artifact? Xiaoyun, with a composed demeanor, replied, this artifact must be worn upon the legs to unleash its potency. Worn upon the legs? Lin Yurong furrowed her brow, suddenly sensing that this artifact might not be entirely appropriate. However, upon observing her master and the elders brimming with anticipation, she hesitated briefly and said, "Master, please wait a moment, I shall return shortly." With that, Lin Yaorong. Before long, Lin Yaorong emerged once more, having donned a white short skirt that elegantly showcased her shimmering black stockings, ensuring that her master and the elders could see clearly. Goodness, was she not more captivating than the young ladies of Blue Star? Xiaoyun quickly wiped his nose, exclaiming that he could hardly bear it. This artifact, it is rather embarrassing. Xian Yu and the 8 beautiful elders were utterly stunned. They finally comprehended that what Xiaoyun referred to as a formidable weapon against men meant that no man could withstand its allure. At that moment, Lin Yaorong suddenly shimmered between her legs, appearing beside Xiaoyun like a wraith, and yanked his ear with a fierce twist. "This is what you get for being inappropriate. Crafting such an embarrassing item." Xiaoyun grimaced in pain, ready to retaliate. "Enough, you two, cease this at once." Xian Yu quickly intervened, then turned to Xiaoyun and asked, "You did not only forge these peculiar items, did you?" In response, Xiaoyun retrieved a divine sword from his spatial pouch and presented it before Lin Yaorong. The sword, a striking azure hue, measured 3 feet and 9 inches, its blade enveloped in golden lightning, exuding an extraordinary aura. Lin Yaorong accepted the sword, and with a gentle infusion of her spiritual energy, it levitated into the air, subsequently unleashing a terrifying surge of thunderous energy that threatened to rend the very fabric of the void. In an instant, the divine sword transformed into a streak of golden lightning, piercing through a massive boulder 50 yards away. Bang! The moment the sword returned to Lin Yaorong's grasp, the boulder was obliterated into fine ash by the residual thunderous force. Xian Yu marveled, "What a fearsome divine sword! It possesses an innate thunder attribute, not only enhancing its speed but also exhibiting an incredibly terrifying explosive power." Yaorong, why not seize this opportunity to name the sword? Lin Yaorong, quite pleased with the sword, pondered for a moment before declaring, "From this day forth, this sword shall be named Yunrong." The name Xiaoyun instantly discerned a unique nuance within it. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for deceiving the epic level chosen maiden's affections, earning her secret admiration, rewarded with 100,000 villain points, a sword for secret admiration. If he were to bestow the Jade Lotus platform upon her, would she then perform a hot dance for him clad in black stockings? Yaorong, diligently refine the Yunrong sword in preparation for the upcoming duel at Jade Emperor City, Xian Yu instructed, beckoning the 8 eager-eyed beautiful elders to prepare for departure. Elder Xian Yu, unwilling to relent, implored, "Xiaoyun, that stocking artifact was quite impressive, why not give me one as well?" "Shame on you," Xian Yu scolded, dragging Elder Xian Yu away. 2 days later, after handing over the artifact, the Moonring Blade, to Xian Yu, Xiaoyun and Lin Yaorong set forth for Jade Emperor City. Established for over 10 millennia, Jade Emperor City serves as the gateway to the Sacred Sun's trial battlefield, traditionally governed by the 3 great academies, thriving with vibrancy. Recently, due to the impending duel between Lin Yaorong and Shenru Yan, Jade Emperor City buzzed with heightened excitement. As the most distinguished prodigies of the Tianhuan continent, countless young martial artists flocked to witness the battle, with many esteemed veterans invited to offer their insights. Upon the martial arts platform in Jade Emperor City, Shenru Yan stood poised, wielding a dark golden spear. Her aura, radiating from her second-level soul refinement realm, captivated the attention of many youthful spectators below. Elderly Bagua, as a renowned master of the Lightning 5 Whips martial arts, your understanding of the art is unparalleled. Whom do you believe has the greater chance of victory in this battle? A group of young disciples surrounded a plump middle-aged man inquiring earnestly. Li Bagua stroked his sparse chin and analyzed. Lin Yaorong practices the Taoist techniques, having grasped the 5 energies returning to origin and the Tao of nature. Her combat prowess defies conventional reasoning. However, Shenru Yan possesses an advantage in her cultivation level, having mastered the celestial grade martial skill, the inverted heavenly 7-kill spear, crafted by the renowned Zhu Kuang, and wields the artifact soul-seizing spear, thus her chances of victory are likely greater. Indeed, that logic holds true, the crowd concurred, finding his analysis quite astute. At that moment, a radiant light appeared from afar, hovering above the martial arts platform. All eyes turned upward to see 2 young figures standing closely together on the Jade Lotus platform. An inexplicable chorus of heart-wrenching gasps arose from the crowd. Holy cow, who is that extraordinarily handsome man? Why is he so close to my goddess Yaorong? I must challenge him. Why does he resemble Xiaoyun? Remove the resemblance, he is indeed Xiaoyun, who vanished for 5 years. Did you not notice the dung ladle strapped to his back? Goodness, he actually forged the severed arm of the Xianyang saint into a dung ladle. The Xianyang family has truly lost all face. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Shenru Yan, whose aura had previously been commanding, was now nearly seething with rage. She had always believed Xiaoyun to be dead, yet here he stood, not only alive but brazenly carrying the ancestral arm as a dung ladle, openly humiliating the Xianyang family. On the Jade Lotus platform, the close proximity inevitably led to physical contact, and Lin Yaorong felt as if 1,000 ants were crawling over her skin, causing her cheeks to flush. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, she wished fervently to cast Xiaoyun aside. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the absence of the epic level chosen son, gaining a fateful benefit in plain view, rewarded with 100,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for seizing an advantage over the epic level chosen maiden in plain sight, rewarded with 100,000 villain points, another 200,000 villain points added to his tally. Throughout this journey, through unintentional brushes, he had accrued a staggering 8 million villain points. After enduring 5 years of hardship, his joy knew no bounds. Xiaoyun, dare you descend for a life and death duel with me? Shenru Yan could no longer contain herself, pointing the soul-seizing spear at Xiaoyun, the weapon trembling slightly in her grasp, revealing her inner turmoil. Upon hearing Shenru Yan's challenge, the previously docile Xiao Bai, who had been deprived of fish treats, immediately perked up. Oh dear, is that not the ample-chested lady who seeks to reverse my Meow Master's fortune? It has only been 5 years. Have you been unable to contain your excitement upon seeing my Meow Master grow more handsome? However, your opportunity has slipped away. My Meow Master and Yao Rome have long been intertwined. Of course, if you truly wish to reverse my Meow Master's fortune, it is not impossible. Present me with 100 portions of heaven-grade treasures, and I shall offer you a mother pig in a frenzy. Chapter 66. The shameless Xiao Lalu. Utterly exasperated, the crowd gazed at Shen Ruiyan's delicate visage, which had turned a shade of deep purple with anger, rendered speechless to an extreme. This chaotic spirit cat, appearing adorably naive, was unexpectedly quite the audacious little creature. One could only ponder how Xiao Yun had nurtured it. This cat was undeniably a source of relentless vexation. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for allowing the spirit pet to humiliate the legendary Chosen One's fiancé. Reward 100,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for permitting the spirit pet to spout nonsense, publicly embarrassing the epic Chosen Maiden. Reward 100,000 villain points. Another 200,000 villain points were credited, prompting Xiao Yun to generously reward the little white cat with 2 portions of dried fish. Master is the best. Upon receiving the long-awaited treat, the little white cat immediately snuggled up to Xiao Yun. Senior Li Bagua, if Xiao Yun truly battles with Saint Shen Ruiyan, how do you perceive the outcome? A group of young disciples once again surrounded Li Bagua, inquiring eagerly. Xiao Yun is bound to lose. Li Bagua asserted firmly, in 5 years, Xiao Yun's cultivation has nearly reached the 9th level of the sea-breaking realm. Although he possesses numerous extraordinary abilities, they are rather unfocused. If I am not mistaken, during these 5 years in Xianyu Valley, he has likely been distracted by beauty, and his other worldly talents may not have been diligently cultivated. Senior Li's words hold merit. At that moment, Lin Yurong gracefully descended onto the martial arts arena, riding her Jade Lotus platform. Upon landing, Xiao Yun removed the dung pot from his back and placed it heavily onto the arena, as if to ensure everyone recognized it as a relic forged from a saint's arm. Seeing Xiao Yun's antics, Shen Ruiyan trembled with rage, wishing fervently to rush over and pierce him with 18 holes. She then turned her gaze towards Lin Yurong and spoke in a low voice, Saintess Lin, may we postpone our battle? Do you truly believe that's feasible? Lin Yurong's eyes grew increasingly frosty, fully aware of Shen Ruiyan's naive expectations. With Lin Yurong's refusal, a flicker of determination flashed in Shen Ruiyan's eyes. She understood that in order to reclaim her ancestor's arm today, she must first defeat Lin Yurong for a chance. As the two women's energies clashed, Xiao Yun carried the little white cat into the throng of onlookers. The atmosphere on the martial arts stage grew tense, with all eyes fixated on these two top-tier beauties, eagerly anticipating the spectacular duel about to unfold. In that case, let us commence. Shen Ruiyan exclaimed, wielding her soul-snatching spear, which instantly erupted with a dazzling dark golden light, as if to devour everything in its path. Lin Yurong smiled serenely, her Jade Lotus platform gently revolving beneath her, emanating a soft glow that enveloped her. The Yunyuan divine sword in her hand levitated, its blade crackling with lightning, the tip aimed menacingly at Shen Ruiyan, exuding an aura of chilling intent. The battle was poised to ignite. Shen Ruiyan's figure flickered, akin to a wraith as she lunged towards Lin Yurong, her soul-snatching spear transforming into a streak of dark golden lightning, aimed directly at Lin Yurong's vital points. Yet, Lin Yurong remained unfazed. With a subtle movement of her Jade Lotus platform, she deftly evaded Shen Ruiyan's assault. Simultaneously, the Yunyuan divine sword morphed into a beam of swordlight, slicing towards Shen Ruiyan. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their combat intensely exhilarating. The power of Shen Ruiyan's soul-snatching spear was astonishing, each strike more formidable than the last, with every spear shadow imbued with strength surpassing that of her peers. Lin Yurong activated the 5 Qi to the origin buff, her aura surging rapidly, utilizing the formidable defense of the Jade Lotus platform and the terrifying offensive power of the Yunyuan divine sword. She expertly navigated Shen Ruiyan's overwhelming onslaught. As time wore on, Shen Ruiyan's spiritual energy began to wane. Realizing she could not sustain this protracted engagement, she resolved to conclude matters swiftly. Drawing a deep breath, she consolidated all her cultivation into her soul-snatching spear, preparing to unleash her ultimate trump card. Heaven-defying 7-kill spear, 7 kills overlapping. With a fierce shout, the soul-snatching spear erupted in brilliant light, transforming into 7 soaring spear shadows. With a gentle tremor of her hand, the shadows layered upon one another, cascading down as if descending from the heavens, aimed at Lin Yurong with lethal intent. Lin Yurong's expression turned grave. Invoking her natural laws, the Yunyuan divine sword expanded against the wind, swiftly morphing into a colossal sword, towering 10 zhang high, and charged forth with the might of thunder to meet the approaching spear shadows. Boom! The fierce collision unleashed a torrent of chaotic energy, surging outward. At that moment, Lin Yurong flickered, appearing behind Shen Ruiyan, her Yunyuan divine sword poised to strike. Shen Ruiyan had no time to react. In a desperate move, she barely managed to block the blow with her soul-snatching spear, yet the unleashed thunderous energy sent her hurtling backward. You have lost. Lin Yurong coldly regarded Shen Ruiyan, who was barely managing to stand with the soul-snatching spear, preparing to deliver a finishing blow to ensure her victory. Shen Ruiyan gasped for breath, her eyes filled with indignation. She could hardly believe that Lin Yurong possessed 2 divine artifacts, perfectly embodying both offense and defense, otherwise, she would never have been defeated. The fiancée of the legendary Chosen Maiden is utterly spent, now merely a defenseless little lamb. What a splendid opportunity to earn villain points. Witnessing the scene unfold, Xiao Yun suddenly stepped forward, appearing like a specter behind Shen Ruiyan. This spear is quite remarkable. I find it immensely appealing. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xiaoyun seized the soul-snatching spear from Shen Ruiyan's grasp and decisively stowed it away in his spatial pocket. Deprived of her spear, Shen Ruiyan staggered, on the verge of collapsing. Quick as a flash, Xiaoyun, determined to play the gallant savior, caught her. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for seizing the legendary Chosen One's fiancée's artifact. Reward
200,000 villain points.
Ding ding, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the legendary Chosen One's absence to exploit his fiancée. Reward 200,000 villain points.
Damn it, what is his hand doing?
Shen Ruiyan felt as though struck by lightning, acutely aware of the inappropriate hand resting on her chest, nearly fainting from indignation.
Xiaoyun, you are shameless, let go of me.
Shen Ruiyan's fury reached its zenith, her piercing scream shattering the air, causing Xiaoyun's eardrums to throb painfully. The little white cat could no longer tolerate such a din, erupting in angry curses.
What the hell are you screeching about?
Were it not for my master's kind heart and penchant for helping others, you would have long been face down in the dirt, eating rice. Xiaoyun promptly rewarded the little white cat with a portion of dried fish, acknowledging the truth in its words. Shen Ruiyan struggled violently, attempting to free herself from his grasp, yet, Xiaoyun tightened his hold, speaking softly, I am simply too benevolent and always prefer to repay kindness with kindness.
Now that I have saved you, you should contemplate how to express your gratitude.
Spiritual stones and rare treasures are most welcome, even if you wish to offer yourself, I could reluctantly accept.
You! Shen Ruiyan's lips trembled in fury.
Good heavens, this shameless Xiaolalu. At that moment, the surrounding audience erupted in uproar, having never witnessed such unabashed audacity. Not only had he exploited the opportunity to seize another's artifact, but he also sought to take advantage of the situation, and worse still, he audaciously claimed to be repaying kindness and aiding others. He even dared to suggest a personal offer. This was utterly outrageous. This was not the greatest genius of the Tianhuan continent. He was nothing short of the most shameless rascal. Chapter 67 of the unraveling. At that moment, unable to endure any longer yet unable to break free, Shen Ruiyan executed an action that took everyone by surprise. She whirled around fiercely and bit down hard on Xiaoyun's shoulder.
What the heck? How dare you bite me? Do you truly believe I am without temper?
Xiaoyun grasped Shen Ruiyan's chin, lifting her face towards him, and then, under her astonished and furious gaze, he boldly leaned in to kiss her cherry-red lips. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the absence of the legendary Chosen One to publicly kiss his fiancée, earning 300,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for bullying the fiancée of the legendary Chosen One, earning 200,000 villain points.
Shen Ruiyan's delicate body trembled as if electrified. Just as she attempted to break free, Xiaoyun would not allow her to escape. After all, opportunities to earn villain points like this were rare. Moreover, as a destined great villain, how could he not take advantage of the fiancée of the Chosen One to draw him out? Shen Ruiyan, in her terror, discovered that the more she struggled, the tighter Xiaoyun held on. However, to onlookers, the scene appeared entirely different, as if Shen Ruiyan were willingly cooperating. What the heck? Is this thrilling? Even the usually composed Xiao Bai was taken aback.
Lin Yorong's chest rose and fell rapidly, her fingers gripping the Yunyong divine sword turning pale. She was infuriated by Xiaoyun's audacity. In an attempt to give Xiaoyun a sense of reprieve, she had recklessly challenged Shen Ruiyan, never anticipating that he would be so heartless as to kiss another woman before her eyes.
He would definitely face a proper reprimand upon their return.
Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully making the epic Chosen Woman feel jealous, earning 50,000 villain points. Upon hearing the system notification, Xiaoyun paused momentarily, sensing the promise of double happiness beckoning him, and immediately perked up. Thus, he deliberately mused to himself, Humph, Shen Ruiyan, if it weren't for my family possessing 2 divine artifacts, would you not be bullied today? Bullying her is tantamount to bullying me, hence, today I shall publicly humiliate you so that you will never lift your head in shame again.
While he entertained these thoughts, his mouth remained unceasing.
Lin Yorong, upon hearing his inner voice, felt a mix of anger and inexplicable happiness, especially the mention of my family, which made her heart feel as though it were smeared with honey. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully deceiving the feelings of the epic Chosen Woman, earning 100,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for continuously bullying the fiancée of the legendary Chosen One, achieving a new accomplishment, earning the talent of Weapon Master.
Weapon Master?
Xiaoyun hastily checked this new talent and was instantly astonished. The so-called Weapon Master could freely transform his martial intent die. In other words, he could convert sword intent into equally powerful fist intent, gun intent, and so forth. This talent was astonishing. Seeing Xiaoyun suddenly brimming with excitement, Lin Yorong felt the sweetness of the moment turn sour. Just as she contemplated intervening to separate the two figures exuding murderous intent suddenly descended from the skies. The newcomers were none other than Chu Kuang and his fellow disciples from the Aotian Academy. At that moment, Chu Kuang, witnessing the passionate display between Xiaoyun and Shen Ruiyan, felt as though a vast expanse of grassland had unfurled above him, his gaze directed at Shen Ruiyan emanating an endless chill.
Xiaoyun! Get out of my sight!
Chu Kuang bellowed, an invisible storm sweeping through and forcibly separating the two. Lin Yorong, taken aback by Chu Kuang's sudden appearance, had not expected Shen Ruiyan's fiancé to show up at such a moment.
Oh, isn't this my Meow Master Yin's little lackey? Xiao Bai seized the opportunity to earn some fish treats, immediately chiding, you truly lack awareness. Can't you see your elder brother and your fiancée are busy? Interrupting so rudely is an exceedingly impolite act.
How dare you speak of politeness? The onlookers were left speechless. They realized that this cat, standing on a moral high ground to point fingers at the victim in such a situation, surpassed even Xiao Yun's shamelessness. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for allowing his spirit pet to publicly humiliate the legendary Chosen One, causing a rift between him and his fiancée E, earning 200,000 villain points. Truly a fortune-bringing cat. Progress indeed. Xiao Yun promptly rewarded Xiaobai with 2 servings of fish treats, then regarded Chu Kuang with a teasing glint in his eyes, saying, "Good brother, I must say, your fiancée possesses quite a bit of skill."
Xiao Yun.
You shameless scoundrel, silence yourself. Seeing Chu Kuang's expression unusually severe, unlike his usual gentleness, Shen Ruyan felt at a loss for how to express her humiliation and fury. Over the past 5 years, she had painstakingly repaired her relationship with Chu Kuang, only to have it utterly shattered by Xiao Yun in an instant. At that moment, she helplessly realized that this cloud seemed to be her natural nemesis. Ever since the Lianyan mountain range, every encounter with Xiao Yun had been fraught with misfortune, as if under a curse she could not evade. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for leaving a psychological scar on the fiancée of the legendary Chosen One, earning 300,000 villain points.
Is she frightened?
Xiao Yun quickly perceived the hint of evasion lurking within Shen Ruyan's eyes, instantly revitalizing his spirits. What a joke! As the fiancée of the Chosen One, she was the ideal victim, no, rather, the best source of villain points. How could he let her off so easily? Thus, he sneered and spoke, "Shen Ruyan, do you have the audacity to call me shameless? You, who have a fiancé, were just so earnest a moment ago."
"We're unraveling, you lie."
"There's no such thing."
Shen Ruyan instinctively wiped her mouth. Upon witnessing the scene, the onlookers fell into stunned silence.
"I can't believe it, I really saw it unravel just now. Could this be the legendary tale of 2 lovers and the fault of a third? Alas, poor Chu Kuang, a once proud figure, now finds himself under such a cloud of misery." Ding ding, congratulations to the host for rendering the legendary Chosen One a laughingstock, earning 500,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for causing the fiancée of the legendary Chosen One to lose face before her beloved, earning 200,000 villain points.
Delightful.
After 5 years of meager gains, today he suddenly amassed over 4 million villain points, instantly feeling a sense of stability wash over him. It was akin to a long-broke scoundrel suddenly finding a wad of cash in his pocket, eager to seek out several lovely ladies to discuss the grand philosophies of life. At that moment, Chu Kuang suppressed his seething rage, harboring no intention of striking back, and merely spoke coldly. "Xiao Yun, it has been 5 years since we last met, yet your cultivation seems stagnant, while your underhanded tactics have only multiplied, truly repugnant."
Upon hearing Chu Kuang's words, Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback.
This was not right. In his memory, Chu Kuang was a hot-blooded and impulsive Chosen One. Furthermore, his cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the soul refinement realm, far exceeding the information he had received. Logically, shouldn't he be furious and strike out, putting on a show before the crowd, pressing this great villain into the ground? When did he become so composed? Something was amiss. Xiao Yun suddenly recalled the fortune scroll he had drawn 5 years prior and decisively called upon the system to use the fortune scroll. Chapter 68, Do Not Be Insensitive. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for utilizing the Celestial Scroll, successfully glimpsing the future opportunities of the legendary Chosen One. According to the revelations of the Celestial Scroll, Chu Kuang, guided by the rusted iron piece in his possession, fixated on another rusted iron piece being sold at a modest stall in the black market of Yuhuang City. These 2 rusted iron pieces were no ordinary items, they concealed an ancient map within. It was this very map that would enable Chu Kuang, in a mere fortnight, to acquire the bloodline of the ancient deity during the trials of the 3 great academies, thereby soaring to unprecedented heights and evolving into a supreme Chosen One. What a revelation! No wonder he was reluctant to act hastily. He was intent on returning to retrieve that rusted iron piece. Thankfully, I was clever enough, seizing the opportunity while Lin Yurong and Shen Ruyan were engaged in battle, I commanded my doppelganger to remain vigilant outside, poised to launch a surprise attack on the likely appearing Chu Kuang. At this moment, it proved fortuitous. Thus, Xiao Yun decisively instructed his doppelganger to assume Chu Kuang's guise, donning a mask and stealthily departing. Having accomplished this, Xiao Yun then shouted provocatively at Chu Kuang, "Have you truly become enamored with the fragrance of flowers?
Your betrothed has suffered indignities, and yet you still find the time to mock me?"
At the mere mention of flowers, Chu Kuang's countenance darkened to an extreme, his aura surging ominously as he prepared to retaliate in anger. Aware of Xiao Yun's mere 9th-tier prowess in the sea-breaking realm, Lin Yurong promptly interposed herself before Xiao Yun, fixing a cold glare upon Chu Kuang. "If you wish to harm Xiao Yun, you will first have to reckon with the sword in my hand." Chu Kuang offered no reply, merely regarding Lin Yurong with a frigid stare. His tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, betraying the barely contained fury within. At that moment, however, Shen Ruyan unexpectedly interjected, "Chu Kuang, you must retrieve the dung ladle from Xiao Yun." Upon hearing this, Chu Kuang was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting to Shen Ruyan, where a flicker of complex emotions crossed his eyes. Ultimately, he shook his head and addressed the disciple of the Aotian Academy beside him, Zhuang Yi, "Keep an eye on her. I must attend to a matter." With that, Chu Kuang vanished into thin air, leaving Shen Ruyan with a bittersweet expression. Goodness, he can endure this. For the first time, Xiao Yun had miscalculated. He had intended to stall Chu Kuang momentarily, allowing his doppelganger to seize the rusted iron piece. Little did he expect Chu Kuang to act so unpredictably, abandoning his betrothed without a second thought. Given this turn of events, Xiao Yun could no longer adhere to conventional strategies. Meanwhile, the doppelganger of Xiao Yun, disguised as Chu Kuang, navigated effortlessly to the inconspicuous stall. The stall owner was a scruffy middle-aged man, dressed in tattered garments, lazily reclining against the steps and hardly noticeable. Sensing a customer's approach, the man lazily lifted his eyelids and drawled, "Every item here is priced at 1 million top-tier spirit stones."
No negotiation.
A flicker of intrigue sparked within Xiao Yun. Through his aura perception, he discerned that this middle-aged man was no ordinary individual. He was at least at the 5th tier of the soul-refining realm, and through his dual pupils, he discreetly observed that the man bore hidden injuries. Otherwise, his true strength would likely surpass that of the Cave Heaven realm. However, the man's prowess was of little concern, as Xiao Yun had no intention of purchasing. Instead, he planned to brazenly snatch the item, drawing as much attention as possible. Previously informed that Chu Kuang possessed a 4th tier fist intent, he promptly expended villain points to elevate his sword intent to the same level. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for spending 2 million villain points to elevate sword intent to the 4th tier. With everything in place, Xiao Yun directly grasped the rusted iron piece and stored it in his spatial pocket, showing no intention of payment as he turned to leave.
Stop.
The middle-aged man immediately sprang to his feet, his cultivation surging violently. Unfazed, Xiao Yun, still masked, turned back with indifference and retorted, "This esteemed son takes your belongings as a courtesy, do not be ungrateful." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's nostrils flared in indignation. Having concealed himself in Yuhuang City for many years, he had never encountered someone so audacious, utterly disregarding the rules of the black market.
You are courting death.
In a fit of rage, the middle-aged man's fury erupted, and he was determined to unveil the identity of this audacious individual. He raised his hand and struck, unleashing a tempestuous gale that swept away Xiao Yun's mask.
So it is a mere youth.
Realizing he could not discern Chu Kuang's true origins, the middle-aged man snorted coldly and declared, "Drop 1 million top-tier spirit stones, or do not blame me for being merciless."
Xiao Yun laughed arrogantly, replying, "I fear you will regret it once you make a move." How infuriating. The middle-aged man, unable to contain his wrath, resolved to act.
Yet, Xiao Yun was swifter. He tightened his right fist and struck first. The violent 4th tier fist intent surged forth like an indomitable spear, aimed directly at the middle-aged man's chest.
4th tier fist intent. You are the first son of the Aotian Academy, Chu Kuang.
After easily deflecting Xiao Yun's punch, the middle-aged man's expression shifted to one of concern. Were he confronting an ordinary youth, he would have ensured the young man faced dire consequences for such insolence. However, Chu Kuang was different. His name was known far and wide, backed not only by the Xianyang family but also by the Aotian Academy. In his current situation, he truly could not afford to provoke Chu Kuang. Seeing that the middle-aged man seemed hesitant to retaliate, Xiao Yun let out a cold huff and swiftly departed. As he watched Xiao Yun's retreating figure, the middle-aged man clenched his fists and struck the ground, splintering the floor in his fury.
Onlookers who had gathered at the commotion advised, "Old G, take it easy."
Old G sighed deeply. Had it not been for his daughter's illness, he would never have ventured into that deadly place, ultimately suffering grievous injuries and plummeting from the sage realm to the soul-refining realm, enduring humiliation at the hands of a mere youth. In his frustration, he ignored the crowd and began to pack up his stall, preparing to leave. At that moment, the real Chu Kuang rushed to the stall. Previously, had he not sensed the location of another fragment of the map and felt Chen Ruiyan was in danger, he would have come to purchase it. Now, witnessing the middle-aged man closing his stall, he silently rejoiced at his timely arrival. Upon seeing Chu Kuang, Old Ji's ire reignited. This damned Chu Kuang had only just left, and now he dared to provoke him again. Such audacity could not be tolerated. You brat, do you truly believe I am without temper? Without further ado, Old Ji hurled a punch at Chu Kuang. Dumbfounded, Chu Kuang was utterly bewildered by the sudden aggression. Realizing the middle-aged man was attacking without reason, his expression hardened. Boom, Chu Kuang retaliated with a ferocious strike, meeting Old Ji's punch head-on. However, he did not absorb the blow unscathed, his complexion flushed with strain. Alarmed, he sensed that Old Ji was not as simple as he appeared. Meanwhile, those who had previously intervened on Old Ji's behalf, also vendors in the black market, witnessed Chu Kuang's return and provocation, igniting their own indignation. Even the first son of the Aotian Academy should adhere to a modicum of reason, thus, they all surrounded him. Chapter 69 of the Art of Capture and Release. Xiao Lao Lu, coldly observing the approaching group of individuals whose expressions were far from amiable, felt an overwhelming chill settle over him.
Esteemed seniors, what is the meaning of this? What do you mean by that?
Old Ji, upon hearing these words, couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. Though the others remained silent, their formidable cultivation surged quietly, creating a palpable tension in the air. As he sensed their power, Chu Kuang's expression shifted dramatically. Despite his wild confidence, he could not ignore the numerical superiority of his adversaries, two of whom were formidable beings at the Cave Heaven realm. While he felt a semblance of assurance against one, facing two rendered any hope of escape futile. In a moment of desperation, Chu Kuang's tone softened slightly.
Dear seniors, do not misunderstand.
I merely have my eyes set on an item, with no ulterior motives.
No sooner had he spoken than Old Ji's cold laughter echoed once more. It seems your intention is to imply that we, old fellows, are easy to bully. One of the Cave Heaven cultivators then intoned ominously, Shuxingzi, draw a line. If you are truly resolved to oppose us, even if it means fleeing for your life, today shall see you fall here. At this juncture, Chu Kuang finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Who is orchestrating this against me? Could it be Xiao Yun?
A sense of foreboding washed over him as he suppressed his anger, stating in a deep voice, Esteemed seniors, you have misunderstood me, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart.
Damn you, Xiao Yun. If I discover it is indeed you behind this, I swear I shall rend you to pieces. Achoo!
Xiao Yun, having retracted his clone, unexpectedly sneezed. He paid no heed to which chosen one was thinking of him, instead contemplating how to acquire the remaining fragment of the map from Chu Kuang.
Are you plotting something again?
Lin Yurong observed Xiao Yun lost in thought, her gaze shifting warily to Shen Ruyan, who remained in a daze not far away.
The recently initiated Zhuang Yi lacked the prowess to impede Xiao Yun. She had no desire to witness any further entanglements between Xiao Yun and Shen Ruyan. Thus, she maneuvered her Jade Lotus platform, forcibly pulling Xiao Yun towards the merchant shop at the Shenhua Valley in Yuhuang City. As evening fell, Xiao Yun left a clone in the guest room as a precaution and stealthily approached a decrepit courtyard in the northern part of Yuhuang City. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Yun raised his hand to gently rap on the door. Shortly, the courtyard door swung open, revealing the exquisite visage of a young girl. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, clad in simple hemp garments, her demeanor somewhat frail, yet her natural beauty was striking, capturing one's attention instantly. Her long, moonwhite hair cascading casually over her shoulders added an alluring touch. Ding ding, detected the legendary chosen one, the understanding flower. Upon hearing the system notification, Xiao Yun's demeanor shifted abruptly. Chu Kuang's understanding flower, had the rusted iron piece not been taken by him beforehand, according to the original narrative, it would have been Chu Kuang who acquired it, subsequently forming a mutual attraction with the middle-aged vendor, Wang Balvdu. Chu Kuang would then have healed the vendor's injuries, earning his gratitude, and in turn, the vendor would offer his beautiful daughter to enrich Chu Kuang's harem. Given the nature of the understanding flower, this girl was bound to be wise and perceptive. Such a splendid lady, what a shame she would be wasted on a man like Chu Kuang, who had already squandered her potential. However, this presented a perfect opportunity to transform this understanding flower into a prized catch for himself, allowing him to reap the benefits of future antagonistic endeavors. May I ask if you require anything?
The girl's ethereal voice jolted Xiao Yun from his reverie.
May I come in for a moment? Xiao Yun exhibited rare gentlemanly manners, courteously inquiring.
Upon hearing this, the girl displayed a hint of wariness. At that moment, Old Ji's deep voice resonated from within the courtyard.
Anlin, let him in.
As Xiao Yun followed the girl into the courtyard, his gaze immediately fell upon the disheveled middle-aged man from earlier, now resting with his eyes closed in a rocking chair.
Xiao Yun pays his respects to the esteemed elder.
Upon hearing Xiao Yun's greeting, Old Ji abruptly opened his eyes, sitting upright to scrutinize Xiao Yun warily.
Could it be that you are the Xiao Xingzi from the Taichu Immortal Academy? Xiao Yun inclined his head slightly.
Upon receiving Xiao Yun's affirmation, the middle-aged man displayed a look of concern, as if fearing that his prized cabbage might be devoured by a pig, and immediately instructed the girl, Anlin, you may go inside. Anlin stood momentarily perplexed, unsure why her father was treating this person as if he were a thief, as if he feared she might abscond with him.
Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yun felt exasperated and chose to be direct. Elder, it seems you harbor some bias against me.
Indeed, I hold a prejudice against you, Old Ji stated without hesitation. Since your emergence, you have shown a penchant for auctioning others, indulging in beauty, and engaging in deceitful practices, all of which have become notorious across the Tianhuang continent. I have but one precious daughter, I wish for her to remain unscathed. Xiao Yun was rendered speechless. He vowed to ensure that Gomu and his companions would establish a vast network to guide public opinion, lest his reputation be tarnished further. Noticing the change in Xiao Yun's complexion, Old Ji promptly declared, Xiao Xingzi, if you have something to say, please do so directly. Faced with such disdain, Xiao Yun opted for brevity, stating plainly, Elder, I wish to request your assistance with a matter. Old Ji replied coolly, as a cripple, I fear I am unworthy of aiding you, Xiao Xingzi. Please take your leave. Was this old man truly giving me the cold shoulder? How audacious! Xiao Yun felt a surge of displeasure. Consequently, he activated his heavy eye, channeling the transformative divine light from his right eye, enveloping Old Ji within its terrifying healing effects. Instantly, Old Ji was taken aback. How is this possible? Under the illumination of this divine light, his soul felt as if it were bathed in warm sunlight, an unparalleled comfort. Even the persistent injuries that had plagued him for years began to heal significantly, and but a single breath, this glimpse of hope rekindled the desire for him to return to his former glory, his eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. If he could reclaim his peak, he might even aspire to break through to true sanctity. What thrilled him most was the prospect that Xiao Yun's formidable abilities could potentially heal his cherished daughter. Observing Old Ji's exaggerated expression, Xiao Yun judiciously withdrew the transformative divine light, feigning exhaustion as he stood to leave. He was not one to bear grudges, he believed in settling scores promptly. Hadn't you been so haughty before? Hadn't you treated me like a thief from the very beginning? Very well, I shall take my leave and not partake in your games. Xiao Xingzi, please, wait. Old Ji, realizing Xiao Yun was about to depart, instantly panicked. Whether or not he could heal his ailments was of secondary importance. The thought that his precious daughter had but 2 years left to live sent him into a frenzy. Xiao Yun had approached him, and he had to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Xiao Yun, a smile plastered across his face. To be honest, my daughter has only 2 years of life remaining. With your extraordinary talents, I am certain you would not wish to see an old man bury his own child, would you? Attempting to invoke moral obligation? Yet, as long as I lack morality, you cannot impose such burdens upon me. Chapter 70 of the supreme-level villain task. Xiao Yun showed no regard for the situation, bypassing Old Ji in an attempt to leave. Old Ji forced a bitter smile and once more positioned himself in front of Xiao Yun.
Xiao Saint, I humbly apologize for my previous demeanor. I implore you to grace me with your presence for dinner.
I cannot afford such a meal, Xiaoyun replied nonchalantly.
Since my debut, I have delighted in auctioning others, reveling in beauty, and engaging in deceitful schemes. My reputation has spread far and wide across the entire Tianhuang continent. Are you not the least bit concerned for your precious daughter's safety?
This full G's complexion shifted dramatically, utterly taken aback by Xiaoyun's pettiness, as he mirrored his earlier words back at him.
He found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, knowing full well that it was his own arrogance that had provoked this exchange. At that moment, and Lan emerged from the room, gracefully bowing to Xiaoyun.
Xiao Saint, my father has endured much hardship over the years, having long since forsaken the affairs of the world. He harbors numerous misunderstandings towards you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness on his behalf. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for compelling the legendary Chosen One's flower of eloquence to bow an apology. Reward
100,000 villain points. Is this truly possible? Xiaoyun felt that these 100,000 villain points were too easily obtained. Confronting Lan, he swiftly altered his demeanor, taking her delicate hand in his, and spoke gently. There is no need for such formality, dear Lan. It is I who have acted inappropriately.
Old Ji, observing Xiaoyun's familiar touch upon his cherished daughter, felt a twinge of displeasure. Despite having once been a peak sage, having long since turned a blind eye to worldly matters, he was still aware of Xiaoyun's illustrious reputation. He could not question Xiaoyun's talent, and trusting his daughter to such a genius would indeed be a tremendous blessing. However, Xiaoyun's audacious and unscrupulous nature was hardly that of a virtuous man. Feeling the warmth of Xiaoyun's hand, and Lan's cheeks flushed, her heart racing like a startled fawn, shyly, she suggested, might we converse inside?
Once indoors, and Lan busied herself in the kitchen.
Watching his daughter toil, Old Ji took the initiative to recount his past. Originally named Ji Chang'an, he hailed from humble beginnings, yet his innate talent rivaled that of the greatest geniuses of the age. A century ago, he entered the Outyan Immortal Academy, where he caught the eye of the academy's most beautiful student, Luo Lan. However, due to his lowly origins, the Luo family opposed their union. To sever their ties completely, the Luo family arranged for Luo Lan to marry into the prestigious Long family. On the eve of the wedding, Luo Lan secretly eloped with Old Ji. From that moment on, they lived in obscurity, yet the Luo and Long families did not relent in their pursuit. 18 years ago, their hideout was discovered by the Long family. In a desperate struggle, Old Ji fought valiantly, killing several members of the Long family, but Luo Lan, pregnant at the time, was ambushed, resulting in Lan's frail health, destined to not survive beyond 20 years of age. In a bid to save Lan, the couple traversed the Tianhuang realm, yet found themselves powerless against fate. 10 years ago, Old Ji broke through to the peak sage level, believing that with his newfound power, he could venture into the death abyss to seek a glimmer of hope for Lan, though he nearly perished in the attempt. With all hope extinguished, after stabilizing his injuries, Luo Lan discreetly returned to the Luo family in search of assistance, only to be imprisoned under the charge of treason, her fate still unknown. Since then, he had concealed himself in Lan in Yuhuang City, hoping to provide her with a semblance of peace. Xiaoyun regarded Old Ji with a sigh, reflecting on the truth that appearances can be deceiving. Who would have anticipated that such a disheveled individual not only stood at the peak of sage power but also bore such a melodramatic history? If he could heal Old Ji's injuries, given time, he might even aspire to become a true sage, a formidable ally. Were it not for the heavenly secret scroll, one could envision Old Ji eventually becoming a sharp weapon in Chu Kuang's arsenal. Contemplating this, Xiaoyun gained a deeper understanding of the unreasonable nature of the Chosen Ones, as though heaven itself were offering them sustenance. Unlike him, who had to toil tirelessly for every scrap he possessed. At that moment, having finished recounting his past, Old Ji suddenly knelt before Xiaoyun, sincerity etched across his face. Xiao Saint, should you be willing to heal my daughter, I, Ji Chang'an, shall entrust my life and death to your discretion. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun felt a stirring of desire. This was a peak sage, not merely a commoner to be plucked at will. With Old Ji under his commandment he could swagger through the world with impunity. With that thought in mind, Xiaoyun spoke with gravity. Old Ji, I shall grant your request to save Miss Lan.
Since you have made this vow, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity.
With that, Xiaoyun instructed Old Ji to open his consciousness, successfully imprinting the celestial servant seal into his mind. As the seal took effect, Old Ji's hair began to flutter as if caught by an unseen wind, a powerful aura erupting from within him.
This is utterly unbelievable.
Old Ji questioned whether he was dreaming.
In that fleeting moment, his strength surged dramatically, his bodily functions undergoing a profound transformation. Should his injuries be healed, he would have an 80% chance of stepping into the realm of true sages. Ji Chang'an pays homage to his master. Experiencing Xiaoyun's overwhelming might firsthand, Old Ji harbored no further doubts about his decision. Xiaoyun assisted him to his feet, satisfaction radiating from him. From now on, you may address me as your lord. At your command, my lord. With Old Ji on his side, along with Tao Ji, Xiaoyun now possessed two formidable trump cards. Contemplating future developments, he felt a surge of ambition. Once, he had dreamt of roaming the world with a sword. Now, he aspired to wield dominion over it. Moreover, considering the ties to his original identity, it was only a matter of time before the Outyan Immortal Kingdom sought him out. Without a powerful backing, it would be tantamount to courting death. Therefore, meticulous planning and recruitment of a formidable base were imperative. In fact, he could emulate the first emperor of Qin, subduing the three great immortal academies, unifying the Tianhuan continent, and establishing an immortal kingdom of unparalleled glory. How splendid that would be!
Ding ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the supreme-level villain task, become the unparalleled tyrant of the Tianhuan continent, task success rewards, 1 celestial-level treasure chest.
What the hell?
Xiaoyun cursed the system on the spot. I merely entertained a fleeting thought of ambition, and you dare to impose upon me the mantle of a tyrant. It was easy to imagine that should he truly become a tyrant, he would inevitably face the wrath of those self-righteous chosen ones. As a villain, he could stab a dagger in the back, but to confront a multitude of chosen ones head-on, was he eager to meet his demise, yet, the allure of the supreme-level treasure chest was undeniable. To claim that he felt no excitement would be a lie, akin to the thrill of unlocking a divine beast chest in a certain mythical realm, although the likelihood of success is nearly 0.01. What if one were to take the chance and it actually succeeds? What harm is there in being a foolish ruler, embracing a philosophy of whatever brings joy, let it come? Furthermore, to entertain a hypothetical scenario, he could easily accomplish the task and then have his half-brother, Sui, clean up the mess. This would not only delay his cultivation while earning villain points but also allow him to enlist assistance in building a foundation for his future ascension to higher realms. Why not seize such an opportunity?
Chapter 71 U. Cat Old 6. As night fell, the moonlight shone brightly. After finalizing their plans, Xiaoyun and Old Ji quietly returned to the guest room of the shop located at the Xianyu Valley outpost. He chose not to take Lan with him. According to her, she had long been acquainted with Chu Kuang, but upon hearing that Chu Kuang had seized her father's precious treasure, and with Xiaoyun embellishing the tale, she successfully developed a disdain for Chu Kuang, allowing him to earn an additional 500,000 villain points. Based on his 10 years of experience as a bookworm, Xiaoyun was certain that Chu Kuang would seek out Lan again. As long as he refrained from acting against her, she would remain an invisible thread, drawing Chu Kuang closer. In this way, no matter how Chu Kuang stirred, he would remain firmly within Xiaoyun's grasp. Having refined the subsequent script, Xiaoyun was about to check if Lin Yurong had retired for the night when Xiao Bai, having disappeared for a while, returned with an excited demeanor. Master, come with me quickly, there's something amiss. Seeing Xiao Bai's enthusiasm piqued Xiaoyun's interest immediately.
He followed it silently to the exterior of a loft belonging to the Xianyang family in Yuhuang City.
What brings you here? Aren't you afraid of being caught by the Xianyang family and turned into spicy cat jerky? Xiaoyun couldn't help but admire Xiao Bai's audacity.
Xiao Bai licked its paw and replied proudly, during the day, I left a hair on Shenruyan, which led me to discover that she resides here. I thought she must be in need of assistance after suffering during the day, so I specifically came to make a deal with her.
Xiaoyun looked at it with astonishment and asked, did she give you a hard time when you met her?
Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai displayed a cat-like grin, and after a puff of white mist, it transformed into the appearance of Zhuang Yi.
What the hell? You can actually change shape? Xiaoyun couldn't help but exclaim. After all these years with Xiao Bai, he had never realized it possessed such an ability. Xiao Bai boasted, this is my inherited skill, the 36 transformations of Tiangang. As long as I improve my realm, I can transform into anything I desire. Incredible. It had even mastered the proud skill of the Monkey King. While Xiaoyun marveled, his curiosity shifted back to the transaction between Xiao Bai and Shenruyan. What did you trade with her? Xiao Bai explained, I told her that if she provided me with a quasi-holy artifact, I would help her bring Chu Kuang over and assist them in reconciling. Did she agree? Xiao Bai nodded and said, not only did she agree, but she also consumed the mother pig madness I secretly gave her. It should be taking effect by now. Goodness, you crafty cat, you're learning quickly. Xiaoyun pondered and then asked, did you go find Chu Kuang? I did. He should be on his way shortly. Then what are we waiting for? If we can ensure Chu Kuang and Shenruyan's complete fallout this time, I shall reward you with 50 portions of dried fish. Thus, Xiaoyun immediately transformed into Chu Kuang's likeness and boldly followed Xiao Bai into Shenruyan's loft. The moonlight was splendid this evening. The gentle rays illuminated the entire loft as if it were midday. Shenruyan resided on the second floor, with clear surroundings. Merely opening the window revealed the interior seen from afar. Through the window, Xiaoyun caught a glimpse of the room's state. Indeed, Shenruyan had succumbed to the poison, her complexion flushed, her gaze dazed, and her consciousness seemingly muddled. Witnessing this, Xiaoyun swiftly discarded his disguise, retaining only a semblance of Chu Kuang's features while preserving his own visage. He pushed open the door and entered. The moment Shenruyan laid eyes on Xiaoyun, she immediately mistook him for Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang, you finally came, she gasped, stepping forward to embrace Xiaoyun, her body languid and nearly draping over him. To ensure Shenruyan cooperated with the ensuing act and presented a grand gift to the soon arriving Chu Kuang, Xiaoyun promptly spoke, Ruyan, I was wrong during the day, I misunderstood you. I came tonight to apologize. Upon hearing this, Shenruyan instantly recalled Xiaoyun. It's not your fault, blame that scoundrel Xiaoyun, or I wouldn't have allowed you to misunderstand me. At that moment, Xiaoyun suddenly spotted Chu Kuang approaching the loft below, holding a bouquet of flowers. His eyes brightened instantly. He guided Shenruyan to the window, positioning her with her back to the scene below, and immediately reverted to his true appearance. In her disoriented state, Shenruyan, amidst their close proximity, had completely lost her sense of self. To ensure safety, Xiaoyun decided to probe gently once more. Who do you hate the most? Xiaoyun, who do you wish to kill the most? Xiaoyun, who do you love the most? Xiaoyun, at that moment, Chu Kuang had just arrived beneath the loft, raising his head to witness everything unfolding at the window. Seeing the opportune moment, Xiaoyun raised his voice again, asking, Ruyan, tell me loudly, who do you love the most? Xiaoyun, that Xiaoyun. Hearing the commotion from above, Chu Kuang froze in disbelief.
The bouquet slipped from his hand, petals scattering in all directions, akin to his heart. Now shattered, Chu Kuang watched as Shen Ruiyan relentlessly tugged at Xiaoyun's clothing, so eager, so audacious. Suddenly, he felt as if all his strength had evaporated. Xiaoyun smiled at him, as if to say, "Brother Chu, have you come to bless us?"
How could this happen? Chu Kuang muttered to himself, utterly perplexed by this conclusion.
5 years ago, Shen Ruiyan had told him that she had entered the fray to reclaim the ancestor's arm, indicating that what he witnessed was not the truth. Reflecting on his past debts to her and his infatuation in this life, he chose to believe her after she had apologized. Tonight, recalling his cold demeanor toward Shen Ruiyan during the day, he had specifically brought flowers to resolve their misunderstanding. Yet now, Shen Ruiyan, right before his eyes, declared that her greatest love was Xiaoyun. What did she regard him as? Merely a plaything she could deceive and toy with at will, claiming affection when she desired, only to flaunt her love for another before him, inflicting both physical and emotional wounds. When had he, the reborn unparalleled immortal king, ever been subjected to such manipulation? Ding ding, congratulations to the host for setting a trap to harm the legendary chosen one, causing him to lose faith in love.
Reward 500,000 villain points.
Ding ding, congratulations to the host for leading the legendary chosen one down the path of corruption. Reward 1,000,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully instigating hatred towards his fiancée in the legendary chosen one, losing a significant ally. Reward 1 lottery chance.
Oh my, what a tremendous windfall. Xiaoyun felt an overwhelming surge of joy, akin to an author receiving generous donations from readers, instantly invigorating him. But wait, Chu Kuang was on the brink of a dark transformation. Xiaoyun swiftly knocked Shen Ruiyan unconscious and tossed her onto the bed, then sat cross-legged, preparing to bolster his strength. This was to ensure he could engage Chu Kuang in a calm and reasoned manner when the time came. However, to prevent Chu Kuang from seeking solace within Lan, the delicate flower of understanding, he needed to neutralize his subordinate to avert unforeseen circumstances. As the saying goes, when fighting, aim for the family jewels. It saves a great deal of trouble. Chapter 72. The accounts must be settled. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for spending 2 million villain points to exchange for the transformation pill. In the realm of transformation, one sheds their mortal shell, refining flesh, bone, blood, and internal organs, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to ascend the path. As the pill was consumed, within a single breath, Xiaoyun successfully broke through to the first level of transformation, having previously expended considerable effort honing his flesh and bones in the 9-story pagoda of the artifact refining legacy. He was now fully capable of surging forth to the 4th level of transformation in one go. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for spending 2 million villain points to exchange for 4 foundation pills of the transformation realm. What the heck? A black shop, the foundation pill for the sea opening realm costs only 300,000, yet the transformation realm demands a staggering 500,000, nearly doubling in price. Cursing under his breath, Xiaoyun swallowed the 4 foundation pills in succession, rapidly advancing to the 4th level of transformation. After a brief adjustment to his surging strength, Xiaoyun rose and glanced downstairs, sensing something amiss. Chu Kuang also looked up, his gaze piercingly sharp. Xiaoyun was taken aback by Chu Kuang's appearance. He had truly turned dark. At this moment, Chu Kuang's face was adorned with cheap smoky makeup, dark demonic energy swirling around him, completely lacking the noble aura of a protagonist, appearing more villainous than the villains themselves. Their eyes met. The hatred in Chu Kuang's gaze was ignited to a fever pitch. Xiaoyun, I will shred you into 1,000 pieces. After squeezing out a chilling statement through clenched teeth, Chu Kuang stomped heavily on the ground. As the bouquet beneath his feet turned to ashes, his figure had already soared to the window, a fist enveloped in demonic energy hurtling towards Xiaoyun's face. Xiaoyun would not indulge him. He instantly activated all buffs, enhancing his state to its peak, and then unleashed the spatial confinement technique of his innate divine bones. In the blink of an eye, Chu Kuang's form was ensnared in the void, unable to move. Although the confinement lasted less than a breath, in a clash between masters, victory and defeat are often decided in an instant. During that fleeting moment, it was sufficient for Xiaoyun to execute a precise strike. Puff, the azure dragon sword transformed once more into a divine sword of severance, directly cleaving Chu Kuang's wisdom root. Ah! The pain of severance instantly forced Chu Kuang to don a mask of agony.
At that moment, seizing the opportunity, Xiaobai appeared above Chu Kuang, its tiny claws gleaming with divine light, wielding a divine artifact brick and striking it fiercely upon the back of Chu Kuang's head.
Another scream echoed as Chu Kuang was sent reeling, dazed and confused, crashing down from the void.
Ding ding, congratulations, host, for your spirit path successfully ambushing the legendary chosen one, causing him to see stars, rewarding 500,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for severing the wisdom root of the legendary chosen one, making him lose his closest companion, rewarding 3 million villain points.
What on earth? Is it gilded? It's worth 3 million villain points. Furthermore, what does it mean that he lost his closest companion? Could it be that after being debased, he lost confidence and became infatuated with his right hand?
However, this is not the time to delve into that. He must seize the moment while Chu Kuang is dazed to expand his gains and accumulate a large wave of villain points.
Yet, fate does not always align with one's desires. The commotion from their battle ultimately attracted the attention of the powerful guardians stationed by the Xianyang family. Not wishing to take any risks, Xiaoyun quickly roused Shen Ruiyan, then seized Xiaobai, instructing it to use its spatial abilities to whisk them away from the scene. As the spatial fluctuations dissipated, 8 powerful figures rushed to the loft's exterior. Son-in-law, what is the meaning of this?
Upon seeing the bloodstained area in Chu Kuang's pants and the bloodied wisdom root on the floor, the 8 members of the Xianyang family were immediately filled with questions. However, upon noticing Shen Ruiyan's flushed face, they quickly began to piece together the grim truth. Son-in-law, you are not yet wed. Even if you desire, you cannot resort to such despicable means. This is entirely self-inflicted. Seeing their esteemed daughter evidently drugged, the expressions of the 8 turned exceedingly grim. Chu Kuang remained silent, shaking off the lingering dizziness in his head. He rose and departed through the AIR.at. This point, he had no desire to explain. With Shen Ruiyan's blatant betrayal, their chance for reconciliation was slim. How others perceived him was of no consequence. His immediate concern was to find a way to restore his wisdom root. Being a top-tier celestial king reduced to a eunuch was not a fate he wished to endure. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun and Xiao Bai quietly returned to their guest room, attracting no one's attention. After rewarding Xiao Bai with 50 portions of dried fish as promised, a smile spread across Xiao Yun's face, as broad as a crescent moon. The legendary Chosen One truly yields a bountiful harvest. Casually, he had amassed 5 million villain points and even gained an extra opportunity for a lottery draw. Truly delightful. Adhering to the principle of completing draws without delay, Xiao Yun promptly called upon the system to commence the lottery. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for drawing the sword Heart Clarity. Once again, he received a battle buff for the sword path. Activating Sword Heart Clarity would allow him to effortlessly enter a tranquil state of sword mastery, doubling the power of his sword techniques while granting him the foresight to predict his enemy's movements and intentions, enabling precise strikes. After completing the lottery, Xiao Yun delved into profound meditation. Having swiftly ascended to the 4th level of transformation today, he needed to meticulously consolidate his cultivation to gain a comprehensive grasp of his newfound strength, ensuring he could wield it to its fullest potential. Once he had refined his cultivation, he planned to expedite the transformation and refinement of his internal organs, preparing for the impending challenge of entering the Dao realm. According to the Heavenly Secret Scroll, the ancient battlefield for the Saint Sun's trial would open in half a month, promising another fierce contest. Thus, before that, he must adequately prepare, enhancing his overall strength to an even greater extent, so he could revel in the glory of being a joyful 6th wheel behind the Chosen One. 5 days swiftly passed. As evening approached, Xiao Yun, having just received a message from Old Ji and preparing to head out, was unexpectedly greeted by Sui, who had not been seen for 5 years.
Brother Xiao. I trust you have been well.
Finding Xiao Yun, Sui was overjoyed. Since the last time he faced disappointment in love and was ruthlessly struck down by Xiao Yun, he had not returned to Qingcheng Mountain, instead venturing alone into the territory of the Southern Wilderness Demon Clan to seek perilous trials. After 5 years of constant fortuity, he successfully broke through to the 9th level of the Dao realm, his sword intent advancing to the 5th level, and he had even comprehended the invincible sword heart. His strength had undergone a profound transformation, and his confidence soared. Upon returning to Qingcheng Mountain after his time in the southern wilderness, he had heard that Xiao Yun was in Yuhuang City and had hastened over without pause. His sole intent was to face Xiao Yun in a duel, hoping to shatter the shadow Xiao Yun had cast over him. Seeing Sui animatedly recounting his remarkable experiences, Xiao Yun's expression soured. Why was it that his own cultivation had surged so swiftly, even surpassing his own sword intent to reach the 5th level? These chosen ones truly possessed no regard for reason. If this trend continued, it wouldn't be long before he too would ascend to the legendary Chosen One level, his halo growing ever more formidable. Would they still be able to enjoy their playful sparring? No, he could not allow Sui to remain so elated. Thus, he warmly grasped Sui's hand and smiled. Brother Su, we are like brothers of different mothers. After many years apart, I have missed you greatly. However, Brother Su, while we may be brothers, the accounts must still be settled.
Last time you owed me 500,000 top quality spirit stones for Shen Ruiyan at the auction. When can I expect repayment? Chapter 73. The ancient divine realm. You're quite the rascal, Xiao Laolu.
Sui stared at Xiao Yun, utterly astonished once again by his audacity. While professing brotherly love, his heart was entirely consumed by business. What of the 500,000 spirit stones? Surely, you must have some inkling of their significance. Have you no shame left? Upon noticing Sui's intent to weasel out of the debt, Xiao Yun's demeanor shifted instantly.
Brother Su, you wouldn't dare to renege on our agreement, would you?
The moment those words reached Sui's ears, his mood soured, and he felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch to that insufferable smirk. Seeing Sui's resolve to evade his obligation, Xiao Yun promptly retrieved a small notebook to begin documenting the matter. On this date, Brother Su owes me 500,000 top-tier spirit stones and intends to default. Should the opportunity arise to visit Qingcheng Mountain, he must seek out the Qingcheng Sword Immortal for repayment, along with daily interest of 500 top-tier spirit stones.
How cunning you are.
Sui thought to himself, fully aware that Xiao Yun would not hesitate to follow through with this. Gritting his teeth, he withdrew a pouch of top-tier spirit stones from his storage ring and hurled it into Xiao Yun's hands. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for successfully extorting the epic Chosen One. Reward
100,000 villain points.
Another 100,000 points credited. Xiao Yun stashed the spirit stones away, grinning broadly.
Ah, Brother Su, I was merely jesting with you. Why take it so seriously? After all, we are brothers.
Sui nearly spat out a mouthful of vintage 1982 blood in frustration, thinking to himself that he had no brother like this. At that moment, Lin Yorong emerged unexpectedly. At the instant she laid eyes on Sui, her expression transformed into one of utter coldness. Although she had come to understand her earlier misunderstanding of him, the memories of Sui's abandonment of the gentle girl Qiaoyi, followed by the scene where he returned her belongings, remained vivid in her mind. Furthermore, Sui had taken Xiaoyun to visit a brothel, tainting what could have been a decent young man. Upon seeing Lin Yurong, Xiaoyun immediately approached her, wrapping his arm affectionately around her waist. Lin Yurong initially intended to shake off his unwelcome touch, but upon noticing Sui's presence, she instead complied. Leaning closer, witnessing their intimacy, Sui felt a pang of discomfort. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for publicly displaying affection before the epic chosen one, inflicting upon him a critical blow of 10,000 points, reward
200,000 villain points.
Ding ding, congratulations, host, for allowing the epic chosen one to experience the plight of being single, reward of 50,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for taking advantage of the epic chosen one's companion, reward
100,000 villain points.
Xiaoyun's grin widened, more triumphant than ever. This was indeed the proper way to engage with the chosen one. Yet, however, he was not about to let Sui off the hook so easily and asked with feigned concern, "Brother Su, 5 years have passed.
You haven't remained single all this time, have you?"
Sui felt he could not endure another moment in this situation. It was utterly humiliating. Xiaoyun was well aware of his single status and still chose to taunt him in front of his childhood friend. Was there no limit to his shamelessness? Grinding his teeth, Sui replied solemnly, "Brother Xiao, I came to engage in sword practice and seek your assistance in honing my skills. Would you be willing to aid me?"
You wish for me to assist you in your training? How much do you underestimate me as the villain?
Just then, Xiaoyun recalled that he needed assistance for the black market exchange later that night, as old Ji had other arrangements. Since Sui was eager to seek his guidance, perhaps he could enlist him to retrieve the map from Chu Quan. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyun readily agreed, saying, "Brother Su, as brothers, it is only natural for me to assist in your training. However, I have a small favor to ask first."
A small favor?
Sui felt a twinge of wariness. Having been tricked by Xiaoyun multiple times, his first instinct was to suspect yet another trap. Noticing Sui's guarded expression, Xiaoyun was not worried about him being hesitant and explained, "Today, there will be a barter exchange at the black market. I've heard that Chu Kuang possesses a map to the ancient divine realm's trial for the Holy Sun, and I wish to acquire it. Since I cannot trade directly with Chu Kuang, I thought to ask for your assistance. Of course, if we successfully obtain the map, what is mine is yours, as brothers should share." Upon hearing this, Sui pondered for a moment. He trusted only half of what Xiaoyun said. However, he was well versed in the lore surrounding the ancient divine realm. According to the records of Qingcheng Mountain, the ancient divine realm, also known as the ancient god realm, was a remnant formed after the collapse of the ancient divine world. It was unclear how it ended up in the Tianhuan continent. The reason the three great nations descended upon the Tianhuan continent a millennium ago was due to the existence of the ancient divine realm. It was rumored that many treasures from the ancient divine realm remained within, including the legacy of the ancient gods. Those who obtained it would gain access to incredible powers. This realm opened randomly every 1,000 years, allowing martial artists under the age of 30 to participate, regardless of their cultivation level or talent. As long as participants could distinguish themselves and acquire one or two ancient divine powers, they had the chance to become the Holy Son of one of the three great institutes. Thus, it was aptly named the Holy Sun Trial. It had been a full millennium since the last opening of the ancient divine realm, and it could very well open again at any moment. To be honest, he was indeed intrigued. He had an inexplicable feeling that the map Xiaoyun spoke of was undoubtedly significant, very likely detailing the location of the ancient god's legacy. Moreover, he was certain that Xiaoyun must possess another half of the map. So he replied coolly, "Brother Xiao, since we are brothers, let us not keep secrets from one another.
You surely have the other half of the map, do you not? By heavens, this fellow has become clever."
Fortunately, Xiaoyun had prepared for this. He nonchalantly produced a counterfeit he had crafted using his extraordinary skills as a master artifact smith. Retaining the original rusty iron piece, he had modified the map within, confident that even if Chu Kuang obtained it, he would be unable to discern its authenticity.
"Brother Su, the map is concealed within this embroidered iron piece.
I have already dispelled the concealment seal, allowing you to perceive it with your soul power." Sui accepted the embroidered iron piece, his formidable soul power probing into the rusty fragment. Soon, his expression reflected astonishment. His intuition had proven correct. The fragment contained a remnant map that indeed marked the core location of the ancient god's legacy, though it lacked the surrounding map. Merely relying on this would make it exceedingly difficult to locate the site, unless one were exceptionally fortunate to be directly teleported to that location upon entering the ancient divine realm. Seeing Sui's interest piqued, Xiaoyun knew the deal was secured. The core location marked on the map was not only not the core of the ancient god's legacy, but it was also a perilous area. If both Sui and Chu Kuang obtained the complete map, they would undoubtedly venture there. At that time, the two chosen ones would compete, magic against magic, which would surely be spectacular, an opportunity to observe while accumulating villain points.
"Brother Su, imprint this map upon your soul see.
During this exchange, use it to trade for the map in Chu Kuan's possession."
Sui held no skepticism, for the aura emanating from the embroidered iron piece felt genuinely ancient.
He could not believe that Xiaoyun possessed the means to deceive him. Furthermore, while Xiaoyun might be unreliable at times, he should possess some semblance of conscience and not go to such lengths to trick him. Chapter 74 The explosive acting of father and daughter. Seeing Sui put away the embroidered iron piece, Xiaoyun patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Su, since we are attending the black market trading event tonight, you should treat us to dinner at the Yihong building. I shall pass this time and we can go another day."
Goodness, this rascal is trying to tarnish my reputation again. Suyi's gaze shifted towards Lin Yurong, and indeed, she immediately displayed a look of disdain, coldly retorting, if you dare to take Xiaoyun to such dubious places again, do not blame me for being unkind. Suyi felt a surge of urgency. No, Yurong, you have truly misunderstood me. This is nothing but a baseless accusation. Misunderstanding, baseless accusation? Lin Yurong scoffed repeatedly, isn't Miss Xiaohe also fabricating stories about you? Upon hearing Xiaohe's name, Suyi found himself at a loss for words. Noticing Xiaoyun's expression of intrigue, he couldn't help but suspect that the reason he and Lin Yurong had reached this point was all due to Xiaoyun's machinations, although he had no evidence to substantiate this theory. After all, the incident with Xiaohe was the very foundation of Lin Yurong's disdain for him. It was hard to imagine that Xiaoyun could have orchestrated such a trap back then. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for orchestrating a scheme against the epic chosen one, causing them to be inevitably loathed. Reward 100,000 villain points. With more care and affection, brothers are indeed there to be exploited. Another 100,000 villain points credited to his account. Xiaoyun was instantly elated. Brother Su's yield remained as high as ever. At the black market trading event, Xiaoyun, with his appearance concealed beneath a wide-brimmed hat, followed Sui under the guidance of Old Ji, entering the underground palace of the black market. At this moment, the depths of the palace had already gathered a multitude of people. Noting that Chu Kuang had yet to arrive, the three found a secluded corner to quietly await the commencement of the trading event. Before long, Chu Kuang indeed made his entrance, accompanied by the enchanting Lan, who had led him there. Old Ji, adhering to the script penned by Xiaoyun, swiftly approached Chu Kuang to greet him. Chu Kuang responded courteously, for he had previously encountered a misunderstanding with Old Ji during a black market incident, which he later clarified through Lan. Chu Kuang held a genuine affection for Lan. In the 5 or 6 years they had known each other, she had always been so gentle, beautiful, and understanding, far surpassing the likes of Shen Ruyan in this lifetime. He had resolved that once he broke through to the cave heaven realm and could employ certain methods from his past life, he would undoubtedly restore Lan to her former self. Moreover, he had secretly investigated and discovered that Lan not only possessed exceptional cultivation talent but also bore the rare Qing Yuan body, making her an ideal alchemical furnace to aid in his cultivation. With proper nurturing, she would become a significant asset upon his return to the upper realm. Old Ji observed Chu Kuang gazing at Lan with fervent admiration, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. However, as Xiaoyun had made prior arrangements, he refrained from acting out, instead expressing gratitude. Thank you, Holy Sun Chu, for coming to the black market trading event for my daughter. Chu Kuang smiled slightly. Old Ji, you are too kind. Given that a 10,000-year yin-yang 5 elements flower has appeared here, I will spare no expense to acquire it. It is indispensable for Miss Lan's recovery. Then I shall leave it in your capable hands, Holy Sun Chu. Old Ji bowed deeply. At this moment, the master of the black market, seeing that no one else had arrived, proclaimed loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, I shall not reiterate the prohibition against fighting at the black market trading event. Those who dare to breach the rules will bear the consequences. Now, if you wish to present your treasures, please place them on the table. Others may freely trade for what they desire. Now, I hereby declare the trading event commenced. Observing everyone presenting their items for trade, Xiaoyun placed a 10,000-year yin-yang 5 elements flower on the table, quietly awaiting the fish to take the bait. This flower was obtained by Xiaobai in the Shanhua Valley during an auction, a reward for his efforts while bathing Dai in the realm of inheritance. Xiaobai had visited the cat's nest several times during his slumber, thus acquiring this flower, which would prove to be of great use on this occasion. Before long, Chu Kuang discovered his yin-yang 5 elements flower and approached the table with Lan and Old Ji. Due to Xiaoyun's deliberate concealment, Chu Kuang failed to recognize him. Brother, what do you intend to exchange for this flower? Xiaoyun replied nonchalantly, This flower is something I acquired after great peril. If you desire it, it will depend on your sincerity. Hearing this, Chu Kuang pondered for a moment before extracting 3,000-year-old red fruits from his storage ring and placing them on the table. Xiaoyun's eyes brightened. He had not expected Chu Kuang to possess such valuable items. The spiritual energy contained within the 1,000-year-old red fruits was immense, and consuming them would significantly aid in his rapid transformation of the internal organs. However, despite his excitement, his objective remained to extract as much from Chu Kuang as possible, thus leaving him with no choice but to trade the rusted iron piece for the fake map in Su Yi's possession. Noticing a flicker of eagerness in Xiaoyun's gaze, Chu Kuang sensed an opportunity and asked with a smile, I wonder if this item satisfies you, brother? Xiaoyun did not respond. Instead, he glanced at Lan a few times before expressing interest. You are indeed fortunate, brother, to have such a beautiful companion. No wonder you are willing to offer precious 1,000-year-old red fruits in exchange for this flower. I presume you intend to concoct the legendary 5 elements soul stabilizing pill? This flower has a medicinal age of 10,000 years. Do you truly believe 3,000-year-old red fruits will suffice? Upon hearing this, Chu Kuang's pupils dilated in shock. He never anticipated his intentions would be so easily discerned, and thus, 3,000-year-old red fruits were indeed far from adequate. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved 3 more red fruits, which represented his entire stock of them. Yet, in the next moment, Xiaoyun still shook his head. Lan, familiar with the script, immediately adopted her role as the understanding flower and spoke, Young Master Chu, and Lan's matters are not of immediate concern. There will always be opportunities to encounter such flowers again in the future. There is no need to expend such a great cost for my sake. Xiaoyun coldly chuckled, It seems the young lady is quite understanding, but this flower has exceedingly stringent growth conditions.
Even a 100-year-old specimen is exceedingly rare, let alone one that is 10,000 years old. One must understand, the older the medicinal age, the more potent the elixir produced. Should you miss this opportunity, finding it again will prove quite difficult, and I wonder if the young lady can wait until then. Indeed, spurred on by the provocation, Chu Kuang immediately retrieved 2 shimmering purple gold stones from his storage ring and placed them on the table.
What if we add these 2 divine stones?
Purple gold divine stones. Xiaoyun's heart surged with joy, secretly acknowledging that the chosen one was indeed affluent, possessing even such rare materials for crafting artifacts. However, based on his 10 years of reading experience, he discerned that these could not possibly represent the entirety of Chu Kuang's wealth. With a little more prodding, given the chosen one's nature, there would surely be further surprises. Thus, he shook his head once more and continued to provoke, "Brother, I fear your sincerity is lacking. Were I to have such a compassionate confidant, I would not hesitate to exhaust my entire fortune to prevent her premature demise." Upon hearing this, old Ji immediately followed the script, adopting the tone of a desperate father clinging to a lifeline. "Holy Son Chu, I have but this one daughter. You just stated that you would spare no expense to acquire this flower," and Lan also joined in, feigning reproach. "Father, do not pressure young Master Chu, otherwise, what could I ever use to repay him in this lifetime?"
Goodness.
The acting prowess of this father-daughter duo deserves full marks. Their coordination was nothing short of seamless. Not far away, Sui was left in a state of astonishment, utterly dumbfounded by the scene before him. Were it not for his knowledge of the inside story, had he been in their position, he would undoubtedly have been compelled to empty his coffers to procure the Yin-Yang 5 Elements flower. Chapter 75. Sui has turned bad. Chu Kuang displayed little reaction to old Ji's words however, and Lan's remark about how she could never repay him in this lifetime stirred a sudden excitement within him. Shen Ruiyan's betrayal had left a lingering discomfort in his heart. Even though she had later regained her memories, the myriad events that transpired between them had created an insurmountable distance. Yet, if this flower could secure Lan's lifelong indebtedness to him, then he would consider it a significant gain. After all, in terms of beauty and physique, and Lan was no less than Shen Ruiyan. In terms of talent, she was equally gifted, if not more so, as she could aid his cultivation more effectively than Shen Ruiyan. Given time, he would demonstrate to Shen Ruiyan just how profoundly mistaken she had been. With this thought in mind, the nearly depleted Chu Kuang painfully retrieved 2 jade vials from his storage ring and placed them on the table. Within these vials lie a drop of true dragon blood and true phoenix blood. Consuming them will not only greatly enhance your physical body, but will also grant you insights into the innate abilities of the dragon and phoenix clans. Surely, this will satisfy you, my friend? Ding ding. Congratulations to the host for raising the stakes, squeezing the treasures of the legendary chosen one, and seizing their opportunities. Reward 2 million villain points. Ding ding. Congratulations to the host for causing the legendary chosen one to lose numerous treasures, bringing them back to square one overnight. Reward 1 million villain points.
Upon hearing the system's notifications, Xiaoyun couldn't help but smile. I knew it.
The chosen ones are like milk cows, a little squeeze and you're well fed. Look at all these treasures and villain points, what a delightful outcome. Xiaoyun quickly stowed away the treasures presented by Chu Kuang and, with a hint of flattery, remarked, "Brother, you truly are a man of substance.
This flower is now yours."
Ding ding. Congratulations to the host for delivering a verbal blow to the legendary chosen one, inflicting 1,000 points of mental damage. Reward 100,000 villain points. Just the phrase "a man of substance" was enough to break Chu Kuang's composure. Only a few days ago, he had carelessly been defeated by Xiaoyun, who had severed his connection to wisdom that he had paid a hefty price to discover a method for recovery, but could only achieve it after reaching the cave heaven realm. At that moment, he hardly felt like a man of substance. Nevertheless, aware that the other party's words were unintentional, he chose not to take offense, forcing a smile as he stored the Yin-Yang 5 Elements flower and prepared to leave. At that moment, Sui knew it was his turn to step into the spotlight and quickly spoke up. "This brother indeed has a generous spirit. I happen to possess a fragment of a map.
Might you be interested in taking a look?"
Chu Kuang was about to decline when he suddenly caught sight of the rusted iron piece. Instantly startled, he leaned closer and whispered, "Old Ji, do you recognize this rusted iron piece?" Old Ji furrowed his brow, examining the rusted fragment before casting a glance at Sui. He then leaned in closer to Chu Kuang and whispered, "Young Master Chu, the one who stole the rusted piece that day was this man. Although he wore a mask and I could not see his true face, his physique is unmistakably the same." Upon hearing this, Chu Kuang felt a surge of anger welling up within him, and his spiritual energy began to surge quietly.
Observing his reaction, old Ji quickly intervened. "Young Master Chu, temper your anger, violence is not permitted here." With a fierce glare directed at Sui, Chu Kuang resolved to wait until he could follow him outside. The barbarian Emperor Tower had informed him that this map was of utmost importance and should not fall into anyone else's hands. Ding ding. Congratulations to the host for setting a trap to ensnare the epic chosen one, placing them on the kill list of the legendary chosen one. Reward 2 million villain points. Is there a chance for entertainment? Xiaoyun immediately perked up, directing his gaze toward the unfolding drama. Sui remained blissfully unaware that he was being manipulated. Instead, he followed Xiaoyun's script and stated, "Brother, I had this rusted piece examined by my elders. It is a map of the sacred sun's trial in the ancient realm. If you wish to exchange it, you must offer a substantial treasure in return." Chu Kuang picked up the rusted piece, examining it closely. However, it had been previously ensnared by the restrictions set by Xiaoyun, preventing him from probing its secrets with his spiritual sense. Despite this, he was certain of one thing.
This rusted piece was of the same origin as the one he possessed, and there was no possibility of deception, yet, acquiring this rusted piece now posed a challenge. He had just emptied his reserves for the Yin Yang 5 Elements flower, leaving him with little more than spirit stones and crucial treasures. If he truly wished to trade, the only option was to exchange his own piece, for he had already engraved the map in his soul sea. Even if he relinquished it, he would retain all the map information. Furthermore, should he decide to eliminate Sui afterward, the map would still be his. Thus, without hesitation, he decisively presented his rusted piece to Sui. They share the same origin. Together they form a complete map. Surely, you wouldn't refuse? Sui sensed the authenticity and expressed his satisfaction. How fortuitous, this is indeed a pleasant surprise. He then shook his head, adding, however, acquiring this piece involved a perilous journey. Should you wish to exchange, I require an additional 1 million top-tier spirit stones. What the hell, he has audaciously altered the script. Xiao Yun was taken aback. He never anticipated that Sui would turn to such unscrupulous tactics, adeptly extorting his dues. It seemed that the once innocent Sui had been led astray by some morally dubious influence. From now on, it would not be so easy to con him. With a thud, Chu Kuang slammed a pouch of spirit stones alongside the rusted piece onto the table before Sui, coldly stating, "Brother, take care of it." Afterward, he seized Suyi's rusted piece and, accompanied by Enlan and Old Ji, turned to leave the trading hall. Once outside the black market, Chu Kuang addressed Old Ji and Enlan. "Old Ji, Miss Enlan, I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot escort you back." Having lived for a century, Old Ji quickly discerned Chu Kuang's intent. He feigned gratitude, stating, "Young Master Chu, do not concern yourself with this. Your immense kindness today shall be etched in my heart for a lifetime. Should you ever require my assistance, I, Ji Chang'an, shall not hesitate to repay you." Seeing Old Ji's demeanor, Chu Kuang's previously troubled mood lightened significantly. "Old Ji, you are too kind. During my lowest moments, it was Enlan who alleviated my troubles, leading to today's achievements. It is only right that I do something for her." Upon hearing this, Enlan felt a flicker of disgust deep within her. Xiao Yun had informed her that Chu Kuang had been unfaithful in front of his fiancée with other women. Reflecting on the fondness she had harbored for him over the years, she felt utterly foolish. Nevertheless, adhering to Xiao Yun's plan, she gracefully bowed, feigning humility and stating, "Young Master Chu, your kindness is beyond repayment. If I were to attain rebirth, I would undoubtedly repay you handsomely." Just as Chu Kuang intended to assist Enlan to her feet, Old Ji quickly pulled her back a step and bid farewell. "Young Master Chu, my daughter is frail and cannot withstand the cold wind. I shall take her home now." Although Chu Kuang sensed something amiss, he thought little of it, smiling as he replied, "Safe travels." Once the two departed, Chu Kuang's expression darkened abruptly, and he quietly positioned himself at the black market's exit, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. At that moment, the barbarian Emperor Tower in his soul sea warned him, "Chu Kuang, your mental state is in disarray. Do not allow yourself to succumb to the path of darkness." Chu Kuang coldly retorted, "What of falling into darkness? That man must die tonight for the exchange of the rusted piece." Chapter 76. Please call me the professional dogwalker at Chu. Just after completing the map and handing the rusted iron piece to Xiao Yun, Sui suddenly sneezed. For reasons unknown, he had an unsettling feeling that someone was plotting against him. "Brother Su, this journey has been fruitful, and you've seized the opportunity to earn 1 million top-tier spirit stones. Tonight, it's your treat. Let us indulge ourselves at the Yihong Tower," Xiao Yun suggested. Upon hearing this, Sui immediately declined, "Not going. I'm afraid you'll sell me out again." "What are you talking about, Brother Su?" Xiao Yun protested, feigning innocence. "Think carefully. As a sword cultivator, what is of utmost importance? It is, of course, cultivating the heart. In my view, after experiencing the myriad tribulations of the mortal realm, one must slice through the mundane heart with a sword. Only by truly immersing oneself in the world and savoring its essence can one genuinely achieve the state of severing worldly desires and reach the pinnacle of sword cultivation." This Sui couldn't help but feel that Xiao Yun's words held a certain wisdom. Seeing that he was swayed, Xiao Yun continued to persuade him, "Though the sword is primarily a weapon of slaughter, it is also a vessel of righteousness, wielded to vanquish demons and evil, upholding justice in the world, and establishing peace with a single stroke." Listening to Xiao Yun, Sui began to gain insights, gradually understanding his own path in swordsmanship. Xiao Yun elaborated, "As Confucius said, the benevolent wishes to establish themselves and help others to do so. They wish to attain happiness and help others to attain happiness. This implies that as a gentleman wielding a benevolent sword, if you desire to stand tall, you must first help the lady stand tall. If you wish to achieve happiness, you must also ensure the lady achieves happiness. This is the essence of cultivating the heart." Sui managed to grasp the gist, albeit reluctantly. After all this, it still boiled down to him treating everyone to a night at the Yihong Tower. As they conversed, the two had arrived at the exit of the black market. Hidden in the shadows, Chu Kuang saw Suyi's appearance and could barely contain himself. With Suyi's heightened perception, he immediately sensed something amiss. Gripping the ancient sword in his hand, he fixed his gaze on Chu Kuang's hiding spot and called out sharply, "Who goes there? Step forward." Clop clop clop. A rhythmic sound of footsteps, imbued with a certain pattern, echoed from the darkness, and the surrounding spatial energy surged as a force of teleportation enveloped both Sui and Xiao Yun. "This is bad. It's a minor shifting array." Just as Xiao Yun attempted to escape, he realized it was already too late. After a dizzying whirl, he found himself in a small grove outside the Jade Emperor city. This must be the work of Chu Kuang. Xiao Yun scolded himself for being too careless, always playing the underdog, and now he had fallen into a trap. However, adhering to the principle that it is better to blame others than oneself, he immediately turned to Sui. Brother Su, you must have provoked someone, leading to this predicament. You owe me 100,000 top-tier spirit stones as compensation, or I'll make a note of this. Sui seemed to have developed immunity to Xiaoyun's shamelessness. With a dark expression, he remained silent, cautiously surveying their surroundings. At that moment, 5 figures emerged from the grove, surrounding the two from all sides. It truly is him. Despite Chu Kuang's masked face, guided by the instincts of a villain, he recognized that the lone figure approaching was indeed Chu Kuang.
Who? Chu Kuang. Is it really him?
Sui pondered briefly, quickly realizing the situation. His opponent intended to monopolize the ancient divine inheritance and eliminate both him and Xiaoyun in one fell swoop.
Attack! Chu Kuang wasted no words, charging straight at them. Brother Su, I'll take the hit.
You handle Chu Kuang, Xiaoyun declared, stepping forward with a burst of speed to confront the 4 adversaries. Sui was at a loss for words.
You truly are a good brother, leaving the strongest for me. Yet reality offered no time for contemplation, as Chu Kuang's powerful strike was already upon him.
Clang! The ancient sword emitted a sharp cry, and the overwhelming 5th-level sword intent erupted, forcing Chu Kuang back. Chu Kuang's expression changed drastically as he staggered back a few steps. He never expected that someone who appeared to be at the pinnacle of the Dao realm had comprehended 5th-level sword intent. Although his own fist intent was only a level apart from the 4th, once one reached this realm, each advancement in level brought exponential increases in attack potency. Those with such talent were certainly not nameless, yet Chu Kuang couldn't immediately deduce who this formidable opponent was. The ancient divine inheritance determines whether I can surpass my previous life. Today, I cannot allow them to escape. Having made up his mind, Chu Kuang summoned all his strength to its zenith, preparing to unleash his ultimate techniques. Meanwhile, Xiaoyun faced 4 martial artists at the 7th level of the Dao realm. Unbothered to even activate his buffs, he relied solely on the terrifying speed of his void step to lead the 4 in circles. He deliberately maneuvered them away from the battlefield of the 2 chosen ones, biding his time for an opportunity. As soon as the 2 chosen ones appeared to be on the brink of mutual destruction, he planned to strike Chu Kuang from the shadows, assisting his brother while simultaneously inflicting severe damage on a legendary chosen one and potentially
Please refer to me as the professional dog walker.
The 4, incensed by his words, felt their noses flare in anger. Indeed, they were being toyed with like dogs at that moment. No matter how they attacked, their opponent evaded with ease, leaving them utterly frustrated.
Be a man, stop and fight fair. Fine.
Sensing that the 2 chosen ones were about to unleash their ultimate moves, Xiaoyun decided to comply.
What an opportunity.
The 4, their frustrations boiling over, resolved to teach the slippery fellow a lesson he wouldn't forget. In an instant, they unleashed their most powerful techniques, filling the air with a chaotic blend of sword energy and blade shadows, even drawing upon the surrounding elemental energies, creating an imposing spectacle.
Interesting.
A smirk graced Xiaoyun's lips as he casually added a couple of buffs to himself. As the attacks approached, he swiftly reached out, conjuring a massive hand of energy, 10 zhang in size, which grasped at all incoming strikes. In the next heartbeat, the hand clenched gently, and all sword energies and blade shadows shattered into countless fragments, resembling fireworks that erupted and vanished in an instant. The 4 stared in horror, dumbfounded by the empty space before them. It was their first time witnessing such a terrifying display of power. A mere flick had effortlessly dismantled their ultimate moves.
How much do you underestimate me? Don't lose focus now.
Whoosh! The subsequent flashes of sword light struck the 4, who yelped in anguish as they clutched their groins, feeling sympathetic to their plight. Xiaoyun, taking on the role of a benevolent figure, flashed his sword again, sending the 4 to their demise. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for severing the roots of 4 individuals, rewarding 4,000 villain points. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 4 individuals, rewarding 400 villain points. If only Little White had come along. It would have provided a full-service funeral. Xiaoyun snapped his fingers, sending a wisp of purple celestial fire cascading onto the corpses of the 4, reducing them to mere ash in the blink of an eye. With a casual wave, he scattered the ashes. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully reducing 4 individuals to ashes, rewarding 400 villain points. With the villain points credited, Xiaoyun finally turned his gaze toward the battlefield of the 2 chosen ones. Chapter 77. The combined ambush of Xiao Laolu. Thunderous roars echoed. A colossal ancient sword, measuring dozens of feet in length, clashed repeatedly with a blood-black giant fist in the void, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. After a powerful blow pushed him back, Sui and Chu Kuang locked onto each other's energy, each acutely aware of the other's presence. In this moment, both bore traces of blood upon their faces. While Chu Kuang appeared merely disheveled, Sui was evidently gravely injured. Cling cling! Congratulations, host, for orchestrating a scheme to harm the epic-level chosen one, inflicting internal injuries upon him.
Reward 200,000 villain points.
Cling cling! Congratulations, host, for devising a trap against the legendary level chosen one, causing him to sustain internal injuries. Reward 500,000 villain points. Splendid! Observing the 2 poised to engage in battle for another 300 rounds, Xiaoyun promptly retrieved a small stool and a handful of sunflower seeds, preparing to assume the role of a mere bystander.
Unbeknownst to him, the 2 adversaries were already on the move once more. Fierce Emperor Body, activate!
With a fierce roar, Chu Kuang's form instantly expanded, transforming into a towering giant of 7 or 8 feet, radiating an aura that approached the pinnacle of the soul refinement realm.
Good heavens!
How has he grown so much larger? Xiaoyun felt a surge of apprehension. Given his current strength, even if he unleashed all his buffs, he feared he would not withstand a direct encounter with Chu Kuang for more than a minute. Sui had only just attained the peak of the Dao realm. Was he in danger? Xiaoyun hastily cracked a sunflower seed to calm his nerves. At that moment, Sui unexpectedly positioned the ancient sword across his chest, his left hand gliding along the blade's edge as spiritual energy surged into the sword as if it were inexhaustible. Clang, 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 the ancient sword trembled violently, and in an instant, Sui emanated an air of inscrutable mystery. Despite his height remaining at 6 feet, he projected an awe-inspiring presence. What new skill is this? So terrifying, even with his preparations, Xiaoyun was taken aback by Sui's display. Chu Kuang's enormous pupils narrowed sharply, emitting 2 beams of crimson light as he charged his ultimate move while fixating intently on Sui's every action. At this juncture, Sui made his move. He raised the long sword gently and, at an excruciatingly slow pace, cleaved towards Chu Kuang from a distance. One sword cuts through eternity. As Sui's voice boom, with a thunderous explosion, the collision expelled the surrounding elemental energy within a 10-foot radius, creating a vacuum beyond this range. A cataclysmic wave surged forth, uprooting trees and reducing them to ash. After a few moments, tranquility returned to the realm. Xiaoyun, momentarily neglecting his sunflower seeds, quickly turned his gaze back. He beheld Sui, having exhausted his ultimate move, half kneeling on the ground, coughing blood, his complexion pale to the extreme. Chu Kuang, having reverted to his normal form, bore countless blood-red sword marks across his body, many of which revealed bone, as he too coughed up blood. Cling cling. Congratulations, host, for successful reward 500,000 villain points. Cling cling. Congratulations, host, for your successful deception of the legendary level chosen one, resulting in his severe injuries. Reward 1,000,000 villain points.
Another one.
5 million. How delightful. Xiaoyun hastily gathered his stool and sunflower seeds, primed for a potential ambush. He focused intently, observing as Chu Kuang, barely standing, staggered toward Sui. Clearly, he intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate his formidable foe. You are indeed a worthy opponent. With your talent, even in the upper realms, you would be an exceptionally rare presence. However, it is a pity. As the paths of our destinies converge, we are fated to remain adversaries. As he spoke, Chu Kuang approached Sui, now but half a foot away, raising his fist, prepared to deliver a lethal blow.
Now is the moment. Xiaoyun instantly activated his full strength, vanishing from sight. Spatial confinement. Soul snare.
Suddenly materializing behind Chu Kuang, Xiaoyun unleashed his combined ambush technique, aiming his long sword at Chu Kuang's heart. The life and death crisis sent a jolt of fear through Chu Kuang, yet, the spatial confinement rendered him utterly immobile. In a desperate bid, he activated the Fierce Emperor Tower to shield himself. Clang, the resonant clash of iron reverberated through the air. Xiaoyun was thrown back by the overwhelming rebounding force of the Fierce Emperor Tower.
By the heavens, it didn't succeed. Is there no justice left in this world? This time, he had wielded his personally forged divine sword. What kind of treasure was this accursed tower, exuding such terrifying power, unable to be pierced? It had even sent him flying. Watching his opportunity slip away, Xiaoyun felt an immense frustration. Damn it! It's you! As the spatial confinement dissipated, Chu Kuang turned to see the familiar visage of the battle sage body, the ever-infuriating Xiao Laolu, his rage igniting anew. Why must that cursed Xiao Laolu always appear wherever he went? The resentment of a stolen wife, the agony of severed roots, coupled with the vendetta of this ambush, it ignited a desire within him to dismember Xiaoyun, to obliterate him entirely. However, he quickly regained his composure, grasping the essential truth. It turned out that the opponent he had just faced was none other than Sui, the foremost sword cultivator of the Tianhuan continent. Thus, the 4 disciples of the Outyan Immortal Academy he had brought along would surely be no match for this enigmatic Xiao Laolu. If he delayed any further, who could predict the unexpected schemes this accursed Xiao Laolu might conjure? There was a real risk he himself could fall here. Xiaoyun, I will remember this debt, every last one of them. Having no choice but to utter a fierce threat, Chu Kuang decisively commanded the Fierce Emperor Tower to break through the void and flee. Xiaoyun understood that the chosen ones were unreasonable and had no intention of pursuing. He hurriedly assisted Sui to his feet, channeling a torrent of spiritual energy into Sui to heal his wounds. Thank you, Brother Xiao. With his complexion slightly restored, Sui gazed at Xiaoyun with profound gratitude. Just moments ago, he had unleashed an unfamiliar ultimate move, exacerbating his injuries and leaving him utterly defenseless. Had it not been for Xiaoyun's timely arrival, he would have truly bid farewell to this world. As the saying goes, when he was in no danger, Xiaoyun would consistently create peril for him, yet when genuine danger loomed, Xiaoyun always stood in front of him at the first moment. Though Xiaoyun was often unreliable, he was a man who knew how to be content. To him, encountering such a brother was a blessing accrued over 8 lifetimes. Cling cling. Congratulations, host, for successfully deceiving the epic level chosen one's emotions, leading him to regard the host as a brother in life and death. Reward 100,000 villain points. Brothers in life and death. Xiaoyun found this notion quite appealing. The reason he had imparted the sword of the benevolent monarch to Sui today was to ensure that he would willingly shoulder the burdens in the future. Since he was so agreeable, it was imperative to pave the way for him ahead. At that moment, a series of sounds pierced through the air from the distance. Evidently, the recent clash between Sui and Chu Kuang had generated enough commotion to attract the attention of powerful figures within the city. Xiaoyun gave Sui a gentle shove. Brother Su, you have yet to fully recover. You should leave and wait for me at the Yihong Tower. You treat, and I'll handle things here.